Crime and Punishment. By Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1. Chapter 1. On an exceptionally hot evening early in July, a young man came out of the garret in which he lodged in S Place and walked slowly, as though in hesitation, towards K Bridge. He had successfully avoided meeting his landlady on the staircase. His garret was under the roof of a high, 5-storied house and was more like a cupboard than a room. The landlady who provided him with garret, dinners and attendance, lived on the floor below, and every time he went out he was obliged to pass her kitchen, the door of which invariably stood open. And each time he passed, the young man had a sick, frightened feeling, which made him scowl and feel ashamed. He was hopelessly in debt to his landlady, and was afraid of meeting her. This was not because he was cowardly and abject, quite the contrary, but for some time past he had been in an overstrained irritable condition, verging on hypochondria. He had become so completely absorbed in himself, and isolated from his fellows that he dreaded meeting, not only his landlady, but anyone at all. He was crushed by poverty, but the anxieties of his position had of late ceased to weigh upon him. He had given up attending to matters of practical importance, he had lost all desire to do so. Nothing that any landlady could do had a real terror for him. But to be stopped on the stairs, to be forced to listen to her trivial, irrelevant gossip, to pestering demands for payment, threats and complaints, and to rack his brains for excuses, to prevaricate, to lie, no, rather than that, he would creep down the stairs like a cat and slip out unseen. This evening, however, on coming out into the street, he became acutely aware of his fears. I want to attempt a thing like that and am frightened by these trifles, he thought, with an odd smile. Yes, all is in a man's hands and he lets it all slip from cowardice, that's an axiom. It would be interesting to know what it is men are most afraid of. Taking a new step, uttering a new word is what they fear most. But I am talking too much. It's because I chatter that I do nothing. Or perhaps it is that I chatter because I do nothing. I've learned to chatter this last month, lying for days together in my den thinking of Jack the Giant Killer. Why am I going there now? Am I capable of that? Is that serious? It is not serious at all. It's simply a fantasy to amuse myself, a plaything. Yes, maybe it is a plaything. The heat in the street was terrible, and the airlessness, the bustle and the plaster, scaffolding, bricks, and dust all about him, and that special Petersburg stench, so familiar to all who are unable to get out of town in summer, all worked painfully upon the young man's already overwrought nerves. The insufferable stench from the pot-houses, which are particularly numerous in that part of the town, and the drunken men whom he met continually, although it was a working day, completed the revolting misery of the picture. An expression of the profoundest disgust gleamed for a moment in the young man's refined face. He was, by the way, exceptionally handsome, above the average in height, slim, well-built, with beautiful dark eyes and dark brown hair. Soon he sank into deep thought, or more accurately speaking into a complete blankness of mind. He walked along not observing what was about him and not caring to observe it. From time to time, he would mutter something, from the habit of talking to himself, to which he had just confessed. At these moments he would become conscious that his ideas were sometimes in a tangle and that he was very weak. For 2 days he had scarcely tasted food. He was so badly dressed that even a man accustomed to shabbiness would have been ashamed to be seen in the street in such rags. In that quarter of the town, however, scarcely any shortcoming in dress would have created surprise. Owing to the proximity of the Haymarket, the number of establishments of bad character, the preponderance of the trading and working class population crowded in these streets and alleys in the heart of Petersburg, types so various were to be seen in the streets that no figure, however queer, would have caused surprise. But there was such accumulated bitterness and contempt in the young man's heart, that, in spite of all the fastidiousness of youth, he minded his rags least of all in the street. It was a different matter when he met with acquaintances or with former fellow students, whom, indeed, he disliked meeting at any time. And yet when a drunken man who, for some unknown reason, was being taken somewhere in a huge wagon dragged by a heavy dray horse, suddenly shouted at him as he drove past, "Hey there, German hatter!" bawling at the top of his voice and pointing at him, the young man stopped suddenly and clutched tremulously at his hat. It was a tall round hat from Zimmermann's, but completely worn out, rusty with age, all torn and bespattered, brimless and bent on one side in a most unseemly fashion. Not shame, however, but quite another feeling akin to terror had overtaken him. "I knew it," he muttered in confusion, "I thought so. That's the worst of all. Why, a stupid thing like this, the most trivial detail might spoil the whole plan. Yes, my hat is too noticeable. It looks absurd and that makes it noticeable. With my rags I ought to wear a cap, any sort of old pancake, but not this grotesque thing. Nobody wears such a hat, it would be noticed a mile off, it would be remembered. What matters is that people would remember it, and that would give them a clue. For this business one should be as little conspicuous as possible. Trifles are what matter. Why, it's just such trifles that always ruin everything." He had not far to go, he knew indeed how many steps it was from the gate of his lodging house, exactly 730. He had counted them once when he had been lost in dreams. At the time he had put no faith in those dreams and was only tantalizing himself by their hideous but daring recklessness. Now, a month later, he had begun to look upon them differently, and, in spite of the monologues in which he jeered at his own impotence and indecision, he had involuntarily come to regard this hideous dream as an exploit to be attempted, although he still did not realize this himself. He was positively going now for a rehearsal of his project, and at every step his excitement grew more and more violent. With a sinking heart and a nervous tremor, he went up to a huge house which on one side looked onto the canal, and on the other into the street. This house was let out in tiny tenements and was inhabited by working people of all kinds, tailors, locksmiths, cooks, Germans of sorts, girls picking up a living as best they could, petty clerks, etc. There was a continual coming and going through the two gates and in the two courtyards of the house. 3 or 4 doorkeepers were employed on the building. The young man was very glad to meet none of them, and at once slipped unnoticed through the door on the right, and up the staircase. It was a back staircase, dark and narrow, but he was familiar with it already, and knew his way, and he liked all these surroundings. In such darkness even the most inquisitive eyes were not to be dreaded. If I am so scared now, what would it be if it somehow came to pass that I were really going to do it? He could not help asking himself as he reached the 4th story. There his progress was barred by some porters who were engaged in moving furniture out of a flat. He knew that the flat had been occupied by a German clerk in the civil service, and his family. This German was moving out then, and so the 4th floor on this staircase would be untenanted except by the old woman. That's a good thing anyway, he thought to himself, as he rang the bell of the old woman's flat. The bell gave a faint tinkle as though it were made of tin and not of copper. The little flats in such houses always have bells that ring like that. He had forgotten the note of that bell, and now its peculiar tinkle seemed to remind him of something and to bring it clearly before him. He started, his nerves were terribly overstrained by now. In a little while, the door was opened a tiny crack, the old woman eyed her visitor with evident distrust through the crack, and nothing could be seen but her little eyes, glittering in the darkness. But, seeing a number of people on the landing, she grew bolder, and opened the door wide. The young man stepped into the dark entry, which was partitioned off from the tiny kitchen. The old woman stood facing him in silence and looking inquiringly at him. She was a diminutive, withered-up old woman of 60, with sharp malignant eyes and a sharp little nose. Her colorless, somewhat grizzled hair was thickly smeared with oil, and she wore no kerchief over it. Round her thin long neck, which looked like a hen's leg, was knotted some sort of flannel rag, and, in spite of the heat, there hung flapping on her shoulders, a mangy fur cape, yellow with age. The old woman coughed and groaned at every instant. The young man must have looked at her with a rather peculiar expression, for a gleam of mistrust came into her eyes again. Raskolnikov, a student, I came here a month ago, the young man made haste to mutter, with a half-bow, remembering that he ought to be more polite. I remember, my good sir, I remember quite well your coming here, the old woman said distinctly, still keeping her inquiring eyes on his face. And here. I am again on the same errand, Raskolnikov continued, a little disconcerted and surprised at the old woman's mistrust. Perhaps she is always like that though, only I did not notice it the other time, he thought with an uneasy feeling. The old woman paused, as though hesitating, then stepped on one side, and pointing to the door of the room, she said, letting her visitor pass in front of her. Step in, my good sir. The little room into which the young man walked, with yellow paper on the walls, geraniums and muslin curtains in the windows, was brightly lighted up at that moment by the setting sun. So the sun will shine like this then too, flashed as it were by chance through Raskolnikov's mind, and with a rapid glance he scanned everything in the room, trying as far as possible to notice and remember its arrangement. But there was nothing special in the room. The furniture, all very old and of yellow wood, consisted of a sofa with a huge bent wooden back, an oval table in front of the sofa, a dressing table with a looking glass fixed on it between the windows, chairs along the walls and 2 or 3 halfpenny prints in yellow frames, representing German damsels with birds in their hands, that was all. In the corner a light was burning before a small icon. Everything was very clean, the floor and the furniture were brightly polished, everything shone. Lizaveta's work, thought the young man. There was not a speck of dust to be seen in the whole flat. It's in the houses of spiteful old widows that one finds such cleanliness, Raskolnikov thought again, and he stole a curious glance at the cotton curtain over the door leading into another tiny room, in which stood the old woman's bed and chest of drawers and into which he had never looked before. These 2 rooms made up the whole flat. What do you want? The old woman said severely, coming into the room and, as before, standing in front of him so as to look him straight in the face. I've brought something to pawn here, and he drew out of his pocket an old-fashioned flat silver watch, on the back of which was engraved a globe. The chain was of steel. But the time is up for your last pledge. The month was up the day before yesterday. I will bring you the interest for another month, wait a little. But that's for me to do as I please, my good sir, to wait or to sell your pledge at once. How much will you give me for the watch, Elena Ivanovna? You come with such trifles, my good sir, it's scarcely worth anything. I gave you 2 rubles last time for your ring and one could buy it quite new at a jeweller's for 1.5 rubles. Give me 4 rubles for it, I shall redeem it, it was my father's. I shall be getting some money soon. 1.5 rubles, and interest in advance, if you like. 1.5 rubles, cried the young man. Please yourself, and the old woman handed him back the watch. The young man took it, and was so angry that he was on the point of going away, but checked himself at once, remembering that there was nowhere else he could go, and that he had another object also in coming. Hand it over, he said roughly. The old woman fumbled in her pocket for her keys, and disappeared behind the curtain into the other room. The young man, left standing alone in the middle of the room, listened inquisitively, thinking. He could hear her unlocking the chest of drawers. It must be the top drawer, he reflected. So she carries the keys in a pocket on the right. All in one bunch on a steel ring. And there's one key there, 3 times as big as all the others, with deep notches, that can't be the key of the chest of drawers, then there must be some other chest or strong box, that's worth knowing. Strong boxes always have keys like that, but how degrading it all is. The old woman came back. Here, sir, as we say 10 kopecks the ruble a month, so I must take 15 kopecks from 1.5 rubles for the month in advance. But for the 2 rubles I lent you before, you owe me now 20 kopecks on the same reckoning in advance. That makes 35 kopecks altogether. So I must give you 1 ruble and 15 kopecks for the watch. Here it is. What, only 1 ruble and 15 kopecks now? Just so. The young man did not dispute it and took the money. He looked at the old woman, and was in no hurry to get away, as though there was still something he wanted to say or to do, but he did not himself quite know what. I may be bringing you something else in a day or 2, Elena Ivanovna, a valuable thing, silver, a cigarette box, as soon as I get it back from a friend, he broke off in confusion. Well, we will talk about it then, sir. Goodbye, are you always at home alone, your sister is not here with you? He asked her as casually as possible as he went out into the passage. What business is she of yours, my good sir? Oh, nothing particular, I simply asked. You are too quick. Good day, Elena Ivanovna. Raskolnikov went out in complete confusion. This confusion became more and more intense. As he went down the stairs, he even stopped short, 2 or 3 times, as though suddenly struck by some thought. When he was in the street he cried out, "Oh, God, how loathsome it all is, and can I possibly? No, it's nonsense, it's rubbish," he added resolutely. And how could such an atrocious thing come into my head? What filthy things my heart is capable of. Yes, filthy above all, disgusting, loathsome, and for a whole month I've been, but no words, no exclamations, could express his agitation. The feeling of intense repulsion, which had begun to oppress and torture his heart while he was on his way to the old woman, had by now reached such a pitch and had taken such a definite form that he did not know what to do with himself to escape from his wretchedness. He walked along the pavement like a drunken man, regardless of the passers-by, and jostling against them, and only came to his senses when he was in the next street. Looking round, he noticed that he was standing close to a tavern which was entered by steps leading from the pavement to the basement. At that instant 2 drunken men came out at the door, and abusing and supporting one another, they mounted the steps. Without stopping to think, Raskolnikov went down the steps at once. Till that moment he had never been into a tavern, but now he felt giddy and was tormented by a burning thirst. He longed for a drink of cold beer, and attributed his sudden weakness to the want of food. He sat down at a sticky little table in a dark and dirty corner, ordered some beer, and eagerly drank off the first glassful. At once he felt easier, and his thoughts became clear. All that's nonsense, he said hopefully, and there is nothing in it all to worry about. It's simply physical derangement. Just a glass of beer, a piece of dry bread, and in one moment the brain is stronger, the mind is clearer and the will is firm. Phew, how utterly petty it all is. But in spite of this scornful reflection, he was by now looking cheerful as though he were suddenly set free from a terrible burden, and he gazed round in a friendly way at the people in the room. But even at that moment he had a dim foreboding that this happier frame of mind was also not normal. There were few people at the time in the tavern. Besides the 2 drunken men he had met on the steps, a group consisting of about 5 men and a girl with a concertina had gone out at the same time. Their departure left the room quiet and rather empty. The persons still in the tavern were a man who appeared to be an artisan, drunk, but not extremely so, sitting before a pot of beer, and his companion, a huge, stout man with a grey beard, in a short full-skirted coat. He was very drunk, and had dropped asleep on the bench. Every now and then, he began as though in his sleep, cracking his fingers, with his arms wide apart and the upper part of his body bounding about on the bench, while he hummed some meaningless refrain, trying to recall some such lines as these. His wife a year he fondly loved. His wife a year he, fondly loved. Or suddenly waking up again. Walking along the crowded row. He met the one he used to know. But no one shared his enjoyment, his silent companion looked with positive hostility and mistrust at all these manifestations. There was another man in the room who looked somewhat like a retired government clerk. He was sitting apart now and then sipping from his pot and looking round at the company. He, too, appeared to be in some agitation. Chapter 2. Raskolnikov was not used to crowds, and, as we said before, he avoided society of every sort, more especially of late. But now all at once he felt a desire to be with other people. Something new seemed to be taking place within him, and with it he felt a sort of thirst for company. He was so weary after a whole month of concentrated wretchedness and gloomy excitement that he longed to rest, if only for a moment, in some other world, whatever it might be, and, in spite of the filthiness of the surroundings, he was glad now to stay in the tavern. The master of the establishment was in another room, but he frequently came down some steps into the main room, his jaunty, tarred boots with red turn-over tops coming into view each time before the rest of his person. He wore a full coat and a horribly greasy black satin waistcoat, with no cravat, and his whole face seemed smeared with oil like an iron lock. At the counter stood a boy of about 14, and there was another boy somewhat younger who handed whatever was wanted. On the counter lay some sliced cucumber, some pieces of dried black bread, and some fish, chopped up small, all smelling very bad. It was insufferably close, and so heavy with the fumes of spirits that 5 minutes in such an atmosphere might well make a man drunk. There are chance meetings with strangers that interest us from the first moment, before a word is spoken. Such was the impression made on Raskolnikov by the person sitting a little distance from him, who looked like a retired clerk. The young man often recalled this impression afterwards, and even ascribed it to presentiment. He looked repeatedly at the clerk, partly no doubt because the latter was staring persistently at him, obviously anxious to enter into conversation. At the other persons in the room, including the tavern keeper, the clerk looked as though he were used to their company, and weary of it, showing a shade of condescending contempt for them as persons of station and culture inferior to his own, with whom it would be useless for him to converse. He was a man over 50, bald and grizzled, of medium height, and stoutly built. His face, bloated from continual drinking, was of a yellow, even greenish, tinge, with swollen eyelids out of which keen reddish eyes gleamed like little chinks. But there was something very strange in him, there was a light in his eyes as though of intense feeling, perhaps there were even thought and intelligence, but at the same time there was a gleam of something like madness. He was wearing an old and hopelessly ragged black dress coat, with all its buttons missing except one, and that one he had buttoned, evidently clinging to this last trace of respectability. A crumpled shirt front, covered with spots and stains, protruded from his canvas waistcoat. Like a clerk, he wore no beard, nor mustache, but had been so long unshaven that his chin looked like a stiff greyish brush. And there was something respectable and like an official about his manner too. But he was restless, he ruffled up his hair and from time to time let his head drop into his hands dejectedly resting his ragged elbows on the stained and sticky table. At last he looked straight at Raskolnikov, and said loudly and resolutely. "May I venture, honored sir, to engage you in polite conversation? Forasmuch as, though your exterior would not command respect, my experience admonishes me that you are a man of education and not accustomed to drinking. I have always respected education when in conjunction with genuine sentiments, and I am besides a titular councillor in rank. Marmaladov, such is my name, titular councillor. I make bold to inquire, have you been in the service?" "No, I am studying," answered the young man, somewhat surprised at the grandiloquent style of the speaker and also at being so directly addressed. In spite of the momentary desire he had just been feeling for company of any sort, on being actually spoken to he felt immediately his habitual irritable and uneasy aversion for any stranger who approached or attempted to approach him. "A student then, or formerly a student," cried the clerk. "Just what I thought. I'm a man of experience, immense experience, sir," and he tapped his forehead with his fingers in self-approval. "You've been a student or have attended some learned institution. But allow me," he got up, staggered, took up his jug and glass, and sat down beside the young man, facing him a little sideways. He was drunk, but spoke fluently and boldly, only occasionally losing the thread of his sentences and drawling his words. He pounced upon Raskolnikov as greedily as though he too had not spoken to a soul for a month. "Honored sir," he began almost with solemnity, "poverty is not a vice, that's a true saying. Yet I know too that drunkenness is not a virtue, and that that's even truer. But beggary, honored sir, beggary is a vice. In poverty you may still retain your innate nobility of soul, but in beggary, never, no one. For beggary a man is not chased out of human society with a stick, he is swept out with a broom, so as to make it as humiliating as possible, and quite right, too, for as much as in beggary I am ready to be the first to humiliate myself. Hence the pot-house. Honored sir, a month ago Mr. Lebeziatnikov gave my wife a beating, and my wife is a very different matter from me. Do you understand? Allow me to ask you another question out of simple curiosity, have you ever spent a night on a hay barge, on the Neva? No, I have not happened to, answered Raskolnikov. What do you mean? Well, I've just come from one and it's the 5th night I've slept so. He filled his glass, emptied it and paused. Bits of hay were in fact clinging to his clothes and sticking to his hair. It seemed quite probable that he had not undressed or washed for the last 5 days. His hands, particularly, were filthy. They were fat and red, with black nails. His conversation seemed to excite a general though languid interest. The boys at the counter fell to sniggering. The innkeeper came down from the upper room, apparently on purpose to listen to the funny fellow, and sat down at a little distance, yawning lazily, but with dignity. Evidently Marmeladov was a familiar figure here, and he had most likely acquired his weakness for high-flown speeches from the habit of frequently entering into conversation with strangers of all sorts in the tavern. This habit develops into a necessity in some drunkards, and especially in those who are looked after sharply and kept in order at home. Hence in the company of other drinkers they try to justify themselves and even if possible obtain consideration. Funny fellow, pronounced the innkeeper. And why don't you work, why aren't you at your duty, if you are in the service? Why am I not at my duty, honored sir, Marmeladov went on, addressing himself exclusively to Raskolnikov, as though it had been he who put that question to him. Why am I not at my duty? Does not my heart ache to think what a useless worm I am? A month ago when Mr. Lebeziatnikov beat my wife with his own hands, and I lay drunk, didn't I suffer? Excuse me, young man, has it ever happened to you, H.M.? Well, to petition hopelessly for a loan. Yes, it has. But what do you mean by hopelessly? Hopelessly in the fullest sense, when you know beforehand that you will get nothing by it. You know, for instance, beforehand with positive certainty that this man, this most reputable and exemplary citizen, will on no consideration give you money, and indeed I ask you why should he? For he knows of course that I shan't pay it back. From compassion? But Mr. Lebeziatnikov, who keeps up with modern ideas, explained the other day that compassion is forbidden nowadays by science itself, and that that's what is done now in England, where there is political economy. Why, I ask you, should he give it to me? And yet though I know beforehand that he won't, I set off to him and. Why do you go, put in Raskolnikov. Well, when one has no one, nowhere else one can go. For every man must have somewhere to go. Since there are times when one absolutely must go somewhere. When my own daughter first went out with a yellow ticket, then I had to go. For my daughter has a yellow passport, he added in parenthesis, looking with a certain uneasiness at the young man. No matter, sir, no matter, he went on hurriedly and with apparent composure when both the boys at the counter guffawed and even the innkeeper smiled, no matter, I am not confounded by the wagging of their heads, for everyone knows everything about it already, and all that is secret is made open. And I accept it all, not with contempt, but with humility. So be it. So be it. Behold the man. Excuse me, young man, can you? No, to put it more strongly and more distinctly, not can you but dare you, looking upon me, assert that I am not a pig. The young man did not answer a word. Well, the orator began again stolidly and with even increased dignity, after waiting for the laughter in the room to subside. Well, so be it, I am a pig, but she is a lady. I have the semblance of a beast, but Katerina Ivanovna, my spouse, is a person of education and an officer's daughter. Granted, granted, I am a scoundrel, but she is a woman of a noble heart, full of sentiments, refined by education. And yet, oh, if only she felt for me. Honored sir, you know every man ought to have at least one place where people feel for him. But Katerina Ivanovna, though she is magnanimous, she is unjust. And yet, although I realize that when she pulls my hair she only does it out of pity, for I repeat without being ashamed, she pulls my hair, young man, he declared with redoubled dignity, hearing the sniggering again, but, my God, if she would but once. But no, no. It's all in vain and it's no use talking. No use talking. For more than once, my wish did come true and more than once she has felt for me, but, such is my fate and I am a beast by nature. Rather, assented the innkeeper yawning. Marmeladov struck his fist resolutely on the table. Such is my fate. Do you know, sir, do you know, I have sold her very stockings for drink? Not her shoes, that would be more or less in the order of things, but her stockings I have sold for drink. Her mohair shawl I sold for drink, a present to her long ago, her own property, not mine, and we live in a cold room and she caught cold this winter and has begun coughing and spitting blood too. We have 3 little children and Katerina Ivanovna is at work from morning till night, she is scrubbing and cleaning and washing the children, for she's been used to cleanliness from a child. But her chest is weak and she has a tendency to consumption and I feel it. Do you suppose I don't feel it? And the more I drink the more I feel it. That's why I drink too. I try to find sympathy and feeling in drink. I drink so that I may suffer twice as much. And as though in despair he laid his head down on the table. Young man, he went on, raising his head again, in your face I seem to read some trouble of mind. When you came in I read it, and that was why I addressed you at once. For in unfolding to you the story of my life, I do not wish to make myself a laughingstock before these idle listeners, who indeed know all about it already, but I am looking for a man of feeling and education. Know then that my wife was educated in a high-class school for the daughters of noblemen, and on leaving she danced the shawl dance before the governor and other personages for which she was presented with a gold medal and a certificate of merit. The medal, well, the medal of course was sold, long ago, hm. But the certificate of merit is in her trunk still and not long ago she showed it to our landlady. And although she is most continually on bad terms with the landlady, yet she wanted to tell someone or other of her past honors and of the happy days that are gone. I don't condemn her for it, I don't blame her, for the one thing left her is recollection of the past, and all the rest is dust and ashes. Yes, yes, she is a lady of spirit, proud and determined. She scrubs the floors herself and has nothing but black bread to eat, but won't allow herself to be treated with disrespect. That's why she would not overlook Mr. Lebeziatnikov's rudeness to her, and so when he gave her a beating for it, she took to her bed more from the hurt to her feelings than from the blows. She was a widow when I married her, with 3 children, one smaller than the other. She married her first husband, an infantry officer, for love and ran away with him from her father's house. She was exceedingly fond of her husband, but he gave way to cards, got into trouble and with that he died. He used to beat her at the end, and although she paid him back, of which I have authentic documentary evidence, to this day she speaks of him with tears and she throws him up to me, and I am glad that, though only in imagination, she should think of herself as having once been happy. And she was left at his death with 3 children in a wild and remote district where I happened to be at the time, and she was left in such hopeless poverty that, although I have seen many ups and downs of all sort, I don't feel equal to describing it even. Her relations had all thrown her off. And she was proud, too, excessively proud. And then, honored sir, and then, I, being at the time a widower, with a daughter of 14 left me by my first wife, offered her my hand, for I could not bear the sight of such suffering. You can judge the extremity of her calamities, that she, a woman of education and culture and distinguished family, should have consented to be my wife. But she did. Weeping and sobbing and wringing her hands, she married me. For she had nowhere to turn. Do you understand, sir, do you understand what it means when you have absolutely nowhere to turn? No, that you don't understand yet. And for a whole year, I performed my duties conscientiously and faithfully, and did not touch this, he tapped the jug with his finger, for I have feelings. But even so, I could not please her, and then I lost my place too, and that through no fault of mine but through changes in the office, and then I did touch it. It will be a year and a half ago soon since we found ourselves at last after many wanderings and numerous calamities in this magnificent capital, adorned with innumerable monuments. Here I obtained a situation. I obtained it and I lost it again. Do you understand? This time it was through my own fault I lost it, for my weakness had come out. We have now part of a room at Amalia Fyodorovna Lipovixel's, and what we live upon and what we pay our rent with, I could not say. There are a lot of people living there besides ourselves. Dirt and disorder, a perfect bedlam, hm. Yes. And meanwhile my daughter by my first wife has grown up, and what my daughter has had to put up with from her stepmother whilst she was growing up, I won't speak of. For, though Katerina Ivanovna is full of generous feelings, she is a spirited lady, irritable and short-tempered. Yes. But it's no use going over that. Sonia, as you may well fancy, has had no education. I did make an effort 4 years ago to give her a course of geography and universal history, but as I was not very well up in those subjects myself and we had no suitable books, and what books we had, anyway we have not even those now, so all our instruction came to an end. We stopped at Cyrus of Persia. Since she has attained years of maturity, she has read other books of romantic tendency and of late she had read with great interest a book she got through Mr. Lebeziatnikov, Louis Physiology, do you know it, and even recounted extracts from it to us, and that's the whole of her education. And now may I venture to address you, honored sir, on my own account with a private question. Do you suppose that a respectable poor girl can earn much by honest work? Not 15 farthings a day can she earn, if she is respectable and has no special talent and that without putting her work down for an instant. And what's more, Ivan Ivanitch Klopstock the civil councillor, have you heard of him, has not to this day paid her for the half-dozen linen shirts she made him and drove her roughly away, stamping and reviling her, on the pretext that the shirt collars were not made like the pattern and were put in askew. And there are the little ones hungry. And Katerina Ivanovna walking up and down and wringing her hands, her cheeks flushed red, as they always are in that disease. Here you live with us, says she, you eat and drink and are kept warm and you do nothing to help. And much she gets to eat and drink when there is not a crust for the little ones for 3 days. I was lying at the time, well, what of it? I was lying drunk and I heard my Sonia speaking. She is a gentle creature with a soft little voice, fair hair and such a pale, thin little face. She said, Katerina Ivanovna, am I really to do a thing like that? And Darya Frantsovna, a woman of evil character and very well known to the police, had 2 or 3 times tried to get at her through the landlady. And why not, said Katerina Ivanovna with a jeer, you are something mighty precious to be so careful of. But don't blame her, honored sir, don't blame her. She was not herself when she spoke, but driven to distraction by her illness and the crying of the hungry children, and it was said more to wound her than anything else. For that's Katerina Ivanovna's character, and when children cry, even from hunger, she falls to beating them at once. At 6 o'clock I saw Sonia get up, put on her kerchief and her cape, and go out of the room, and about 9 o'clock she came back. She walked straight up to Katerina Ivanovna and she laid 30 rubles on the table before her in silence. She did not utter a word, she did not even look at her, she simply picked up our big green drap de dame's shawl. We have a shawl, made of drap de dames, put it over her head and face and lay down on the bed with her face to the wall, only her little shoulders and her body kept shuddering. And I went on lying there, just as before. And then I saw, young man, I saw Katerina Ivanovna, in the same silence go up to Sonia's little bed. She was on her knees all the evening kissing Sonia's feet, and would not get up, and then they both fell asleep in each other's arms, together, yes, and I, lay drunk. Marmeladov stopped short, as though his voice had failed him. Then he hurriedly filled his glass, drank, and cleared his throat. Since then, sir, he went on after a brief pause, since then, owing to an unfortunate occurrence and through information given by evil-intentioned persons, in all which Darya Frantsovna took a leading part on the pretext that she had been treated with want of respect, since then my daughter Sofia Semyonovna has been forced to take a yellow ticket, and owing to that she is unable to go on living with us. For our landlady, Amalia Fyodorovna would not hear of it, though she had backed up Darya Frantsovna before, and Mr. Lebeziatnikov too, H.M. All the trouble between him and Katerina Ivanovna was on Sonia's account. At first he was for making up to Sonia himself, and then all of a sudden he stood on his dignity. How, said he, can a highly educated man like me live in the same rooms with a girl like that? And Katerina Ivanovna would not let it pass. She stood up for her, and so that's how it happened. And Sonia comes to us now, mostly after dark, she comforts Katerina Ivanovna and gives her all she can. She has a room at the Kapernamovs the tailors, she lodges with them. Kapernamov is a lame man with a cleft palate, and all of his numerous family have cleft palates too. And his wife, too, has a cleft palate. They all live in one room, but Sonia has her own, partitioned off. Yes, very poor people and all with cleft palates, yes. Then I got up in the morning, and put on my rags, lifted up my hands to heaven and set off to His Excellency Ivan Afanasievich. His Excellency Ivan Afanasievich, do you know him? No? Well, then, it's a man of God you don't know. He is wax before the face of the Lord, even as wax melteth. His eyes were dim when he heard my story. Marmeladov, once already you have deceived my expectations. I'll take you once more on my own responsibility, that's what he said, remember, he said, and now you can go. I kissed the dust at his feet, in thought only, for in reality he would not have allowed me to do it, being a statesman and a man of modern political and enlightened ideas. I returned home, and when I announced that I'd been taken back into the service and should receive a salary, heavens, what a to-do there was. Marmeladov stopped again in violent excitement. At that moment a whole party of revellers already drunk came in from the street, and the sounds of a hired concertina and the cracked piping voice of a child of 7 singing the Hamlet were heard in the entry. The room was filled with noise. The tavern keeper and the boys were busy with the newcomers. Marmeladov, paying no attention to the new arrivals, continued his story. He appeared by now to be extremely weak, but as he became more and more drunk, he became more and more talkative. The recollection of his recent success in getting the situation seemed to revive him, and was positively reflected in a sort of radiance on his face. Raskolnikov listened attentively. That was 5 weeks ago, sir. Yes. As soon as Katerina Ivanovna and Sonia heard of it, mercy on us, it was as though I stepped into the kingdom of heaven. It used to be, you can lie like a beast, nothing but abuse. Now they were walking on tiptoe, hushing the children. Semyon Zaharovich is tired with his work at the office, he is resting, shh. They made me coffee before I went to work and boiled cream for me. They began to get real cream for me, do you hear that? And how they managed to get together the money for a decent outfit, 11 rubles, 50 kopecks, I can't guess. Boots, cotton shirt fronts, most magnificent, a uniform, they got up all in splendid style, for 11 rubles and a half. The first morning I came back from the office I found Katerina Ivanovna had cooked 2 courses for dinner, soup and salt meat with horseradish, which we had never dreamed of till then. She had not any dresses, none at all, but she got herself up as though she were going on a visit, and not that she'd anything to do it with, she smartened herself up with nothing at all, she'd done her hair nicely, put on a clean collar of some sort, cuffs, and there she was, quite a different person, she was younger and better looking. Sonia, my little darling, had only helped with money for the time, she said, it won't do for me to come and see you too often. After dark maybe when no one can see. Do you hear, do you hear? I lay down for a nap after dinner and what do you think, though Katerina Ivanovna had quarrelled to the last degree with our landlady Amalia Fyodorovna only a week before, she could not resist then asking her into coffee. For 2 hours they were sitting, whispering together. Semyon Zaharovich is in the service again now and receiving a salary, says she, and he went himself to His Excellency and His Excellency himself came out to him, made all the others wait and led Semyon Zaharovich by the hand before everybody into his study. Do you hear, do you hear? To be sure, says he, Semyon Zaharovich, remembering your past services, says he, and in spite of your propensity to that foolish weakness, since you promise now and since moreover we've got on badly without you, do you hear, do you hear? And so, says he, I rely now on your word as a gentleman. And all that, let me tell you, she has simply made up for herself, and not simply out of wantonness, for the sake of bragging, no, she believes it all herself, she amuses herself with her own fancies, upon my word she does. And I don't blame her for it, no, I don't blame her. 6 days ago when I brought her my first earnings in full, 23 rubles 40 kopecks altogether, she called me her poppet, said she, my little poppet. And when we were by ourselves, you understand. You would not think me a beauty, you would not think much of me as a husband, would you? Well, she pinched my cheek, my little poppet, said she. Marmeladov broke off, tried to smile, but suddenly his chin began to twitch. He controlled himself however. The tavern, the degraded appearance of the man, the 5 nights in the hay barge, and the pot of spirits, and yet this poignant love for his wife and children bewildered his listener. Raskolnikov listened intently but with a sick sensation. He felt vexed that he had come here. Honored sir, cried Marmeladov recovering himself, oh, sir, perhaps all this seems a laughing matter to you, as it does to others, and perhaps I am only worrying you with the stupidity of all the trivial details of my home life, but it is not a laughing matter to me. For I can feel it all. And the whole of that heavenly day of my life and the whole of that evening I passed in fleeting dreams of how I would arrange it all, and how I would dress all the children, and how I should give her rest, and how I should rescue my own daughter from dishonor and restore her to the bosom of her family. And a great deal more. Quite excusable, sir. Well, then, sir, Marmeladov suddenly gave a sort of start, raised his head and gazed intently at his listener, well, on the very next day after all those dreams, that is to say, exactly 5 days ago, in the evening, by a cunning trick, like a thief in the night, I stole from Katerina Ivanovna the key of her box, took out what was left of my earnings, how much it was I have forgotten, and now look at me, all of you. It's the 5th day since I left home, and they are looking for me there and it's the end of my employment, and my uniform is lying in a tavern on the Egyptian bridge. I exchanged it for the garments I have on, and it's the end of everything. Marmeladov struck his forehead with his fist, clenched his teeth, closed his eyes and leaned heavily with his elbow on the table. But a minute later his face suddenly changed and with a certain assumed slyness and affectation of bravado, he glanced at Raskolnikov, laughed and said. This morning I went to see Sonia, I went to ask her for a pick-me-up. He. You don't say she gave it to you, cried one of the newcomers, he shouted the words and went off into a guffaw. This very quart was bought with her money, Marmeladov declared, addressing himself exclusively to Raskolnikov. 30 kopecks she gave me with her own hands, her last, all she had, as I saw. She said nothing, she only looked at me without a word. Not on earth, but up yonder, they grieve over men, they weep, but they don't blame them, they don't blame them. But it hurts more when they don't blame. 30 kopecks yes. And maybe she needs them now, eh? What do you think, my dear sir? For now she's got to keep up her appearance. It costs money, that smartness, that special smartness, you know? Do you understand? And there's pomatum, too, you see, she must have things, petticoats, starched ones, shoes, too, real jaunty ones to show off her foot when she has to step over a puddle. Do you understand, sir, do you understand what all that smartness means? And here I, her own father, here I took 30 kopecks of that money for a drink. And I am drinking it. And I have already drunk it. Come, who will have pity on a man like me, eh? Are you sorry for me, sir, or not? Tell me, sir, are you sorry or not? He. He would have filled his glass, but there was no drink left. The pot was empty. What are you to be pitied for, shouted the tavern keeper who was again near them. Shouts of laughter and even oaths followed. The laughter and the oaths came from those who were listening and also from those who had heard nothing but were simply looking at the figure of the discharged government clerk. To be pitied. Why am I to be pitied? Marmeladov suddenly declaimed, standing up with his arm outstretched, as though he had been only waiting for that question. Why am I to be pitied, you say? Yes. There's nothing to pity me for. I ought to be crucified on a cross, not pitied. Crucify me, O judge, crucify me but pity me. And then I will go of myself to be crucified, for it's not merrymaking I seek but tears and tribulation. Do you suppose, you that sell, that this pint of yours has been sweet to me? It was tribulation I sought at the bottom of it, tears and tribulation, and have found it, and I have tasted it, but he will pity us who has had pity on all men, who has understood all men and all things, he is the one, he too is the judge. He will come in that day and he will ask, where is the daughter who gave herself for her cross, consumptive stepmother and for the little children of another? Where is the daughter who had pity upon the filthy drunkard, her earthly father, undismayed by his beastliness? And he will say, come to me. I have already forgiven thee once. I have forgiven thee once. Thy sins which are many are forgiven thee for thou hast loved much, and he will forgive my Sonia, he will forgive, I know it. I felt it in my heart when I was with her just now. And he will judge and will forgive all, the good and the evil, the wise and the meek. And when he has done with all of them, then he will summon us. You too come forth, he will say, come forth ye drunkards, come forth, ye weak ones, come forth, ye children of shame. And we shall all come forth, without shame and shall stand before him. And he will say unto us, ye are swine, made in the image of the beast and with his mark, but come yet also. And the wise ones and those of understanding will say, O Lord, why dost thou receive these men? And he will say, this is why I receive them, O ye wise, this is why I receive them, O ye of understanding, that not one of them believed himself to be worthy of this. And he will hold out his hands to us and we shall fall down before him, and we shall weep, and we shall understand all things. Then we shall understand all. And all will understand, Katerina Ivanovna even, she will understand. Lord, thy kingdom come. And he sank down on the bench exhausted, and helpless, looking at no one, apparently oblivious of his surroundings and plunged in deep thought. His words had created a certain impression, there was a moment of silence, but soon laughter and oaths were heard again. That's his notion. Talked himself silly. A fine clerk he is. And so on, and so on. Let us go, sir, said Marmeladov all at once, raising his head and addressing Raskolnikov, come along with me. Kozel's house, looking into the yard. I'm going to Katerina Ivanovna, time I did. Raskolnikov had for some time been wanting to go and he had meant to help him. Marmeladov was much unsteadier on his legs than in his speech and leaned heavily on the young man. They had 200 or 300 paces to go. The drunken man was more and more overcome by dismay and confusion as they drew near the house. It's not Katerina Ivanovna I am afraid of now, he muttered in agitation, and that she will begin pulling my hair. What does my hair matter? Bother my hair. That's what I say. Indeed it will be better if she does begin pulling it, that's not what I am afraid of, it's her eyes I am afraid of, yes, her eyes, the red on her cheeks, too, frightens me, and her breathing too. Have you noticed how people in that disease breathe, when they are excited? I am frightened of the children's crying, too. For if Sonia has not taken them food. I don't know what's happened. I don't know. But blows I am not afraid of. No, sir, that such blows are not a pain to me, but even an enjoyment. In fact I can't get on without it. It's better so. Let her strike me, it relieves her heart, it's better so. There is the house. The house of Kozel, the cabinet maker, a German, well-to-do. Lead the way. They went in from the yard and up to the 4th story. The staircase got darker and darker as they went up. It was nearly 11 o'clock and although in summer in Petersburg there is no real night, yet it was quite dark at the top of the stairs. A grimy little door at the very top of the stairs stood ajar. A very poor-looking room about 10 paces long was lighted up by a candle and, the whole of it was visible from the entrance. It was all in disorder, littered up with rags of all sorts, especially children's garments. Across the furthest corner was stretched a ragged sheet. Behind it probably was the bed. There was nothing in the room except 2 chairs and a sofa covered with American leather, full of holes, before which stood an old deal kitchen table, unpainted and uncovered. At the edge of the table stood a smoldering tallow candle and an iron candlestick. It appeared that the family had a room to themselves, not part of a room, but their room was practically a passage. The door leading to the other rooms, or rather cupboards, into which Amalia Olipoviksel's flat was divided stood half open, and there was shouting, uproar, and laughter within. People seemed to be playing cards and drinking tea there. Words of the most unceremonious kind flew out from time to time. Raskolnikov recognized Katerina Ivanovna at once. She was a rather tall, slim, and graceful woman, terribly emaciated, with magnificent dark brown hair and with a hectic flush in her cheeks. She was pacing up and down in her little room, pressing her hands against her chest, her lips were parched and her breathing came in nervous broken gasps. Her eyes glittered as in fever and looked about with a harsh immovable stare. And that consumptive and excited face with the last flickering light of the candle end playing upon it made a sickening impression. She seemed to Raskolnikov about 30 years old and was certainly a strange wife for Marmeladov. She had not heard them and did not notice them coming in. She seemed to be lost in thought, hearing and seeing nothing. The room was close, but she had not opened the window. A stench rose from the staircase, but the door onto the stairs was not closed. From the inner rooms clouds of tobacco smoke floated in. She kept coughing, but did not close the door. The youngest child, a girl of 6, was asleep, sitting curled up on the floor with her head on the sofa. A boy a year older stood crying and shaking in the corner, probably he had just had a beating. Beside him stood a girl of 9 years old, tall and thin, wearing a thin and ragged chemise with an ancient cashmere pelisse flung over her bare shoulders, long outgrown and barely reaching her knees. Her arm, as thin as a stick, was round her brother's neck. She was trying to comfort him, whispering something to him, and doing all she could to keep him from whimpering again. At the same time her large dark eyes, which looked larger still from the thinness of her frightened face, were watching her mother with alarm. Marmeladov did not enter the door, but dropped on his knees in the very doorway, pushing Raskolnikov in front of him. The woman seeing a stranger stopped indifferently facing him, coming to herself for a moment and apparently wondering what he had come for. But evidently she decided that he was going into the next room, as he had to pass through hers to get there. Taking no further notice of him, she walked towards the outer door to close it and uttered a sudden scream on seeing her husband on his knees in the doorway. "Ah!" she cried out in a frenzy, "he has come back! The criminal! The monster! And where is the money? What's in your pocket? Show me! And your clothes are all different. Where are your clothes? Where is the money? Speak!" And she fell to searching him. Marmeladov submissively and obediently held up both arms to facilitate the search. Not a farthing was there. "Where is the money?" she cried, "mercy on us, can he have drunk it all?" There were 12 silver rubles left in the chest, and in a fury she seized him by the hair and dragged him into the room. Marmeladov seconded her efforts by meekly crawling along on his knees. "And this is a consolation to me. This does not hurt me, but is a positive consolation, Hono Red sir," he called out, shaken to and fro by his hair and even once striking the ground with his forehead. The child asleep on the floor woke up, and began to cry. The boy in the corner losing all control began trembling and screaming and rushed to his sister in violent terror, almost in a fit. The eldest girl was shaking like a leaf. He's drunk it all," the poor woman screamed in despair, "and his clothes are gone. And they are hungry, and wringing her hands she pointed to the children. "Oh, accursed life! And you, are you not ashamed?" she pounced all at once upon Raskolnikov, from the tavern. "Have you been drinking with him? You have been drinking with him, too. Go away!" The young man was hastening away without uttering a word. The inner door was thrown wide open and inquisitive faces were peering in at it. Coarse laughing faces with pipes and cigarettes and heads wearing caps thrust themselves in at the doorway. Further in could be seen figures in dressing gowns flung open, in costumes of unseemly scantiness, some of them with cards in their hands. They were particularly diverted, when Marmeladov, dragged about by his hair, shouted that it was a consolation to him. They even began to come into the room. At last a sinister shrill outcry was heard. This came from Amalia Olipovixel herself pushing her way amongst them and trying to restore order after her own fashion and for the 100th time to frighten the poor woman by ordering her with coarse abuse to clear out of the room next day. As he went out, Raskolnikov had time to put his hand into his pocket, to snatch up the coppers he had received in exchange for his ruble in the tavern and to lay them unnoticed on the window. Afterwards on the stairs, he changed his mind and would have gone back. "What a stupid thing I've done," he thought to himself, "they have Sonia and I want it myself." But reflecting that it would be impossible to take it back now and that in any case he would not have taken it, he dismissed it with a wave of his hand and went back to his lodging. "Sonia wants pomatum too," he said as he walked along the street, and he laughed malignantly, "such smartness costs money. And maybe Sonia herself will be bankrupt today, for there is always a risk, hunting big game, digging for gold, then they would all be without a crust tomorrow except for my money. Hurrah for Sonia! What a mine they've dug there! And they're making the most of it. Yes, they are making the most of it. They've wept over it and grown used to it. Man grows used to everything, the scoundrel." He sank into thought. "And what if I am wrong?" he cried suddenly after a moment's thought. "What if man is not really a scoundrel, man in general, I mean, the whole race of mankind, then all the rest is prejudice, simply artificial terrors and there are no barriers and it's all as it should be." Chapter 3 He waked up late next day after a broken sleep. But his sleep had not refreshed him. He waked up bilious, irritable, ill-tempered, and looked with hatred at his room. It was a tiny cupboard of a room about 6 paces in length. It had a poverty-stricken appearance with its dusty yellow paper peeling off the walls, and it was so low-pitched that a man of more than average height was ill at ease in it and felt every moment that he would knock his head against the ceiling. The furniture was in keeping with the room. There were 3 old chairs, rather rickety, a painted table in the corner on which lay a few manuscripts and books. The dust that lay thick upon them showed that they had been long untouched. A big clumsy sofa occupied almost the whole of one wall and half the floor space of the room. It was once covered with chintz, but was now in rags and served Raskolnikov as a bed. Often he went to sleep on it, as he was, without undressing, without sheets, wrapped in his old student's overcoat, with his head on one little pillow, under which he heaped up all the linen he had, clean and dirty, by way of a bolster. A little table stood in front of the sofa. It would have been difficult to sink to a lower ebb of disorder, but to Raskolnikov in his present state of mind this was positively agreeable. He had got completely away from everyone, like a tortoise in its shell, and even the sight of a servant girl who had to wait upon him and looked sometimes into his room made him writhe with nervous irritation. He was in the condition that overtakes some monomaniacs entirely concentrated upon one thing. His landlady had for the last fortnight given up sending him in meals, and he had not yet thought of expostulating with her, though he went without his dinner. Nastasia, the cook and only servant, was rather pleased at the lodger's mood and had entirely given up sweeping and doing his room. Only once a week or so she would stray into his room with a broom. She waked him up that day. "Get up, why are you asleep?" she called to him. "It's past 9, I have brought you some tea, will you have a cup? I should think you are fairly starving." Raskolnikov opened his eyes, started and recognized Nastasia. "From the landlady, he asked, slowly and with a sickly face sitting up on the sofa. "From the landlady, indeed." She set before him her own cracked teapot full of weak and stale tea and laid 2 yellow lumps of sugar by the side of it. "Here, Nastasia, take it please," he said, fumbling in his pocket, for he had slept in his clothes, and taking out a handful of coppers. "Run and buy me a loaf. And get me a little sausage, the cheapest, at the pork butcher's. The loaf I'll fetch you this very minute, but wouldn't you rather have some cabbage soup instead of sausage? It's capital soup, yesterday's. I saved it for you yesterday, but you came in late. It's fine soup." When the soup had been brought, and he had begun upon it, Nastasia sat down beside him on the sofa and began chatting. She was a country peasant woman and a very talkative one. "Praskovya Pavlovna means to complain to the police about you," she said. He scowled. "To the police? What does she want? You don't pay her money and you won't turn out of the room. That's what she wants, to be sure. The devil, that's the last straw," he muttered, grinding his teeth. "No, that would not suit me, just now. She is a fool," he added aloud. "I'll go and talk to her today. Fool she is and no mistake, just as I am. But why, if you are so clever, do you lie here like a sack and have nothing to show for it? One time you used to go out, you say, to teach children. But why is it you do nothing now?" "I am doing," Raskolnikov began sullenly and reluctantly. "What are you doing?" "Work." "What sort of work?" "I am thinking," he answered seriously after a pause. Nastasia was overcome with a fit of laughter. She was given to laughter, and when anything amused her, she laughed inaudibly, quivering and shaking all over till she felt ill. "And have you made much money by your thinking?" she managed to articulate at last. "One can't go out to give lessons without boots. And I'm sick of it. Don't quarrel with your bread and butter. They pay so little for lessons. What's the use of a few coppers?" he answered, reluctantly, as though replying to his own thought. "And you want to get a fortune all at once?" He looked at her strangely. "Yes, I want a fortune," he answered firmly, after a brief pause. "Don't be in such a hurry, you quite frighten me. Shall I get you the loaf or not?" "As you please." "Ah, I forgot. A letter came for you yesterday when you were out." "A letter, for me, from whom?" "I can't say. I gave 3 kopecks of my own to the postman for it." "Will you pay me back?" "Then bring it to me, for God's sake, bring it," cried Raskolnikov greatly excited. "Good God!" A minute later the letter was brought him. That was it, from his mother, from the province of R. He turned pale when he took it. It was a long while since he had received a letter, but another feeling also suddenly stabbed his heart. "Nastasia, leave me alone, for goodness sake, here are your 3 kopecks, but for goodness sake make haste and go." The letter was quivering in his hand. He did not want to open it in her presence, he wanted to be left alone with this letter. When Nastasia had gone out, he lifted it quickly to his lips and kissed it, then he gazed intently at the address, the small, sloping handwriting, so dear and familiar, of the mother who had once taught him to read and write. He delayed, he seemed almost afraid of something. At last he opened it. It was a thick heavy letter, weighing over 2 ounces. 2 large sheets of note paper were covered with very small handwriting. My dear Rodiah, wrote his mother, it's 2 months since I last had a talk with you by letter, which has distressed me and even kept me awake at night, thinking. But I am sure you will not blame me for my inevitable silence. You know how I love you, you are all we have to look to, Downia and I, you are our all, our one hope, our one stay. What a grief it was to me when I heard that you had given up the university some months ago, for want of means to keep yourself, and that you had lost your lessons and your other work. How could I help you out of my 120 rubles a year pension? The 15 rubles I sent you 4 months ago I borrowed, as you know, on security of my pension, from Vasily Ivanovich Voroshin, a merchant of this town. He is a kind-hearted man and was a friend of your father's too. But having given him the right to receive the pension, I had to wait till the debt was paid off, and that is only just done, so that I've been unable to send you anything all this time. But now, thank God, I believe I shall be able to send you something more, and in fact we may congratulate ourselves on our good fortune now, of which I hasten to inform you. In the first place, would you have guessed, dear Rodiah, that your sister has been living with me for the last 6 weeks, and we shall not be separated in the future? Thank God, her sufferings are over, but I will tell you everything in order, so that you may know just how everything has happened and all that we have hitherto concealed from you. When you wrote to me 2 months ago that you had heard that Downia had a great deal to put up with in the Svidrigaïlov's house, when you wrote that and asked me to tell you all about it, what could I write in answer to you? If I had written the whole truth to you, I dare say you would have thrown up everything and have come to us, even if you had to walk all the way, for I know your character and your feelings, and you would not let your sister be insulted. I was in despair myself, but what could I do? And, besides, I did not know the whole truth myself then. What made it all so difficult was that Downia received 100 rubles in advance when she took the place as governess in their family, on condition of part of her salary being deducted every month, and so it was impossible to throw up the situation without repaying the debt. This sum, now I can explain it all to you, my precious Rodiah, she took chiefly in order to send you 60 rubles, which you needed so terribly then and which you received from us last year. We deceived you then, writing that this money came from Downia's savings, but that was not so, and now I tell you all about it, because, thank God, things have suddenly changed for the better, and that you may know how Downia loves you and what a heart she has. At first indeed Mr. Svidrigaïlov treated her very rudely and used to make disrespectful and jeering remarks at table. But I don't want to go into all those painful details, so as not to worry you for nothing when it is now all over. In short, in spite of the kind and generous behavior of Marfa Petrovna, Mr. Svidrigaïlov's wife, and all the rest of the household, Downia had a very hard time, especially when Mr. Svidrigaïlov, relapsing into his old regimental habits, was under the influence of Bacchus. And how do you think it was all explained later on? Would you believe that the crazy fellow had conceived a passion for Downia from the beginning, but had concealed it under a show of rudeness and contempt? Possibly he was ashamed and horrified himself at his own flighty hopes, considering his years and his being the father of a family, and that made him angry with Downia. And possibly, too, he hoped by his rude and sneering behavior to hide the truth from others. But at last he lost all control and had the face to make Downia an open and shameful proposal, promising her all sorts of inducements and offering, besides, to throw up everything and take her to another estate of his, or even abroad. You can imagine all she went through. To leave her situation at once was impossible, not only on account of the money debt, but also to spare the feelings of Marfa Petrovna, whose suspicions would have been aroused, and then Downia would have been the cause of a rupture in the family. And it would have meant a terrible scandal for Downia too, that would have been inevitable. There were various other reasons owing to which Downia could not hope to escape from that awful house for another 6 weeks. You know Downia, of course, you know how clever she is and what a strong will she has. Downia can endure a great deal, and even in the most difficult cases she has the fortitude to maintain her firmness. She did not even write to me about everything for fear of upsetting me, although we were constantly in communication. It all ended very unexpectedly. Marfa Petrovna accidentally overheard her husband imploring Downia in the garden, and, putting quite a wrong interpretation on the position, threw the blame upon her, believing her to be the cause of it all. An awful scene took place between them on the spot in the garden. Marfa Petrovna went so far as to strike Downia, refused to hear anything and was shouting at her for a whole hour, and then gave orders that Downia should be packed off at once to me in a plain peasant's cart, into which they flung all her things, her linen and her clothes, all pell-mell, without folding it up and packing it. And a heavy shower of rain came on, too, and Downia, insulted and put to shame, had to drive with a peasant in an open cart all the 17 versts into town. Only think now, what answer could I have sent to the letter I received from you 2 months ago, and what could I have written? I was in despair. I dared not write to you the truth because you would have been very unhappy, mortified and indignant, and yet what could you do? You could only perhaps ruin yourself, and, besides, Downia would not allow it, and fill up my letter with trifles when my heart was so full of sorrow. I could not. For a whole month the town was full of gossip about this scandal, and it came to such a pass that Downia and I dared not even go to church on account of the contemptuous looks, whispers, and even remarks made aloud about us. All our acquaintances avoided us, nobody even bowed to us in the street, and I learnt that some shopmen and clerks were intending to insult us in a shameful way, smearing the gates of our house with pitch, so that the landlord began to tell us we must leave. All this was set going by Marfa Petrovna, who managed to slander Downia and throw dirt at her in every family. She knows everyone in the neighborhood, and that month she was continually coming into the town, and as she is rather talkative and fond of gossiping about her family affairs and particularly of complaining to all and each of her husband, which is not at all right, so in a short time she had spread her story not only in the town, but over the whole surrounding district. It made me ill, but Downia bore it better than I did, and if only you could have seen how she endured it all and tried to comfort me and cheer me up. She is an angel. But by God's mercy, our sufferings were cut short. Mr. Svidrigailov returned to his senses and repented and, probably feeling sorry for Downia, he laid before Marfa Petrovna a complete and unmistakable proof of Downia's innocence, in the form of a letter Downia had been forced to write and give to him, before Marfa Petrovna came upon them in the garden. This letter, which remained in Mr. Svidrigailov's hands after her departure, she had written to refuse personal explanations and secret interviews, for which he was entreating her. In that letter she reproached him with great heat and indignation for the baseness of his behavior in regard to Marfa Petrovna, reminding him that he was the father and head of a family and telling him how infamous it was of him to torment and make unhappy a defenseless girl, unhappy enough already. Indeed, dear Rodia, the letter was so nobly and touchingly written that I sobbed when I read it, and to this day I cannot read it without tears. Moreover, the evidence of the servants, too, cleared Downia's reputation. They had seen and known a great deal more than Mr. Svidrigailov had himself supposed, as indeed is always the case with servants. Marfa Petrovna was completely taken aback, and again crushed as she said herself to us, but she was completely convinced of Downia's innocence. The very next day, being Sunday, she went straight to the cathedral, knelt down and prayed with tears to Our Lady to give her strength to bear this new trial and to do her duty. Then she came straight from the cathedral to us, told us the whole story, wept bitterly and, fully penitent, she embraced Downia and besought her to forgive her. The same morning, without any delay, she went round to all the houses in the town and everywhere, shedding tears. She asserted in the most flattering terms Downia's innocence and the nobility of her feelings and her behavior. What was more, she showed and read to everyone the letter in Downia's own handwriting to Mr. Svidrigailov and even allowed them to take copies of it, which I must say I think was superfluous. In this way she was busy for several days in driving about the whole town, because some people had taken offence through precedence having been given to others. And therefore they had to take turns, so that in every house she was expected before she arrived, and everyone knew that on such and such a day Marfa Petrovna would be reading the letter in such and such a place, and people assembled for every reading of it, even many who had heard it several times already both in their own houses and in other people's. In my opinion a very great deal of all this was unnecessary, but that's Marfa Petrovna's character. Anyway, she succeeded in completely re-establishing Downia's reputation, and the whole ignominy of this affair rested as an indelible disgrace upon her husband, as the only person to blame, so that I really began to feel sorry for him. It was really treating the crazy fellow too harshly. Downia was at once asked to give lessons in several families, but she refused. All of a sudden everyone began to treat her with marked respect, and all this did much to bring about the event by which, one may say, our whole fortunes are now transformed. You must know, dear Rodia, that Downia has a suitor and that she has already consented to marry him. I hasten to tell you all about the matter, and though it has been arranged without asking your consent, I think you will not be aggrieved with me or with your sister on that account, for you will see that we could not wait and put off our decision till we heard from you. And you could not have judged all the facts without being on the spot. This was how it happened. He is already of the rank of a councillor, Pyotr Petrovich Luzhin, and is distantly related to Marfa Petrovna, who has been very active in bringing the match about. It began with his expressing through her his desire to make our acquaintance. He was properly received, drank coffee with us, and the very next day he sent us a letter in which he very courteously made an offer and begged for a speedy and decided answer. He is a very busy man and is in a great hurry to get to Petersburg, so that every moment is precious to him. At first, of course, we were greatly surprised, as it had all happened so quickly and unexpectedly. We thought and talked it over the whole day. He is a well-to-do man, to be depended upon. He has 2 posts in the government and has already made his fortune. It is true that he is 45 years old, but he is of a fairly prepossessing appearance and might still be thought attractive by women, and he is altogether a very respectable and presentable man, only he seems a little morose and somewhat conceited. But possibly that may only be the impression he makes at first sight. And beware, dear Rodia, when he comes to Petersburg, as he shortly will do, beware of judging him too hastily and severely, as your way is, if there is anything you do not like in him at first sight. I give you this warning, although I feel sure that he will make a favorable impression upon you. Moreover, in order to understand any man one must be deliberate and careful to avoid forming prejudices and mistaken ideas, which are very difficult to correct and get over afterwards. And Pyotr Petrovitch, judging by many indications, is a thoroughly estimable man. At his first visit, indeed, he told us that he was a practical man, but still he shares, as he expressed it, many of the convictions of our most rising generation, and he is an opponent of all prejudices. He said a good deal more, for he seems a little conceited and likes to be listened to, but this is scarcely a vice. I, of course, understood very little of it, but Dounia explained to me that, though he is not a man of great education, he is clever and seems to be good-natured. You know your sister's character, Rodia. She is a resolute, sensible, patient, and generous girl, but she has a passionate heart, as I know very well. Of course, there is no great love either on his side, or on hers, but Dounia is a clever girl and has the heart of an angel, and will make it her duty to make her husband happy, who on his side will make her happiness his care. Of that we have no good reason to doubt, though it must be admitted the matter has been arranged in great haste. Besides, he is a man of great prudence, and he will see, to be sure, of himself, that his own happiness will be the more secure, the happier Dounia is with him. And as for some defects of character, for some habits and even certain differences of opinion, which indeed are inevitable even in the happiest marriages, Dounia has said that, as regards all that, she relies on herself, that there is nothing to be uneasy about, and that she is ready to put up with a great deal, if only their future relationship can be an honorable and straightforward one. He struck me, for instance, at first, as rather abrupt, but that may well come from his being an outspoken man, and that is no doubt how it is. For instance, at his second visit, after he had received Dounia's consent, in the course of conversation, he declared that before making Dounia's acquaintance, he had made up his mind to marry a girl of good reputation, without dowry and, above all, one who had experienced poverty, because, as he explained, a man ought not to be indebted to his wife, but that it is better for a wife to look upon her husband as her benefactor. I must add that he expressed it more nicely and politely than I have done, for I have forgotten his actual phrases and only remember the meaning. And, besides, it was obviously not said of design, but slipped out in the heat of conversation, so that he tried afterwards to correct himself and smooth it over, but all the same it did strike me as somewhat rude, and I said so afterwards to Dounia. But Dounia was vexed, and answered that words are not deeds, and that, of course, is perfectly true. Dounia did not sleep all night before she made up her mind, and, thinking that I was asleep, she got out of bed and was walking up and down the room all night. At last she knelt down before the icon and prayed long and fervently, and in the morning she told me that she had decided. I have mentioned already that Pyotr Petrovitch is just setting off for Petersburg, where he has a great deal of business, and he wants to open a legal bureau. He has been occupied for many years in conducting civil and commercial litigation, and only the other day he won an important case. He has to be in Petersburg because he has an important case before the Senate. So, Rodia dear, he may be of the greatest use to you, in every way indeed, and Dounia and I have agreed that from this very day you could definitely enter upon your career and might consider that your future is marked out and assured for you. Oh, if only this comes to pass. This would be such a benefit that we could only look upon it as a providential blessing. Dounia is dreaming of nothing else. We have even ventured already to drop a few words on the subject to Pyotr Petrovitch. He was cautious in his answer, and said that, of course, as he could not get on without a secretary, it would be better to be paying a salary to a relation than to a stranger, if only the former were fitted for the duties, as though there could be doubt of your being fitted, but then he expressed doubts whether your studies at the university would leave you time for work at his office. The matter dropped for the time, but Dounia is thinking of nothing else now. She has been in a sort of fever for the last few days, and has already made a regular plan for your becoming in the end an associate and even a partner in Pyotr Petrovitch's business, which might well be, seeing that you are a student of law. I am in complete agreement with her, Rodia, and share all her plans and hopes, and think there is every probability of realizing them. And in spite of Pyotr Petrovitch's evasiveness, very natural at present, since he does not know you, Dounia is firmly persuaded that she will gain everything by her good influence over her future husband. This she is reckoning upon. Of course we are careful not to talk of any of these more remote plans to Pyotr Petrovitch, especially of your becoming his partner. He is a practical man and might take this very coldly, it might all seem to him simply a daydream. Nor has either Dounia or I breathed a word to him of the great hopes we have of his helping us to pay for your university studies. We have not spoken of it in the first place, because it will come to pass of itself, later on, and he will no doubt without wasting words offer to do it of himself, as though he could refuse Dounia that, the more readily since you may by your own efforts become his right hand in the office, and receive this assistance not as a charity, but as a salary earned by your own work. Dounia wants to arrange it all like this and I quite agree with her. And we have not spoken of our plans for another reason, that is, because I particularly wanted you to feel on an equal footing when you first meet him. When Dounia spoke to him with enthusiasm about you, he answered that one could never judge of a man without seeing him close, for oneself, and that he looked forward to forming his own opinion when he makes your acquaintance. Do you know, my precious Rodia, I think that perhaps for some reasons, nothing to do with Pyotr Petrovitch though, simply for my own personal, perhaps old womanish, fancies, I should do better to go on living by myself, apart, than with them, after the wedding. I am convinced that he will be generous and delicate enough to invite me and to urge me to remain with my daughter for the future, and if he has said nothing about it hitherto, it is simply because it has been taken for granted, but I shall refuse. I have noticed more than once in my life that husbands don't quite get on with their mothers-in-law, and I don't want to be the least bit in anyone's way, and for my own sake, too, would rather be quite independent, so long as I have a crust of bread of my own, and such children as you and Downia. If possible, I would settle somewhere near you, for the most joyful piece of news, dear Rhodia, I have kept for the end of my letter. Know then, my dear boy, that we may, perhaps, be all together in a very short time and may embrace one another again after a separation of almost 3 years. It is settled for certain that Downia and I are to set off for Petersburg, exactly when I don't know, but very, very soon, possibly in a week. It all depends on Pyotr Petrovitch, who will let us know when he has had time to look round him in Petersburg. To suit his own arrangements he is anxious to have the ceremony as soon as possible, even before the fast of Our Lady, if it could be managed, or if that is too soon to be ready, immediately after. Oh, with what happiness I shall press you to my heart. Downia is all excitement at the joyful thought of seeing you. She said one day in joke that she would be ready to marry Pyotr Petrovitch for that alone. She is an angel. She is not writing anything to you now, and has only told me to write that she has so much to tell you that she is not going to take up her pen now, for a few lines would tell you nothing, and it would only mean upsetting herself. She bids me send you her love and innumerable kisses. But although we shall be meeting so soon, perhaps I shall send you as much money as I can in a day or two. Now that everyone has heard that Downia is to marry Pyotr Petrovitch, my credit has suddenly improved, and I know that Afanasy Ivanovitch will trust me now even to 75 rubles on the security of my pension, so that perhaps I shall be able to send you 25 or even 30 rubles. I would send you more, but I am uneasy about our travelling expenses, for though Pyotr Petrovitch has been so kind as to undertake part of the expenses of the journey, that is to say, he has taken upon himself the conveyance of our bags and big trunk, which will be conveyed through some acquaintances of his, we must reckon upon some expense on our arrival in Petersburg, where we can't be left without a halfpenny, at least for the first few days. But we have calculated it all, Downia and I, to the last penny, and we see that the journey will not cost very much. It is only 90 versts from us to the railway, and we have come to an agreement with a driver we know, so as to be in readiness, and from there Downia and I can travel quite comfortably third class. So that I may very likely be able to send to you not 25, but 30 rubles. But enough, I have covered 2 sheets already and there is no space left for more, our whole history, but so many events have happened. And now, my precious Rhodia, I embrace you and send you a mother's blessing till we meet. Love Downia your sister, Rhodia, love her as she loves you and understand that she loves you beyond everything, more than herself. She is an angel and you, Rhodia, you are everything to us, our one hope, our one consolation. If only you are happy, we shall be happy. Do you still say your prayers, Rhodia, and believe in the mercy of our Creator and our Redeemer? I am afraid in my heart that you may have been visited by the new spirit of infidelity that is abroad today. If it is so, I pray for you. Remember, dear boy, how in your childhood, when your father was living, you used to lisp your prayers at my knee, and how happy we all were in those days. Goodbye, till we meet then, I embrace you warmly, warmly, with many kisses. Yours till death. Polcheria Raskolnikov. Almost from the first, while he read the letter, Raskolnikov's face was wet with tears, but when he finished it, his face was pale and distorted and a bitter, wrathful and malignant smile was on his lips. He laid his head down on his threadbare dirty pillow and pondered a long time. His heart was beating violently, and his brain was in a turmoil. At last he felt cramped and stifled in the little yellow room that was like a cupboard or a box. His eyes and his mind craved for space. He took up his hat and went out, this time without dread of meeting anyone. He had forgotten his dread. He turned in the direction of the Vasilyevsky Ostrov, walking along Vasilyevsky Prospect, as though hastening on some business, but he walked, as his habit was, without noticing his way, muttering and even speaking aloud to himself, to the astonishment of the passers-by. Many of them took him to be drunk. Chapter 4. His mother's letter had been a torture to him, but as regards the chief fact in it, he had felt not one moment's hesitation, even whilst he was reading the letter. The essential question was settled, and irrevocably settled, in his mind, never such a marriage while I am alive and Mr. Luzhin be damned. The thing is perfectly clear, he muttered to himself, with a malignant smile anticipating the triumph of his decision. No, mother, no, Downia, you won't deceive me, and then they apologize for not asking my advice and for taking the decision without me. I dare say. They imagine it is arranged now and can't be broken off, but we will see whether it can or not. A magnificent excuse. Pyotr Petrovitch is such a busy man that even his wedding has to be in post-haste, almost by express. No, Downia, I see it all and I know what you want to say to me, and I know too what you were thinking about, when you walked up and down all night, and what your prayers were like before the Holy Mother of Kazan who stands in Mother's bedroom. Bitter is the ascent to Golgotha. So it is finally settled, you have determined to marry a sensible businessman, Avdotia Romanovna, one who has a fortune, has already made his fortune, that is so much more solid and impressive, a man who holds 2 government posts and who shares the ideas of our most rising generation, as Mother writes, and who seems to be kind, as Downia herself observes. That seems beats everything. And that very Downia for that very seems is marrying him. Splendid. Splendid. But I should like to know why Mother has written to me about our most rising generation? Simply as a descriptive touch, or with the idea of prepossessing me in favor of Mr. Luzhin. Oh, the cunning of them. I should like to know one thing more, how far they were open with one another that day and night and all this time since. Was it all put into words, or did both understand that they had the same thing at heart and in their minds, so that there was no need to speak of it aloud, and better not to speak of it? Most likely it was partly like that, from Mother's letter it's evident, he struck her as rude a little, and Mother in her simplicity took her observations to Downia. And she was sure to be vexed and answered her angrily. I should think so. Who would not be angered when it was quite clear without any naive questions and when it was understood that it was useless to discuss it? And why does she write to me, love Downia, Rodia, and she loves you more than herself? Has she a secret conscience prick at sacrificing her daughter to her son? You are our one comfort, you are everything to us. Oh, Mother! His bitterness grew more and more intense, and if he had happened to meet Mr. Luzhin at the moment, he might have murdered him. Yes, that's true, he continued, pursuing the whirling ideas that chased each other in his brain. It is true that it needs time and care to get to know a man, but there is no mistake about Mr. Luzhin. The chief thing is he is a man of business and seems kind, that was something, wasn't it, to send the bags and big box for them. A kind man, no doubt after that. But his bride and her mother are to drive in a peasant's cart covered with sacking, I know, I have been driven in it. No matter. It is only 90 versts and then they can travel very comfortably, 3rd class, for 1,000 versts. Quite right, too. One must cut one's coat according to one's cloth, but what about you, Mr. Luzhin? She is your bride. And you must be aware that her mother has to raise money on her pension for the journey. To be sure it's a matter of business, a partnership for mutual benefit, with equal shares and expenses, food and drink provided, but pay for your tobacco. The businessman has got the better of them, too. The luggage will cost less than their fares and very likely go for nothing. How is it that they don't both see all that, or is it that they don't want to see? And they are pleased, pleased. And to think that this is only the first blossoming, and that the real fruits are to come. But what really matters is not the stinginess, is not the meanness, but the tone of the whole thing. For that will be the tone after marriage, it's a foretaste of it. And Mother too, why should she be so lavish? What will she have by the time she gets to Petersburg? 3 silver rubles or 2 paper ones as she says. That old woman, What does she expect to live upon in Petersburg afterwards? She has her reasons already for guessing that she could not live with Downia after the marriage, even for the first few months. The good man has no doubt let slip something on that subject also, though Mother would deny it. I shall refuse, says she. On whom is she reckoning then? Is she counting on what is left of her 120 rubles of pension when Afanasy Ivanovitch's debt is paid? She knits woolen shawls and embroiders cuffs, ruining her old eyes. And all her shawls don't add more than 20 rubles a year to her 120, I know that. So she is building all her hopes all the time on Mr. Luzhin's generosity, he will offer it of himself, he will press it on me. You may wait a long time for that. That's how it always is with these Schilleresque noble hearts, till the last moment every goose is a swan with them, till the last moment, they hope for the best and will see nothing wrong, and although they have an inkling of the other side of the picture, yet they won't face the truth till they are forced to, the very thought of it makes them shiver, they thrust the truth away with both hands, until the man they deck out in false colors puts a fool's cap on them with his own hands. I should like to know whether Mr. Luzhin has any orders of merit. I bet he has the Anna in his buttonhole and that he puts it on when he goes to dine with contractors or merchants. He will be sure to have it for his wedding, too. Enough of him, confound him. Well, Mother, I don't wonder at, it's like her, God bless her, but how could Downia? Downia darling, as though I did not know you. You were nearly 20 when I saw you last, I understood you then. Mother writes that Downia can put up with a great deal. I know that very well. I knew that 2 years and a half ago, and for the last 2.5 years I have been thinking about it, thinking of just that Downia can put up with a great deal. If she could put up with Mr. Svidrigailov and all the rest of it, she certainly can put up with a great deal. And now Mother and she have taken it into their heads that she can put up with Mr. Luzhin, who propounds the theory of the superiority of wives raised from destitution and owing everything to their husband's bounty, who propounds it, too, almost at the first interview. Granted that he let it slip, though he is a sensible man, yet maybe it was not a slip at all, but he meant to make himself clear as soon as possible. But Downia. She understands the man, of course, but she will have to live with the man. Why? She'd live on black bread and water, she would not sell her soul, she would not barter her moral freedom for comfort, she would not barter it for all Schleswig-Holstein, much less Mr. Luzhin's money. No, Downia was not that sort when I knew her, and she is still the same, of course. Yes, there's no denying, the Svidrigaï loaves are a bitter pill. It's a bitter thing to spend one's life a governess in the provinces for 200 rubles, but I know she would rather be a nigger on a plantation or a let with a German master than degrade her soul, and her moral dignity, by binding herself forever to a man whom she does not respect and with whom she has nothing in common, for her own advantage. And if Mr. Luzhin had been of unalloyed gold, or one huge diamond, she would never have consented to become his legal concubine. Why is she consenting then? What's the point of it? What's the answer? It's clear enough, for herself, for her comfort, to save her life she would not sell herself, but for someone else she is doing it. For one she loves, for one she adores, she will sell herself. That's what it all amounts to, for her brother, for her mother, she will sell herself. She will sell everything. In such cases, we overcome our moral feeling if necessary, freedom, peace, conscience even, all are brought into the market. Let my life go, if only my dear ones may be happy. More than that, we become casuists, we learn to be Jesuitical, and for a time maybe we can soothe ourselves, we can persuade ourselves that it is one's duty for a good object. That's just like us, it's as clear as daylight. It's clear that Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov is the central figure in the business, and no one else. Oh, yes, she can ensure his happiness, keep him in the university, make him a partner in the office, make his whole future secure, perhaps he may even be a rich man later on, prosperous, respected, and may even end his life a famous man. But my mother? It's all Rodia, precious Rodia, her firstborn. For such a son who would not sacrifice such a daughter. Oh, loving, overpartial hearts. Why, for his sake we would not shrink even from Sonia's fate. Sonia Marmeladov, the eternal victim so long as the world lasts. Have you taken the measure of your sacrifice, both of you? Is it right? Can you bear it? Is it any use? Is there sense in it? And let me tell you, Downia, Sonia's life is no worse than life with Mr. Luzhin. There can be no question of love, mother writes. And what if there can be no respect either, if on the contrary there is aversion, contempt, repulsion, what then? So you will have to keep up your appearance, too. Is not that so? Do you understand what that smartness means? Do you understand that the Luzhin smartness is just the same thing as Sonia's and maybe worse, viler, baser, because in your case, Downia, it's a bargain for luxuries, after all, but with Sonia it's simply a question of starvation. It has to be paid for, Downia, this smartness. And what if it's more than you can bear afterwards, if you regret it? The bitterness, the misery, the curses, the tears hidden from all the world, for you are not a Marfa Petrovna. And how will your mother feel then? Even now she is uneasy, she is worried, but then, when she sees it all clearly. And I? Yes, indeed, what have you taken me for? I won't have your sacrifice, Downia, I won't have it, mother. It shall not be, so long as I am alive, it shall not. I won't accept it. He suddenly paused in his reflection and stood still. It shall not be? But what are you going to do to prevent it? You'll forbid it? And what right have you? What can you promise them on your side to give you such a right? Your whole life, your whole future, you will devote to them when you have finished your studies and obtained a post? Yes, we have heard all that before, and that's all words, but now? Now something must be done, now, do you understand that? And what are you doing now? You are living upon them. They borrow on their 100 rubles pension. They borrow from the Svidrigaï loaves. How are you going to save them from Svidrigaï loaves, from Afanasy Ivanovich Voroshin, oh, future millionaire Zeus who would arrange their lives for them? In another 10 years? In another 10 years, mother will be blind with knitting shawls, maybe with weeping too. She will be worn to a shadow with fasting, and my sister? Imagine for a moment what may have become of your sister in 10 years? What may happen to her during those 10 years? Can you fancy? So he tortured himself, fretting himself with such questions, and finding a kind of enjoyment in it. And yet all these questions were not new ones suddenly confronting him, they were old familiar aches. It was long since they had first begun to grip and rend his heart. Long ago his present anguish had its first beginnings, it had waxed and gathered strength, it had matured and concentrated, until it had taken the form of a fearful, frenzied and fantastic question, which tortured his heart and mind, clamoring insistently for an answer. Now his mother's letter had burst on him like a thunderclap. It was clear that he must not now suffer passively, worrying himself over unsolved questions, but that he must do something, do it at once, and do it quickly. Anyway, he must decide on something, or else. Or throw up life altogether, he cried suddenly, in a frenzy, accept one's lot humbly as it is, once for all, and stifle everything in oneself, giving up all claim to activity, life, and love. Do you understand, sir, do you understand what it means when you have absolutely nowhere to turn? Marmaladov's question came suddenly into his mind, for every man must have somewhere to turn. He gave a sudden start, another thought, that he had had yesterday, slipped back into his mind. But he did not start at the thought recurring to him, for he knew, he had felt beforehand, that it must come back, he was expecting it, besides it was not only yesterday's thought. The difference was that a month ago, yesterday even, the thought was a mere dream, but now it appeared not a dream at all, it had taken a new menacing and quite unfamiliar shape, and he suddenly became aware of this himself. He felt a hammering in his head, and there was a darkness before his eyes. He looked round hurriedly, he was searching for something. He wanted to sit down and was looking for a seat, he was walking along the quay, boulevard. There was a seat about 100 paces in front of him. He walked towards it as fast he could, but on the way he met with a little adventure which absorbed all his attention. Looking for the seat, he had noticed a woman walking some 20 paces in front of him, but at first he took no more notice of her than of other objects that crossed his path. It had happened to him many times going home not to notice the road by which he was going, and he was accustomed to walk like that. But there was at first sight something so strange about the woman in front of him, that gradually his attention was riveted upon her, at first reluctantly and, as it were, resentfully, and then more and more intently. He felt a sudden desire to find out what it was that was so strange about the woman. In the first place, she appeared to be a girl quite young, and she was walking in the great heat bareheaded and with no parasol or gloves, waving her arms about in an absurd way. She had on a dress of some light silky material, but put on strangely awry, not properly hooked up, and torn open at the top of the skirt, close to the waist, a great piece was rent and hanging loose. A little kerchief was flung about her bare throat, but lay slanting on one side. The girl was walking unsteadily, too, stumbling and staggering from side to side. She drew Raskolnikov's whole attention at last. He overtook the girl at the seat, but, on reaching it, she dropped down on it, in the corner, she let her head sink on the back of the seat and closed her eyes, apparently in extreme exhaustion. Looking at her closely, he saw at once that she was completely drunk. It was a strange and shocking sight. He could hardly believe that he was not mistaken. He saw before him the face of a quite young, fair-haired girl, 16, perhaps not more than 15, years old, pretty little face, but flushed and heavy-looking and, as it were, swollen. The girl seemed hardly to know what she was doing, she crossed one leg over the other, lifting it indecorously, and showed every sign of being unconscious that she was in the street. Raskolnikov did not sit down, but he felt unwilling to leave her, and stood facing her in perplexity. This boulevard was never much frequented, and now, at 2 o'clock, in the stifling heat, it was quite deserted. And yet on the further side of the boulevard, about 15 paces away, a gentleman was standing on the edge of the pavement. He, too, would apparently have liked to approach the girl with some object of his own. He, too, had probably seen her in the distance and had followed her, but found Raskolnikov in his way. He looked angrily at him, though he tried to escape his notice, and stood impatiently biding his time, till the unwelcome man in rags should have moved away. His intentions were unmistakable. The gentleman was a plump, thickly set man, about 30, fashionably dressed, with a high collar, red lips and moustaches. Raskolnikov felt furious, he had a sudden longing to insult this fat dandy in some way. He left the girl for a moment and walked towards the gentleman. "Hey! You Svidrigailov! What do you want here?" he shouted, clenching his fists and laughing, spluttering with rage. "What do you mean?" the gentleman asked sternly, scowling in haughty astonishment. "Get away, that's what I mean. How dare you, you low fellow!" He raised his cane. Raskolnikov rushed at him with his fists, without reflecting that the stout gentleman was a match for two men like himself. But at that instant someone seized him from behind, and a police constable stood between them. "That's enough, gentlemen, no fighting, please, in a public place. What do you want? Who are you?" he asked Raskolnikov sternly, noticing his rags. Raskolnikov looked at him intently. He had a straightforward, sensible, soldierly face, with grey moustaches and whiskers. "You are just the man I want," Raskolnikov cried, catching at his arm. "I am a student, Raskolnikov. You may as well know that too," he added, addressing the gentleman. "Come along, I have something to show you." And taking the policeman by the hand he drew him towards the seat. "Look here, hopelessly drunk, and she has just come down the boulevard. There is no telling who and what she is, she does not look like a professional. It's more likely she has been given drink and deceived somewhere, for the first time, you understand? And they've put her out into the street like that. Look at the way her dress is torn, and the way it has been put on. She has been dressed by somebody, she has not dressed herself, and dressed by unpracticed hands, by a man's hands, that's evident. And now look there, I don't know that dandy with whom I was going to fight, I see him for the first time, but he, too, has seen her on the road, just now, drunk, not knowing what she is doing, and now he is very eager to get hold of her, to get her away somewhere while she is in this state, that's certain, believe me, I am not wrong. I saw him myself watching her and following her, but I prevented him, and he is just waiting for me to go away. Now he has walked away a little, and is standing still, pretending to make a cigarette. Think how can we keep her out of his hands, and how are we to get her home? The policeman saw it all in a flash. The stout gentleman was easy to understand, he turned to consider the girl. The policeman bent over to examine her more closely, and his face worked with genuine compassion. Ah, what a pity, he said, shaking his head, why, she is quite a child. She has been deceived, you can see that at once. Listen, lady, he began addressing her, where do you live? The girl opened her weary and sleepy-looking eyes, gazed blankly at the speaker and waved her hand. Here, said Raskolnikov feeling in his pocket and finding 20 kopecks, here, call a cab and tell him to drive her to her address. The only thing is to find out her address. Missy, the policeman began again, taking the money. I'll fetch you a cab and take you home myself. Where shall I take you, Where do you live? Go away. They won't let me alone, the girl muttered, and once more waved her hand. ACH, how shocking. It's shameful, missy, it's a shame. He shook his head again, shocked, sympathetic and indignant. It's a difficult job, the policeman said to Raskolnikov, and as he did so, he looked him up and down in a rapid glance. He, too, must have seemed a strange figure to him, dressed in rags and handing him money. Did you meet her far from here? He asked him. I tell you she was walking in front of me, staggering, just here, in the boulevard. She only just reached the seat and sank down on it. Ah, the shameful things that are done in the world nowadays, God have mercy on us. An innocent creature like that, drunk already. She has been deceived, that's a sure thing. See how her dress has been torn too. Ah, the vice one sees nowadays. And as likely as not she belongs to gentlefolk too, poor ones maybe. There are many like that nowadays. She looks refined, too, as though she were a lady, and he bent over her once more. Perhaps he had daughters growing up like that, looking like ladies and refined with pretensions to gentility and smartness. The chief thing is, Raskolnikov persisted, to keep her out of this scoundrel's hands. Why should he outrage her? It's as clear as day what he is after. Ah, the brute, he is not moving off. Raskolnikov spoke aloud and pointed to him. The gentleman heard him, and seemed about to fly into a rage again, but thought better of it, and confined himself to a contemptuous look. He then walked slowly another 10 paces away and again halted. Keep her out of his hands we can, said the constable thoughtfully, if only she'd tell us where to take her, but as it is. Missy, hey, missy, he bent over her once more. She opened her eyes fully all of a sudden, looked at him intently, as though realizing something, got up from the seat and walked away in the direction from which she had come. Oh shameful wretches, they won't let me alone, she said, waving her hand again. She walked quickly, though staggering as before. The dandy followed her, but along another avenue, keeping his eye on her. Don't be anxious, I won't let him have her, the policeman said resolutely, and he set off after them. Ah, the vice one sees nowadays, he repeated aloud, sighing. At that moment something seemed to sting Raskolnikov, in an instant a complete revulsion of feeling came over him. Hey, here, he shouted after the policeman. The latter turned round. Let them be. What is it to do with you? Let her go. Let him amuse himself. He pointed at the dandy, what is it to do with you? The policeman was bewildered, and stared at him open-eyed. Raskolnikov laughed. Well, ejaculated the policeman, with a gesture of contempt, and he walked after the dandy and the girl, probably taking Raskolnikov for a madman or something even worse. He has carried off my 20 kopecks, Raskolnikov murmured angrily when he was left alone. Well, let him take as much from the other fellow to allow him to have the girl and so let it end. And why did I want to interfere? Is it for me to help? Have I any right to help? Let them devour each other alive, what is it to me? How did I dare to give him 20 kopecks? Were they mine? In spite of those strange words he felt very wretched. He sat down on the deserted seat. His thoughts strayed aimlessly. He found it hard to fix his mind on anything at that moment. He longed to forget himself altogether, to forget everything, and then to wake up and begin life anew. Poor girl, he said, looking at the empty corner where she had sat, she will come to herself and weep, and then her mother will find out. She will give her a beating, a horrible, shameful beating, and then maybe, turn her out of doors. And even if she does not, the Darya Frantsovnas will get wind of it, and the girl will soon be slipping out on the sly here and there. Then there will be the hospital directly. That's always the luck of those girls with respectable mothers, who go wrong on the sly, and then, again the hospital, drink, the taverns, and more hospital, in 2 or 3 years a wreck and her life over at 18 or 19. Have not I seen cases like that? And how have they been brought to it? Why, they've all come to it like that. Ugh. But what does it matter? That's as it should be, they tell us. A certain percentage, they tell us, must every year go, that way, to the devil, I suppose, so that the rest may remain chaste, and not be interfered with. A percentage. What splendid words they have, they are so scientific, so consolatory. Once you've said percentage, there's nothing more to worry about. If we had any other word, maybe we might feel more uneasy. But what if Downia were one of the percentage? Of another one if not that one? But where am I going, he thought suddenly. Strange, I came out for something. As soon as I had read the letter I came out. I was going to Vasilyevsky Ostrov, to Razumian. That's what it was, now I remember. What for, though? And what put the idea of going to Razumian into my head just now? That's curious. He wondered at himself. Razumian was one of his old comrades at the university. It was remarkable that Raskolnikov had hardly any friends at the university, he kept aloof from everyone, went to see no one, and did not welcome anyone who came to see him, and indeed everyone soon gave him up. He took no part in the students' gatherings, amusements, or conversations. He worked with great intensity without sparing himself, and he was respected for this, but no one liked him. He was very poor, and there was a sort of haughty pride and reserve about him, as though he were keeping something to himself. He seemed to some of his comrades to look down upon them all as children, as though he were superior in development, knowledge, and convictions, as though their beliefs and interests were beneath him. With Razumian he had got on, or, at least, he was more unreserved and communicative with him. Indeed, it was impossible to be on any other terms with Razumian. He was an exceptionally good-humored and candid youth, good-natured to the point of simplicity, though both depth and dignity lay concealed under that simplicity. The better of his comrades understood this, and all were fond of him. He was extremely intelligent, though he was certainly rather a simpleton at times. He was of striking appearance, tall, thin, black-haired and always badly shaved. He was sometimes uproarious and was reputed to be of great physical strength. One night, when out in a festive company, he had with one blow laid a gigantic policeman on his back. There was no limit to his drinking powers, but he could abstain from drink altogether. He sometimes went too far in his pranks, but he could do without pranks altogether. Another thing striking about Razumian, no failure distressed him, and it seemed as though no unfavorable circumstances could crush him. He could lodge anywhere, and bear the extremes of cold and hunger. He was very poor, and kept himself entirely on what he could earn by work of one sort or another. He knew of no end of resources by which to earn money. He spent one whole winter without lighting his stove, and used to declare that he liked it better, because one slept more soundly in the cold. For the present he, too, had been obliged to give up the university, but it was only for a time, and he was working with all his might to save enough to return to his studies again. Raskolnikov had not been to see him for the last 4 months, and Razumian did not even know his address. About 2 months before, they had met in the street, but Raskolnikov had turned away and even crossed to the other side that he might not be observed. And though Razumian noticed him, he passed him by, as he did not want to annoy him. Chapter 5. Of course, I've been meaning lately to go to Razumian's to ask for work, to ask him to get me lessons or something, Raskolnikov thought, but what help can he be to me now? Suppose he gets me lessons, suppose he shares his last farthing with me, if he has any farthings, so that I could get some boots and make myself tidy enough to give lessons, Well, and what then? What shall I do with the few coppers I earn? That's not what I want now. It's really absurd for me to go to Razumian. The question why he was now going to Razumian agitated him even more than he was himself aware. He kept uneasily seeking for some sinister significance in this apparently ordinary action. Could I have expected to set it all straight and to find a way out by means of Razumian alone? He asked himself in perplexity. He pondered and rubbed his forehead, and, strange to say, after long musing, suddenly, as if it were spontaneously and by chance, a fantastic thought came into his head. To Razumian's, he said all at once, calmly, as though he had reached a final determination. I shall go to Razumian's of course, but, not now. I shall go to him, on the next day after it, when it will be over and everything will begin afresh. And suddenly he realized what he was thinking. After it, he shouted, jumping up from the seat, but is it really going to happen? Is it possible it really will happen? He left the seat, and went off almost at a run. He meant to turn back, homewards, but the thought of going home suddenly filled him with intense loathing. In that hole, in that awful little cupboard of his, all this had for a month past been growing up in him, and he walked on at random. His nervous shudder had passed into a fever that made him feel shivering. In spite of the heat he felt cold. With a kind of effort he began almost unconsciously, from some inner craving, to stare at all the objects before him, as though looking for something to distract his attention, but he did not succeed, and kept dropping every moment into brooding. When with a start he lifted his head again and looked round, he forgot at once what he had just been thinking about and even where he was going. In this way he walked right across Vasilyevsky Ostrov, came out onto the Lesser Neva, crossed the bridge and turned towards the islands. The greenness and freshness were at first restful to his weary eyes after the dust of the town and the huge houses that hemmed him in and weighed upon him. Here there were no taverns, no stifling closeness, no stench. But soon these new pleasant sensations passed into morbid irritability. Sometimes he stood still before a brightly painted summer villa standing among green foliage, he gazed through the fence, he saw in the distance smartly dressed women on the verandas and balconies, and children running in the gardens. The flowers especially caught his attention, he gazed at them longer than at anything. He was met, too, by luxurious carriages and by men and women on horseback. He watched them with curious eyes and forgot about them before they had vanished from his sight. Once he stood still and counted his money, he found he had 30 kopecks. 20 to the policeman, 3 to Nastasia for the letter, so I must have given 47 or 50 to the Marmeladovs yesterday, he thought, reckoning it up for some unknown reason, but he soon forgot with what object he had taken the money out of his pocket. He recalled it on passing an eating house or tavern, and felt that he was hungry. Going into the tavern he drank a glass of vodka and ate a pie of some sort. He finished eating it as he walked away. It was a long while since he had taken vodka and it had an effect upon him at once, though he only drank a wineglassful. His legs felt suddenly heavy and a great drowsiness came upon him. He turned homewards, but reaching Petrovsky Ostrov he stopped completely exhausted, turned off the road into the bushes, sank down upon the grass and instantly fell asleep. In a morbid condition of the brain, dreams often have a singular actuality, vividness, and extraordinary semblance of reality. At times monstrous images are created, but the setting and the whole picture are so truth-like and filled with details so delicate, so unexpectedly, but so artistically consistent, that the dreamer, were he an artist like Pushkin or Turgenev even, could never have invented them in the waking state. Such sick dreams always remain long in the memory and make a powerful impression on the overwrought and deranged nervous system. Raskolnikov had a fearful dream. He dreamt he was back in his childhood in the little town of his birth. He was a child about 7 years old, walking into the country with his father on the evening of a holiday. It was a grey and heavy day, the country was exactly as he remembered it, indeed he recalled it far more vividly in his dream than he had done in memory. The little town stood on a level flat as bare as the hand, not even a willow near it, only in the far distance, a copse lay, a dark blur on the very edge of the horizon. A few paces beyond the last market garden stood a tavern, a big tavern, which had always aroused in him a feeling of aversion, even of fear, when he walked by it with his father. There was always a crowd there, always shouting, laughter and abuse, hideous horse singing and often fighting. Drunken and horrible-looking figures were hanging about the tavern. He used to cling close to his father, trembling all over when he met them. Near the tavern the road became a dusty track, the dust of which was always black. It was a winding road, and about 100 paces further on, it turned to the right to the graveyard. In the middle of the graveyard stood a stone church with a green cupola where he used to go to mass 2 or 3 times a year with his father and mother, when a service was held in memory of his grandmother, who had long been dead, and whom he had never seen. On these occasions they used to take on a white dish tied up in a table napkin a special sort of rice pudding with raisins stuck in it in the shape of a cross. He loved that church, the old-fashioned, unadorned icons and the old priest with the shaking head. Near his grandmother's grave, which was marked by a stone, was the little grave of his younger brother who had died at 6 months old. He did not remember him at all, but he had been told about his little brother, and whenever he visited the graveyard he used religiously and reverently to cross himself and to bow down and kiss the little grave. And now he dreamt that he was walking with his father past the tavern on the way to the graveyard, he was holding his father's hand and looking with dread at the tavern. A peculiar circumstance attracted his attention, there seemed to be some kind of festivity going on, there were crowds of gaily dressed townspeople, peasant women, their husbands, and riffraff of all sorts, all singing and all more or less drunk. Near the entrance of the tavern stood a cart, but a strange cart. It was one of those big carts usually drawn by heavy cart horses and laden with casks of wine or other heavy goods. He always liked looking at those great cart horses, with their long manes, thick legs, and slow even pace, drawing along a perfect mountain with no appearance of effort, as though it were easier going with a load than without it. But now, strange to say, in the shafts of such a cart he saw a thin little sorrel beast, one of those peasants' nags which he had often seen straining their utmost under a heavy load of wood or hay, especially when the wheels were stuck in the mud or in a rut. And the peasants would beat them so cruelly, sometimes even about the nose and eyes, and he felt so sorry for them that he almost cried, and his mother always used to take him away from the window. All of a sudden there was a great uproar of shouting, singing in the balalaika, and from the tavern a number of big and very drunken peasants came out, wearing red and blue shirts and coats thrown over their shoulders. Get in, shouted one of them, a young thick-necked peasant with a fleshy face red as a carrot. I'll take you all, get in. But at once there was an outbreak of laughter and exclamations in the crowd. Take us all with a beast like that. Why, Mikolka, are you crazy to put a nag like that in such a cart? And this mare is 20 if she is a day, mates. Get in, I'll take you all, Mikolka shouted again, leaping first into the cart, seizing the reins and standing straight up in front. The bay has gone with Moppy, he shouted from the cart, and this brute, mates, is just breaking my heart, I feel as if I could kill her. She's just eating her head off. Get in, I tell you. I'll make her gallop. She'll gallop, and he picked up the whip, preparing himself with relish to flog the little mare. Get in. Come along. The crowd laughed. Do you hear, she'll gallop. Gallop indeed. She has not had a gallop in her for the last 10 years. She'll jog along. Don't you mind her, mates, bring a whip each of you, get ready. All right. Give it to her. They all clambered into Mikolka's cart, laughing and making jokes. 6 men got in and there was still room for more. They hauled in a fat, rosy-cheeked woman. She was dressed in red cotton, in a pointed, beaded headdress and thick leather shoes, she was cracking nuts and laughing. The crowd round them was laughing too, and indeed, how could they help laughing? That wretched nag was to drag all the cartload of them at a gallop. 2 young fellows in the cart were just getting whips ready to help Mikolka. With the cry of now, the mare tugged with all her might, but far from galloping, could scarcely move forward, she struggled with her legs, gasping and shrinking from the blows of the 3 whips which were showered upon her like hail. The laughter in the cart and in the crowd was redoubled, but Mikolka flew into a rage and furiously thrashed the mare, as though he supposed she really could gallop. Let me get in, too, mates, shouted a young man in the crowd whose appetite was aroused. Get in, all get in, cried Mikolka, she will draw you all. I'll beat her to death. And he thrashed and thrashed at the mare, beside himself with fury. Father, father, he cried, father, what are they doing? Father, they are beating the poor horse. Come along, said his father. They are drunken and foolish, they are in fun, come away, don't look, and he tried to draw him away, but he tore himself away from his hand, and, beside himself with horror, ran to the horse. The poor beast was in a bad way. She was gasping, standing still, then tugging again and almost falling. Beat her to death, cried Mikolka, it's come to that. I'll do for her. What are you about, are you a Christian, you devil, shouted an old man in the crowd. Did anyone ever see the like? A wretched nag like that pulling such a cartload, said another. You'll kill her, shouted the third. Don't meddle. It's my property, I'll do what I choose. Get in, more of you. Get in, all of you. I will have her go at a gallop. All at once laughter broke into a roar and covered everything. The mare, roused by the shower of blows, began feebly kicking. Even the old man could not help smiling. To think of a wretched little beast like that trying to kick. 2 lads in the crowd snatched up whips and ran to the mare to beat her about the ribs. One ran each side. Hit her in the face, in the eyes, cried Mikolka. Give us a song, mates, shouted someone in the cart, and everyone in the cart joined in a riotous song, jingling a tambourine and whistling. The woman went on cracking nuts and laughing. He ran beside the mare, ran in front of her, saw her being whipped across the eyes, right in the eyes. He was crying, he felt choking, his tears were streaming. One of the men gave him a cut with the whip across the face, he did not feel it. Wringing his hands and screaming, he rushed up to the grey-headed old man with the grey beard, who was shaking his head in disapproval. One woman seized him by the hand and would have taken him away, but he tore himself from her and ran back to the mare. She was almost at the last gasp, but began kicking once more. I'll teach you to kick, Mikolka shouted ferociously. He threw down the whip, bent forward and picked up from the bottom of the cart a long, thick shaft. He took hold of one end with both hands and with an effort brandished it over the mare. He'll crush her, was shouted round him. He'll kill her. It's my property, shouted Mikolka and brought the shaft down with a swinging blow. There was a sound of a heavy thud. Thrash her, thrash her. Why have you stopped, shouted voices in the crowd. And Mikolka swung the shaft a second time and it fell a second time on the spine of the luckless mare. She sank back on her haunches, but lurched forward and tugged forward with all her force, tugged first on one side and then on the other, trying to move the cart. But the 6 whips were attacking her in all directions, and the shaft was raised again and fell upon her a third time, then a fourth, with heavy measured blows. Mikolka was in a fury that he could not kill her at one blow. "She's a tough one," was shouted in the crowd. "She'll fall in a minute, mates, there will soon be an end of her," said an admiring spectator in the crowd. "Fetch an axe to her." "Finish her off," shouted a third. "I'll show you." "Stand off," Mikolka screamed frantically. He threw down the shaft, stooped down in the cart and picked up an iron crowbar. "Look out," he shouted, and with all his might he dealt a stunning blow at the poor mare. The blow fell, the mare staggered, sank back, tried to pull, but the bar fell again with a swinging blow on her back and she fell on the ground like a log. "Finish her off," shouted Mikolka, and he leapt beside himself, out of the cart. Several young men, also flushed with drink, seized anything they could come across, whips, sticks, poles, and ran to the dying mare. Mikolka stood on one side and began dealing random blows with the crowbar. The mare stretched out her head, drew a long breath and died. "You butchered her," someone shouted in the crowd. "Why wouldn't she gallop then?" "My property," shouted Mikolka, with bloodshot eyes, brandishing the bar in his hands. He stood as though regretting that he had nothing more to beat. "No mistake about it, you are not a Christian," many voices were shouting in the crowd. But the poor boy, beside himself, made his way, screaming, through the crowd to the sorrel nag, put his arms round her bleeding dead head and kissed it, kissed the eyes and kissed the lips. Then he jumped up and flew in a frenzy with his little fists out at Mikolka. At that instant his father, who had been running after him, snatched him up and carried him out of the crowd. "Come along, come. Let us go home," he said to him. "Father! Why did they kill the poor horse?" he sobbed, but his voice broke and the words came in shrieks from his panting chest. "They are drunk. They are brutal, it's not our business," said his father. He put his arms round his father but he felt choked. He tried to draw a breath, to cry out, and woke up. He waked up, gasping for breath, his hair soaked with perspiration, and stood up in terror. "Thank God, that was only a dream," he said, sitting down under a tree and drawing deep breaths. "But what is it? Is it some fever coming on? Such a hideous dream!" He felt utterly broken, darkness and confusion were in his soul. He rested his elbows on his knees and leaned his head on his hands. "Good God," he cried, can it be, that I shall really take an axe, that I shall strike her on the head, split her skull open, that I shall tread in the sticky warm blood, break the lock, steal and tremble, hide, all spattered in the blood, with the axe? Good God, can it be?" He was shaking like a leaf as he said this. "But why am I going on like this?" he continued, sitting up again, as it were in profound amazement. "I knew that I could never bring myself to it, so what have I been torturing myself for till now? Yesterday, when I went to make that experiment, yesterday I realized completely that I could never bear to do it. Why am I going over it again, then? Why am I hesitating? As I came down the stairs yesterday, I said myself that it was base, loathsome, vile, the very thought of it made me feel sick and filled me with horror. No, I couldn't do it, Granted that there is no flaw in all that reasoning, that all that I have concluded this last month is clear as day, true as arithmetic. My God! Anyway I couldn't bring myself to it. I couldn't do it. Why then am I still?" He rose to his feet, looked round in wonder as though surprised at finding himself in this place, and went towards the bridge. He was pale, his eyes glowed, he was exhausted in every limb, but he seemed suddenly to breathe more easily. He felt he had cast off that fearful burden that had so long been weighing upon him, and all at once there was a sense of relief and peace in his soul. "Lord," he prayed, "show me my path, I renounce that accursed dream of mine." Crossing the bridge, he gazed quietly and calmly at the Neva, at the glowing red sun setting in the glowing sky. In spite of his weakness he was not conscious of fatigue. It was as though an abscess that had been forming for a month past in his heart had suddenly broken. Freedom! He was free from that spell, that sorcery, that obsession. Later on, when he recalled that time and all that happened to him during those days, minute by minute, point by point, he was superstitiously impressed by one circumstance, which, though in itself not very exceptional, always seemed to him afterwards the predestined turning point of his fate. He could never understand and explain to himself why, when he was tired and worn out, when it would have been more convenient for him to go home by the shortest and most direct way, he had returned by the Haymarket where he had no need to go. It was obviously and quite unnecessarily out of his way, though not much so. It is true that it happened to him dozens of times to return home without noticing what streets he passed through. But why, he was always asking himself, why had such an important, such a decisive and at the same time such an absolutely chance meeting happened in the Haymarket, where he had moreover no reason to go, at the very hour, the very minute of his life when he was just in the very mood and in the very circumstances in which that meeting was able to exert the gravest and most decisive influence on his whole destiny. as though it had been lying in wait for him on purpose. It was about 9 o'clock when he crossed the Haymarket. At the tables and the barrows, at the booths and the shops, all the market people were closing their establishments or clearing away and packing up their wares and, like their customers, were going home. Rag pickers and costermongers of all kinds were crowding round the taverns in the dirty and stinking courtyards of the Haymarket. Raskolnikov particularly liked this place and the neighboring alleys, when he wandered aimlessly in the streets. Here his rags did not attract contemptuous attention, and one could walk about in any attire without scandalizing people. At the corner of an alley a huckster and his wife had 2 tables set out with tapes, thread, cotton handkerchiefs, etc. They, too, had got up to go home, but were lingering in conversation with a friend, who had just come up to them. This friend was Lizaveta Ivanovna, or, as everyone called her, Lizaveta, the younger sister of the old pawnbroker, Elena Ivanovna, whom Raskolnikov had visited the previous day to pawn his watch and make his experiment. He already knew all about Lizaveta and she knew him a little too. She was a single woman of about 35, tall, clumsy, timid, submissive, and almost idiotic. She was a complete slave and went in fear and trembling of her sister, who made her work day and night, and even beat her. She was standing with a bundle before the huckster and his wife, listening earnestly and doubtfully. They were talking of something with special warmth. The moment Raskolnikov caught sight of her, he was overcome by a strange sensation as it were of intense astonishment, though there was nothing astonishing about this meeting. You could make up your mind for yourself, Lizaveta Ivanovna, the huckster was saying aloud. Come round tomorrow about 7. They will be here too. Tomorrow, said Lizaveta slowly and thoughtfully, as though unable to make up her mind. Upon my word, what a fright you are in of Elena Ivanovna, gabbled the huckster's wife, a lively little woman. I look at you, you are like some little babe. And she is not your own sister either, nothing but a stepsister, and what a hand she keeps over you. But this time don't say a word to Elena Ivanovna, her husband interrupted, that's my advice, but come round to us without asking. It will be worth your while. Later on your sister herself may have a notion. Am I to come? About 7 o'clock tomorrow. And they will be here. You will be able to decide for yourself. And we'll have a cup of tea, added his wife. All right, I'll come, said Lizaveta, still pondering, and she began slowly moving away. Raskolnikov had just passed and heard no more. He passed softly, unnoticed, trying not to miss a word. His first amazement was followed by a thrill of horror, like a shiver running down his spine. He had suddenly quite unexpectedly learnt, that the next day at 7 o'clock Lizaveta, the old woman's sister and only companion, would be away from home, and that therefore at 7 o'clock precisely the old woman would be left alone. He was only a few steps from his lodging. He went in like a man condemned to death. He thought of nothing and was incapable of thinking, but he felt suddenly in his whole being that he had no more freedom of thought, no will, and that everything was suddenly and irrevocably decided. Certainly, if he had to wait whole years for a suitable opportunity, he could not reckon on a more certain step towards the success of the plan than that which had just presented itself. In any case, it would have been difficult to find out beforehand and with certainty, with greater exactness and less risk, and without dangerous inquiries and investigations, that next day at a certain time an old woman, on whose life an attempt was contemplated, would be at home and entirely alone. Chapter 6. Later on Raskolnikov happened to find out why the huckster and his wife had invited Lizaveta. It was a very ordinary matter and there was nothing exceptional about it. A family who had come to the town and been reduced to poverty were selling their household goods and clothes, all women's things. As the things would have fetched little in the market, they were looking for a dealer. This was Lizaveta's business. She undertook such jobs and was frequently employed, as she was very honest and always fixed a fair price and stuck to it. She spoke as a rule little and, as we have said already, she was very submissive and timid. But Raskolnikov had become superstitious of late. The traces of superstition remained in him long after, and were almost ineradicable. And in all this he was always afterwards disposed to see something strange and mysterious, as it were, the presence of some peculiar influences and coincidences. In the previous winter a student he knew called Pokorev, who had left for Kharkov, had chanced in conversation to give him the address of Elena Ivanovna, the old pawnbroker, in case he might want to pawn anything. For a long while he did not go to her, for he had lessons and managed to get along somehow. 6 weeks ago he had remembered the address. He had 2 articles that could be pawned, his father's old silver watch and a little gold ring with 3 red stones, a present from his sister at parting. He decided to take the ring. When he found the old woman he had felt an insurmountable repulsion for her at the first glance, though he knew nothing special about her. He got 2 rubles from her and went into a miserable little tavern on his way home. He asked for tea, sat down and sank into deep thought. A strange idea was pecking at his brain like a chicken in the egg, and very, very much absorbed him. Almost beside him at the next table there was sitting a student, whom he did not know and had never seen, and with him a young officer. They had played a game of billiards and began drinking tea. All at once he heard the student mention to the officer the pawnbroker Elena Ivanovna and give him her address. This of itself seemed strange to Raskolnikov. He had just come from her and here at once he heard her name. Of course it was a chance, but he could not shake off a very extraordinary impression, and here someone seemed to be speaking expressly for him. The student began telling his friend various details about Elena Ivanovna. She is first-rate, he said. You can always get money from her. She is as rich as a Jew, she can give you 5,000 rubles at a time and she is not above taking a pledge for a ruble. Lots of our fellows have had dealings with her. But she is an awful old harpy. And he began describing how spiteful and uncertain she was, how if you were only a day late with your interest the pledge was lost, how she gave a quarter of the value of an article and took 5 and even 7% a month on it and so on. The student chattered on, saying that she had a sister Lizaveta, whom the wretched little creature was continually beating, and kept in complete bondage like a small child, though Lizaveta was at least 6 feet high. There's a phenomenon for you, cried the student and he laughed. They began talking about Lizaveta. The student spoke about her with a peculiar relish and was continually laughing and the officer listened with great interest and asked him to send Lizaveta to do some mending for him. Raskolnikov did not miss a word and learned everything about her. Lizaveta was younger than the old woman and was her half-sister, being the child of a different mother. She was 35. She worked day and night for her sister, and besides doing the cooking and the washing, she did sewing and worked as a charwoman and gave her sister all she earned. She did not dare to accept an order or job of any kind without her sister's permission. The old woman had already made her will, and Lizaveta knew of it, and by this will she would not get a farthing, nothing but the movables, chairs, and so on. All the money was left to a monastery in the province of N, that prayers might be said for her in perpetuity. Lizaveta was of lower rank than her sister, unmarried and awfully uncouth in appearance, remarkably tall with long feet that looked as if they were bent outwards. She always wore battered goatskin shoes, and was clean in her person. What the student expressed most surprise and amusement about was the fact that Lizaveta was continually with child. But you say she is hideous, observed the officer. Yes, she is so dark-skinned and looks like a soldier dressed up, but you know she is not at all hideous. She has such a good-natured face and eyes. Strikingly so. And the proof of it is that lots of people are attracted by her. She is such a soft, gentle creature, ready to put up with anything, always willing to do anything. And her smile is really very sweet. You seem to find her attractive yourself, laughed the officer. From her queerness? No, I'll tell you what. I could kill that damned old woman and make off with her money, I assure you, without the faintest conscience prick, the student added with warmth. The officer laughed again while Raskolnikov shuddered. How strange it was. Listen, I want to ask you a serious question, the student said hotly. I was joking of course, but look here, on one side we have a stupid, senseless, worthless, spiteful, ailing, horrid old woman, not simply useless but doing actual mischief, who has not an idea what she is living for herself, and who will die in a day or two in any case. You understand? You understand? Yes, I understand, answered the officer, watching his excited companion attentively. Well, listen then. On the other side, fresh young lives thrown away for want of help and by thousands, on every side. 100,000 good deeds could be done and helped, on that old woman's money which will be buried in a monastery. Hundreds, thousands perhaps, might be set on the right path, dozens of families saved from destitution, from ruin, from vice, from the lock hospitals, and all with her money. Kill her, take her money and with the help of it devote oneself to the service of humanity and the good of all. What do you think, would not one tiny crime be wiped out by thousands of good deeds? For one life thousands would be saved from corruption and decay. One death, and 100 lives in exchange, it's simple arithmetic. Besides, what value has the life of that sickly, stupid, ill-natured old woman in the balance of existence? No more than the life of a louse, of a black beetle, less in fact because the old woman is doing harm. She is wearing out the lives of others. The other day she bit Lizaveta's finger out of spite, it almost had to be amputated. Of course she does not deserve to live, remarked the officer, but there it is, it's nature. Oh, well, brother, but we have to correct and direct nature, and, but for that, we should drown in an ocean of prejudice. But for that, there would never have been a single great man. They talk of duty, conscience, I don't want to say anything against duty and conscience, but the point is, what do we mean by them? Stay, I have another question to ask you. Listen. No, you stay, I'll ask you a question. Listen. Well. You are talking and speechifying away, but tell me, would you kill the old woman yourself? Of course not. I was only arguing the justice of it. It's nothing to do with me. But I think, if you would not do it yourself, there's no justice about it. Let us have another game. Raskolnikov was violently agitated. Of course, it was all ordinary youthful talk and thought, such as he had often heard before in different forms and on different themes. But why had he happened to hear such a discussion and such ideas at the very moment when his own brain was just conceiving the very same ideas? And why, just at the moment when he had brought away the embryo of his idea from the old woman, had he dropped at once upon a conversation about her? This coincidence always seemed strange to him. This trivial talk in a tavern had an immense influence on him in his later action, as though there had really been in it something preordained, some guiding hint. On returning from the Haymarket he flung himself on the sofa and sat for a whole hour without stirring. Meanwhile it got dark, he had no candle and, indeed, it did not occur to him to light up. He could never recollect whether he had been thinking about anything at that time. At last he was conscious of his former fever and shivering, and he realized with relief that he could lie down on the sofa. Soon heavy, leaden sleep came over him, as it were crushing him. He slept an extraordinarily long time and without dreaming. Nastasia, coming into his room at 10 o'clock the next morning, had difficulty in rousing him. She brought him in tea and bread. The tea was again the second brew and again in her own teapot. "My goodness, how he sleeps," she cried indignantly. "And he is always asleep." He got up with an effort. His head ached, he stood up, took a turn in his garret and sank back on the sofa again. "Going to sleep again?" cried Nastasia. "Are you ill, Et?" He made no reply. "Do you want some tea?" "Afterwards," he said with an effort, closing his eyes again and turning to the wall. Nastasia stood over him. "Perhaps he really is ill," she said, turned and went out. She came in again at 2 o'clock with soup. He was lying as before. The tea stood untouched. Nastasia felt positively offended and began wrathfully rousing him. "Why are you lying like a log?" she shouted, looking at him with repulsion. He got up, and sat down again, but said nothing and stared at the floor. "Are you ill or not?" asked Nastasia and again received no answer. "You'd better go out and get a breath of air," she said after a pause. "Will you eat it or not?" "Afterwards," he said weakly. "You can go." And he motioned her out. She remained a little longer, looked at him with compassion and went out. A few minutes afterwards, he raised his eyes and looked for a long while at the tea and the soup. Then he took the bread, took up a spoon and began to eat. He ate a little, 3 or 4 spoonfuls, without appetite, as it were mechanically. His head ached less. After his meal he stretched himself on the sofa again, but now he could not sleep, he lay without stirring, with his face in the pillow. He was haunted by daydreams and such strange daydreams. In one, that kept recurring, he fancied that he was in Africa, in Egypt, in some sort of oasis. The caravan was resting, the camels were peacefully lying down, the palms stood all around in a complete circle, all the party were at dinner. But he was drinking water from a spring which flowed gurgling close by. And it was so cool, it was wonderful, wonderful, blue, cold water running among the party-colored stones and over the clean sand which glistened here and there like gold. Suddenly he heard a clock strike. He started, roused himself, raised his head, looked out of the window, and seeing how late it was, suddenly jumped up wide awake as though someone had pulled him off the sofa. He crept on tiptoe to the door, stealthily opened it and began listening on the staircase. His heart beat terribly. But all was quiet on the stairs as if everyone was asleep. It seemed to him strange and monstrous that he could have slept in such forgetfulness from the previous day and had done nothing, had prepared nothing yet. And meanwhile perhaps it had struck 6. And his drowsiness and stupefaction were followed by an extraordinary, feverish, as it were distracted haste. But the preparations to be made were few. He concentrated all his energies on thinking of everything and forgetting nothing, and his heart kept beating and thumping so that he could hardly breathe. First he had to make a noose and sew it into his overcoat, a work of a moment. He rummaged under his pillow and picked out amongst the linen stuffed away under it, a worn-out, old unwashed shirt. From its rags he tore a long strip, a couple of inches wide and about 16 inches long. He folded this strip in 2, took off his wide, strong summer overcoat of some stout cotton material, his only outer garment, and began sewing the 2 ends of the rag on the inside, under the left armhole. His hands shook as he sewed, but he did it successfully so that nothing showed outside when he put the coat on again. The needle and thread he had got ready long before and they lay on his table in a piece of paper. As for the noose, it was a very ingenious device of his own, the noose was intended for the axe. It was impossible for him to carry the axe through the street in his hands. And if hidden under his coat he would still have had to support it with his hand, which would have been noticeable. Now he had only to put the head of the axe in the noose, and it would hang quietly under his arm on the inside. Putting his hand in his coat pocket, he could hold the end of the handle all the way, so that it did not swing, and as the coat was very full, a regular sack in fact, it could not be seen from outside that he was holding something with the hand that was in the pocket. This noose, too, he had designed a fortnight before. When he had finished with this, he thrust his hand into a little opening between his sofa and the floor, fumbled in the left corner and drew out the pledge, which he had got ready long before and hidden there. This pledge was, however, only a smoothly planed piece of wood the size and thickness of a silver cigarette case. He picked up this piece of wood in one of his wanderings in a courtyard where there was some sort of a workshop. Afterwards he had added to the wood a thin smooth piece of iron, which he had also picked up at the same time in the street. Putting the iron, which was a little the smaller, on the piece of wood, he fastened them very firmly, crossing and recrossing the thread round them, then wrapped them carefully and daintily in clean white paper and tied up the parcel so that it would be very difficult to untie it. This was in order to divert the attention of the old woman for a time, while she was trying to undo the knot, and so to gain a moment. The iron strip was added to give weight, so that the woman might not guess the first minute that the thing was made of wood. All this had been stored by him beforehand under the sofa. He had only just got the pledge out when he heard someone suddenly about in the yard. It struck 6 long ago. Long ago. My God! He rushed to the door, listened, caught up his hat and began to descend his 13 steps cautiously, noiselessly, like a cat. He had still the most important thing to do, to steal the axe from the kitchen. That the deed must be done with an axe he had decided long ago. He had also a pocket pruning knife, but he could not rely on the knife and still less on his own strength, and so resolved finally on the axe. We may note in passing, one peculiarity in regard to all the final resolutions taken by him in the matter: they had one strange characteristic: the more final they were, the more hideous and the more absurd they at once became in his eyes. In spite of all his agonizing inward struggle, he never for a single instant all that time could believe in the carrying out of his plans. And, indeed, if it had ever happened that everything to the least point could have been considered and finally settled, and no uncertainty of any kind had remained, he would, it seems, have renounced it all as something absurd, monstrous, and impossible. But a whole mass of unsettled points and uncertainties remained. As for getting the axe, that trifling business cost him no anxiety, for nothing could be easier. Nastasia was continually out of the house, especially in the evenings. She would run into the neighbors or to a shop, and always left the door ajar. It was the one thing the landlady was always scolding her about. And so, when the time came, he would only have to go quietly into the kitchen and to take the axe, and an hour later, when everything was over, go in and put it back again. But these were doubtful points. Supposing he returned an hour later to put it back, and Nastasia had come back and was on the spot. He would of course have to go by and wait till she went out again. But supposing she were in the meantime to miss the axe, look for it, make an outcry, that would mean suspicion or at least grounds for suspicion. But those were all trifles which he had not even begun to consider, and indeed he had no time. He was thinking of the chief point, and put off trifling details, until he could believe in it all. But that seemed utterly unattainable. So it seemed to himself at least. He could not imagine, for instance, that he would sometime leave off thinking, get up and simply go there. Even his late experiment, i.e. his visit with the object of a final survey of the place, was simply an attempt at an experiment, far from being the real thing, as though one should say, come, let us go and try it, why dream about it, and at once he had broken down and had run away cursing, in a frenzy with himself. Meanwhile it would seem, as regards the moral question, that his analysis was complete, his casuistry had become keen as a razor, and he could not find rational objections in himself. But in the last resort he simply ceased to believe in himself, and doggedly, slavishly sought arguments in all directions, fumbling for them, as though someone were forcing and drawing him to it. At first, long before indeed, he had been much occupied with one question: why almost all crimes are so badly concealed and so easily detected, and why almost all criminals leave such obvious traces. He had come gradually to many different and curious conclusions, and in his opinion the chief reason lay not so much in the material impossibility of concealing the crime, as in the criminal himself. Almost every criminal is subject to a failure of will and reasoning power by a childish and phenomenal heedlessness, at the very instant when prudence and caution are most essential. It was his conviction that this eclipse of reason and failure of will power attacked a man like a disease, developed gradually and reached its highest point just before the perpetration of the crime, continued with equal violence at the moment of the crime and for longer or shorter time after, according to the individual case, and then passed off like any other disease. The question whether the disease gives rise to the crime, or whether the crime from its own peculiar nature is always accompanied by something of the nature of disease, he did not yet feel able to decide. When he reached these conclusions, he decided that in his own case there could not be such a morbid reaction, that his reason and will would remain unimpaired at the time of carrying out his design, for the simple reason that his design was not a crime. We will omit all the process by means of which he arrived at this last conclusion. We have run too far ahead already. We may add only that the practical, purely material difficulties of the affair occupied a secondary position in his mind. One has but to keep all one's willpower and reason to deal with them, and they will all be overcome at the time when once one has familiarized oneself with the minutest details of the business. But this preparation had never been begun. His final decisions were what he came to trust least, and when the hour struck, it all came to pass quite differently, as it were accidentally and unexpectedly. One trifling circumstance upset his calculations, before he had even left the staircase. When he reached the landlady's kitchen, the door of which was open as usual, he glanced cautiously in to see whether, in Nastasia's absence, the landlady herself was there, or if not, whether the door to her own room was closed, so that she might not peep out when he went in for the axe. But what was his amazement when he suddenly saw that Nastasia was not only at home in the kitchen, but was occupied there, taking linen out of a basket and hanging it on a line. Seeing him, she left off hanging the clothes, turned to him and stared at him all the time he was passing. He turned away his eyes, and walked past as though he noticed nothing. But it was the end of everything, he had not the axe. He was overwhelmed. What made me think, he reflected, as he went under the gateway, what made me think that she would be sure not to be at home at that moment? Why did I assume this so certainly? He was crushed and even humiliated. He could have laughed at himself in his anger. A dull animal rage boiled within him. He stood hesitating in the gateway. To go into the street, to go a walk for appearance sake was revolting, to go back to his room, even more revolting. And what a chance I have lost forever, he muttered, standing aimlessly in the gateway, just opposite the porter's little dark room, which was also open. Suddenly he started. From the porter's room, 2 paces away from him, something shining under the bench to the right caught his eye. He looked about him, nobody. He approached the room on tiptoe, went down 2 steps into it and in a faint voice called the porter. Yes, not at home. Somewhere near though, in the yard, for the door is wide open. He dashed to the axe, it was an axe, and pulled it out from under the bench, where it lay between 2 chunks of wood. At once, before going out, he made it fast in the noose. He thrust both hands into his pockets and went out of the room. No one had noticed him. When reason fails, the devil helps, he thought with a strange grin. This chance raised his spirits extraordinarily. He walked along quietly and sedately, without hurry, to avoid awakening suspicion. He scarcely looked at the passers-by, tried to escape looking at their faces at all, and to be as little noticeable as possible. Suddenly he thought of his hat. Good heavens! I had the money the day before yesterday and did not get a cap to wear instead. A curse rose from the bottom of his soul. Glancing out of the corner of his eye into a shop, he saw by a clock on the wall that it was 10 minutes past 7. He had to make haste and at the same time to go some way round, so as to approach the house from the other side. When he had happened to imagine all this beforehand, he had sometimes thought that he would be very much afraid. But he was not very much afraid now, was not afraid at all, indeed. His mind was even occupied by irrelevant matters, but by nothing for long. As he passed the Yusupov garden, he was deeply absorbed in considering the building of great fountains, and of their refreshing effect on the atmosphere in all the squares. By degrees he passed to the conviction that if the summer garden were extended to the Field of Mars, and perhaps joined to the garden of the Mihailovsky Palace, it would be a splendid thing and a great benefit to the town. Then he was interested by the question why in all great towns men are not simply driven by necessity, but in some peculiar way inclined to live in those parts of the town where there are no gardens nor fountains, where there is most dirt and smell and all sorts of nastiness. Then his own walks through the Haymarket came back to his mind, and for a moment he waked up to reality. What nonsense, he thought, better think of nothing at all. So probably men led to execution clutch mentally at every object that meets them on the way, flashed through his mind, but simply flashed, like lightning. He made haste to dismiss this thought. And by now he was near, here was the house, here was the gate. Suddenly a clock somewhere struck once. What, can it be 7:30? Impossible, it must be fast. Luckily for him, everything went well again at the gates. At that very moment, as though expressly for his benefit, a huge wagon of hay had just driven in at the gate, completely screening him as he passed under the gateway, and the wagon had scarcely had time to drive through into the yard, before he had slipped in a flash to the right. On the other side of the wagon he could hear shouting and quarreling, but no one noticed him and no one met him. Many windows looking into that huge quadrangular yard were open at that moment, but he did not raise his head, he had not the strength to. The staircase leading to the old woman's room was close by, just on the right of the gateway. He was already on the stairs. Drawing a breath, pressing his hand against his throbbing heart, and once more feeling for the axe and setting it straight, he began softly and cautiously ascending the stairs, listening every minute. But the stairs, too, were quite deserted, all the doors were shut, he met no one. One flat indeed on the first floor was wide open and painters were at work in it, but they did not glance at him. He stood still, thought a minute and went on. Of course it would be better if they had not been here, but, it's 2 stories above them. And there was the 4th story, here was the door, here was the flat opposite, the empty one. The flat underneath the old woman's was apparently empty also, the visiting card nailed on the door had been torn off, they had gone away. He was out of breath. For one instant the thought floated through his mind, shall I go back? But he made no answer and began listening at the old woman's door, a dead silence. Then he listened again on the staircase, listened long and intently, then looked about him for the last time, pulled himself together, drew himself up, and once more tried the axe in the noose. Am I very pale? He wondered. Am I not evidently agitated? She is mistrustful. Had I better wait a little longer, till my heart leaves off thumping? But his heart did not leave off. On the contrary, as though to spite him, it throbbed more and more violently. He could stand it no longer, he slowly put out his hand to the bell and rang. Half a minute later he rang again, more loudly. No answer. To go on ringing was useless and out of place. The old woman was, of course, at home, but she was suspicious and alone. He had some knowledge of her habits, and once more he put his ear to the door. Either his senses were peculiarly keen, which it is difficult to suppose, or the sound was really very distinct. Anyway, he suddenly heard something like the cautious touch of a hand on the lock and the rustle of a skirt at the very door. Someone was standing stealthily close to the lock, and just as he was doing on the outside was secretly listening within, and seemed to have her ear to the door. He moved a little on purpose and muttered something aloud that he might not have the appearance of hiding, then rang a third time, but quietly, soberly, and without impatience, recalling it afterwards. That moment stood out in his mind vividly, distinctly, forever. He could not make out how he had had such cunning, for his mind was as it were clouded at moments and he was almost unconscious of his body. An instant later he heard the latch unfastened. Chapter 7. The door was as before opened a tiny crack, and again two sharp and suspicious eyes stared at him out of the darkness. Then Raskolnikov lost his head and nearly made a great mistake. Fearing the old woman would be frightened by their being alone, and not hoping that the sight of him would disarm her suspicions, he took hold of the door and drew it towards him to prevent the old woman from attempting to shut it again. Seeing this, she did not pull the door back, but she did not let go the handle, so that he almost dragged her out with it onto the stairs. Seeing that she was standing in the doorway not allowing him to pass, he advanced straight upon her. She stepped back in alarm, tried to say something, but seemed unable to speak and stared with open eyes at him. Good evening, Elena Ivanovna, he began, trying to speak easily, but his voice would not obey him, it broke and shook. I have come. I have brought something, but we'd better come in, to the light. And leaving her, he passed straight into the room uninvited. The old woman ran after him, her tongue was unloosed. Good heavens! What it is? Who is it? What do you want? Why, Elena Ivanovna, you know me. Raskolnikov, here, I brought you the pledge I promised the other day, and he held out the pledge. The old woman glanced for a moment at the pledge, but at once stared in the eyes of her uninvited visitor. She looked intently, maliciously, and mistrustfully. A minute passed, he even fancied something like a sneer in her eyes, as though she had already guessed everything. He felt that he was losing his head, that he was almost frightened, so frightened that if she were to look like that and not say a word for another half-minute, he thought he would have run away from her. Why do you look at me as though you did not know me, he said suddenly, also with malice. Take it if you like, if not I'll go elsewhere, I am in a hurry. He had not even thought of saying this, but it was suddenly said of itself. The old woman recovered herself, and her visitor's resolute tone evidently restored her confidence. But why, my good sir, all of a minute? What is it? She asked, looking at the pledge. The silver cigarette case, I spoke of it last time, you know. She held out her hand. But how pale you are, to be sure, and your hands are trembling too. Have you been bathing, or what? Fever, he answered abruptly. You can't help getting pale, if you've nothing to eat, he added, with difficulty articulating the words. His strength was failing him again. But his answer sounded like the truth. The old woman took the pledge. What is it? She asked once more, scanning Raskolnikov intently, and weighing the pledge in her hand. A thing, cigarette case. Silver. Look at it. It does not seem somehow like silver. How he has wrapped it up. Trying to untie the string and turning to the window, to the light, all her windows were shut, in spite of the stifling heat, she left him altogether for some seconds and stood with her back to him. He unbuttoned his coat and freed the axe from the noose, but did not yet take it out altogether, simply holding it in his right hand under the coat. His hands were fearfully weak, he felt them every moment growing more numb and more wooden. He was afraid he would let the axe slip and fall. A sudden giddiness came over him. But what has he tied it up like this for? The old woman cried with vexation and moved towards him. He had not a minute more to lose. He pulled the axe quite out, swung it with both arms, scarcely conscious of himself, and almost without effort, almost mechanically, brought the blunt side down on her head. He seemed not to use his own strength in this. But as soon as he had once brought the axe down, his strength returned to him. The old woman was as always bareheaded. Her thin, light hair, streaked with grey, thickly smeared with grease, was plaited in a rat's tail and fastened by a broken horn comb which stood out on the nape of her neck. As she was so short, the blow fell on the very top of her skull. She cried out, but very faintly, and suddenly sank all of a heap on the floor, raising her hands to her head. In one hand she still held the pledge. Then he dealt her another and another blow with the blunt side and on the same spot. The blood gushed as from an overturned glass, the body fell back. He stepped back, let it fall, and at once bent over her face. She was dead. Her eyes seemed to be starting out of their sockets, the brow and the whole face were drawn and contorted convulsively. He laid the axe on the ground near the dead body and felt at once in her pocket, trying to avoid the streaming body, the same right-hand pocket from which she had taken the key on his last visit. He was in full possession of his faculties, free from confusion or giddiness, but his hands were still trembling. He remembered afterwards that he had been particularly collected and careful, trying all the time not to get smeared with blood. He pulled out the keys at once, they were all, as before, in one bunch on a steel ring. He ran at once into the bedroom with them. It was a very small room with a whole shrine of holy images. Against the other wall stood a big bed, very clean and covered with a silk patchwork wadded quilt. Against a third wall was a chest of drawers. Strange to say, so soon as he began to fit the keys into the chest, so soon as he heard their jingling, a convulsive shudder passed over him. He suddenly felt tempted again to give it all up and go away. But that was only for an instant, it was too late to go back. He positively smiled at himself, when suddenly another terrifying idea occurred to his mind. He suddenly fancied that the old woman might be still alive and might recover her senses. Leaving the keys in the chest, he ran back to the body, snatched up the axe and lifted it once more over the old woman, but did not bring it down. There was no doubt that she was dead. Bending down and examining her again more closely, he saw clearly that the skull was broken and even battered in on one side. He was about to feel it with his finger, but drew back his hand and indeed it was evident without that. Meanwhile there was a perfect pool of blood. All at once he noticed a string on her neck, he tugged at it, but the string was strong and did not snap and besides, it was soaked with blood. He tried to pull it out from the front of the dress, but something held it and prevented its coming. In his impatience he raised the axe again to cut the string from above on the body, but did not dare, and with difficulty, smearing his hand and the axe in the blood, after 2 minutes' hurried effort, he cut the string and took it off without touching the body with the axe. He was not mistaken, it was a purse. On the string were 2 crosses, one of cypress wood and one of copper, and an image in silver filigree, and with them a small greasy chamois leather purse with a steel rim and ring. The purse was stuffed very full. Raskolnikov thrust it in his pocket without looking at it, flung the crosses on the old woman's body and rushed back into the bedroom, this time taking the axe with him. He was in terrible haste, he snatched the keys, and began trying them again. But he was unsuccessful. They would not fit in the locks. It was not so much that his hands were shaking, but that he kept making mistakes, though he saw for instance that a key was not the right one and would not fit, still he tried to put it in. Suddenly he remembered and realized that the big key with the deep notches, which was hanging there with the small keys could not possibly belong to the chest of drawers. On his last visit this had struck him, but to some strong box, and that everything perhaps was hidden in that box. He left the chest of drawers, and at once felt under the bedstead, knowing that old women usually keep boxes under their beds. And so it was, there was a good-sized box under the bed, at least a yard in length, with an arched lid covered with red leather and studded with steel nails. The notched key fitted at once and unlocked it. At the top, under a white sheet, was a coat of red brocade lined with hareskin, under it was a silk dress, then a shawl and it seemed as though there was nothing below but clothes. The first thing he did was to wipe his blood-stained hands on the red brocade. It's red, and on red blood will be less noticeable, the thought passed through his mind, then he suddenly came to himself. Good God, am I going out of my senses, he thought with terror. But no sooner did he touch the clothes than a gold watch slipped from under the fur coat. He made haste to turn them all over. There turned out to be various articles made of gold among the clothes, probably all pledges, unredeemed or waiting to be redeemed, bracelets, chains, earrings, pins and such things. Some were in cases, others simply wrapped in newspaper, carefully and exactly folded, and tied round with tape. Without any delay, he began filling up the pockets of his trousers and overcoat without examining or undoing the parcels and cases, but he had not time to take many. He suddenly heard steps in the room where the old woman lay. He stopped short and was still as death. But all was quiet, so it must have been his fancy. All at once he heard distinctly a faint cry, as though someone had uttered a low broken moan. Then again dead silence for a minute or two. He sat squatting on his heels by the box and waited holding his breath. Suddenly he jumped up, seized the axe and ran out of the bedroom. In the middle of the room stood Lizaveta with a big bundle in her arms. She was gazing in stupefaction at her murdered sister, white as a sheet and seeming not to have the strength to cry out. Seeing him run out of the bedroom, she began faintly quivering all over, like a leaf, a shudder ran down her face, she lifted her hand, opened her mouth, but still did not scream. She began slowly backing away from him into the corner, staring intently, persistently at him, but still uttered no sound, as though she could not get breath to scream. He rushed at her with the axe, her mouth twitched piteously, as one sees babies' mouths, when they begin to be frightened, stare intently at what frightens them and are on the point of screaming. And this hapless Lizaveta was so simple and had been so thoroughly crushed and scared that she did not even raise a hand to guard her face, though that was the most necessary and natural action at the moment, for the axe was raised over her face. She only put up her empty left hand, but not to her face, slowly holding it out before her as though motioning him away. The axe fell with the sharp edge just on the skull and split at one blow all the top of the head. She fell heavily at once. Raskolnikov completely lost his head, snatching up her bundle, dropped it again and ran into the entry. Fear gained more and more mastery over him, especially after this second, quite unexpected murder. He longed to run away from the place as fast as possible. And if at that moment he had been capable of seeing and reasoning more correctly, if he had been able to realize all the difficulties of his position, the hopelessness, the hideousness and the absurdity of it, if he could have understood how many obstacles and, perhaps, crimes he had still to overcome or to commit, to get out of that place and to make his way home, it is very possible that he would have flung up everything, and would have gone to give himself up, and not from fear, but from simple horror and loathing of what he had done. The feeling of loathing especially surged up within him and grew stronger every minute. He would not now have gone to the box or even into the room for anything in the world. But a sort of blankness, even dreaminess, had begun by degrees to take possession of him. At moments he forgot himself, or rather, forgot what was of importance, and caught at trifles. Glancing, however, into the kitchen and seeing a bucket half full of water on a bench, he bethought him of washing his hands and the axe. His hands were sticky with blood. He dropped the axe with the blade in the water, snatched a piece of soap that lay in a broken saucer on the window, and began washing his hands in the bucket. When they were clean, he took out the axe, washed the blade and spent a long time, about 3 minutes, washing the wood where there were spots of blood, rubbing them with soap. Then he wiped it all with some linen that was hanging to dry on a line in the kitchen, and then he was a long while attentively examining the axe at the window. There was no trace left on it, only the wood was still damp. He carefully hung the axe in the noose under his coat. Then, as far as was possible, in the dim light in the kitchen, he looked over his overcoat, his trousers and his boots. At the first glance there seemed to be nothing but stains on the boots. He wetted the rag and rubbed the boots. But he knew he was not looking thoroughly, that there might be something quite noticeable that he was overlooking. He stood in the middle of the room, lost in thought. Dark agonizing ideas rose in his mind, the idea that he was mad and that at that moment he was incapable of reasoning, of protecting himself, that he ought perhaps to be doing something utterly different from what he was now doing. Good God, he muttered, I must fly, and he rushed into the entry. But here a shock of terror awaited him such as he had never known before. He stood and gazed and could not believe his eyes. The door, the outer door from the stairs, at which he had not long before waited and rung, was standing unfastened and at least 6 inches open. No lock, no bolt, all that time. The old woman had not shut it after him, perhaps as a precaution. But, good God! Why, he had seen Lizaveta afterwards. And how could he have failed to reflect that she must have come in somehow? She could not have come through the wall. He dashed to the door and fastened the latch. But no, the wrong thing again. I must get away, get away. He unfastened the latch, opened the door and began listening on the staircase. He listened a long time. Somewhere far away, it might be in the gateway, 2 voices were loudly and shrilly shouting, quarreling and scolding. What are they about? He waited patiently. At last all was still, as though suddenly cut off. They had separated. He was meaning to go out, but suddenly, on the floor below, a door was noisily opened and someone began going downstairs humming a tune. How is it they all make such a noise? Flashed through his mind. Once more he closed the door and waited. At last all was still, not a soul stirring. He was just taking a step towards the stairs when he heard fresh footsteps. The steps sounded very far off, at the very bottom of the stairs, but he remembered quite clearly and distinctly that from the first sound he began for some reason to suspect that this was someone coming there, to the 4th floor, to the old woman. Why? Were the sounds somehow peculiar, significant? The steps were heavy, even and unhurried. Now he had passed the 1st floor, now he was mounting higher, it was growing more and more distinct. He could hear his heavy breathing. And now the 3rd story had been reached. Coming here. And it seemed to him all at once that he was turned to stone, that it was like a dream in which one is being pursued, nearly caught and will be killed, and is rooted to the spot and cannot even move one's arms. At last, when the unknown was mounting to the 4th floor, he suddenly started, and succeeded in slipping neatly and quickly back into the flat and closing the door behind him. Then he took the hook and softly, noiselessly, fixed it in the catch. Instinct helped him. When he had done this, he crouched holding his breath, by the door. The unknown visitor was by now also at the door. They were now standing opposite one another, as he had just before been standing with the old woman, when the door divided them and he was listening. The visitor panted several times. He must be a big, fat man, thought Raskolnikov, squeezing the axe in his hand. It seemed like a dream indeed. The visitor took hold of the bell and rang it loudly. As soon as the tin bell tinkled, Raskolnikov seemed to be aware of something moving in the room. For some seconds he listened quite seriously. The unknown rang again, waited and suddenly tugged violently and impatiently at the handle of the door. Raskolnikov gazed in horror at the hook shaking in its fastening, and in blank terror expected every minute that the fastening would be pulled out. It certainly did seem possible, so violently was he shaking it. He was tempted to hold the fastening, but he might be aware of it. A giddiness came over him again. "I shall fall down," flashed through his mind, but the unknown began to speak and he recovered himself at once. "What's up? Are they asleep or murdered? Damn them," he bawled in a thick voice. "Hey, Elena Ivanovna, old witch. Lizaveta Ivanovna, hey, my beauty. Open the door. Oh, damn them. Are they asleep or what?" And again, enraged, he tugged with all his might a dozen times at the bell. He must certainly be a man of authority and an intimate acquaintance. At this moment light hurried steps were heard not far off, on the stairs. Someone else was approaching. Raskolnikov had not heard them at first. "You don't say there's no one at home," the newcomer cried in a cheerful, ringing voice, addressing the first visitor, who still went on pulling the bell. "Good evening, cook." From his voice he must be quite young, thought Raskolnikov. "Who the devil can tell? I've almost broken the lock," answered cook. "But how do you come to know me?" "Why, the day before yesterday I beat you 3 times running at billiards at Gambrinus." "Oh. So they are not at home? That's queer. It's awfully stupid though. Where could the old woman have gone?" "I've come on business." "Yes, and I have business with her, too." "Well, what can we do?" "Go back, I suppose, aie. And I was hoping to get some money," cried the young man. "We must give it up, of course, but what did she fix this time for?" "The old witch fixed the time for me to come herself. It's out of my way. And where the devil she can have got to, I can't make out. She sits here from year's end to year's end, the old hag, her legs are bad and yet here all of a sudden she is out for a walk. Hadn't we better ask the porter?" "What? Where she's gone and when she'll be back?" "Damn it all. We might ask. But you know she never does go anywhere." And he once more tugged at the door handle. "Damn it all. There's nothing to be done, we must go." "Stay," cried the young man suddenly. "Do you see how the door shakes if you pull it? Well, that shows it's not locked, but fastened with the hook. Do you hear how the hook clanks? Well, why, don't you see? That proves that one of them is at home. If they were all out, they would have locked the door from the outside with the key and not with the hook from inside. There, do you hear how the hook is clanking? To fasten the hook on the inside they must be at home, don't you see? So there they are sitting inside and don't open the door. Well, and so they must be," cried Cook, astonished. "What are they about in there?" And he began furiously shaking the door. "Stay," cried the young man again. "Don't pull at it. There must be something wrong. Here, you've been ringing and pulling at the door and still they don't open. So either they've both fainted or... What? I tell you what. Let's go fetch the porter, let him wake them up." "All right." Both were going down. "Stay. You stop here while I run down for the porter." "What for?" "Well, you'd better." "All right. I'm studying the law you see. It's evident, extent there's something wrong here," the young man cried hotly, and he ran downstairs. Cook remained. Once more he softly touched the bell which gave one tinkle, then gently, as though reflecting and looking about him, began touching the door handle, pulling it and letting it go to make sure once more that it was only fastened by the hook. Then puffing and panting he bent down and began looking at the keyhole, but the key was in the lock on the inside and so nothing could be seen. Raskolnikov stood keeping tight hold of the axe. He was in a sort of delirium. He was even making ready to fight when they should come in. While they were knocking and talking together, the idea several times occurred to him to end it all at once and shout to them through the door. Now and then he was tempted to swear at them, to jeer at them, while they could not open the door. "Only make haste," was the thought that flashed through his mind. But what the devil is he about? Time was passing, 1 minute and another, no one came. Cook began to be restless. "What the devil?" he cried suddenly, and in impatience deserting his sentry duty, he, too, went down, hurrying and thumping with his heavy boots on the stairs. The steps died away. "Good heavens! What am I to do?" Raskolnikov unfastened the hook, opened the door, there was no sound. Abruptly, without any thought at all, he went out, closing the door as thoroughly as he could, and went downstairs. He had gone down 3 flights when he suddenly heard a loud voice below. Where could he go? There was nowhere to hide. He was just going back to the flat. Hey there! Catch the brute! Somebody dashed out of a flat below, shouting, and rather fell than ran down the stairs, bawling at the top of his voice. Mitka! 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 Blast him! The shout ended in a shriek. The last sounds came from the yard. All was still. But at the same instant several men talking loud and fast began noisily mounting the stairs. There were 3 or 4 of them. He distinguished the ringing voice of the young man. Hey! Filled with despair he went straight to meet them, feeling come what must. If they stopped him, all was lost. If they let him pass, all was lost too. They would remember him. They were approaching. They were only a flight from him, and suddenly deliverance. A few steps from him on the right, there was an empty flat with the door wide open, the flat on the 2nd floor where the painters had been at work, and which, as though for his benefit, they had just left. It was they, no doubt, who had just run down, shouting. The floor had only just been painted. In the middle of the room stood a pail and a broken pot with paint and brushes. In one instant he had whisked in at the open door and hidden behind the wall, and only in the nick of time, they had already reached the landing. Then they turned and went on up to the 4th floor, talking loudly. He waited, went out on tiptoe and ran down the stairs. No one was on the stairs, nor in the gateway. He passed quickly through the gateway and turned to the left in the street. He knew perfectly well that at that moment they were at the flat, that they were greatly astonished at finding it unlocked, as the door had just been fastened, that by now they were looking at the bodies, that before another minute had passed they would guess and completely realize that the murderer had just been there, and had succeeded in hiding somewhere, slipping by them and escaping. They would guess most likely that he had been in the empty flat, while they were going upstairs. And meanwhile he dared not quicken his pace much, though the next turning was still nearly 100 yards away. Should he slip through some gateway and wait somewhere in an unknown street? No, hopeless. Should he fling away the axe? Should he take a cab? Hopeless, hopeless. At last he reached the turning. He turned down it more dead than alive. Here he was halfway to safety, and he understood it. It was less risky because there was a great crowd of people, and he was lost in it like a grain of sand. But all he had suffered had so weakened him that he could scarcely move. Perspiration ran down him in drops, his neck was all wet. My word, he has been going it, someone shouted at him when he came out on the canal bank. He was only dimly conscious of himself now, and the farther he went the worse it was. He remembered however, that on coming out onto the canal bank, he was alarmed at finding few people there and so being more conspicuous, and he had thought of turning back. Though he was almost falling from fatigue, he went a long way round so as to get home from quite a different direction. He was not fully conscious when he passed through the gateway of his house. He was already on the staircase before he recollected the axe. And yet he had a very grave problem before him, to put it back and to escape observation as far as possible in doing so. He was of course incapable of reflecting that it might perhaps be far better not to restore the axe at all, but to drop it later on in somebody's yard. But it all happened fortunately. The door of the porter's room was closed but not locked, so that it seemed most likely that the porter was at home. But he had so completely lost all power of reflection that he walked straight to the door and opened it. If the porter had asked him, "What do you want?" he would perhaps have simply handed him the axe. But again the porter was not at home, and he succeeded in putting the axe back under the bench, and even covering it with the chunk of wood as before. He met no one, not a soul. Afterwards on the way to his room, the landlady's door was shut. When he was in his room, he flung himself on the sofa just as he was. He did not sleep, but sank into blank forgetfulness. If anyone had come into his room then, he would have jumped up at once and screamed. Scraps and shreds of thoughts were simply swarming in his brain, but he could not catch at one, he could not rest on one, in spite of all his efforts. Part 2. Chapter 1. So he lay a very long while. Now and then he seemed to wake up, and at such moments he noticed that it was far into the night, but it did not occur to him to get up. At last he noticed that it was beginning to get light. He was lying on his back, still dazed from his recent oblivion. Fearful, despairing cries rose shrilly from the street, sounds which he heard every night, indeed, under his window after 2 o'clock. They woke him up now. Ah, the drunken men are coming out of the taverns, he thought. It's past 2 o'clock, and at once he leaped up, as though someone had pulled him from the sofa. What? Past 2 o'clock? He sat down on the sofa, and instantly recollected everything. All at once, in one flash, he recollected everything. For the first moment he thought he was going mad. A dreadful chill came over him, but the chill was from the fever that had begun long before in his sleep. Now he was suddenly taken with violent shivering, so that his teeth chattered and all his limbs were shaking. He opened the door and began listening. Everything in the house was asleep. With amazement he gazed at himself and everything in the room around him. wondering how he could have come in the night before without fastening the door, and have flung himself on the sofa without undressing, without even taking his hat off. It had fallen off and was lying on the floor near his pillow. If anyone had come in, what would he have thought? That I'm drunk, but... He rushed to the window. There was light enough, and he began hurriedly looking himself all over from head to foot, all his clothes. Were there no traces? But there was no doing it like that. Shivering with cold, he began taking off everything and looking over again. He turned everything over to the last threads and rags, and mistrusting himself, went through his search 3 times. But there seemed to be nothing, no trace, except in one place, where some thick drops of congealed blood were clinging to the frayed edge of his trousers. He picked up a big clasp knife and cut off the frayed threads. There seemed to be nothing more. Suddenly he remembered that the purse and the things he had taken out of the old woman's box were still in his pockets. He had not thought till then of taking them out and hiding them. He had not even thought of them while he was examining his clothes. What next? Instantly he rushed to take them out and fling them on the table. When he had pulled out everything, and turned the pocket inside out to be sure there was nothing left, he carried the whole heap to the corner. The paper had come off the bottom of the wall and hung there in tatters. He began stuffing all the things into the hole under the paper, therein. All out of sight, and the purse too, he thought gleefully, getting up and gazing blankly at the hole which bulged out more than ever. Suddenly he shuddered all over with horror. My God, he whispered in despair, what's the matter with me? Is that hidden? Is that the way to hide things? He had not reckoned on having trinkets to hide. He had only thought of money, and so had not prepared a hiding place. But now, what am I glad of, he thought, is that hiding things? My reason's deserting me, simply. He sat down on the sofa in exhaustion and was at once shaken by another unbearable fit of shivering. Mechanically he drew from a chair beside him his old student's winter coat, which was still warm though almost in rags, covered himself up with it and once more sank into drowsiness and delirium. He lost consciousness. Not more than 5 minutes had passed when he jumped up a second time, and at once pounced in a frenzy on his clothes again. How could I go to sleep again with nothing done? Yes, I have not taken the loop off the armhole. I forgot it, forgot a thing like that. Such a piece of evidence. He pulled off the noose, hurriedly cut it to pieces and threw the bits among his linen under the pillow. Pieces of torn linen couldn't rouse suspicion, whatever happened. I think not, anyway, he repeated, standing in the middle of the room, and with painful concentration he fell to gazing about him again, at the floor and everywhere, trying to make sure he had not forgotten anything. The conviction that all his faculties, even memory and the simplest power of reflection were failing him, began to be an insufferable torture. Surely it isn't beginning already. Surely it isn't my punishment coming upon me? It is. The frayed rags he had cut off his trousers were actually lying on the floor in the middle of the room, where anyone coming in would see them. What is the matter with me? He cried again, like one distraught. Then a strange idea entered his head, that, perhaps, all his clothes were covered with blood, that, perhaps, there were a great many stains, but that he did not see them, did not notice them because his perceptions were failing, were going to pieces, his reason was clouded. Suddenly he remembered that there had been blood on the purse too. Ah! Then there must be blood on the pocket too, for I put the wet purse in my pocket. In a flash he had turned the pocket inside out and, yes, there were traces, stains on the lining of the pocket. So my reason has not quite deserted me, so I still have some sense and memory, since I guessed it of myself, he thought triumphantly, with a deep sigh of relief. It's simply the weakness of fever, a moment's delirium, and he tore the whole lining out of the left pocket of his trousers. At that instant the sunlight fell on his left boot, on the sock which poked out from the boot. He fancied there were traces. He flung off his boots, traces indeed. The tip of the sock was soaked with blood, he must have unwarily stepped into that pool. But what am I to do with this now? Where am I to put the sock and rags and pocket? He gathered them all up in his hands and stood in the middle of the room. In the stove? But they would ransack the stove first of all. Burn them? But what can I burn them with? There are no matches even. No, better go out and throw it all away somewhere. Yes, better throw it away, he repeated, sitting down on the sofa again, and at once, this minute, without lingering. But his head sank on the pillow instead. Again the unbearable icy shivering came over him, again he drew his coat over him. And for a long while, for some hours, he was haunted by the impulse to go off somewhere at once, this moment, and fling it all away, so that it may be out of sight and done with, at once. Several times he tried to rise from the sofa, but could not. He was thoroughly waked up at last by a violent knocking at his door. Open, do, are you dead or alive? He keeps sleeping here, shouted Nastasia, banging with her fist on the door. For whole days together he's snoring here like a dog. A dog he is too. Open I tell you. It's past 10. Maybe he's not at home, said a man's voice. Ha, that's the porter's voice. What does he want? He jumped up and sat on the sofa. The beating of his heart was a positive pain. Then who can have latched the door, retorted Nastasia. He's taken to bolting himself in. As if he were worth stealing. Open, you stupid, wake up. What do they want? Why the porter? All's discovered. Resist or open. Come what may. He half rose, stooped forward and unlatched the door. His room was so small that he could undo the latch without leaving the bed. Yes, the porter and Nastasia were standing there. Nastasia stared at him in a strange way. He glanced with a defiant and desperate air at the porter, who without a word held out a grey folded paper sealed with bottle wax. A notice from the office, he announced, as he gave him the paper. From what office? A summons to the police office, of course. You know which office? To the police. What for? How can I tell? You're sent for, so you go. The man looked at him attentively, looked round the room and turned to go away. He's downright ill, observed Nastasia, not taking her eyes off him. The porter turned his head for a moment. He's been in a fever since yesterday, she added. Raskolnikov made no response and held the paper in his hands, without opening it. Don't you get up then, Nastasia went on compassionately, seeing that he was letting his feet down from the sofa. You're ill, and so don't go, there's no such hurry. What have you got there? He looked, in his right hand he held the shreds he had cut from his trousers, the sock and the rags of the pocket. So he had been asleep with them in his hand. Afterwards reflecting upon it, he remembered that half waking up in his fever, he had grasped all this tightly in his hand and so fallen asleep again. Look at the rags he's collected and sleeps with them, as though he has got hold of a treasure. And Nastasia went off into her hysterical giggle. Instantly he thrust them all under his greatcoat and fixed his eyes intently upon her. Far as he was from being capable of rational reflection at that moment, he felt that no one would behave like that with a person who was going to be arrested. But, the police. You'd better have some tea. Yes? I'll bring it, there's some left. No. I'm going, I'll go at once, he muttered, getting onto his feet. Why, you'll never get downstairs. Yes, I'll go. As you please. She followed the porter out. At once he rushed to the light to examine the sock and the rags. There are stains, but not very noticeable, all covered with dirt, and rubbed and already discolored. No one who had no suspicion could distinguish anything. Nastasia from a distance could not have noticed, thank God. Then with a tremor he broke the seal of the notice and began reading. He was a long while reading, before he understood. It was an ordinary summons from the district police station to appear that day at 9:30 at the office of the district superintendent. But when has such a thing happened? I never have anything to do with the police. And why just today, he thought in agonizing bewilderment. Good God, only get it over soon. He was flinging himself on his knees to pray, but broke into laughter, not at the idea of prayer, but at himself. He began, hurriedly dressing. If I'm lost, I am lost, I don't care. Shall I put the sock on? He suddenly wondered, it will get dustier still and the traces will be gone. But no sooner had he put it on than he pulled it off again in loathing and horror. He pulled it off, but reflecting that he had no other socks, he picked it up and put it on again, and again he laughed. That's all conventional, that's all relative, merely a way of looking at it, he thought in a flash, but only on the top surface of his mind, while he was shuddering all over. There, I've got it on. I have finished by getting it on. But his laughter was quickly followed by despair. No, it's too much for me, he thought. His legs shook. From fear, he muttered. His head swam and ached with fever. It's a trick. They want to decoy me there and confound me over everything, he mused, as he went out onto the stairs. The worst of it is I'm almost light-headed. I may blurt out something stupid. On the stairs he remembered that he was leaving all the things just as they were in the hole in the wall, and very likely, it's on purpose to search when I'm out, he thought, and stopped short. But he was possessed by such despair, such cynicism of misery, if one may so call it, that with a wave of his hand he went on. Only to get it over. In the street the heat was insufferable again, not a drop of rain had fallen all those days. Again dust, bricks and mortar, again the stench from the shops and pot-houses, again the drunken men, the Finnish peddlers and half-broken-down cabs. The sun shone straight in his eyes, so that it hurt him to look out of them, and he felt his head going round, as a man in a fever is apt to feel when he comes out into the street on a bright sunny day. When he reached the turning into the street, in an agony of trepidation he looked down at the house, and at once averted his eyes. If they question me, perhaps I'll simply tell, he thought, as he drew near the police station. The police station was about a quarter of a mile off. It had lately been moved to new rooms on the 4th floor of a new house. He had been once for a moment in the old office but long ago. Turning in at the gateway, he saw on the right a flight of stairs which a peasant was mounting with a book in his hand. A house porter, no doubt, so then, the office is here, and he began ascending the stairs on the chance. He did not want to ask questions of anyone. I'll go in, fall on my knees, and confess everything, he thought, as he reached the 4th floor. The staircase was steep, narrow, and all sloppy with dirty water. The kitchens of the flats opened onto the stairs and stood open almost the whole day. So there was a fearful smell and heat. The staircase was crowded with porters going up and down with their books under their arms, policemen and persons of all sorts and both sexes. The door of the office, too, stood wide open. Peasants stood waiting within. There, too, the heat was stifling and there was a sickening smell of fresh paint and stale oil from the newly decorated rooms. After waiting a little, he decided to move forward into the next room. All the rooms were small and low-pitched. A fearful impatience drew him on and on. No one paid attention to him. In the second room some clerks sat writing, dressed hardly better than he was, and rather a queer-looking set. He went up to one of them. What is it? He showed the notice he had received. You are a student, the man asked, glancing at the notice. Yes, formerly a student. The clerk looked at him, but without the slightest interest. He was a particularly unkempt person with the look of a fixed idea in his eye. There would be no getting anything out of him, because he has no interest in anything, thought Raskolnikov. Go in there to the head clerk, said the clerk, pointing towards the furthest room. He went into that room, the 4th in order. It was a small room and packed full of people, rather better dressed than in the outer rooms. Among them were 2 ladies. One, poorly dressed in mourning, sat at the table opposite the chief clerk, writing something at his dictation. The other, a very stout, buxom woman with a purplish-red, blotchy face, excessively smartly dressed with a brooch on her bosom as big as a saucer, was standing on one side, apparently waiting for something. Raskolnikov thrust his notice upon the head clerk. The latter glanced at it, said, "Wait a minute," and went on attending to the lady in mourning. He breathed more freely. It can't be that. By degrees he began to regain confidence. He kept urging himself to have courage and be calm. Some foolishness, some trifling carelessness, and I may betray myself. It's a pity there's no air here, he added, it's stifling. It makes one's head dizzier than ever, and one's mind too. He was conscious of a terrible inner turmoil. He was afraid of losing his self-control. He tried to catch at something and fix his mind on it, something quite irrelevant, but he could not succeed in this at all. Yet the head clerk greatly interested him. He kept hoping to see through him and guess something from his face. He was a very young man, about 22, with a dark mobile face that looked older than his years. He was fashionably dressed and foppish, with his hair parted in the middle, well combed and pomaded, and wore a number of rings on his well-scrubbed fingers and a gold chain on his waistcoat. He said a couple of words in French to a foreigner who was in the room, and said them fairly correctly. Louise Ivanovna, you can sit down, he said casually to the gaily dressed, purple-faced lady, who was still standing as though not venturing to sit down, though there was a chair beside her. Ich danke, said the latter, and softly, with a rustle of silk she sank into the chair. Her light blue dress trimmed with white lace floated about the table like an air balloon and filled almost half the room. She smelled of scent. But she was obviously embarrassed at filling half the room and smelling so strongly of scent, and though her smile was impudent as well as cringing, it betrayed evident uneasiness. The lady in mourning had done at last, and got up. All at once, with some noise, an officer walked in very jauntily, with a peculiar swing of his shoulders at each step. He tossed his cockaded cap on the table and sat down in an easy chair. The small lady positively skipped from her seat on seeing him, and fell to curtsying in a sort of ecstasy, but the officer took not the smallest notice of her, and she did not venture to sit down again in his presence. He was the assistant superintendent. He had a reddish mustache that stood out horizontally on each side of his face, and extremely small features, expressive of nothing much except a certain insolence. He looked askance and rather indignantly at Raskolnikov. He was so very badly dressed, and in spite of his humiliating position, his bearing was by no means in keeping with his clothes. Raskolnikov had unwarily fixed a very long and direct look on him, so that he felt positively affronted. "What do you want?" he shouted, apparently astonished that such a ragged fellow was not annihilated by the majesty of his glance. "I was summoned, by a notice," Raskolnikov faltered. "For the recovery of money due, from the student," the head clerk interfered hurriedly, tearing himself from his papers. "Here," and he flung Raskolnikov a document and pointed out the place. "Read that." "Money? What money?" thought Raskolnikov, "but, then, it's certainly not that." And he trembled with joy. He felt sudden intense indescribable relief. A load was lifted from his back. "And pray, what time were you directed to appear, sir?" shouted the assistant superintendent, seeming for some unknown reason more and more aggrieved. "You are told to come at 9, and now it's 12. The notice was only brought me a quarter of an hour ago," Raskolnikov answered loudly over his shoulder. To his own surprise he, too, grew suddenly angry and found a certain pleasure in it. And it's enough that I have come here ill with fever. Kindly refrain from shouting. I'm not shouting, I'm speaking very quietly, it's you who are shouting at me. I'm a student, and allow no one to shout at me. The assistant superintendent was so furious that for the first minute he could only splutter inarticulately. He leaped up from his seat. Be silent. You are in a government office. Don't be impudent, sir. You're in a government office, too, cried Raskolnikov, and you're smoking a cigarette as well as shouting, so you are showing disrespect to all of us. He felt an indescribable satisfaction at having said this. The head clerk looked at him with a smile. The angry assistant superintendent was obviously disconcerted. That's not your business, he shouted at last with unnatural loudness. Kindly make the declaration demanded of you. Show him. Alexander Grigoryevich. There is a complaint against you. You don't pay your debts. You're a fine bird. But Raskolnikov was not listening now, he had eagerly clutched at the paper, in haste to find an explanation. He read it once, and a second time, and still did not understand. What is this? He asked the head clerk. It is for the recovery of money on an IOU, a writ. You must either pay it, with all expenses, costs, and so on, or give a written declaration when you can pay it, and at the same time an undertaking not to leave the capital without payment, and nor to sell or conceal your property. The creditor is at liberty to sell your property, and proceed against you according to the law. But I am not in debt to anyone. That's not our business. Here, an IOU for 115 rubles, legally attested, and due for payment, has been brought us for recovery, given by you to the widow of the assessor Zarnitsin, 9 months ago, and paid over by the widow Zarnitsin to one Mr. Chibarav. We therefore summon you, hereupon. But she is my landlady. And what if she is your landlady? The head clerk looked at him with a condescending smile of compassion, and at the same time with a certain triumph, as at a novice under fire for the first time, as though he would say, well, how do you feel now? But what did he care now for an IOU, for a writ of recovery? Was that worth worrying about now, was it worth attention even? He stood, he read, he listened, he answered, he even asked questions himself, but all mechanically. The triumphant sense of security, of deliverance from overwhelming danger, that was what filled his whole soul that moment, without thought for the future, without analysis, without suppositions or surmises, without doubts and without questioning. It was an instant of full, direct, purely instinctive joy. But at that very moment something like a thunderstorm took place in the office. The assistant superintendent, still shaken by Raskolnikov's disrespect, still fuming and obviously anxious to keep up his wounded dignity, pounced on the unfortunate smart lady, who had been gazing at him ever since he came in with an exceedingly silly smile. You shameful hussy, he shouted suddenly at the top of his voice. The lady in mourning had left the office. What was going on at your house last night? A disgrace again, you're a scandal to the whole street. Fighting and drinking again. Do you want the house of correction? Why, I have warned you 10 times over that I would not let you off the 11th. And here you are again, you. The paper fell out of Raskolnikov's hands, and he looked wildly at the smart lady who was so unceremoniously treated. But he soon saw what it meant, and at once began to find positive amusement in the scandal. He listened with pleasure, so that he longed to laugh and laugh, all his nerves were on edge. Ilya Petrovich, the head clerk was beginning anxiously, but stopped short, for he knew from experience that the enraged assistant could not be stopped except by force. As for the smart lady, at first she positively trembled before the storm. But, strange to say, the more numerous and violent the terms of abuse became, the more amiable she looked, and the more seductive the smiles she lavished on the terrible assistant. She moved uneasily, and curtsied incessantly, waiting impatiently for a chance of putting in her word, and at last she found it. There was no sort of noise or fighting in my house, Mr. Captain, she pattered all at once, like peas dropping, speaking Russian confidently, though with a strong German accent, and no sort of scandal, and his honor came drunk, and it's the whole truth I am telling, Mr. Captain, and I am not to blame. Mine is an honorable house, Mr. Captain, and honorable behavior, Mr. Captain, and I always dislike any scandal myself. But he came quite tipsy, and asked for 3 bottles again, and then he lifted up one leg, and began playing the pianoforte with one foot, and that is not at all right in an honorable house, and he gans broke the piano, and it was very bad manners indeed, and I said so. And he took up a bottle and began hitting everyone with it. And then I called the porter, and Karl came, and he took Karl and hit him in the eye, and he hit Henriette in the eye, too, and gave me 5 slaps on the cheek. And it was so ungentlemanly in an honorable house, Mr. Captain, and I screamed. And he opened the window over the canal, and stood in the window, squealing like a little pig. It was a disgrace. The idea of squealing like a little pig at the window into the street. Fie upon him! And Karl pulled him away from the window by his coat, and it is true, Mr. Captain, he tore Senrock. And then he shouted that man must pay him 15 rubles damages. And I did pay him, Mr. Captain, 5 rubles for Senrock. And he is an ungentlemanly visitor and caused all the scandal. I will show you up, he said, for I can write to all the papers about you. Then he was an author. Yes, Mr. Captain, and what an ungentlemanly visitor in an honorable house. Now then. Enough. I have told you already. Ilya Petrovich, the head clerk repeated significantly. The assistant glanced rapidly at him, the head clerk slightly shook his head. So I tell you this, most respectable Louise Ivanovna, and I tell it you for the last time, the assistant went on. If there is a scandal in your honorable house once again, I will put you yourself in the lock-up, as it is called in polite society. Do you hear? So a literary man, an author took 5 rubles for his coat-tail in an honorable house? A nice set, these authors. And he cast a contemptuous glance at Raskolnikov. There was a scandal the other day in a restaurant, too. An author had eaten his dinner and would not pay. I'll write a satire on you, says he. And there was another of them on a steamer last week used the most disgraceful language to the respectable family of a civil councillor, his wife and daughter. And there was one of them turned out of a confectioner's shop the other day. They are like that, authors, literary men, students, town criers. Pfoo. You get along. I shall look in upon you myself one day. Then you had better be careful. Do you hear? With hurried deference, Louise Ivanovna fell to curtsying in all directions, and so curtsied herself to the door. But at the door, she stumbled backwards against a good-looking officer with a fresh, open face and splendid thick fair whiskers. This was the superintendent of the district himself, Nikodim Fomitch. Louise Ivanovna made haste to curtsy almost to the ground, and with mincing little steps, she fluttered out of the office. Again thunder and lightning, a hurricane, said Nikodim Fomitch to Ilya Petrovich in a civil and friendly tone. You are aroused again, you are fuming again. I heard it on the stairs. Well, what then? Ilya Petrovich drawled with gentlemanly nonchalance, and he walked with some papers to another table, with a jaunty swing of his shoulders at each step. Here, if you will kindly look, an author, or a student, has been one at least, does not pay his debts, has given an IOU, won't clear out of his room, and complaints are constantly being lodged against him, and here he has been pleased to make a protest against my smoking in his presence. He behaves like a cad himself, and just look at him, please. Here's the gentleman, and very attractive he is. Poverty is not a vice, my friend, but we know you go off like powder, you can't bear a slight. I dare say you took offense at something and went too far yourself, continued Nikodim Fomitch, turning affably to Raskolnikov. But you were wrong there, he is a capital fellow, I assure you, but explosive, explosive. He gets hot, fires up, boils over, and no stopping him. And then it's all over. And at the bottom he's a heart of gold. His nickname in the regiment was the Explosive Lieutenant. And what a regiment it was, too, cried Ilya Petrovich, much gratified at this agreeable banter, though still sulky. Raskolnikov had a sudden desire to say something exceptionally pleasant to them all. Excuse me, Captain, he began easily, suddenly addressing Nikodim Fomitch, will you enter into my position? I am ready to ask pardon, if I have been ill-mannered. I am a poor student, sick and shattered was the word he used, by poverty. I am not studying, because I cannot keep myself now, but I shall get money. I have a mother and sister in the province of X. They will send it to me, and I will pay. My landlady is a good-hearted woman, but she is so exasperated at my having lost my lessons, and not paying her for the last 4 months, that she does not even send up my dinner, and I don't understand this IOU at all. She is asking me to pay her on this IOU. How am I to pay her? Judge for yourselves. But that is not our business, you know, the head clerk was observing. Yes, yes. I perfectly agree with you. But allow me to explain, Raskolnikov put in again, still addressing Nikodim Fomitch, but trying his best to address Ilya Petrovich also, though the latter persistently appeared to be rummaging among his papers and to be contemptuously oblivious of him. Allow me to explain that I have been living with her for nearly 3 years and at first, for why should I not confess it, at the very beginning I promised to marry her daughter, it was a verbal promise, freely given, she was a girl, indeed, I liked her, though I was not in love with her, a youthful affair in fact, that is, I mean to say, that my landlady gave me credit freely in those days, and I led a life of. I was very heedless. Nobody asks you for these personal details, sir, we've no time to waste, Ilya Petrovich interposed roughly and with a note of triumph, but Raskolnikov stopped him hotly, though he suddenly found it exceedingly difficult to speak. But excuse me. It is for me to explain, how it all happened. In my turn, though I agree with you, it is unnecessary. But a year ago, the girl died of typhus. I remained lodging there as before, and when my landlady moved into her present quarters, she said to me, and in a friendly way, that she had complete trust in me, but still, would I not give her an IOU for 115 rubles, all the debt I owed her. She said if only I gave her that, she would trust me again, as much as I liked, and that she would never, those were her own words, make use of that IOU till I could pay of myself, and now, when I have lost my lessons and have nothing to eat, she takes action against me. What am I to say to that? All these affecting details are no business of ours. Ilya Petrovich interrupted rudely. You must give a written undertaking, but as for your love affairs and all these tragic events, we have nothing to do with that. Come now, you are harsh, muttered Nikodem Fomitch, sitting down at the table and also beginning to write. He looked a little ashamed. Write, said the head clerk to Raskolnikov. Write what? The latter asked, gruffly. I will dictate to you. Raskolnikov fancied that the head clerk treated him more casually and contemptuously after his speech, but strange to say he suddenly felt completely indifferent to anyone's opinion, and this revulsion took place in a flash, in one instant. If he had cared to think a little, he would have been amazed indeed that he could have talked to them like that a minute before, forcing his feelings upon them. And where had those feelings come from? Now if the whole room had been filled, not with police officers, but with those nearest and dearest to him, he would not have found one human word for them, so empty was his heart. A gloomy sensation of agonizing, everlasting solitude and remoteness, took conscious form in his soul. It was not the meanness of his sentimental effusions before Ilya Petrovich, nor the meanness of the latter's triumph over him that had caused this sudden revulsion in his heart. Oh, what had he to do now with his own baseness, with all these petty vanities, officers, German women, debts, police offices? If he had been sentenced to be burnt at that moment, he would not have stirred, would hardly have heard the sentence to the end. Something was happening to him entirely new, sudden, and unknown. It was not that he understood, but he felt clearly with all the intensity of sensation that he could never more appeal to these people in the police office with sentimental effusions like his recent outburst, or with anything whatever, and that if they had been his own brothers and sisters and not police officers, it would have been utterly out of the question to appeal to them in any circumstance of life. He had never experienced such a strange and awful sensation. And what was most agonizing, it was more a sensation than a conception or idea, a direct sensation, the most agonizing of all the sensations he had known in his life. The head clerk began dictating to him the usual form of declaration, that he could not pay, that he undertook to do so at a future date, that he would not leave the town, nor sell his property, and so on. But you can't write, you can hardly hold the pen, observed the head clerk, looking with curiosity at Raskolnikov. Are you ill? Yes, I am giddy. Go on. That's all. Sign it. The head clerk took the paper, and turned to attend to others. Raskolnikov gave back the pen, but instead of getting up and going away, he put his elbows on the table and pressed his head in his hands. He felt as if a nail were being driven into his skull. A strange idea suddenly occurred to him, to get up at once, to go up to Nikodem Fomitch, and tell him everything that had happened yesterday, and then to go with him to his lodgings and to show him the things in the hole in the corner. The impulse was so strong that he got up from his seat to carry it out. Hadn't I better think a minute, flashed through his mind. No, better cast off the burden without thinking. But all at once he stood still, rooted to the spot. Nikodem Fomitch was talking eagerly with Ilya Petrovich, and the words reached him. It's impossible, they'll both be released. To begin with, the whole story contradicts itself. Why should they have called the porter, if it had been their doing? To inform against themselves? Or as a blind? No, that would be too cunning. Besides, Pestryakov, the student, was seen at the gate by both the porters and a woman as he went in. He was walking with 3 friends, who left him only at the gate, and he asked the porters to direct him, in the presence of the friends. Now, would he have asked his way if he had been going with such an object? As for Cook, he spent half an hour at the silversmith's below, before he went up to the old woman, and he left him at exactly 7:15. Now just consider. But excuse me, how do you explain this contradiction? They state themselves that they knocked and the door was locked, yet 3 minutes later when they went up with the porter, it turned out the door was unfastened. That's just it, the murderer must have been there and bolted himself in, and they'd have caught him for a certainty if Cook had not been an ass and gone to look for the porter too. He must have seized the interval to get downstairs and slip by them somehow. Cook keeps crossing himself and saying, if I had been there, he would have jumped out and killed me with his axe. He is going to have a Thanksgiving service, ha, ha. And no one saw the murderer. They might well not see him, the house is a regular Noah's Ark, said the head clerk, who was listening. It's clear, quite clear, Nikodem Fomitch repeated warmly. No, it is anything but clear, Ilya Petrovich maintained. Raskolnikov picked up his hat and walked towards the door, but he did not reach it. When he recovered consciousness, he found himself sitting in a chair, supported by someone on the right side, while someone else was standing on the left, holding a yellowish glass filled with yellow water, and Nikodem Fomitch standing before him, looking intently at him. He got up from the chair. "What's this? Are you ill?" Nikodem Fomitch asked, rather sharply. "He could hardly hold his pen when he was signing," said the head clerk, settling back in his place, and taking up his work again. "Have you been ill long?" cried Ilya Petrovitch from his place, where he, too, was looking through papers. He had, of course, come to look at the sick man when he fainted, but retired at once when he recovered. "Since yesterday," muttered Raskolnikov in reply. "Did you go out yesterday?" "Yes." "Though you were ill?" "Yes." "At what time?" "About 7. "And where did you go, may I ask?" "Along the street." Short and clear. Raskolnikov, white as a handkerchief, had answered sharply, jerkily, without dropping his black feverish eyes before Ilya Petrovitch's stare. "He can scarcely stand upright." "And you?" Nikodem Fomitch was beginning. "No matter," Ilya Petrovitch pronounced rather peculiarly. Nikodem Fomitch would have made some further protest, but glancing at the head clerk who was looking very hard at him, he did not speak. There was a sudden silence. It was strange. "Very well, then," concluded Ilya Petrovitch, "we will not detain you." Raskolnikov went out. He caught the sound of eager conversation on his departure, and above the rest rose the questioning voice of Nikodem Fomitch. In the street, his faintness passed off completely. "A search, there will be a search at once," he repeated to himself, hurrying home. "The brutes, they suspect." His former terror mastered him completely again. Chapter 2. And what if there has been a search already? What if I find them in my room? But here was his room. Nothing and no one in it. No one had peeped in. Even Nastasia had not touched it. But heavens! How could he have left all those things in the hole? He rushed to the corner, slipped his hand under the paper, pulled the things out and lined his pockets with them. There were 8 articles in all, 2 little boxes with earrings or something of the sort, he hardly looked to see, then 4 small leather cases. There was a chain, too, merely wrapped in newspaper and something else in newspaper, that looked like a decoration. He put them all in the different pockets of his overcoat, and the remaining pocket of his trousers, trying to conceal them as much as possible. He took the purse, too. Then he went out of his room, leaving the door open. He walked quickly and resolutely, and though he felt shattered, he had his senses about him. He was afraid of pursuit, he was afraid that in another half hour, another quarter of an hour perhaps, instructions would be issued for his pursuit, and so at all costs, he must hide all traces before then. He must clear everything up while he still had some strength, some reasoning power left him. Where was he to go? That had long been settled. Fling them into the canal, and all traces hidden in the water, the thing would be at an end. So he had decided in the night of his delirium when several times he had had the impulse to get up and go away, to make haste, and get rid of it all. But to get rid of it, turned out to be a very difficult task. He wandered along the bank of the Ekaterininsky Canal for half an hour or more and looked several times at the steps running down to the water, but he could not think of carrying out his plan. Either rafts stood at the steps' edge, and women were washing clothes on them, or boats were moored there, and people were swarming everywhere. Moreover, he could be seen and noticed from the banks on all sides. It would look suspicious for a man to go down on purpose, stop, and throw something into the water. And what if the boxes were to float instead of sinking? And of course they would. Even as it was, everyone he met seemed to stare and look round, as if they had nothing to do but to watch him. Why is it, or can it be my fancy, he thought. At last the thought struck him that it might be better to go to the Neva. There were not so many people there, he would be less observed, and it would be more convenient in every way. Above all, it was further off. He wondered how he could have been wandering for a good half hour, worried and anxious in this dangerous past without thinking of it before. And that half hour he had lost over an irrational plan, simply because he had thought of it in delirium. He had become extremely absent and forgetful, and he was aware of it. He certainly must make haste. He walked towards the Neva along the Prospect, but on the way another idea struck him. Why to the Neva? Would it not be better to go somewhere far off, to the islands again, and there hide the things in some solitary place, in a wood or under a bush, and mark the spot perhaps? And though he felt incapable of clear judgment, the idea seemed to him a sound one. But he was not destined to go there. For coming out of the Prospect towards the square, he saw on the left a passage leading between 2 blank walls to a courtyard. On the right hand, the blank unwhitewashed wall of a 4-storied house stretched far into the court. On the left, a wooden hoarding ran parallel with it for 20 paces into the court, and then turned sharply to the left. Here was a deserted fenced-off place where rubbish of different sorts was lying. At the end of the court, the corner of a low, smutty, stone shed, apparently part of some workshop, peeped from behind the hoarding. It was probably a carriage builder's or carpenter's shed. The whole place from the entrance was black with coal dust. Here would be the place to throw it, he thought. Not seeing anyone in the yard, he slipped in, and at once saw near the gate a sink, such as is often put in yards where there are many workmen or cab drivers, and on the hoarding above had been scribbled in chalk the time-honored witticism, "Standing here strictly forbidden." This was all the better, for there would be nothing suspicious about his going in. Here I could throw it all in a heap and get away. Looking round once more, with his hand already in his pocket, he noticed against the outer wall, between the entrance and the sink, a big unhewn stone, weighing perhaps 60 pounds. The other side of the wall was a street. He could hear passers-by, always numerous in that part, but he could not be seen from the entrance, unless someone came in from the street, which might well happen indeed, so there was need of haste. He bent down over the stone, seized the top of it firmly in both hands, and using all his strength turned it over. Under the stone was a small hollow in the ground, and he immediately emptied his pocket into it. The purse lay at the top, and yet the hollow was not filled up. Then he seized the stone again and with one twist turned it back, so that it was in the same position again, though it stood a very little higher. But he scraped the earth about it and pressed it at the edges with his foot. Nothing could be noticed. Then he went out, and turned into the square. Again an intense, almost unbearable joy overwhelmed him for an instant, as it had in the police office. I have buried my tracks. And who can think of looking under that stone? It has been lying there most likely ever since the house was built, and will lie as many years more. And if it were found, who would think of me? It is all over. No clue. And he laughed. Yes, he remembered that he began laughing a thin, nervous noiseless laugh, and went on laughing all the time he was crossing the square. But when he reached the Quai Boulevard where 2 days before he had come upon that girl, his laughter suddenly ceased. Other ideas crept into his mind. He felt all at once that it would be loathsome to pass that seat on which after the girl was gone, he had sat and pondered, and that it would be hateful, too, to meet that whiskered policeman to whom he had given the 20 kopecks, damn him. He walked, looking about him angrily and distractedly. All his ideas now seemed to be circling round some single point, and he felt that there really was such a point, and that now, he was left facing that point, and for the first time, indeed, during the last 2 months. Damn it all, he thought suddenly, in a fit of ungovernable fury. If it has begun, then it has begun. Hang the new life. Good Lord, how stupid it is. And what lies I told today. How despicably I fawned upon that wretched Ilya Petrovitch. But that is all folly. What do I care for them all, and my fawning upon them? It is not that at all. It is not that at all. Suddenly he stopped, a new utterly unexpected and exceedingly simple question perplexed and bitterly confounded him. If it all has really been done deliberately and not idiotically, if I really had a certain and definite object, how is it I did not even glance into the purse and don't know what I had there, for which I have undergone these agonies, and have deliberately undertaken this base, filthy degrading business? And here I wanted at once to throw into the water the purse together with all the things which I had not seen either. How's that? Yes, that was so, that was also. Yet he had known it all before, and it was not a new question for him, even when it was decided in the night without hesitation and consideration, as though so it must be, as though it could not possibly be otherwise. Yes, he had known it all, and understood it all. It surely had all been settled even yesterday at the moment when he was bending over the box and pulling the jewel cases out of it. Yes, so it was. It is because I am very ill, he decided grimly at last. I have been worrying and fretting myself, and I don't know what I am doing. Yesterday and the day before yesterday and all this time I have been worrying myself. I shall get well and I shall not worry. But what if I don't get well at all? Good God, how sick I am of it all. He walked on without resting. He had a terrible longing for some distraction, but he did not know what to do, what to attempt. A new overwhelming sensation was gaining more and more mastery over him every moment. This was an immeasurable, almost physical, repulsion for everything surrounding him, an obstinate, malignant feeling of hatred. All who met him were loathsome to him, he loathed their faces, their movements, their gestures. If anyone had addressed him, he felt that he might have spat at him or bitten him. He stopped suddenly, on coming out on the bank of the little Neva, near the bridge to Vasilyevsky Ostrov. Why, he lives here, in that house, he thought. Why, I have not come to Razumian of my own accord. Here it's the same thing over again. Very interesting to know, though, have I come on purpose or have I simply walked here by chance? Never mind, I said the day before yesterday that I would go and see him the day after, well, and so I will. Besides I really cannot go further now. He went up to Razumian's room on the 5th floor. The latter was at home in his garret, busily writing at the moment, and he opened the door himself. It was 4 months since they had seen each other. Razumian was sitting in a ragged dressing gown, with slippers on his bare feet, unkempt, unshaven and unwashed. His face showed surprise. Is it you? He cried. He looked his comrade up and down, then after a brief pause, he whistled. As hard up as all that? Why, brother, you've cut me out, he added, looking at Raskolnikov's rags. Come sit down, you are tired, I'll be bound. And when he had sunk down on the American leather sofa, which was in even worse condition than his own, Razumihin saw at once that his visitor was ill. Why, you are seriously ill, do you know that? He began feeling his pulse. Raskolnikov pulled away his hand. Never mind, he said, I have come for this, I have no lessons. I wanted, but I don't really want lessons. But I say. You are delirious, you know. Razumihin observed, watching him carefully. No, I am not. Raskolnikov got up from the sofa. As he had mounted the stairs to Razumihin's, he had not realized that he would be meeting his friend face to face. Now, in a flash, he knew that what he was least of all disposed for at that moment was to be face to face with anyone in the wide world. His spleen rose within him. He almost choked with rage at himself as soon as he crossed Razumihin's threshold. Goodbye, he said abruptly, and walked to the door. Stop, stop. You queer fish. I don't want to, said the other, again pulling away his hand. Then why the devil have you come? Are you mad, or what? Why, this is, almost insulting. I won't let you go like that. Well, then, I came to you because I know no one but you who could help, to begin, because you are kinder than anyone, cleverer, I mean, and can judge, and now I see that I want nothing. Do you hear? Nothing at all, no one's services, no one's sympathy. I am by myself, alone. Come, that's enough. Leave me alone. Stay a minute, you sweep. You are a perfect madman. As you like for all I care. I have no lessons, do you see, and I don't care about that, but there's a bookseller, Haravimov, and he takes the place of a lesson. I would not exchange him for 5 lessons. He's doing publishing of a kind, and issuing natural science manuals, and what a circulation they have. The very titles are worth the money. You always maintained that I was a fool, but by Jove, my boy, there are greater fools than I am. Now he is setting up for being advanced, not that he has an inkling of anything, but, of course, I encourage him. Here are 2 signatures of the German text, in my opinion, the crudest charlatanism. It discusses the question, is woman a human being? And, of course, triumphantly proves that she is. Haravimov is going to bring out this work as a contribution to the woman question. I am translating it. He will expand these 2.5 signatures into 6, we shall make up a gorgeous title half a page long and bring it out at half a ruble. It will do. He pays me 6 rubles the signature, it works out to about 15 rubles for the job, and I've had 6 already in advance. When we have finished this, we are going to begin a translation about whales, and then some of the dullest scandals out of the second part of Lay Confessions we have marked for translation. Somebody has told Haravimov that Rousseau was a kind of radish chef. You may be sure I don't contradict him, hang him. Well, would you like to do the second signature of Is Woman a Human Being? If you would, take the German and pens and paper, all those are provided, and take 3 rubles, for as I have had 6 rubles in advance on the whole thing, 3 rubles come to you for your share. And when you have finished the signature there will be another 3 rubles for you. And please don't think I am doing you a service, quite the contrary, as soon as you came in, I saw how you could help me. To begin with, I am weak in spelling, and secondly, I am sometimes utterly adrift in German, so that I make it up as I go along for the most part. The only comfort is, that it's bound to be a change for the better. Though who can tell, maybe it's sometimes for the worse. Will you take it? Raskolnikov took the German sheets in silence, took the 3 rubles and without a word went out. Razumihin gazed after him in astonishment. But when Raskolnikov was in the next street, he turned back, mounted the stairs to Razumihin's again and laying on the table the German article and the 3 rubles, went out again, still without uttering a word. Are you raving, or what? Razumihin shouted, roused to fury at last. What farce is this? You'll drive me crazy too, what did you come to see me for, damn you? I don't want, translation, muttered Raskolnikov from the stairs. Then what the devil do you want, shouted Razumihin from above. Raskolnikov continued descending the staircase in silence. Hey, there! Where are you living? No answer. Well, confound you then. But Raskolnikov was already stepping into the street. On the Nikolaevsky bridge he was roused to full consciousness again by an unpleasant incident. A coachman, after shouting at him 2 or 3 times, gave him a violent lash on the back with his whip, for having almost fallen under his horse's hoofs. The lash so infuriated him that he dashed away to the railing. For some unknown reason he had been walking in the very middle of the bridge in the traffic. He angrily clenched and ground his teeth. He heard laughter, of course. Serves him right. A pickpocket I dare say. Pretending to be drunk, for sure, and getting under the wheels on purpose, and you have to answer for him. It's a regular profession, that's what it is. But while he stood at the railing, still looking angry and bewildered after the retreating carriage, and rubbing his back, he suddenly felt someone thrust money into his hand. He looked. It was an elderly woman in a kerchief and goatskin shoes, with a girl, probably her daughter, wearing a hat, and carrying a green parasol. "Take it, my good man, in Christ's name." He took it and they passed on. It was a piece of 20 kopecks. From his dress and appearance they might well have taken him for a beggar asking alms in the streets, and the gift of the 20 kopecks he doubtless owed to the blow, which made them feel sorry for him. He closed his hand on the 20 kopecks, walked on for 10 paces, and turned facing the Neva, looking towards the palace. The sky was without a cloud and the water was almost bright blue, which is so rare in the Neva. The cupola of the cathedral, which is seen at its best from the bridge about 20 paces from the chapel, glittered in the sunlight, and in the pure air every ornament on it could be clearly distinguished. The pain from the lash went off, and Raskolnikov forgot about it. One uneasy and not quite definite idea occupied him now completely. He stood still, and gazed long and intently into the distance. This spot was especially familiar to him. When he was attending the university, he had hundreds of times, generally on his way home, stood still on this spot, gazed at this truly magnificent spectacle and almost always marveled at a vague and mysterious emotion it roused in him. It left him strangely cold. This gorgeous picture was for him blank and lifeless. He wondered every time at his somber and enigmatic impression and, mistrusting himself, put off finding the explanation of it. He vividly recalled those old doubts and perplexities, and it seemed to him that it was no mere chance that he recalled them now. It struck him as strange and grotesque, that he should have stopped at the same spot as before, as though he actually imagined he could think the same thoughts, be interested in the same theories and pictures that had interested him, so short a time ago. He felt it almost amusing, and yet it wrung his heart. Deep down, hidden far away out of sight all that seemed to him now, all his old past, his old thoughts, his old problems and theories, his old impressions and that picture and himself and all. He felt as though he were flying upwards, and everything were vanishing from his sight. Making an unconscious movement with his hand, he suddenly became aware of the piece of money in his fist. He opened his hand, stared at the coin, and with a sweep of his arm flung it into the water, then he turned and went home. It seemed to him, he had cut himself off from everyone and from everything at that moment. Evening was coming on when he reached home, so that he must have been walking about 6 hours. How and where he came back he did not remember. Undressing, and quivering like an overdriven horse, he lay down on the sofa, drew his greatcoat over him, and at once sank into oblivion. It was dusk when he was waked up by a fearful scream. Good God, what a scream! Such unnatural sounds, such howling, wailing, grinding, tears, blows and curses he had never heard. He could never have imagined such brutality, such frenzy. In terror he sat up in bed, almost swooning with agony. But the fighting, wailing and cursing grew louder and louder. And then to his intense amazement he caught the voice of his landlady. She was howling, shrieking and wailing, rapidly, hurriedly, incoherently, so that he could not make out what she was talking about. She was beseeching, no doubt, not to be beaten, for she was being mercilessly beaten on the stairs. The voice of her assailant was so horrible from spite and rage that it was almost a croak, but he, too, was saying something, and just as quickly and indistinctly, hurrying and spluttering. All at once Raskolnikov trembled. He recognized the voice. It was the voice of Ilya Petrovitch. Ilya Petrovitch here and beating the landlady. He is kicking her, banging her head against the steps, that's clear, that can be told from the sounds, from the cries and the thuds. How is it, is the world topsy-turvy? He could hear people running in crowds from all the stories and all the staircases, he heard voices, exclamations, knocking, doors banging. But why and how could it be, he repeated, thinking seriously that he had gone mad. But no, he heard too distinctly. And they would come to him then next, for no doubt, it's all about that, about yesterday. Good God! He would have fastened his door with the latch, but he could not lift his hand, besides, it would be useless. Terror gripped his heart like ice, tortured him and numbed him. But at last all this uproar, after continuing about 10 minutes, began gradually to subside. The landlady was moaning and groaning, Ilya Petrovitch was still uttering threats and curses. But at last he, too, seemed to be silent, and now he could not be heard. Can he have gone away? Good Lord! Yes, and now the landlady is going too, still weeping and moaning, and then her door slammed. Now the crowd was going from the stairs to their rooms, exclaiming, disputing, calling to one another, raising their voices to a shout, dropping them to a whisper. There must have been numbers of them, almost all the inmates of the block. But, good God, how could it be? And why had he come here? Raskolnikov sank worn out on the sofa, but could not close his eyes. He lay for half an hour in such anguish, such an intolerable sensation of infinite terror as he had never experienced before. Suddenly a bright light flashed into his room. Nastasia came in with a candle and a plate of soup. Looking at him carefully and ascertaining that he was not asleep, she set the candle on the table and began to lay out what she had brought: bread, salt, a plate, a spoon. You've eaten nothing since yesterday, I warrant. You've been trudging about all day, and you're shaking with fever. Nastasia, what were they beating the landlady for? She looked intently at him. Who beat the landlady? Just now, half an hour ago, Ilya Petrovich, the assistant superintendent, on the stairs. Why was he ill-treating her like that, and why was he here? Nastasia scrutinized him, silent and frowning, and her scrutiny lasted a long time. He felt uneasy, even frightened at her searching eyes. Nastasia, why don't you speak? He said timidly at last in a weak voice. It's the blood, she answered at last softly, as though speaking to herself. Blood? What blood? He muttered, growing white and turning towards the wall. Nastasia still looked at him without speaking. Nobody has been beating the landlady, she declared at last in a firm, resolute voice. He gazed at her, hardly able to breathe. I heard it myself. I was not asleep. I was sitting up, he said still more timidly. I listened a long while. The assistant superintendent came. Everyone ran out onto the stairs from all the flats. No one has been here. That's the blood crying in your ears. When there's no outlet for it and it gets clotted, you begin fancying things. Will you eat something? He made no answer. Nastasia still stood over him, watching him. Give me something to drink. Nastasia. She went downstairs and returned with a white earthenware jug of water. He remembered only swallowing one sip of the cold water and spilling some on his neck. Then followed forgetfulness. Chapter 3. He was not completely unconscious, however, all the time he was ill, he was in a feverish state, sometimes delirious, sometimes half-conscious. He remembered a great deal afterwards. Sometimes it seemed as though there were a number of people round him, they wanted to take him away somewhere, there was a great deal of squabbling and discussing about him. Then he would be alone in the room, they had all gone away afraid of him, and only now and then opened the door a crack to look at him, they threatened him, plotted something together, laughed, and mocked at him. He remembered Nastasia often at his bedside, he distinguished another person, too, whom he seemed to know very well, though he could not remember who he was, and this fretted him, even made him cry. Sometimes he fancied he had been lying there a month, at other times it all seemed part of the same day. But of that he had no recollection, and yet every minute he felt that he had forgotten something he ought to remember. He worried and tormented himself trying to remember, moaned, flew into a rage, or sank into awful, intolerable terror. Then he struggled to get up, would have run away, but someone always prevented him by force, and he sank back into impotence and forgetfulness. At last he returned to complete consciousness. It happened at 10 o'clock in the morning. On fine days the sun shone into the room at that hour, throwing a streak of light on the right wall and the corner near the door. Nastasia was standing beside him with another person, a complete stranger, who was looking at him very inquisitively. He was a young man with a beard, wearing a full, short-waisted coat, and looked like a messenger. The landlady was peeping in at the half-opened door. Raskolnikov sat up. Who is this, Nastasia? He asked, pointing to the young man. I say, he's himself again, she said. He is himself, echoed the man. Concluding that he had returned to his senses, the landlady closed the door and disappeared. She was always shy and dreaded conversations or discussions. She was a woman of 40, not at all bad-looking, fat and buxom, with black eyes and eyebrows, good-natured from fatness and laziness, and absurdly bashful. Who are you? He went on, addressing the man. But at that moment the door was flung open, and, stooping a little, as he was so tall, Razumihin came in. What a cabin it is, he cried. I am always knocking my head. You call this a lodging? So you are conscious, brother? I've just heard the news from Pashenka. He has just come to, said Nastasia. Just come to, echoed the man again, with a smile. And who are you? Razumihin asked, suddenly addressing him. My name is Razumihin, at your service, not Razumihin, as I am always called, but Razumihin, a student and gentleman, and he is my friend. And who are you? I am the messenger from our office, from the merchant Chalopiv, and I've come on business. Please sit down. Razumihin seated himself on the other side of the table. It's a good thing you've come to, brother, he went on to Raskolnikov. For the last 4 days you have scarcely eaten or drunk anything. We had to give you tea in spoonfuls. I brought Zosimov to see you twice. You remember Zosimov? He examined you carefully and said at once it was nothing serious, something seemed to have gone to your head. Some nervous nonsense, the result of bad feeding, he says you have not had enough beer and radish, but it's nothing much, it will pass and you will be all right. Zosimov is a first-rate fellow. He is making quite a name. Come, I won't keep you, he said, addressing the man again. Will you explain what you want? You must know, Rodia, this is the second time they have sent from the office, but it was another man last time, and I talked to him. Who was it came before? That was the day before yesterday, I venture to say, if you please, sir. That was Alexei Semyonovich, he is in our office, too. He was more intelligent than you, don't you think so? Yes, indeed, sir, he is of more weight than I am. Quite so, go on. At your mamma's request, through Afanasy Ivanovich Voroshin, of whom I presume you have heard more than once, a remittance is sent to you from our office, the man began, addressing Raskolnikov. If you are in an intelligible condition, I've 35 rubles to remit to you, as Semyon Semyonovich has received from Afanasy Ivanovich at your mamma's request instructions to that effect, as on previous occasions. Do you know him, sir? Yes, I remember. Voroshin, Raskolnikov said dreamily. You hear, he knows Voroshin, cried Razumihin. He is in an intelligible condition. And I see you are an intelligent man too. Well, it's always pleasant to hear words of wisdom. That's the gentleman, Voroshin, Afanasy Ivanovich. And at the request of your mamma, who has sent you a remittance once before in the same manner through him, he did not refuse this time also, and sent instructions to Semyon Semyonovich some days since to hand you 35 rubles in the hope of better to come. That hoping for better to come is the best thing you've said, though your mamma is not bad either. Come then, what do you say? Is he fully conscious, et? That's all right. If only he can sign this little paper. He can scrawl his name. Have you got the book? Yes, here's the book. Give it to me. Here, Rodia, sit up. I'll hold you. Take the pen and scribble Raskolnikov for him. For just now, brother, money is sweeter to us than treacle. I don't want it, said Raskolnikov, pushing away the pen. Not want it? I won't sign it. How the devil can you do without signing it? I don't want the money. Don't want the money. Come, brother, that's nonsense, I bear witness. Don't trouble, please, it's only that he is on his travels again. But that's pretty common with him at all times though. You are a man of judgment and we will take him in hand, that is, more simply, take his hand and he will sign it. Here. But I can come another time. No, no. Why should we trouble you? You are a man of judgment. Now, Rodia, don't keep your visitor, you see he is waiting, and he made ready to hold Raskolnikov's hand in earnest. Stop, I'll do it alone, said the latter, taking the pen and signing his name. The messenger took out the money and went away. Bravo! And now, brother, are you hungry? Yes, answered Raskolnikov. Is there any soup? Some of yesterday's, answered Nastasia, who was still standing there. With potatoes and rice in it. Yes. I know it by heart. Bring soup and give us some tea. Very well. Raskolnikov looked at all this with profound astonishment and a dull, unreasoning terror. He made up his mind to keep quiet and see what would happen. I believe I am not wandering. I believe it's reality, he thought. In a couple of minutes Nastasia returned with the soup, and announced that the tea would be ready directly. With the soup she brought 2 spoons, 2 plates, salt, pepper, mustard for the beef, and so on. The table was set as it had not been for a long time. The cloth was clean. It would not be amiss, Nastasia, if Praskovya Pavlovna were to send us up a couple of bottles of beer. We could empty them. Well, you are a cool hand, muttered Nastasia, and she departed to carry out his orders. Raskolnikov still gazed wildly with strained attention. Meanwhile Razumihin sat down on the sofa beside him, as clumsily as a bear put his left arm round Raskolnikov's head, although he was able to sit up, and with his right hand gave him a spoonful of soup, blowing on it that it might not burn him. But the soup was only just warm. Raskolnikov swallowed 1 spoonful greedily, then a second, then a third. But after giving him a few more spoonfuls of soup, Razumihin suddenly stopped, and said that he must ask Zosimov whether he ought to have more. Nastasia came in with 2 bottles of beer. And will you have tea? Yes. Cut along, Nastasia, and bring some tea, for tea we may venture on without the faculty. But here is the beer. He moved back to his chair, pulled the soup and meat in front of him, and began eating as though he had not touched food for 3 days. I must tell you, Rodia, I dine like this here every day now, he mumbled with his mouth full of beef, and it's all Pashenka, your dear little landlady, who sees to that, she loves to do anything for me. I don't ask for it, but, of course, I don't object. And here's Nastasia with the tea. She is a quick girl. Nastasia, my dear, won't you have some beer? Get along with your nonsense. A cup of tea, then. A cup of tea, maybe. Pour it out. Stay, I'll pour it out myself. Sit down. He poured out 2 cups, left his dinner, and sat on the sofa again. As before, he put his left arm round the sick man's head, raised him up and gave him tea in spoonfuls, again blowing each spoonful steadily and earnestly, as though this process was the principal and most effective means towards his friend's recovery. Raskolnikov said nothing and made no resistance, though he felt quite strong enough to sit up on the sofa without support and could not merely have held a cup or a spoon, but even perhaps could have walked about. But from some queer, almost animal, cunning he conceived the idea of hiding his strength and lying low for a time, pretending if necessary not to be yet in full possession of his faculties, and meanwhile listening to find out what was going on. Yet he could not overcome his sense of repugnance. After sipping a dozen spoonfuls of tea, he suddenly released his head, pushed the spoon away capriciously, and sank back on the pillow. There were actually real pillows under his head now, down pillows in clean cases. He observed that, too, and took note of it. "Pashenka must give us some raspberry jam today to make him some raspberry tea," said Razumihin, going back to his chair and attacking his soup and beer again. "And where is she to get raspberries for you?" asked Nastasia, balancing a saucer on her 5 outspread fingers and sipping tea through a lump of sugar. "She'll get it at the shop, my dear. You see, Rodia, all sorts of things have been happening while you have been laid up. When you decamped in that rascally way without leaving your address, I felt so angry that I resolved to find you out and punish you. I set to work that very day. How I ran about making inquiries for you. This lodging of yours I had forgotten, though I never remembered it, indeed, because I did not know it, and as for your old lodgings, I could only remember it was at the 5 Corners, Harlamov's house. I kept trying to find that Harlamov's house, and afterwards it turned out that it was not Harlamov's, but Butch's. How one muddles up sound sometimes. So I lost my temper, and I went on the chance to the address bureau next day, and only fancy, in 2 minutes they looked you up. Your name is down there." "My name? I should think so, and yet a General Kobelev they could not find while I was there. Well, it's a long story. But as soon as I did land on this place, I soon got to know all your affairs, all, brother, I know everything, Nastasia here will tell you. I made the acquaintance of Nikodim Fomich and Ilya Petrovich, and the house porter and Mr. Zametov, Alexander Grigoryevich, the head clerk in the police office, and, last, but not least, of Pashenka, Nastasia here knows." "He's got round her," Nastasia murmured, smiling slyly. "Why don't you put the sugar in your tea, Nastasia Nikiforovna? You are a one." Nastasia cried suddenly, going off into a giggle. "I am not Nikiforovna, but Petrovna," she added suddenly, recovering from her mirth. "I'll make a note of it. Well, brother, to make a long story short, I was going in for a regular explosion here to uproot all malignant influences in the locality, but Pashenka won the day. I had not expected, brother, to find her so prepossessing. What do you think?" Raskolnikov did not speak, but he still kept his eyes fixed upon him, full of alarm. "And all that could be wished, indeed, in every respect," Razumihin went on, not at all embarrassed by his silence. "Ah, the sly dog!" Nastasia shrieked again. This conversation afforded her unspeakable delight. "It's a pity, brother, that you did not set to work in the right way at first. You ought to have approached her differently. She is, so to speak, a most unaccountable character. But we will talk about her character later. How could you let things come to such a pass that she gave up sending you your dinner? And that IOU? You must have been mad to sign an IOU. And that promise of marriage when her daughter, Natalia Yegorovna, was alive. I know all about it. But I see that's a delicate matter and I am an ass, forgive me. But, talking of foolishness, do you know Praskovya Pavlovna is not nearly so foolish as you would think at first sight?" "No," mumbled Raskolnikov, looking away, but feeling that it was better to keep up the conversation. "She isn't, is she?" cried Razumihin, delighted to get an answer out of him. "But she is not very clever either, eh? She is essentially an unaccountable character. I am sometimes quite at a loss, I assure you. She must be 40, she says she is 36, and of course she has every right to say so. But I swear I judge her intellectually, simply from the metaphysical point of view, there is a sort of symbolism sprung up between us, a sort of algebra or what not. I don't understand it. Well, that's all nonsense. Only, seeing that you are not a student now and have lost your lessons and your clothes, and that through the young lady's death she has no need to treat you as a relation, she suddenly took fright, and as you hid in your den and dropped all your old relations with her, she planned to get rid of you. And she's been cherishing that design a long time, but was sorry to lose the IOU, for you assured her yourself that your mother would pay. It was base of me to say that. My mother herself is almost a beggar, and I told a lie to keep my lodging, and be fed," Raskolnikov said loudly and distinctly. "Yes, you did very sensibly. But the worst of it is that at that point Mr. Chibarov turns up, a businessman. Pashenka would never have thought of doing anything on her own account, she is too retiring, but the businessman is by no means retiring, and first thing he puts the question, is there any hope of realizing the IOU? Answer, there is, because he has a mother who would save her Rodia with her 125 rubles pension, if she has to starve herself, and a sister, too, who would go into bondage for his sake. That's what he was building upon. Why do you start? I know all the ins and outs of your affairs now, my dear boy, it's not for nothing that you were so open with Pashenka when you were her prospective son-in-law, and I say all this as a friend. But I tell you what it is, an honest and sensitive man is open, and a businessman listens and goes on eating you up. Well, then she gave the IOU by way of payment to this Chibarav, and without hesitation he made a formal demand for payment. When I heard of all this I wanted to blow him up, too, to clear my conscience, but by that time harmony reigned between me and Pashenka, and I insisted on stopping the whole affair, engaging that you would pay. I went security for you, brother. Do you understand? We called Chibarav, flung him 10 rubles and got the IOU back from him, and here I have the honor of presenting it to you. She trusts your word now. Here, take it, you see I have torn it. Razumihin put the note on the table. Raskolnikov looked at him and turned to the wall without uttering a word. Even Razumihin felt a twinge. I see, brother, he said a moment later, that I have been playing the fool again. I thought I should amuse you with my chatter, and I believe I have only made you cross. Was it you I did not recognize when I was delirious? Raskolnikov asked, after a moment's pause without turning his head. Yes, and you flew into a rage about it, especially when I brought Zametov one day. Zametov? The head clerk? What for? Raskolnikov turned round quickly and fixed his eyes on Razumihin. What's the matter with you? What are you upset about? He wanted to make your acquaintance because I talked to him a lot about you. How could I have found out so much except from him? He is a capital fellow, brother, first rate, in his own way, of course. Now we are friends, see each other almost every day. I have moved into this part, you know. I have only just moved. I've been with him to Louise Ivanovna once or twice. Do you remember Louise Ivanovna? Did I say anything in delirium? I should think so. You were beside yourself. What did I rave about? What next? What did you rave about? What people do rave about? Well, brother, now I must not lose time. To work. He got up from the table and took up his cap. What did I rave about? How he keeps on. Are you afraid of having let out some secret? Don't worry yourself, you said nothing about a countess. But you said a lot about a bulldog, and about earrings and chains, and about Krestovsky Island, and some porter, and Nikodim Fomich and Ilya Petrovich, the assistant superintendent. And another thing that was of special interest to you was your own sock. You whined, give me my sock. Zametov hunted all about your room for your socks, and with his own scented, ring-bedecked fingers he gave you the rag. And only then were you comforted, and for the next 24 hours you held the wretched thing in your hand, we could not get it from you. It is most likely somewhere under your quilt at this moment. And then you asked so piteously for fringe for your trousers. We tried to find out what sort of fringe, but we could not make it out. Now to business. Here are 35 rubles, I take 10 of them, and shall give you an account of them in an hour or two. I will let Zosimov know at the same time, though he ought to have been here long ago, for it is nearly 12. And you, Nastasia, look in pretty often while I am away, to see whether he wants a drink or anything else. And I will tell Pashenka what is wanted myself. Goodbye. He calls her Pashenka. Ah, he's a deep one, said Nastasia as he went out, then she opened the door and stood listening, but could not resist running downstairs after him. She was very eager to hear what he would say to the landlady. She was evidently quite fascinated by Razumihin. No sooner had she left the room than the sick man flung off the bedclothes and leapt out of bed like a madman. With burning, twitching impatience he had waited for them to be gone so that he might set to work. But to what work? Now, as though to spite him, it eluded him. Good God, only tell me one thing, do they know of it yet or not? What if they know it and are only pretending, mocking me while I am laid up, and then they will come in and tell me that it's been discovered long ago and that they have only. What am I to do now? That's what I've forgotten, as though on purpose, forgotten it all at once, I remembered a minute ago. He stood in the middle of the room and gazed in miserable bewilderment about him, he walked to the door, opened it, listened, but that was not what he wanted. Suddenly, as though recalling something, he rushed to the corner where there was a hole under the paper, began examining it, put his hand into the hole, fumbled, but that was not it. He went to the stove, opened it and began rummaging in the ashes, the frayed edges of his trousers and the rags cut off his pocket were lying there just as he had thrown them. No one had looked, then. Then he remembered the sock about which Razumihin had just been telling him. Yes, there it lay on the sofa under the quilt, but it was so covered with dust and grime that Zametov could not have seen anything on it. Bah, Zametov! The police office! And why am I sent for to the police office? Where's the notice? Bah! I am mixing it up, that was then. I looked at my sock then, too, but now I have been ill. But what did Zametov come for? Why did Razumihin bring him? He muttered, helplessly sitting on the sofa again. What does it mean? Am I still in delirium, or is it real? I believe it is real. Ah, I remember, I must escape. Make haste to escape. Yes, I must escape. Yes, but where? And where are my clothes? I've no boots. They've taken them away. They've hidden them. I understand. Ah, here is my coat, they passed that over. And here is money on the table, thank God. And here's the IOU. I'll take the money and go and take another lodging. They won't find me. Yes, but the address bureau? They'll find me, Razumihin will find me. Better escape altogether, far away, to America, and let them do their worst. And take the IOU, it would be of use there. What else shall I take? They think I am ill. They don't know that I can walk, ha ha ha. I could see by their eyes that they know all about it. If only I could get downstairs. And what if they have set a watch there, policeman? What's this tea? Ah, and here is beer left, half a bottle, cold. He snatched up the bottle, which still contained a glassful of beer, and gulped it down with relish, as though quenching a flame in his breast. But in another minute the beer had gone to his head, and a faint and even pleasant shiver ran down his spine. He lay down and pulled the quilt over him. His sick and incoherent thoughts grew more and more disconnected, and soon a light, pleasant drowsiness came upon him. With a sense of comfort he nestled his head into the pillow, wrapped more closely about him the soft, wadded quilt which had replaced the old, ragged greatcoat, sighed softly and sank into a deep, sound, refreshing sleep. He woke up, hearing someone come in. He opened his eyes and saw Razumihin standing in the doorway, uncertain whether to come in or not. Raskolnikov sat up quickly on the sofa and gazed at him, as though trying to recall something. Ah, you are not asleep. Here I am. Nastasia, bring in the parcel. Razumihin shouted down the stairs. You shall have the account directly. What time is it? Asked Raskolnikov, looking round uneasily. Yes, you had a fine sleep, brother, it's almost evening, it will be 6 o'clock directly. You have slept more than 6 hours. Good heavens! Have I? And why not? It will do you good. What's the hurry? A tryst, is it? We've all time before us. I've been waiting for the last 3 hours for you, I've been up twice and found you asleep. I've called on Zosimov twice, not at home, only fancy. But no matter, he will turn up. And I've been out on my own business, too. You know I've been moving today, moving with my uncle. I have an uncle living with me now. But that's no matter, to business. Give me the parcel, Nastasia. We will open it directly. And how do you feel now, brother? I am quite well, I am not ill. Razumihin, have you been here long? I tell you I've been waiting for the last 3 hours. No, before. How do you mean? How long have you been coming here? Why I told you all about it this morning. Don't you remember? Raskolnikov pondered. The morning seemed like a dream to him. He could not remember alone, and looked inquiringly at Razumihin. Said the latter, he has forgotten. I fancied then that you were not quite yourself. Now you are better for your sleep. You really look much better. First rate. Well, to business. Look here, my dear boy. He began untying the bundle, which evidently interested him. Believe me, brother, this is something specially near my heart. For we must make a man of you. Let's begin from the top. Do you see this cap? He said, taking out of the bundle a fairly good though cheap and ordinary cap. Let me try it on. Presently, afterwards, said Raskolnikov, waving it off pettishly. Come, Rodya, my boy, don't oppose it, afterwards will be too late, and I shan't sleep all night, for I bought it by guess, without measure. Just right, he cried triumphantly, fitting it on, just your size. A proper head covering is the first thing in dress and a recommendation in its own way. Tolstoyakov, a friend of mine, is always obliged to take off his pudding basin when he goes into any public place where other people wear their hats or caps. People think he does it from slavish politeness, but it's simply because he is ashamed of his bird's nest, he is such a boastful fellow. Look, Nastasia, here are 2 specimens of headgear, this Palmerston, he took from the corner Raskolnikov's old, battered hat, which for some unknown reason, he called a Palmerston, or this jewel. Guess the price, Rodya, what do you suppose I paid for it, Nastasia, he said, turning to her, seeing that Raskolnikov did not speak. 20 kopecks, no more, I dare say, answered Nastasia. 20 kopecks, silly, he cried, offended. Why, nowadays you would cost more than that, 80 kopecks. And that only because it has been worn. And it's bought on condition that when it's worn out, they will give you another next year. Yes, on my word. Well, now let us pass to the United States of America, as they called them at school. I assure you I am proud of these breeches, and he exhibited to Raskolnikov a pair of light, summer trousers of grey woolen material. No holes, no spots, and quite respectable, although a little worn, and a waistcoat to match, quite in the fashion. And its being worn really is an improvement, it's softer, smoother. You see, Rodion, to my thinking, the great thing for getting on in the world is always to keep to the seasons. If you don't insist on having asparagus in January, you keep your money in your purse, and it's the same with this purchase. It's summer now, so I've been buying summer things, warmer materials will be wanted for autumn, so you will have to throw these away in any case, especially as they will be done for by then from their own lack of coherence if not your higher standard of luxury. Come, price them. What do you say? 2 rubles 25 kopecks. And remember the condition, if you wear these out, you will have another suit for nothing. They only do business on that system at Fadyev's. If you've bought a thing once, you are satisfied for life, for you will never go there again of your own free will. Now for the boots. What do you say? You see that they are a bit worn, but they'll last a couple of months, for it's foreign work and foreign leather. The secretary of the English embassy sold them last week. He had only worn them 6 days, but he was very short of cash. Price, 1.5 rubles. A bargain. But perhaps they won't fit, observed Nastasia. Not fit? Just look, and he pulled out of his pocket Raskolnikov's old, broken boot, stiffly coated with dry mud. I did not go empty-handed, they took the size from this monster. We all did our best. And as to your linen, your landlady has seen to that. Here, to begin with are 3 shirts, hempen but with a fashionable front. Well now then, 80 kopecks the cap, 2 rubles 25 kopecks the suit, together 3 rubles 5 kopecks, 1.5 rubles for the boots, 4, you see, they are very good, and that makes 4 rubles 55 kopecks, 5 rubles for the underclothes, they were bought in the lot, which makes exactly 9 rubles 55 kopecks. 45 kopecks change in coppers. Will you take it? And so, Rodion, you are set up with a complete new rig-out, for your overcoat will serve, and even has a style of its own. That comes from getting one's clothes from charmeurs. As for your socks and other things, I leave them to you, we've 25 rubles left. And as for Pashenka and paying for your lodging, don't you worry. I tell you she'll trust you for anything. And now, brother, let me change your linen, for I dare say you will throw off your illness with your shirt. Let me be. I don't want to. Raskolnikov waved him off. He had listened with disgust to Razumian's efforts to be playful about his purchases. Come, brother, don't tell me I've been trudging around for nothing, Razumian insisted. Nastasia, don't be bashful, but help me, that's it, and in spite of Raskolnikov's resistance he changed his linen. The latter sank back on the pillows and for a minute or two said nothing. It will be long before I get rid of them, he thought. What money was all that bought with? He asked at last, gazing at the wall. Money? Why, your own, what the messenger brought from Varushin, your mother sent it. Have you forgotten that, too? I remember now, said Raskolnikov after a long, sullen silence. Razumian looked at him, frowning and uneasy. The door opened and a tall, stout man whose appearance seemed familiar to Raskolnikov came in. Chapter 4. Zosimov was a tall, fat man with a puffy, colorless, clean-shaven face and straight flaxen hair. He wore spectacles, and a big gold ring on his fat finger. He was 27. He had on a light grey fashionable loose coat, light summer trousers, and everything about him loose, fashionable and spick and span. His linen was irreproachable, his watch chain was massive. In manner he was slow and, as it were, nonchalant, and at the same time studiously free and easy. He made efforts to conceal his self-importance, but it was apparent at every instant. All his acquaintances found him tedious, but said he was clever at his work. I've been to you twice today, brother. You see, he's come to himself, cried Razumian. I see, and how do we feel now, said Zosimov to Raskolnikov, watching him carefully and, sitting down at the foot of the sofa, he settled himself as comfortably as he could. He is still depressed, Razumian went on. We've just changed his linen and he almost cried. That's very natural, you might have put it off if he did not wish it. His pulse is first rate. Is your head still aching, I am well, I am perfectly well. Raskolnikov declared positively and irritably. He raised himself on the sofa and looked at them with glittering eyes, but sank back onto the pillow at once and turned to the wall. Zosimov watched him intently. Very good. Going on all right, he said lazily. Has he eaten anything? They told him, and asked what he might have. He may have anything, soup, tea, mushrooms and cucumbers, of course, you must not give him, he'd better not have meat either, but no need to tell you that. Razumihin and he looked at each other. No more medicine or anything. I'll look at him again tomorrow. Perhaps, today even, but never mind. Tomorrow evening I shall take him for a walk, said Razumihin. We are going to the Yusupov garden and then to the Palais de Crystal. I would not disturb him tomorrow at all, but I don't know, a little, maybe, but we'll see. What a nuisance. I've got a housewarming party tonight, it's only a step from here. Couldn't he come? He could lie on the sofa. You are coming. Razumihin said to Zosimov. Don't forget, you promised. All right, only rather later. What are you going to do? Oh, nothing, tea, vodka, herrings. There will be a pie, just our friends. And who? All neighbors here, almost all new friends, except my old uncle, and he is new too, he only arrived in Petersburg yesterday to see to some business of his. We meet once in 5 years. What is he? He's been stagnating all his life as a district postmaster, gets a little pension. He is 65, not worth talking about. But I am fond of him. Porfiry Petrovich, the head of the investigation department here. But you know him. Is he a relation of yours, too? A very distant one. But why are you scowling? Because you quarreled once, won't you come then? I don't care a damn for him. So much the better. Well, there will be some students, a teacher, a government clerk, a musician, an officer, and Zametov. Do tell me, please, what you or he, Zosimov nodded at Raskolnikov, can have in common with this Zametov. Oh, you particular gentlemen. Principles. You are worked by principles, as it were by springs, you won't venture to turn round on your own account. If a man is a nice fellow, that's the only principle I go upon. Zametov is a delightful person. Though he does take bribes. Well, he does, and what of it? I don't care if he does take bribes, Razumihin cried with unnatural irritability. I don't praise him for taking bribes. I only say he is a nice man in his own way. But if one looks at men in all ways, are there many good ones left? Why, I am sure I shouldn't be worth a baked onion myself, perhaps with you thrown in. That's too little, I'd give 2 for you. And I wouldn't give more than 1 for you. No more of your jokes. Zametov is no more than a boy. I can pull his hair and one must draw him not repel him. You'll never improve a man by repelling him, especially a boy. One has to be twice as careful with a boy. Oh, you progressive dullards. You don't understand. You harm yourselves running another man down. But if you want to know, we really have something in common. I should like to know what. Why, it's all about a house painter. We are getting him out of a mess. Though indeed there's nothing to fear now. The matter is absolutely self-evident. We only put on steam. A painter. Why, haven't I told you about it? I only told you the beginning then about the murder of the old pawnbroker woman. Well, the painter is mixed up in it. Oh, I heard about that murder before and was rather interested in it, partly, for one reason. I read about it in the papers, too. Lizaveta was murdered, too, Nastasia blurted out, suddenly addressing Raskolnikov. She remained in the room all the time, standing by the door listening. Lizaveta, murmured Raskolnikov hardly audibly. Lizaveta, who sold old clothes. Didn't you know her? She used to come here. She mended a shirt for you, too. Raskolnikov turned to the wall where in the dirty, yellow paper he picked out one clumsy, white flower with brown lines on it and began examining how many petals there were in it, how many scallops in the petals and how many lines on them. He felt his arms and legs as lifeless as though they had been cut off. He did not attempt to move, but stared obstinately at the flower. But what about the painter? Zosimov interrupted Nastasia's chatter with marked displeasure. She sighed and was silent. Why, he was accused of the murder, Razumihin went on hotly. Was there evidence against him then? Evidence, indeed. Evidence that was no evidence, and that's what we have to prove. It was just as they pitched on those fellows, Cook and Pestryakov, at first. Phoo! How stupidly it's all done, it makes one sick, though it's not one's business. Pestryakov may be coming tonight. By the way, Rodia, you've heard about the business already, it happened before you were ill, the day before you fainted at the police office while they were talking about it. Zosimov looked curiously at Raskolnikov. He did not stir. But I say, Razumihin, I wonder at you. What a busybody you are. Zosimov observed. Maybe I am, but we will get him off anyway, shouted Razumihin, bringing his fist down on the table. What's the most offensive is not their lying. One can always forgive lying. Lying is a delightful thing, for it leads to truth. What is offensive is that they lie and worship their own lying. I respect Porfiry, but what threw them out at first? The door was locked, and when they came back with the porter it was open. So it followed that Cook and Pestryakov were the murderers, that was their logic. But don't excite yourself, they simply detained them, they could not help that. And, by the way, I've met that man Cook. He used to buy unredeemed pledges from the old woman? Yes, he is a swindler. He buys up bad debts, too. He makes a profession of it. But enough of him. Do you know what makes me angry? It's their sickening rotten, petrified routine. And this case might be the means of introducing a new method. One can show from the psychological data alone how to get on the track of the real man. We have facts, they say. But facts are not everything, at least half the business lies in how you interpret them. Can you interpret them, then? Anyway, one can't hold one's tongue when one has a feeling, a tangible feeling, that one might be a help if only. Do you know the details of the case? I am waiting to hear about the painter. Oh, yes. Well, here's the story. Early on the third day after the murder, when they were still dandling Cook and Pestryakov, though they accounted for every step they took and it was as plain as a pikestaff, an unexpected fact turned up. A peasant called Dushkin, who keeps a dram shop facing the house, brought to the police office a jeweler's case containing some gold earrings, and told a long rigmarole. The day before yesterday, just after 8 o'clock, marked the day and the hour, a journeyman house painter, Nikolai, who had been in to see me already that day, brought me this box of gold earrings and stones, and asked me to give him 2 rubles for them. When I asked him where he got them, he said that he picked them up in the street. I did not ask him anything more. I am telling you Dushkin's story. I gave him a note, a ruble that is, for I thought if he did not pawn it with me he would with another. It would all come to the same thing, he'd spend it on drink, so the thing had better be with me. The further you hide it the quicker you will find it, and if anything turns up, if I hear any rumors, I'll take it to the police. Of course, that's all taradiddle, he lies like a horse, for I know this Dushkin, he is a pawnbroker and a receiver of stolen goods, and he did not cheat Nikolai out of a 30-ruble trinket in order to give it to the police. He was simply afraid. But no matter, to return to Dushkin's story. I've known this peasant, Nikolai Dementiev, from a child, he comes from the same province and district of Zaraysk, we are both Ryazan men. And though Nikolai is not a drunkard, he drinks, and I knew he had a job in that house, painting work with Dmitri, who comes from the same village, too. As soon as he got the ruble he changed it, had a couple of glasses, took his change and went out. But I did not see Dmitri with him then. And the next day I heard that someone had murdered Elena Ivanovna and her sister, Lizaveta Ivanovna, with an axe. I knew them, and I felt suspicious about the earrings at once, for I knew the murdered woman lent money on pledges. I went to the house, and began to make careful inquiries without saying a word to anyone. First of all I asked, is Nikolai here? Dmitri told me that Nikolai had gone off on the spree, he had come home at daybreak drunk, stayed in the house about 10 minutes, and went out again. Dmitri didn't see him again and is finishing the job alone. And their job is on the same staircase as the murder, on the 2nd floor. When I heard all that I did not say a word to anyone, that's Dushkin's tale, but I found out what I could about the murder, and went home feeling as suspicious as ever. And at 8 o'clock this morning, that was the 3rd day, you understand, I saw Nikolai coming in, not sober, though not to say very drunk, he could understand what was said to him. He sat down on the bench and did not speak. There was only one stranger in the bar and a man I knew asleep on a bench and our 2 boys. Have you seen Dmitri? Said I. No, I haven't, said he. And you've not been here either? Not since the day before yesterday, said he. And where did you sleep last night? In Pesky, with the Kolominsky men. And where did you get those earrings? I asked. I found them in the street, and the way he said it was a bit queer, he did not look at me. Did you hear what happened that very evening, at that very hour, on that same staircase, said I. No, said he, I had not heard, and all the while he was listening, his eyes were staring out of his head and he turned as white as chalk. I told him all about it and he took his hat and began getting up. I wanted to keep him. Wait a bit, Nikolai, said I, won't you have a drink? And I signed to the boy to hold the door, and I came out from behind the bar, but he darted out and down the street to the turning at a run. I have not seen him since. Then my doubts were at an end, it was his doing, as clear as could be. I should think so, said Zosimov. Wait. Hear the end. Of course they sought high and low for Nikolai, they detained Dushkin and searched his house, Dmitri, too, was arrested, the Kolominsky men also were turned inside out. And the day before yesterday they arrested Nikolai in a tavern at the end of the town. He had gone there, taken the silver cross off his neck and asked for a dram for it. They gave it to him. A few minutes afterwards the woman went to the cowshed, and through a crack in the wall she saw in the stable adjoining he had made a noose of his sash from the beam, stood on a block of wood, and was trying to put his neck in the noose. The woman screeched her hardest, people ran in. So that's what you are up to. Take me, he says, to such and such a police officer, I'll confess everything. Well, they took him to that police station, that is here, with a suitable escort. So they asked him this and that, how old he is, 22, and so on. At the question, when you were working with Dmitri, didn't you see anyone on the staircase at such and such a time? Answer, to be sure folks may have gone up and down, but I did not notice them. And didn't you hear anything, any noise, and so on? We heard nothing special. And did you hear, Nikolai, that on the same day widow so-and-so and her sister were murdered and robbed? I never knew a thing about it. The first I heard of it was from Afanasy Pavlovich the day before yesterday. And where did you find the earrings? I found them on the pavement. Why didn't you go to work with Dmitri the other day? Because I was drinking. And where were you drinking? Oh, in such and such a place. Why did you run away from Dushkin's? Because I was awfully frightened. What were you frightened of? That I should be accused. How could you be frightened, if you felt free from guilt? Now, Zosimov, you may not believe me, that question was put literally in those words. I know it for a fact, it was repeated to me exactly. What do you say to that? Well, anyway, there's the evidence. I am not talking of the evidence now, I am talking about that question, of their own idea of themselves. Well, so they squeezed and squeezed him and he confessed, I did not find it in the street, but in the flat where I was painting with Dmitri. And how was that? Why, Dmitri and I were painting there all day, and we were just getting ready to go, and Dmitri took a brush and painted my face, and he ran off and I after him. I ran after him, shouting my hardest, and at the bottom of the stairs I ran right against the porter and some gentlemen, and how many gentlemen were there I don't remember. And the porter swore at me, and the other porter swore, too, and the porter's wife came out, and swore at us, too, and a gentleman came into the entry with a lady, and he swore at us, too, for Dmitri and I lay right across the way. I got hold of Dmitri's hair and knocked him down and began beating him. And Dmitri, too, caught me by the hair and began beating me. But we did it all not for temper but in a friendly way, for sport. And then Dmitri escaped and ran into the street, and I ran after him, but I did not catch him, and went back to the flat alone. I had to clear up my things. I began putting them together, expecting Dmitri to come, and there in the passage, in the corner by the door, I stepped on the box. I saw it lying there wrapped up in paper. I took off the paper, saw some little hooks, undid them, and in the box were the earrings. Behind the door? Lying behind the door? Behind the door! Raskolnikov cried suddenly, staring with a blank look of terror at Razumihin, and he slowly sat up on the sofa, leaning on his hand. Yes, why? What's the matter? What's wrong? Razumihin, too, got up from his seat. Nothing, Raskolnikov answered faintly, turning to the wall. All were silent for a while. He must have waked from a dream, Razumihin said at last, looking inquiringly at Zosimov. The latter slightly shook his head. Well, go on, said Zosimov. What next? What next? As soon as he saw the earrings, forgetting Dmitri and everything, he took up his cap and ran to Dushkin and, as we know, got a ruble from him. He told a lie saying he found them in the street, and went off drinking. He keeps repeating his old story about the murder. I know nothing of it, never heard of it till the day before yesterday. And why didn't you come to the police till now? I was frightened. And why did you try to hang yourself? From anxiety. What anxiety? That I should be accused of it. Well, that's the whole story. And now what do you suppose they deduced from that? Why, there's no supposing. There's a clue, such as it is, a fact. You wouldn't have your painter set free. Now they've simply taken him for the murderer. They haven't a shadow of doubt. That's nonsense. You are excited. But what about the earrings? You must admit that, if on the very same day an hour earrings from the old woman's box have come into Nikolai's hands, they must have come there somehow. That's a good deal in such a case. How did they get there? How did they get there? Cried Razumihin. How can you, a doctor, whose duty it is to study man and who has more opportunity than anyone else for studying human nature, how can you fail to see the character of the man in the whole story? Don't you see at once that the answers he has given in the examination are the holy truth? They came into his hand precisely as he has told us. He stepped on the box and picked it up. The holy truth. But didn't he own himself that he told a lie at first? Listen to me, listen attentively. The porter and cook and Pestryakov and the other porter and the wife of the first porter and the woman who was sitting in the porter's lodge and the man Kryakov, who had just got out of a cab at that minute and went in at the entry with a lady on his arm, that is 8 or 10 witnesses, agree that Nikolai had Dmitri on the ground, was lying on him beating him, while Dmitri hung on to his hair, beating him, too. They lay right across the way, blocking the thoroughfare. They were sworn at on all sides while they like children, the very words of the witnesses, were falling over one another, squealing, fighting and laughing with the funniest faces, and, chasing one another like children, they ran into the street. Now take careful note. The bodies upstairs were warm, you understand, warm when they found them. If they, or Nikolai alone, had murdered them and broken open the boxes, or simply taken part in the robbery, allow me to ask you one question, do their state of mind, their squeals and giggles and childish scuffling at the gate fit in with axes, bloodshed, fiendish cunning, robbery? They'd just killed them, not 5 or 10 minutes before, for the bodies were still warm, and at once, leaving the flat open, knowing that people would go there at once, flinging away their booty, they rolled about like children, laughing and attracting general attention. And there are a dozen witnesses to swear to that. Of course it is strange. It's impossible, indeed, but... No, brother, no buts. And if the earrings being found in Nikolai's hands at the very day and hour of the murder constitutes an important piece of circumstantial evidence against him, although the explanation given by him accounts for it, and therefore it does not tell seriously against him, one must take into consideration the facts which prove him innocent, especially as they are facts that cannot be denied. And do you suppose, from the character of our legal system, that they will accept, or that they are in a position to accept, this fact, resting simply on a psychological impossibility, as irrefutable and conclusively breaking down the circumstantial evidence for the prosecution? No, they won't accept it, they certainly won't, because they found the jewel case and the man tried to hang himself, which he could not have done if he hadn't felt guilty. That's the point, that's what excites me, you must understand. Oh, I see you are excited. Wait a bit. I forgot to ask you, what proof is there that the box came from the old woman? That's been proved, said Razumihin with apparent reluctance, frowning. Cook recognized the jewel case and gave the name of the owner, who proved conclusively that it was his. That's bad. Now another point. Did anyone see Nikolai at the time that Cook and Pestryakov were going upstairs at first, and is there no evidence about that? Nobody did see him, Razumihin answered with vexation. That's the worst of it. Even Cook and Pestryakov did not notice them on their way upstairs, though, indeed, their evidence could not have been worth much. They said they saw the flat was open, and that there must be work going on in it, but they took no special notice and could not remember whether there actually were men at work in it. So the only evidence for the defense is that they were beating one another and laughing. That constitutes a strong presumption, but... How do you explain the facts yourself? How do I explain them? What is there to explain? It's clear. At any rate, the direction in which explanation is to be sought is clear, and the jewel case points to it. The real murderer dropped those earrings. The murderer was upstairs, locked in, when Cook and Pestryakov knocked at the door. Cook, like an ass, did not stay at the door, so the murderer popped out and ran down, too, for he had no other way of escape. He hid from Cook, Pestryakov and the porter in the flat when Nikolai and Dmitri had just run out of it. He stopped there while the porter and others were going upstairs, waited till they were out of hearing, and then went calmly downstairs at the very minute when Dmitri and Nikolai ran out into the street and there was no one in the entry. Possibly he was seen, but not noticed. There are lots of people going in and out. He must have dropped the earrings out of his pocket when he stood behind the door, and did not notice he dropped them, because he had other things to think of. The jewel case is a conclusive proof that he did stand there. That's how I explain it. Too clever. No, my boy, you're too clever. That beats everything. But, why? Why, because everything fits too well, it's too melodramatic. AACH. Razumihin was exclaiming, but at that moment the door opened and a personage came in who was a stranger to all present. Chapter 5. This was a gentleman no longer young, of a stiff and portly appearance, and a cautious and sour countenance. He began by stopping short in the doorway, staring about him with offensive and undisguised astonishment, as though asking himself what sort of place he had come to. Mistrustfully and with an affectation of being alarmed and almost affronted, he scanned Raskolnikov's low and narrow cabin. With the same amazement he stared at Raskolnikov, who lay undressed, disheveled, unwashed, on his miserable dirty sofa, looking fixedly at him. Then with the same deliberation he scrutinized the uncouth, unkempt figure and unshaven face of Razumihin, who looked him boldly and inquiringly in the face without rising from his seat. A constrained silence lasted for a couple of minutes, and then, as might be expected, some scene shifting took place. Reflecting, probably from certain fairly unmistakable signs, that he would get nothing in this cabin by attempting to overawe them, the gentleman softened somewhat, and civilly, though with some severity, emphasizing every syllable of his question, addressed Zosimov. Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, a student, or formerly a student. Zosimov made a slight movement, and would have answered, had not Razumihin anticipated him. Here he is lying on the sofa. What do you want? This familiar "what do you want" seemed to cut the ground from the feet of the pompous gentleman. He was turning to Razumihin, but checked himself in time and turned to Zosimov again. This is Raskolnikov, mumbled Zosimov, nodding towards him. Then he gave a prolonged yawn, opening his mouth as wide as possible. Then he lazily put his hand into his waistcoat pocket, pulled out a huge gold watch in a round hunter's case, opened it, looked at it as slowly and lazily proceeded to put it back. Raskolnikov himself lay without speaking, on his back, gazing persistently, though without understanding, at the stranger. Now that his face was turned away from the strange flower on the paper, it was extremely pale and wore a look of anguish, as though he had just undergone an agonizing operation or just been taken from the rack. But the newcomer gradually began to arouse his attention, then his wonder, then suspicion, and even alarm. When Zosimov said this is Raskolnikov, he jumped up quickly, sat on the sofa and with an almost defiant, but weak and breaking, voice articulated. Yes, I am Raskolnikov. What do you want? The visitor scrutinized him and pronounced impressively. Pyotr Petrovich Luzhin. I believe I have reason to hope that my name is not wholly unknown to you. But Raskolnikov, who had expected something quite different, gazed blankly and dreamily at him, making no reply, as though he heard the name of Pyotr Petrovich for the first time. Is it possible that you can up to the present have received no information? Asked Pyotr Petrovich, somewhat disconcerted. In reply Raskolnikov sank languidly back on the pillow, put his hands behind his head and gazed at the ceiling. A look of dismay came into Luzhin's face. Zosimov and Razumihin stared at him more inquisitively than ever, and at last he showed unmistakable signs of embarrassment. I had presumed and calculated, he faltered, that a letter posted more than 10 days, if not a fortnight ago. I say, why are you standing in the doorway? Razumihin interrupted suddenly. If you've something to say, sit down. Nastasia and you are so crowded. Nastasia, make room. Here's a chair, thread your way in. He moved his chair back from the table, made a little space between the table and his knees, and waited in a rather cramped position for the visitor to thread his way in. The minute was so chosen that it was impossible to refuse, and the visitor squeezed his way through, hurrying and stumbling. Reaching the chair, he sat down, looking suspiciously at Razumihin. No need to be nervous, the latter blurted out. Rodia has been ill for the last 5 days and delirious for 3, but now he is recovering and has got an appetite. This is his doctor, who has just had a look at him. I am a comrade of Rodia's, like him, formerly a student, and now I am nursing him, so don't you take any notice of us, but go on with your business. Thank you. But shall I not disturb the invalid by my presence and conversation? Pyotr Petrovich asked of Zosimov. And no, mumbled Zosimov, you may amuse him. He yawned again. He has been conscious a long time, since the morning, went on Razumihin, whose familiarity seemed so much like unaffected good nature that Pyotr Petrovich began to be more cheerful, partly, perhaps, because this shabby and impudent person had introduced himself as a student. Your mamma, began Luzhin. Razumihin cleared his throat loudly. Luzhin looked at him inquiringly. That's all right, go on. Luzhin shrugged his shoulders. Your mamma had commenced a letter to you while I was sojourning in her neighborhood. On my arrival here I purposely allowed a few days to elapse before coming to see you, in order that I might be fully assured that you were in full possession of the tidings, but now, to my astonishment. I know, I know. Raskolnikov cried suddenly with impatient vexation. So you are the fiancé? I know, and that's enough. There was no doubt about Pyotr Petrovich's being offended this time, but he said nothing. He made a violent effort to understand what it all meant. There was a moment's silence. Meanwhile Raskolnikov, who had turned a little towards him when he answered, began suddenly staring at him again with marked curiosity, as though he had not had a good look at him yet, or as though something new had struck him. He rose from his pillow on purpose to stare at him. There certainly was something peculiar in Pyotr Petrovich's whole appearance, something which seemed to justify the title of fiancé so unceremoniously applied to him. In the first place, it was evident, far too much so indeed, that Pyotr Petrovich had made eager use of his few days in the capital to get himself up and rig himself out in expectation of his betrothed, a perfectly innocent and permissible proceeding, indeed. Even his own, perhaps too complacent, consciousness of the agreeable improvement in his appearance might have been forgiven in such circumstances, seeing that Pyotr Petrovich had taken up the role of fiancé. All his clothes were fresh from the tailor's and were all right, except for being too new and too distinctly appropriate. Even the stylish new round hat had the same significance. Pyotr Petrovich treated it too respectfully and held it too carefully in his hands. The exquisite pair of lavender gloves, real louvat, told the same tale, if only from the fact of his not wearing them, but carrying them in his hand for show. Light and youthful colors predominated in Pyotr Petrovich's attire. He wore a charming summer jacket of a fawn shade, light thin trousers, a waistcoat of the same, new and fine linen, a cravat of the lightest cambric with pink stripes on it, and the best of it was, this all suited Pyotr Petrovich. His very fresh and even handsome face looked younger than his 45 years at all times. His dark, mutton chop whiskers made an agreeable setting on both sides, growing thickly upon his shining, clean-shaven chin. Even his hair, touched here and there with grey, though it had been combed and curled at a hairdresser's, did not give him a stupid appearance, as curled hair usually does, by inevitably suggesting a German on his wedding day. If there really was something unpleasing and repulsive in his rather good-looking and imposing countenance, it was due to quite other causes. After scanning Mr. Luzhin unceremoniously, Raskolnikov smiled malignantly, sank back on the pillow and stared at the ceiling as before. But Mr. Luzhin hardened his heart and seemed determined to take no notice of their oddities. "I feel the greatest regret at finding you in this situation," he began, again breaking the silence with an effort. "If I had been aware of your illness I should have come earlier. But you know what business is. I have, too, a very important legal affair in the Senate, not to mention other preoccupations which you may well conjecture. I am expecting your mamma and sister any minute." Raskolnikov made a movement and seemed about to speak, his face showed some excitement. Pyotr Petrovich paused, waited, but as nothing followed, he went on. "Any minute. I have found a lodging for them on their arrival." "Where?" asked Raskolnikov weakly. "Very near here, in Bakayev's house." "That's in Voskresensky," put in Razumian. "There are 2 stories of rooms, let by a merchant called Yushin. I've been there." "Yes, rooms. A disgusting place, filthy, stinking and, what's more, of doubtful character. Things have happened there, and there are all sorts of queer people living there. And I went there about a scandalous business. It's cheap, though. I could not, of course, find out so much about it, for I am a stranger in Petersburg myself," Pyotr Petrovich replied huffily. "However, the 2 rooms are exceedingly clean, and as it is for so short a time. I have already taken a permanent, that is, our future flat," he said, addressing Raskolnikov, "and I am having it done up. And meanwhile I am myself cramped for room in a lodging with my friend Andrei Semyonovich Lipozyatnikov, in the flat of Madame Lipovixel. It was he who told me of Bakayev's house, too." "Lipozyatnikov," said Raskolnikov slowly, as if recalling something. "Yes, Andrei Semyonovich Lipozyatnikov, a clerk in the ministry." "Do you know him?" "Yes, no," Raskolnikov answered. "Excuse me, I fancied so from your inquiry. I was once his guardian. A very nice young man and advanced. I like to meet young people, one learns new things from them." Luzhin looked round hopefully at them all. "How do you mean?" asked Razumian. "In the most serious and essential matters," Pyotr Petrovich replied, as though delighted at the question. "You see, it's 10 years since I visited Petersburg. All the novelties, reforms, ideas have reached us in the provinces, but to see it all more clearly one must be in Petersburg. And it's my notion that you observe and learn most by watching the younger generation. And I confess I am delighted." "At what?" "Your question is a wide one. I may be mistaken, but I fancy I find clearer views, more, so to say, criticism, more practicality." "That's true," Zosimov let drop. "Nonsense. There's no practicality." Razumian flew at him. "Practicality is a difficult thing to find, it does not drop down from heaven. And for the last 200 years we have been divorced from all practical life. Ideas, if you like, are fermenting," he said to Pyotr Petrovich, "and desire for good exists, though it's in a childish form, and honesty you may find, although there are crowds of brigands. Anyway, there's no practicality. Practicality goes well shod." "I don't agree with you," Pyotr Petrovich replied, with evident enjoyment. "Of course, people do get carried away and make mistakes, but one must have indulgence. Those mistakes are merely evidence of enthusiasm for the cause and of abnormal external environment. If little has been done, the time has been but short, of means I will not speak. It's my personal view, if you care to know, that something has been accomplished already. New valuable ideas, new valuable works are circulating in the place of our old dreamy and romantic authors. Literature is taking a mature form, many injurious prejudices have been rooted up and turned into ridicule. In a word, we have cut ourselves off irrevocably from the past, and that, to my thinking, is a great thing." "He's learned it by heart to show off," Raskolnikov pronounced suddenly. "What?" asked Pyotr Petrovich, not catching his words, but he received no reply. "That's all true," Zosimov hastened to interpose. "Isn't it so?" Pyotr Petrovich went on, glancing affably at Zosimov. "You must admit," he went on, addressing Razumian with a shade of triumph and superciliousness, he almost added, "young man, that there is an advance, or, as they say now, progress in the name of science and economic truth. A commonplace. No, not a commonplace. Hitherto, for instance, if I were told, love thy neighbor, what came of it? Pyotr Petrovitch went on, perhaps with excessive haste. It came to my tearing my coat in half to share with my neighbor, and we both were left half naked. As a Russian proverb has it, catch several hares and you won't catch one. Science now tells us, love yourself before all men, for everything in the world rests on self-interest. You love yourself and manage your own affairs properly and your coat remains whole. Economic truth adds that the better private affairs are organized in society, the more whole coats, so to say, the firmer are its foundations and the better is the common welfare organized too. Therefore, in acquiring wealth solely and exclusively for myself, I am acquiring, so to speak, for all, and helping to bring to pass my neighbor's getting a little more than a torn coat, and that not from private, personal liberality, but as a consequence of the general advance. The idea is simple, but unhappily it has been a long time reaching us, being hindered by idealism and sentimentality. And yet it would seem to want very little wit to perceive it. Excuse me, I've very little wit myself, Razumihin cut in sharply, and so let us drop it. I began this discussion with an object, but I've grown so sick during the last 3 years of this chattering to amuse oneself, of this incessant flow of commonplaces, always the same, that, by Jove, I blush even when other people talk like that. You are in a hurry, no doubt, to exhibit your acquirements, and I don't blame you, that's quite pardonable. I only wanted to find out what sort of man you are, for so many unscrupulous people have got hold of the progressive cause of late and have so distorted in their own interests everything they touched, that the whole cause has been dragged in the mire. That's enough. Excuse me, sir, said Luzhin, affronted, and speaking with excessive dignity. Do you mean to suggest so unceremoniously that I too? Oh, my dear sir, how could I? Come, that's enough, Razumihin concluded, and he turned abruptly to Zosimov to continue their previous conversation. Pyotr Petrovitch had the good sense to accept the disavowal. He made up his mind to take leave in another minute or two. I trust our acquaintance, he said, addressing Raskolnikov, may, upon your recovery and in view of the circumstances of which you are aware, become closer. Above all, I hope for your return to health. Raskolnikov did not even turn his head. Pyotr Petrovitch began getting up from his chair. One of her customers must have killed her, Zosimov declared positively. Not a doubt of it, replied Razumihin. Porfiry doesn't give his opinion, but is examining all who have left pledges with her there. Examining them? Raskolnikov asked aloud. Yes. What then? Nothing. How does he get hold of them? Asked Zosimov. Cook has given the names of some of them, other names are on the wrappers of the pledges and some have come forward of themselves. It must have been a cunning and practiced ruffian. The boldness of it. The coolness. That's just what it wasn't, interposed Razumihin. That's what throws you all off the scent. But I maintain that he is not cunning, not practiced, and probably this was his first crime. The supposition that it was a calculated crime and a cunning criminal doesn't work. Suppose him to have been inexperienced, and it's clear that it was only a chance that saved him, and chance may do anything. Why, he did not foresee obstacles, perhaps. And how did he set to work? He took jewels worth 10 or 20 rubles, stuffing his pockets with them, ransacked the old woman's trunks, her rags, and they found 1500 rubles, besides notes, in a box in the top drawer of the chest. He did not know how to rob, he could only murder. It was his first crime, I assure you, his first crime, he lost his head. And he got off more by luck than good counsel. You are talking of the murder of the old pawnbroker, I believe. Pyotr Petrovitch put in, addressing Zosimov. He was standing, hat and gloves in hand, but before departing he felt disposed to throw off a few more intellectual phrases. He was evidently anxious to make a favorable impression and his vanity overcame his prudence. Yes. You've heard of it? Oh, yes, being in the neighborhood. Do you know the details? I can't say that, but another circumstance interests me in the case, the whole question, so to say. Not to speak of the fact that crime has been greatly on the increase among the lower classes during the last 5 years, not to speak of the cases of robbery and arson everywhere, what strikes me as the strangest thing is that in the higher classes, too, crime is increasing proportionately. In one place one hears of a student's robbing the mail on the high road, in another place people of good social position forge false banknotes, in Moscow of late a whole gang has been captured who used to forge lottery tickets, and one of the ringleaders was a lecturer in universal history, then our secretary abroad was murdered from some obscure motive of gain. And if this old woman, the pawnbroker, has been murdered by someone of a higher class in society, for peasants don't pawn gold trinkets, how are we to explain this demoralization of the civilized part of our society? There are many economic changes, put in Zosimov. How are we to explain it? Razumihin caught him up. It might be explained by our inveterate impracticality. How do you mean? What answer had your lecturer in Moscow to make to the question why he was forging notes? Everybody is getting rich one way or another, so I want to make haste to get rich too. I don't remember the exact words, but the upshot was that he wants money for nothing, without waiting or working. We've grown used to having everything ready-made, to walking on crutches, to having our food chewed for us. Then the great hour struck, and every man showed himself in his true colors. But morality? And so to speak, principles. But why do you worry about it? Raskolnikov interposed suddenly. It's in accordance with your theory. In accordance with my theory. Why, carry out logically the theory you were advocating just now, and it follows that people may be killed. Upon my word, cried Luzhin. No, that's not so, put in Zosimov. Raskolnikov lay with a white face and twitching upper lip, breathing painfully. There's a measure in all things, Luzhin went on superciliously. Economic ideas are not an incitement to murder, and one has but to suppose. And is it true, Raskolnikov interposed once more suddenly, again in a voice quivering with fury and delight in insulting him, is it true that you told your fiancée, within an hour of her acceptance, that what pleased you most, was that she was a beggar, because it was better to raise a wife from poverty, so that you may have complete control over her, and reproach her with your being her benefactor? Upon my word, Luzhin cried wrathfully and irritably, crimson with confusion, to distort my words in this way. Excuse me, allow me to assure you that the report which has reached you, or rather, let me say, has been conveyed to you, has no foundation in truth, and I suspect who, in a word, this arrow, in a word, your mamma. She seemed to me in other things, with all her excellent qualities, of a somewhat high-flown and romantic way of thinking. But I was 1,000 miles from supposing that she would misunderstand and misrepresent things in so fanciful a way. And indeed, I tell you what, cried Raskolnikov, raising himself on his pillow and fixing his piercing, glittering eyes upon him, I tell you what. What? Luzhin stood still, waiting with a defiant and offended face. Silence lasted for some seconds. Why, if ever again, you dare to mention a single word, about my mother, I shall send you flying downstairs. What's the matter with you? Cried Razumihin. So that's how it is. Luzhin turned pale and bit his lip. Let me tell you, sir, he began deliberately, doing his utmost to restrain himself but breathing hard, at the first moment I saw you were ill-disposed to me, but I remained here on purpose to find out more. I could forgive a great deal in a sick man in a connection, but you, never after this. I am not ill, cried Raskolnikov. So much the worse. Go to hell. But Luzhin was already leaving without finishing his speech, squeezing between the table and the chair. Razumihin got up this time to let him pass. Without glancing at anyone, and not even nodding to Zosimov, who had for some time been making signs to him to let the sick man alone, he went out, lifting his hat to the level of his shoulders to avoid crushing it as he stooped to go out of the door. And even the curve of his spine was expressive of the horrible insult he had received. How could you, Razumihin said, shaking his head in perplexity. Let me alone all of you. Raskolnikov cried in a frenzy. Will you ever leave off tormenting me? I am not afraid of you. I am not afraid of anyone now. Get away from me. I want to be alone. Come along, said Zosimov, nodding to Razumihin. But we can't leave him like this. Come along, Zosimov repeated insistently, and he went out. Razumihin thought a minute and ran to overtake him. It might be worse not to obey him, said Zosimov on the stairs. He mustn't be irritated. What's the matter with him? If only he could get some favorable shock, that's what would do it. At first he was better. You know he has got something on his mind. Some fixed idea weighing on him. I am very much afraid so, he must have. Perhaps it's that gentleman, Pyotr Petrovitch. From his conversation I gather he is going to marry his sister, and that he had received a letter about it just before his illness. Yes, confound the man, he may have upset the case altogether. But have you noticed, he takes no interest in anything, he does not respond to anything except one point on which he seems excited, that's the murder. Yes, Razumihin agreed, I noticed that, too. He is interested, frightened. It gave him a shock on the day he was ill in the police office, he fainted. Tell me more about that this evening and I'll tell you something afterwards. He interests me very much. In half an hour I'll go and see him again. There'll be no inflammation though. Thanks. And I'll wait with Pashenka meantime and we'll keep watch on him through Nastasia. Raskolnikov, left alone, looked with impatience and misery at Nastasia, but she still lingered. Won't you have some tea now, she asked. Later. I am sleepy. Leave me. He turned abruptly to the wall. Nastasia went out. Chapter 6. But as soon as she went out, he got up, latched the door, undid the parcel which Razumihin had brought in that evening and had tied up again and began dressing. Strange to say, he seemed immediately to have become perfectly calm, not a trace of his recent delirium nor of the panic fear that had haunted him of late. It was the first moment of a strange sudden calm. His movements were precise and definite, a firm purpose was evident in them. Today, he muttered to himself. He understood that he was still weak, but his intense spiritual concentration gave him strength and self-confidence. He hoped, moreover, that he would not fall down in the street. When he had dressed in entirely new clothes, he looked at the money lying on the table, and after a moment's thought put it in his pocket. It was 25 rubles. He took also all the copper change from the 10 rubles spent by Razumian on the clothes. Then he softly unlatched the door, went out, slipped downstairs and glanced in at the open kitchen door. Nastasia was standing with her back to him, blowing up the landlady's samovar. She heard nothing. Who would have dreamed of his going out, indeed? A minute later he was in the street. It was nearly 8 o'clock, the sun was setting. It was as stifling as before, but he eagerly drank in the stinking, dusty town air. His head felt rather dizzy, a sort of savage energy gleamed suddenly in his feverish eyes and his wasted, pale and yellow face. He did not know and did not think where he was going, he had one thought only, that all this must be ended today, once for all, immediately, that he would not return home without it, because he would not go on living like that. How, with what to make an end? He had not an idea about it, he did not even want to think of it. He drove away thought tortured him. All he knew, all he felt was that everything must be changed one way or another, he repeated with desperate and immovable self-confidence and determination. From old habit he took his usual walk in the direction of the Haymarket. A dark-haired young man with a barrel organ was standing in the road in front of a little general shop and was grinding out a very sentimental song. He was accompanying a girl of 15, who stood on the pavement in front of him. She was dressed up in a crinoline, a mantle and a straw hat with a flame-colored feather in it, all very old and shabby. In a strong and rather agreeable voice, cracked and coarsened by street singing, she sang in hope of getting a copper from the shop. Raskolnikov joined 2 or 3 listeners, took out a 5-kopeck piece and put it in the girl's hand. She broke off abruptly on a sentimental high note, shouted sharply to the organ grinder come on, and both moved on to the next shop. Do you like street music? Said Raskolnikov, addressing a middle-aged man standing idly by him. The man looked at him, startled and wondering. I love to hear singing to a street organ, said Raskolnikov, and his manner seemed strangely out of keeping with the subject. I like it on cold, dark, damp autumn evenings, they must be damp, when all the passers-by have pale green, sickly faces, or better still when wet snow is falling straight down, when there's no wind, you know what I mean, and the street lamps shine through it. I don't know. Excuse me, muttered the stranger, frightened by the question and Raskolnikov's strange manner, and he crossed over to the other side of the street. Raskolnikov walked straight on and came out at the corner of the Haymarket, where the huckster and his wife had talked with Lizaveta, but they were not there now. Recognizing the place, he stopped, looked round and addressed a young fellow in a red shirt who stood gaping before a corn chandler's shop. Isn't there a man who keeps a booth with his wife at this corner? All sorts of people keep booths here, answered the young man, glancing superciliously at Raskolnikov. What's his name? What he was christened? Aren't you a Zaraysky man, too? Which province? The young man looked at Raskolnikov again. It's not a province, Your Excellency, but a district. Graciously forgive me, Your Excellency. Is that a tavern at the top there? Yes, it's an eating house and there's a billiard room and you'll find princesses there too. La la. Raskolnikov crossed the square. In that corner there was a dense crowd of peasants. He pushed his way into the thickest part of it, looking at the faces. He felt an unaccountable inclination to enter into conversation with people. But the peasants took no notice of him, they were all shouting in groups together. He stood and thought a little and took a turning to the right in the direction of V. He had often crossed that little street which turns at an angle, leading from the marketplace to Sadovy Street. Of late he had often felt drawn to wander about this district, when he felt depressed, that he might feel more so. Now he walked along, thinking of nothing. At that point there is a great block of buildings, entirely let out in dram shops and eating houses. Women were continually running in and out, bareheaded and in their indoor clothes. Here and there they gathered in groups, on the pavement, especially about the entrances to various festive establishments in the lower stories. From one of these a loud din, sounds of singing, the tinkling of a guitar and shouts of merriment, floated into the street. A crowd of women were thronging round the door, some were sitting on the steps, others on the pavement, others were standing talking. A drunken soldier, smoking a cigarette, was walking near them in the road, swearing. He seemed to be trying to find his way somewhere, but had forgotten where. One beggar was quarreling with another, and a man dead drunk was lying right across the road. Raskolnikov joined the throng of women, who were talking in husky voices. They were bareheaded and wore cotton dresses and goatskin shoes. There were women of 40 and some not more than 17, almost all had blackened eyes. He felt strangely attracted by the singing and all the noise and uproar in the saloon below. Someone could be heard within dancing frantically, marking time with his heels to the sounds of the guitar and of a thin falsetto voice singing a jaunty air. He listened intently, gloomily, and dreamily, bending down at the entrance and peeping inquisitively in from the pavement. "Oh, my handsome soldier! Don't beat me for nothing!" trilled the thin voice of the singer. Raskolnikov felt a great desire to make out what he was singing, as though everything depended on that. "Shall I go in?" he thought. "They are laughing. From drink. Shall I get drunk?" "Won't you come in?" one of the women asked him. Her voice was still musical and less thick than the others. She was young and not repulsive, the only one of the group. "Why, she's pretty," he said, drawing himself up and looking at her. She smiled, much pleased at the compliment. "You're very nice looking yourself," she said. "Isn't he thin though?" observed another woman in a deep bass. "Have you just come out of a hospital?" "They're all generals' daughters, it seems, but they have all snub noses," interposed a tipsy peasant with a sly smile on his face, wearing a loose coat. "See how jolly they are. Go along with you." "I'll go, sweetie." And he darted down into the saloon below. Raskolnikov moved on. "I say, sir," the girl shouted after him. "What is it?" She hesitated. "I'll always be pleased to spend an hour with you, kind gentleman, but now I feel shy. Give me 6 kopecks for a drink, there's a nice young man." Raskolnikov gave her what came first, 15 kopecks. "Ah, what a good-natured gentleman. What's your name?" "Ask for Duklita." "Well, that's too much," one of the women observed, shaking her head at Duklita. "I don't know how you can ask like that. I believe I should drop with shame." Raskolnikov looked curiously at the speaker. She was a pock-marked wench of 30, covered with bruises, with her upper lip swollen. She made her criticism quietly and earnestly. "Where is it?" thought Raskolnikov. "Where is it? I've read that someone condemned to death says or thinks, an hour before his death, that if he had to live on some high rock, on such a narrow ledge that he'd only room to stand, and the ocean, everlasting darkness, everlasting solitude, everlasting tempest around him, if he had to remain standing on a square yard of space all his life, 1,000 years, eternity, it were better to live so than to die at once. Only to live, and live. Life, whatever it may be. How true it is! Good God, how true! Man is a vile creature. And vile is he who calls him vile for that," he added a moment later. He went into another street. "Bah, the Paleta crystal. Razumian was just talking of the Paleta crystal. But what on earth was it I wanted?" "Yes, the newspapers. Zosimov said he'd read it in the papers." "Have you the papers?" he asked, going into a very spacious and positively clean restaurant, consisting of several rooms, which were, however, rather empty. 2 or 3 people were drinking tea, and in a room further away were sitting 4 men drinking champagne. Raskolnikov fancied that Zametov was one of them, but he could not be sure at that distance. "What if it is?" he thought. "Will you have vodka?" asked the waiter. "Give me some tea and bring me the papers, the old ones for the last 5 days, and I'll give you something." "Yes, sir, here's today's." "No vodka." The old newspapers and the tea were brought. Raskolnikov sat down and began to look through them. "Oh, damn, these are the items of intelligence. An accident on a staircase, spontaneous combustion of a shopkeeper from alcohol, a fire in Pesky, a fire in the Petersburg quarter, another fire in the Petersburg quarter, and another fire in the Petersburg quarter. Ah, here it is." He found at last what he was seeking and began to read it. The lines danced before his eyes, but he read it all and began eagerly seeking later editions in the following numbers. His hands shook with nervous impatience as he turned the sheets. Suddenly someone sat down beside him at his table. He looked up, it was the head clerk Zametov, looking just the same, with the rings on his fingers and the watch chain, with the curly, black hair, parted and pomaded, with the smart waistcoat, rather shabby coat and doubtful linen. He was in a good humor, at least he was smiling very gaily and good-humoredly. His dark face was rather flushed from the champagne he had drunk. "What, you here?" he began in surprise, speaking as though he'd known him all his life. "Why, Razumian told me only yesterday you were unconscious. How strange! And do you know I've been to see you?" Raskolnikov knew he would come up to him. He laid aside the papers and turned to Zametov. There was a smile on his lips, and a new shade of irritable impatience was apparent in that smile. "I know you have," he answered. "I've heard it. You looked for my sock. And you know Razumian has lost his heart to you? He says you've been with him to Louise Ivanovna's, you know, the woman you tried to befriend, for whom you winked to the explosive lieutenant and he would not understand. Do you remember? How could he fail to understand? It was quite clear, wasn't it? What a hothead he is. The explosive one. No, Your friend Razumian. You must have a jolly life, Mr. Zametov, entrance free to the most agreeable places. Who's been pouring champagne into you just now? We've just been, having a drink together. You talk about pouring it into me. By way of a fee. You profit by everything. Raskolnikov laughed. It's all right, my dear boy, he added, slapping Zametov on the shoulder. I am not speaking from temper, but in a friendly way, for sport, as that workman of yours said when he was scuffling with Dmitri, in the case of the old woman. How do you know about it? Perhaps I know more about it than you do. How strange you are. I am sure you are still very unwell. You oughtn't to have come out. Oh, do I seem strange to you? Yes. What are you doing, reading the papers? Yes. There's a lot about the fires. No, I am not reading about the fires. Here he looked mysteriously at Zametov, his lips were twisted again in a mocking smile. No, I am not reading about the fires, he went on, winking at Zametov. But confess now, my dear fellow, you're awfully anxious to know what I am reading about. I am not in the least. Mayn't I ask a question? Why do you keep on? Listen, you are a man of culture and education. I was in the 6th class at the gymnasium, said Zametov with some dignity. 6th class. Ah, my cock-sparrow. With your parting and your rings, you are a gentleman of fortune. Phoo. What a charming boy. Here Raskolnikov broke into a nervous laugh right in Zametov's face. The latter drew back, more amazed than offended. Phoo, how strange you are. Zametov repeated very seriously. I can't help thinking you are still delirious. I am delirious. You are fibbing, my cock-sparrow. So I am strange? You find me curious, do you? Yes, curious. Shall I tell you what I was reading about, what I was looking for? See what a lot of papers I've made them bring me. Suspicious, eh? Well, what is it? You prick up your ears. How do you mean, prick up my ears? I'll explain that afterwards, but now, my boy, I declare to you, no, better I confess. No, that's not right either, I make a deposition and you take it. I depose that I was reading, that I was looking and searching, he screwed up his eyes and paused. I was searching, and came here on purpose to do it, for news of the murder of the old pawnbroker woman, he articulated at last, almost in a whisper, bringing his face exceedingly close to the face of Zametov. Zametov looked at him steadily, without moving or drawing his face away. What struck Zametov afterwards as the strangest part of it all was that silence followed for exactly a minute, and that they gazed at one another all the while. What if you have been reading about it? He cried at last, perplexed and impatient. That's no business of mine. What of it? The same old woman, Raskolnikov went on in the same whisper, not heeding Zametov's explanation, about whom you were talking in the police office, you remember, when I fainted. Well, do you understand now? What do you mean? Understand, what? Zametov brought out, almost alarmed. Raskolnikov's set and earnest face was suddenly transformed, and he suddenly went off into the same nervous laugh as before, as though utterly unable to restrain himself. And in one flash he recalled with extraordinary vividness of sensation a moment in the recent past, that moment when he stood with the axe behind the door, while the latch trembled and the men outside swore and shook it, and he had a sudden desire to shout at them, to swear at them, to put out his tongue at them, to mock them, to laugh, and laugh, and laugh. You are either mad, or, began Zametov, and he broke off, as though stunned by the idea that had suddenly flashed into his mind. Or what? What? Come, tell me. Nothing, said Zametov, getting angry, it's all nonsense. Both were silent. After his sudden fit of laughter Raskolnikov became suddenly thoughtful and melancholy. He put his elbow on the table and leaned his head on his hand. He seemed to have completely forgotten Zametov. The silence lasted for some time. Why don't you drink your tea? It's getting cold, said Zametov. What? Tea? Oh, yes, Raskolnikov sipped the glass, put a morsel of bread in his mouth and, suddenly looking at Zametov, seemed to remember everything and pulled himself together. At the same moment his face resumed its original mocking expression. He went on drinking tea. There have been a great many of these crimes lately, said Zametov. Only the other day I read in the Moscow news that a whole gang of false coiners had been caught in Moscow. It was a regular society. They used to forge tickets. Oh, but it was a long time ago. I read about it a month ago, Raskolnikov answered calmly. So you consider them criminals, he added, smiling. Of course they are criminals. They are children, simpletons, not criminals. Why, 100 people meeting for such an object, what an idea. 3 would be too many, and then they want to have more faith in one another than in themselves. One has only to blab in his cups and it all collapses. Simpletons. They engaged untrustworthy people to change the notes. What a thing to trust to a casual stranger. Well, let us suppose that these simpletons succeed and each makes 1,000,000, and what follows for the rest of their lives? Each is dependent on the others for the rest of his life. Better hang oneself at once. And they did not know how to change the notes either. The man who changed the notes took 5,000 rubles, and his hands trembled. He counted the first 4,000, but did not count the 5,000, he was in such a hurry to get the money into his pocket and run away. Of course he roused suspicion. And the whole thing came to a crash through one fool. Is it possible that his hands trembled? Observed Zametov. Yes, that's quite possible. That, I feel quite sure, is possible. Sometimes one can't stand things. Can't stand that? Why, could you stand it then? No, I couldn't. For the sake of 100 rubles to face such a terrible experience? To go with false notes into a bank where it's their business to spot that sort of thing? No, I should not have the face to do it. Would you? Raskolnikov had an intense desire again to put his tongue out. Shivers kept running down his spine. I should do it quite differently, Raskolnikov began. This is how I would change the notes. I'd count the first 1,000 3 or 4 times backwards and forwards, looking at every note, and then I'd set to the second 1,000, I'd count that halfway through and then hold some 50-ruble note to the light, then turn it, then hold it to the light again, to see whether it was a good one. I am afraid, I would say, a relation of mine lost 25 rubles the other day through a false note, and then I'd tell them the whole story. And after I began counting the third, no, excuse me, I would say, I fancy I made a mistake in the 700 in that second 1,000, I am not sure. And so I would give up the third 1,000 and go back to the second and so on to the end. And when I had finished, I'd pick out one from the fifth and one from the second 1,000 and take them again to the light and ask again, change them, please, and put the clerk into such a stew that he would not know how to get rid of me. When I'd finished and had gone out, I'd come back, no, excuse me, and ask for some explanation. That's how I'd do it. Phoo, what terrible things you say, said Zametov, laughing. But all that is only talk. I dare say when it came to deeds you'd make a slip. I believe that even a practiced, desperate man cannot always reckon on himself, much less you and I. To take an example near home, that old woman murdered in our district. The murderer seems to have been a desperate fellow, he risked everything in open daylight, was saved by a miracle, but his hands shook, too. He did not succeed in robbing the place, he couldn't stand it. That was clear from the... Raskolnikov seemed offended. Clear? Why don't you catch him then, he cried, maliciously jibing at Zametov. Well, they will catch him. Who? You? Do you suppose you could catch him? You've a tough job. A great point for you is whether a man is spending money or not. If he had no money and suddenly begins spending, he must be the man. So that any child can mislead you. The fact is they always do that, though, answered Zametov. A man will commit a clever murder at the risk of his life and then at once he goes drinking in a tavern. They are caught spending money, they are not all as cunning as you are. You wouldn't go to a tavern, of course. Raskolnikov frowned and looked steadily at Zametov. You seem to enjoy the subject and would like to know how I should behave in that case, too, he asked with displeasure. I should like to, Zametov answered firmly and seriously. Somewhat too much earnestness began to appear in his words and looks. Very much. Very much. All right then. This is how I should behave, Raskolnikov began, again bringing his face close to Zametov's, again staring at him and speaking in a whisper, so that the latter positively shuddered. This is what I should have done. I should have taken the money and jewels, I should have walked out of there and have gone straight to some deserted place with fences round it and scarcely anyone to be seen, some kitchen garden or place of that sort. I should have looked out beforehand some stone weighing 100 weight or more which had been lying in the corner from the time the house was built. I would lift that stone, there would sure to be a hollow under it, and I would put the jewels and money in that hole. Then I'd roll the stone back so that it would look as before, would press it down with my foot and walk away. And for a year or 2, 3 maybe, I would not touch it. And, well, they could search. There'd be no trace. You are a madman, said Zametov, and for some reason he too spoke in a whisper, and moved away from Raskolnikov, whose eyes were glittering. He had turned fearfully pale and his upper lip was twitching and quivering. He bent down as close as possible to Zametov, and his lips began to move without uttering a word. This lasted for half a minute, he knew what he was doing, but could not restrain himself. The terrible word trembled on his lips, like the latch on that door, in another moment it will break out, in another moment he will let it go, he will speak out. And what if it was I who murdered the old woman and Lizaveta, he said suddenly and, realized what he had done. Zametov looked wildly at him and turned white as the tablecloth. His face wore a contorted smile. But is it possible, he brought out faintly. Raskolnikov looked wrathfully at him. Own up that you believed it. Yes, you did. Not a bit of it, I believe it less than ever now, Zametov cried hastily. I've caught my cock sparrow. So you did believe it before, if now you believe less than ever. Not at all, cried Zametov, obviously embarrassed. Have you been frightening me so as to lead up to this? You don't believe it then? What were you talking about behind my back when I went out of the police office? And why did the explosive lieutenant question me after I fainted? Hey, there, he shouted to the waiter, getting up and taking his cap. How much? 30 kopecks, the latter replied, running up. And there is 20 kopecks for vodka. See what a lot of money. He held out his shaking hand to Zametov with notes in it. Red notes and blue, 25 rubles. Where did I get them? And where did my new clothes come from? You know I had not a kopeck. You've cross-examined my landlady, I'll be bound. Well, that's enough. Assay cause. Till we meet again. He went out, trembling all over from a sort of wild hysterical sensation, in which there was an element of insufferable rapture. Yet he was gloomy and terribly tired. His face was twisted as after a fit. His fatigue increased rapidly. Any shock, any irritating sensation stimulated and revived his energies at once, but his strength failed as quickly when the stimulus was removed. Zametov, left alone, sat for a long time in the same place, plunged in thought. Raskolnikov had unwittingly worked a revolution in his brain on a certain point and had made up his mind for him conclusively. Ilya Petrovich is a blockhead, he decided. Raskolnikov had hardly opened the door of the restaurant when he stumbled against Razumihin on the steps. They did not see each other till they almost knocked against each other. For a moment they stood looking each other up and down. Razumihin was greatly astounded, then anger, real anger gleamed fiercely in his eyes. So here you are, he shouted at the top of his voice, you ran away from your bed. And here I've been looking for you under the sofa. We went up to the garret. I almost beat Nastasia on your account. And here he is after all. Rodia. What is the meaning of it? Tell me the whole truth. Confess. Do you hear? It means that I'm sick to death of you all and I want to be alone, Raskolnikov answered calmly. Alone? When you are not able to walk, when your face is as white as a sheet and you are gasping for breath. Idiot! What have you been doing in the Palais de Cristal? Own up at once. Let me go, said Raskolnikov and tried to pass him. This was too much for Razumihin, he gripped him firmly by the shoulder. Let you go? You dare tell me to let you go? Do you know what I'll do with you directly? I'll pick you up, tie you up in a bundle, carry you home under my arm and lock you up. Listen, Razumihin, Raskolnikov began quietly, apparently calm, can't you see that I don't want your benevolence? A strange desire you have to shower benefits on a man who, curses them, who feels them a burden in fact. Why did you seek me out at the beginning of my illness? Maybe I was very glad to die. Didn't I tell you plainly enough today that you were torturing me, that I was, sick of you? You seem to want to torture people. I assure you that all that is seriously hindering my recovery, because it's continually irritating me. You saw Zosimov went away just now to avoid irritating me. You leave me alone too, for goodness sake. What right have you, indeed, to keep me by force? Don't you see that I am in possession of all my faculties now? How can I persuade you not to persecute me with your kindness? I may be ungrateful, I may be mean, only let me be, for God's sake, let me be. Let me be, let me be. He began calmly, gloating beforehand over the venomous phrases he was about to utter, but finished, panting for breath, in a frenzy, as he had been with Luzhin. Razumihin stood a moment, thought and let his hand drop. Well, go to hell then, he said gently and thoughtfully. Stay, he roared, as Raskolnikov was about to move. Listen to me. Let me tell you, that you are all a set of babbling, posing idiots. If you've any little trouble you brood over it like a hen over an egg. And you are plagiarists even in that. There isn't a sign of independent life in you. You are made of spermaceti ointment and you've lymph in your veins instead of blood. I don't believe in any one of you. In any circumstances the first thing for all of you is to be unlike a human being. Stop, he cried with redoubled fury, noticing that Raskolnikov was again making a movement, hear me out. You know I'm having a housewarming this evening, I dare say they've arrived by now, but I left my uncle there, I just ran in, to receive the guests. And if you weren't a fool, a common fool, a perfect fool, if you were an original instead of a translation, you see, Rodia, I recognize you're a clever fellow, but you're a fool, and if you weren't a fool you'd come round to me this evening instead of wearing out your boots in the street. Since you have gone out, there's no help for it. I'd give you a snug easy chair, my landlady has one, a cup of tea, company. Or you could lie on the sofa, anyway you would be with us. Zosimov will be there too. Will you come? No. Are rubbish. Razumihin shouted, out of patience. How do you know? You can't answer for yourself. You don't know anything about it. Thousands of times I've fought tooth and nail with people and run back to them afterwards. One feels ashamed and goes back to a man. So remember, Pochinkov's house on the 3rd story. Why, Mr. Razumian, I do believe you'd let anybody beat you from sheer benevolence. Beat? Whom? Me? I'd twist his nose off at the mere idea. Pochinkov's house, 47, Babushkin's flat. I shall not come, Razumian. Raskolnikov turned and walked away. I bet you will, Razumian shouted after him. I refuse to know you if you don't. Stay, hey, is Zametov in there? Yes. Did you see him? Yes. Talk to him? Yes. What about? Confound you, don't tell me then. Pochinkov's house, 47, Babushkin's flat, remember. Raskolnikov walked on and turned the corner into Sadovy Street. Razumian looked after him thoughtfully. Then with a wave of his hand he went into the house but stopped short of the stairs. Confound it, he went on almost aloud. He talked sensibly but yet. I am a fool. As if madmen didn't talk sensibly. And this was just what Zosimov seemed afraid of. He struck his finger on his forehead. What if, how could I let him go off alone? He may drown himself. ACH, what a blunder. I can't. And he ran back to overtake Raskolnikov, but there was no trace of him. With a curse he returned with rapid steps to the Palais de Crystal to question Zametov. Raskolnikov walked straight to X, bridge, stood in the middle, and leaning both elbows on the rail stared into the distance. On parting with Razumian, he felt so much weaker that he could scarcely reach this place. He longed to sit or lie down somewhere in the street. Bending over the water, he gazed mechanically at the last pink flush of the sunset, at the row of houses growing dark in the gathering twilight, at one distant attic window on the left bank, flashing as though on fire in the last rays of the setting sun, at the darkening water of the canal, and the water seemed to catch his attention. At last red circles flashed before his eyes, the houses seemed moving, the passers-by, the canal banks, the carriages, all danced before his eyes. Suddenly he started, saved again perhaps from swooning by an uncanny and hideous sight. He became aware of someone standing on the right side of him. He looked and saw a tall woman with a kerchief on her head, with a long, yellow, wasted face and red sunken eyes. She was looking straight at him, but obviously she saw nothing and recognized no one. Suddenly she leaned her right hand on the parapet, lifted her right leg over the railing, then her left and threw herself into the canal. The filthy water parted and swallowed up its victim for a moment, but an instant later the drowning woman floated to the surface, moving slowly with the current, her head and legs in the water, her skirt inflated like a balloon over her back. A woman drowning! A woman drowning! Shouted dozens of voices. People ran up, both banks were thronged with spectators, on the bridge people crowded about Raskolnikov, pressing up behind him. Mercy on it, it's our Afrosinya, a woman cried tearfully close by. Mercy, save her, kind people, pull her out. A boat was shouted in the crowd. But there was no need of a boat. A policeman ran down the steps to the canal, threw off his greatcoat and his boots and rushed into the water. It was easy to reach her, she floated within a couple of yards from the steps. He caught hold of her clothes with his right hand and with his left seized a pole which a comrade held out to him. The drowning woman was pulled out at once. They laid her on the granite pavement of the embankment. She soon recovered consciousness, raised her head, sat up and began sneezing and coughing, stupidly wiping her wet dress with her hands. She said nothing. She's drunk herself out of her senses, the same woman's voice wailed at her side. Out of her senses. The other day she tried to hang herself, we cut her down. I ran out to the shop just now, left my little girl to look after her, and here she's in trouble again. A neighbor, gentlemen, a neighbor, we live close by, the second house from the end, see yonder. The crowd broke up. The police still remained round the woman. Someone mentioned the police station. Raskolnikov looked on with a strange sensation of indifference and apathy. He felt disgusted. No, that's loathsome, water, it's not good enough, he muttered to himself. Nothing will come of it, he added, no use to wait. What about the police office? And why isn't Zametov at the police office? The police office is open till 10 o'clock, he turned his back to the railing and looked about him. Very well then, he said resolutely, he moved from the bridge and walked in the direction of the police office. His heart felt hollow and empty. He did not want to think. Even his depression had passed, there was not a trace now of the energy with which he had set out to make an end of it all. Complete apathy had succeeded to it. Well, it's a way out of it, he thought, walking slowly and listlessly along the canal bank. Anyway I'll make an end, for I want to. But is it a way out? What does it matter? There'll be the square yard of space, ha. But what an end? Is it really the end? Shall I tell them or not? Ah, damn! How tired I am! If I could find somewhere to sit or lie down soon. What I am most ashamed of is its being so stupid. But I don't care about that either. What idiotic ideas come into one's head. To reach the police office he had to go straight forward and take the second turning to the left. It was only a few paces away. But at the first turning he stopped and, after a minute's thought, turned into a side street and went 2 streets out of his way, possibly without any object, or possibly to delay a minute and gain time. He walked, looking at the ground. Suddenly someone seemed to whisper in his ear. He lifted his head and saw that he was standing at the very gate of the house. He had not passed it, he had not been near it since that evening. An overwhelming, unaccountable prompting drew him on. He went into the house, passed through the gateway, then into the first entrance on the right, and began mounting the familiar staircase to the 4th story. The narrow, steep staircase was very dark. He stopped at each landing and looked round him with curiosity. On the first landing the framework of the window had been taken out. That wasn't so then, he thought. Here was the flat on the 2nd story where Nikolai and Dmitri had been working. It's shut up and the door newly painted. So it's to let. Then the 3rd story and the 4th. Here. He was perplexed to find the door of the flat wide open. There were men there, he could hear voices, he had not expected that. After brief hesitation he mounted the last stairs and went into the flat. It, too, was being done up, there were workmen in it. This seemed to amaze him, he somehow fancied that he would find everything as he left it, even perhaps the corpses in the same places on the floor. And now, bare walls, no furniture, it seemed strange. He walked to the window and sat down on the windowsill. There were 2 workmen, both young fellows, but one much younger than the other. They were papering the walls with a new white paper covered with lilac flowers, instead of the old, dirty, yellow one. Raskolnikov for some reason felt horribly annoyed by this. He looked at the new paper with dislike, as though he felt sorry to have it all so changed. The workmen had obviously stayed beyond their time and now they were hurriedly rolling up their paper and getting ready to go home. They took no notice of Raskolnikov's coming in, they were talking. Raskolnikov folded his arms and listened. She comes to me in the morning, said the elder to the younger, very early, all dressed up. Why are you preening and prinking, says I. I am ready to do anything to please you, Tit Vasilich. That's a way of going on. And she dressed up like a regular fashion book. And what is a fashion book, the younger one asked. He obviously regarded the other as an authority. A fashion book is a lot of pictures, colored, and they come to the tailors here every Saturday, by post from abroad, to show folks how to dress, the male sex as well as the female. They're pictures. The gentlemen are generally wearing fur coats and for the ladies fluffles, they're beyond anything you can fancy. There's nothing you can't find in Petersburg, the younger cried enthusiastically, except father and mother, there's everything. Except them, there's everything to be found, my boy, the elder declared sententiously. Raskolnikov got up and walked into the other room where the strong box, the bed and the chest of drawers had been. The room seemed to him very tiny without furniture in it. The paper was the same, the paper in the corner showed where the case of icons had stood. He looked at it and went to the window. The elder workman looked at him askance. What do you want? He asked suddenly. Instead of answering, Raskolnikov went into the passage and pulled the bell. The same bell, the same cracked note. He rang it a second and a third time, he listened and remembered. The hideous and agonizingly fearful sensation he had felt then began to come back more and more vividly. He shuddered at every ring and it gave him more and more satisfaction. Well, what do you want? Who are you? The workman shouted, going out to him. Raskolnikov went inside again. I want to take a flat, he said. I am looking round. It's not the time to look at rooms at night, and you ought to come up with the porter. The floors have been washed, will they be painted? Raskolnikov went on. Is there no blood? What blood? Why, the old woman and her sister were murdered here. There was a perfect pool there. But who are you? The workman cried, uneasy. Who am I? Yes. You want to know? Come to the police station, I'll tell you. The workman looked at him in amazement. It's time for us to go, we are late. Come along, Eliashka. We must lock up, said the elder workman. Very well, come along, said Raskolnikov indifferently, and going out first, he went slowly downstairs. Hey, porter, he cried in the gateway. At the entrance several people were standing, staring at the passers-by, the 2 porters, a peasant woman, a man in a long coat and a few others. Raskolnikov went straight up to them. What do you want? Asked one of the porters. Have you been to the police office? I've just been there. What do you want? Is it open? Of course. Is the assistant there? He was there for a time. What do you want? Raskolnikov made no reply, but stood beside them lost in thought. He's been to look at the flat, said the elder workman, coming forward. Which flat? Where we are at work. Why have you washed away the blood, says he. There has been a murder here, says he, and I've come to take it. And he began ringing at the bell, all but broke it. Come to the police station, says he. I'll tell you everything there. He wouldn't leave us. The porter looked at Raskolnikov, frowning and perplexed. Who are you? He shouted as impressively as he could. I am Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov, formerly a student. I live in Shil's house, not far from here, flat number 14, ask the porter, he knows me. Raskolnikov said all this in a lazy, dreamy voice, not turning round, but looking intently into the darkening street. Why have you been to the flat? To look at it. What is there to look at? Take him straight to the police station, the man in the long coat jerked in abruptly. Raskolnikov looked intently at him over his shoulder and said in the same slow, lazy tones. Come along. Yes, take him, the man went on more confidently. Why was he going into that? What's in his mind, He's not drunk, but God knows what's the matter with him, muttered the workman. But what do you want? The porter shouted again, beginning to get angry in earnest. Why are you hanging about? You funk the police station then, said Raskolnikov jeeringly. How funk it? Why are you hanging about? He's a rogue, shouted the peasant woman. Why waste time talking to him, cried the other porter, a huge peasant in a full open coat and with keys on his belt. Get along. He is a rogue and no mistake. Get along. And seizing Raskolnikov by the shoulder he flung him into the street. He lurched forward, but recovered his footing, looked at the spectators in silence and walked away. Strange man, observed the workman. There are strange folks about nowadays, said the woman. You should have taken him to the police station all the same, said the man in the long coat. Better have nothing to do with him, decided the big porter. A regular rogue. Just what he wants, you may be sure, but once take him up, you won't get rid of him. We know the sort. Shall I go there or not, thought Raskolnikov, standing in the middle of the thoroughfare at the crossroads, and he looked about him, as though expecting from someone a decisive word. But no sound came, all was dead and silent like the stones on which he walked, dead to him alone. All at once at the end of the street, 200 yards away, in the gathering dusk he saw a crowd and heard talk and shouts. In the middle of the crowd stood a carriage. A light gleamed in the middle of the street. What is it? Raskolnikov turned to the right and went up to the crowd. He seemed to clutch at everything and smiled coldly when he recognized it, for he had fully made up his mind to go to the police station and knew that it would all soon be over. Chapter 7. An elegant carriage stood in the middle of the road with a pair of spirited grey horses. There was no one in it, and the coachman had got off his box and stood by. The horses were being held by the bridle. A mass of people had gathered round, the police standing in front. One of them held a lighted lantern which he was turning on something lying close to the wheels. Everyone was talking, shouting, exclaiming. The coachman seemed at a loss and kept repeating. What a misfortune! Good Lord, what a misfortune! Raskolnikov pushed his way in as far as he could, and succeeded at last in seeing the object of the commotion and interest. On the ground a man who had been run over lay apparently unconscious, and covered with blood. He was very badly dressed, but not like a workman. Blood was flowing from his head and face, his face was crushed, mutilated and disfigured. He was evidently badly injured. Merciful heaven, wailed the coachman, what more could I do? If I'd been driving fast or had not shouted to him, but I was going quietly, not in a hurry. Everyone could see I was going along just like everybody else. A drunken man can't walk straight, we all know. I saw him crossing the street, staggering and almost falling. I shouted again in a second and a third time, then I held the horses in, but he fell straight under their feet. Either he did it on purpose or he was very tipsy. The horses are young and ready to take fright, they started, he screamed, that made them worse. That's how it happened. That's just how it was, a voice in the crowd confirmed. He shouted, that's true, he shouted 3 times, another voice declared. 3 times it was, we all heard it, shouted a third. But the coachman was not very much distressed and frightened. It was evident that the carriage belonged to a rich and important person who was awaiting it somewhere. The police, of course, were in no little anxiety to avoid upsetting his arrangements. All they had to do was to take the injured man to the police station and the hospital. No one knew his name. Meanwhile Raskolnikov had squeezed in and stooped closer over him. The lantern suddenly lighted up the unfortunate man's face. He recognized him. I know him. I know him, he shouted, pushing to the front. It's a government clerk retired from the service, Marmeladov. He lives close by in Kozel's house. Make haste for a doctor. I will pay, see. He pulled money out of his pocket and showed it to the policeman. He was in violent agitation. The police were glad that they had found out who the man was. Raskolnikov gave his own name and address, and, as earnestly as if it had been his father, he besought the police to carry the unconscious Marmeladov to his lodging at once. Just here, 3 houses away, he said eagerly, the house belongs to Kozel, a rich German. He was going home, no doubt drunk. I know him, he is a drunkard. He has a family there, a wife, children, he has 1 daughter. It will take time to take him to the hospital, and there is sure to be a doctor in the house. I'll pay. At least he will be looked after at home, they will help him at once. But he'll die before you get him to the hospital. He managed to slip something unseen into the policeman's hand. But the thing was straightforward and legitimate, and in any case help was closer here. They raised the injured man, people volunteered to help. Kozel's house was 30 yards away. Raskolnikov walked behind, carefully holding Marmeladov's head and showing the way. This way, this way. We must take him upstairs head foremost. Turn round. I'll pay, I'll make it worth your while, he muttered. Katerina Ivanovna had just begun, as she always did at every free moment, walking to and fro in her little room from window to stove and back again, with her arms folded across her chest, talking to herself and coughing. Of late she had begun to talk more than ever to her eldest girl, Polenka, a child of 10, who, though there was much she did not understand, understood very well that her mother needed her, and so always watched her with her big clever eyes and strove her utmost to appear to understand. This time Polenka was undressing her little brother, who had been unwell all day and was going to bed. The boy was waiting for her to take off his shirt, which had to be washed at night. He was sitting straight and motionless on a chair, with a silent, serious face, with his legs stretched out straight before him, heels together and toes turned out. He was listening to what his mother was saying to his sister, sitting perfectly still with pouting lips and wide open eyes, just as all good little boys have to sit when they are undressed to go to bed. A little girl, still younger, dressed literally in rags, stood at the screen, waiting for her turn. The door onto the stairs was opened to relieve them a little from the clouds of tobacco smoke which floated in from the other rooms and brought on long terrible fits of coughing in the poor, consumptive woman. Katerina Ivanovna seemed to have grown even thinner during that week and the hectic flush on her face was brighter than ever. You wouldn't believe, you can't imagine, Polenka, she said, walking about the room, what a happy luxurious life we had in my papa's house and how this drunkard has brought me, and will bring you all, to ruin. Papa was a civil colonel and only a step from being a governor, so that everyone who came to see him said, we look upon you, Ivan Mihailovich, as our governor. When, she coughed violently, oh, cursed life, she cried, clearing her throat and pressing her hands to her breast, when at the last ball, at the Marshal's. Princess Bismelny saw me, who gave me the blessing when your father and I were married, Polenka, she asked at once, isn't that the pretty girl who danced the shawl dance at the breaking up? You must mend that tear, you must take your needle and darn it as I showed you, or tomorrow, cough, 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 he will make the hole bigger, she articulated with effort. Prince Skigolskoy, a kammerjunker, had just come from Petersburg then, he danced the mazurka with me and wanted to make me an offer next day, but I thanked him in flattering expressions and told him that my heart had long been another's. That other was your father, Polya, Papa was fearfully angry. Is the water ready? Give me the shirt, and the stockings. Lida, said she to the youngest one, you must manage without your chemise tonight, and lay your stockings out with it. I'll wash them together. How is it that drunken vagabond doesn't come in? He has worn his shirt till it looks like a dishclout, he has torn it to rags. I'd do it all together, so as not to have to work 2 nights running. Oh, dear. Cough, 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 cough. Again. What's this? She cried, noticing a crowd in the passage and the men, who were pushing into her room, carrying a burden. What is it? What are they bringing? Mercy on us. Where are we to put him? Asked the policeman, looking round when Marmeladov, unconscious and covered with blood, had been carried in. On the sofa. Put him straight on the sofa, with his head this way, Raskolnikov showed him. Run over in the road. Drunk, someone shouted in the passage. Katerina Ivanovna stood, turning white and gasping for breath. The children were terrified. Little Lida screamed, rushed to Polenka and clutched at her, trembling all over. Having laid Marmeladov down, Raskolnikov flew to Katerina Ivanovna. For God's sake be calm, don't be frightened, he said, speaking quickly, he was crossing the road and was run over by a carriage. Don't be frightened, he will come to, I told them bring him here. I've been here already, you remember? He will come to, I'll pay. He's done it this time. Katerina Ivanovna cried despairingly and she rushed to her husband. Raskolnikov noticed at once that she was not one of those women who swoon easily. She instantly placed under the luckless man's head a pillow, which no one had thought of, and began undressing and examining him. She kept her head, forgetting herself, biting her trembling lips and stifling the screams which were ready to break from her. Raskolnikov meanwhile induced someone to run for a doctor. There was a doctor, it appeared, next door but one. I've sent for a doctor, he kept assuring Katerina Ivanovna, don't be uneasy, I'll pay. Haven't you water? And give me a napkin or a towel, anything, as quick as you can. He is injured, but not killed, believe me. We shall see what the doctor says. Katerina Ivanovna ran to the window. There, on a broken chair in the corner, a large earthenware basin full of water had been stood, in readiness for washing her children's and husband's linen that night. This washing was done by Katerina Ivanovna at night at least twice a week, if not oftener. For the family had come to such a pass that they were practically without change of linen, and Katerina Ivanovna could not endure uncleanliness and, rather than see dirt in the house, she preferred to wear herself out at night, working beyond her strength when the rest were asleep, so as to get the wet linen hung on a line and dry by the morning. She took up the basin of water at Raskolnikov's request, but almost fell down with her burden. But the latter had already succeeded in finding a towel, wetted it and began washing the blood off Marmeladov's face. Katerina Ivanovna stood by, breathing painfully and pressing her hands to her breast. She was in need of attention herself. Raskolnikov began to realize that he might have made a mistake in having the injured man brought here. The policeman, too, stood in hesitation. Polenka, cried Katerina Ivanovna, run to Sonia, make haste. If you don't find her at home, leave word that her father has been run over and that she is to come here at once, when she comes in. Run, Polenka. There, put on the shawl. Run your fastest, cried the little boy on the chair suddenly, after which he relapsed into the same dumb rigidity, with round eyes, his heels thrust forward and his toes spread out. Meanwhile the room had become so full of people that you couldn't have dropped a pin. The policemen left, all except one, who remained for a time, trying to drive out the people who came in from the stairs. Almost all Madame Lipovitsel's lodgers had streamed in from the inner rooms of the flat. At first they were squeezed together in the doorway, but afterwards they overflowed into the room. Katerina Ivanovna flew into a fury. You might let him die in peace, at least, she shouted at the crowd, is it a spectacle for you to gape at it? With cigarettes? Cough, cough, cough. You might as well keep your hats on. And there is one in his hat. Get away. You should respect the dead, at least. Her cough choked her, but her reproaches were not without result. They evidently stood in some awe of Katerina Ivanovna. The lodgers, one after another, squeezed back into the doorway with that strange inner feeling of satisfaction which may be observed in the presence of a sudden accident, even in those nearest and dearest to the victim, from which no living man is exempt, even in spite of the sincerest sympathy and compassion. Voices outside were heard, however, speaking of the hospital and saying that they'd no business to make a disturbance here. No business to die, cried Katerina Ivanovna, and she was rushing to the door to vent her wrath upon them, but in the doorway came face to face with Madame Lipovitsel, who had only just heard of the accident and ran in to restore order. She was a particularly quarrelsome and irresponsible German. Ah, my God, she cried, clasping her hands, your husband drunken horses have trampled. To the hospital with him. I am the landlady. Amalia Ludwigovna, I beg you to recollect what you are saying, Katerina Ivanovna began haughtily. She always took a haughty tone with the landlady that she might remember her place and even now could not deny herself this satisfaction. Amalia Ludwigovna. I have you once before told that you to call me Amalia Ludwigovna may not dare, I am Amalia Ivanovna. You are not Amalia Ivanovna, but Amalia Ludwigovna, and as I am not one of your despicable flatterers like Mr. Lebeziatnikov, who's laughing behind the door at this moment, a laugh and a cry of they are at it again was in fact audible at the door, so I shall always call you Amalia Ludwigovna, though I fail to understand why you dislike that name. You can see for yourself what has happened to Semyon Zaharovich, he is dying. I beg you to close that door at once and to admit no one. Let him at least die in peace. Or I warn you the Governor-General, himself, shall be informed of your conduct tomorrow. The prince knew me as a girl, he remembers Semyon Zaharovich well and has often been a benefactor to him. Everyone knows that Semyon Zaharovich had many friends and protectors, whom he abandoned himself from an honorable pride, knowing his unhappy weakness, but now, she pointed to Raskolnikov, a generous young man has come to our assistance, who has wealth and connections and whom Semyon Zaharovich has known from a child. You may rest assured, Amalia Ludwigovna. All this was uttered with extreme rapidity, getting quicker and quicker, but a cough suddenly cut short Katerina Ivanovna's eloquence. At that instant the dying man recovered consciousness and uttered a groan. She ran to him. The injured man opened his eyes and without recognition or understanding gazed at Raskolnikov, who was bending over him. He drew deep, slow, painful breaths, blood oozed at the corners of his mouth and drops of perspiration came out on his forehead. Not recognizing Raskolnikov, he began looking round uneasily. Katerina Ivanovna looked at him with a sad but stern face, and tears trickled from her eyes. My God! His whole chest is crushed. How he is bleeding, she said in despair. We must take off his clothes. Turn a little, Semyon Zaharovich, if you can, she cried to him. Marmeladov recognized her. A priest, he articulated huskily. Katerina Ivanovna walked to the window, laid her head against the window frame and exclaimed in despair. Oh, cursed life! A priest, the dying man said again after a moment's silence. They've gone for him, Katerina Ivanovna shouted to him. He obeyed her shout and was silent. With sad and timid eyes he looked for her. She returned and stood by his pillow. He seemed a little easier but not for long. Soon his eyes rested on little Lida, his favorite, who was shaking in the corner, as though she were in a fit, and staring at him with her wondering childish eyes. Ah, he signed towards her uneasily. He wanted to say something. What now? Cried Katerina Ivanovna. Barefoot, barefoot, he muttered, indicating with frenzied eyes the child's bare feet. Be silent, Katerina Ivanovna cried irritably, you know why she is barefooted. Thank God, the doctor, exclaimed Raskolnikov, relieved. The doctor came in, a precise little old man, a German, looking about him mistrustfully. He went up to the sick man, took his pulse, carefully felt his head and with the help of Katerina Ivanovna he unbuttoned the blood-stained shirt, and bared the injured man's chest. It was gashed, crushed and fractured, several ribs on the right side were broken. On the left side, just over the heart, was a large, sinister-looking yellowish-black bruise, a cruel kick from the horse's hoof. The doctor frowned. The policeman told him that he was caught in the wheel and turned round with it for 30 yards on the road. It's wonderful that he has recovered consciousness, the doctor whispered softly to Raskolnikov. What do you think of him? He asked. He will die immediately. Is there really no hope? Not the faintest. He is at the last gasp. His head is badly injured, too. I could bleed him if you like, but it would be useless. He is bound to die within the next 5 or 10 minutes. Better bleed him then. If you like. But I warn you it will be perfectly useless. At that moment other steps were heard, the crowd in the passage parted, and the priest, a little, grey old man, appeared in the doorway bearing the sacrament. A policeman had gone for him at the time of the accident. The doctor changed places with him, exchanging glances with him. Raskolnikov begged the doctor to remain a little while. He shrugged his shoulders and remained. All stepped back. The confession was soon over. The dying man probably understood little, he could only utter indistinct broken sounds. Katerina Ivanovna took little Lida, lifted the boy from the chair, knelt down in the corner by the stove and made the children kneel in front of her. The little girl was still trembling, but the boy, kneeling on his little bare knees, lifted his hand rhythmically, crossing himself with precision and bowed down, touching the floor with his forehead, which seemed to afford him a special satisfaction. Katerina Ivanovna bit her lips and held back her tears. She prayed, too, now and then pulling straight the boy's shirt, and managed to cover the girl's bare shoulders with a kerchief, which she took from the chest without rising from her knees or ceasing to pray. Meanwhile the door from the inner rooms was opened inquisitively again. In the passage the crowd of spectators from all the flats on the staircase grew denser and denser, but they did not venture beyond the threshold. A single candle and lighted up the scene. At that moment Polenka forced her way through the crowd at the door. She came in panting from running so fast, took off her kerchief, looked for her mother, went up to her and said, "She's coming, I met her in the street." Her mother made her kneel beside her. Timidly and noiselessly a young girl made her way through the crowd, and strange was her appearance in that room, in the midst of want, rags, death and despair. She, too, was in rags, her attire was all of the cheapest, but decked out in gutter finery of a special stamp, unmistakably betraying its shameful purpose. Sonia stopped short in the doorway and looked about her bewildered, unconscious of everything. She forgot her fourth hand, gaudy silk dress, so unseemly here with its ridiculous long train, and her immense crinoline that filled up the whole doorway, and her light-colored shoes, and the parasol she brought with her, though it was no use at night, and the absurd round straw hat with its flaring flame-colored feather. Under this rakishly tilted hat was a pale, frightened little face with lips parted and eyes staring in terror. Sonia was a small thin girl of 18 with fair hair, rather pretty, with wonderful blue eyes. She looked intently at the bed and the priest, she too was out of breath with running. At last whispers, some words in the crowd probably, reached her. She looked down and took a step forward into the room, still keeping close to the door. The service was over. Katerina Ivanovna went up to her husband again. The priest stepped back and turned to say a few words of admonition and consolation to Katerina Ivanovna on leaving. "What am I to do with these?" she interrupted sharply and irritably, pointing to the little ones. "God is merciful, look to the Most High for succor," the priest began. "Ach. He is merciful, but not to us." "That's a sin, madam," observed the priest, shaking his head. "And isn't that a sin?" cried Katerina Ivanovna, pointing to the dying man. "Perhaps those who have involuntarily caused the accident will agree to compensate you, at least for the loss of his earnings." "You don't understand," cried Katerina Ivanovna angrily waving her hand. "And why should they compensate me?" "Why, he was drunk and threw himself under the horses. What earnings? He brought us in nothing but misery. He drank everything away, the drunkard. He robbed us to get drink, he wasted their lives and mine for drink. And thank God he's dying. One less to keep. You must forgive in the hour of death, that's a sin, madam, such feelings are a great sin. Katerina Ivanovna was busy with the dying man, she was giving him water, wiping the blood and sweat from his head, setting his pillow straight, and had only turned now and then for a moment to address the priest. Now she flew at him almost in a frenzy. Ah, father! That's words and only words. Forgive. If he'd not been run over, he'd have come home today drunk and his only shirt dirty and in rags and he'd have fallen asleep like a log, and I should have been sousing and rinsing till daybreak, washing his rags and the children's and then drying them by the window, and as soon as it was daylight I should have been darning them. That's how I spend my nights. What's the use of talking of forgiveness? I have forgiven as it is. A terrible hollow cough interrupted her words. She put her handkerchief to her lips and showed it to the priest, pressing her other hand to her aching chest. The handkerchief was covered with blood. The priest bowed his head and said nothing. Marmeladov was in the last agony, he did not take his eyes off the face of Katerina Ivanovna, who was bending over him again. He kept trying to say something to her, he began moving his tongue with difficulty and articulating indistinctly, but Katerina Ivanovna, understanding that he wanted to ask her forgiveness, called peremptorily to him. Be silent. No need. I know what you want to say. And the sick man was silent, but at the same instant his wandering eyes strayed to the doorway and he saw Sonia. Till then he had not noticed her, she was standing in the shadow in a corner. Who's that? Who's that? He said suddenly in a thick gasping voice, in agitation, turning his eyes in horror towards the door where his daughter was standing, and trying to sit up. Lie down. Lie down, cried Katerina Ivanovna. With unnatural strength he had succeeded in propping himself on his elbow. He looked wildly and fixedly for some time on his daughter, as though not recognizing her. He had never seen her before in such attire. Suddenly he recognized her, crushed and ashamed in her humiliation and gaudy finery, meekly awaiting her turn to say goodbye to her dying father. His face showed intense suffering. Sonia. Daughter. Forgive, he cried, and he tried to hold out his hand to her, but losing his balance, he fell off the sofa, face downwards on the floor. They rushed to pick him up, they put him on the sofa, but he was dying. Sonia with a faint cry ran up, embraced him and remained so without moving. He died in her arms. He's got what he wanted, Katerina Ivanovna cried, seeing her husband's dead body. Well, what's to be done now? How am I to bury him? What can I give them tomorrow to eat? Raskolnikov went up to Katerina Ivanovna. Katerina Ivanovna, he began, last week your husband told me all his life and circumstances. Believe me, he spoke of you with passionate reverence. From that evening, when I learned how devoted he was to you all and how he loved and respected you especially, Katerina Ivanovna, in spite of his unfortunate weakness, from that evening we became friends. Allow me now, to do something, to repay my debt to my dead friend. Here are 20 rubles, I think, and if that can be of any assistance to you, then in short, I will come again, I will be sure to come again. I shall, perhaps, come again tomorrow. Goodbye. And he went quickly out of the room, squeezing his way through the crowd to the stairs. But in the crowd he suddenly jostled against Nikodem Fomitch, who had heard of the accident and had come to give instructions in person. They had not met since the scene at the police station, but Nikodem Fomitch knew him instantly. Ah, is that you? He asked him. He's dead, answered Raskolnikov. The doctor and the priest have been, all as it should have been. Don't worry the poor woman too much, she is in consumption as it is. Try and cheer her up, if possible, you are a kind-hearted man, I know, he added with a smile, looking straight in his face. But you are spattered with blood, observed Nikodem Fomitch, noticing in the lamplight some fresh stains on Raskolnikov's waistcoat. Yes. I'm covered with blood, Raskolnikov said with a peculiar air, then he smiled, nodded and went downstairs. He walked down slowly and deliberately, feverish but not conscious of it, entirely absorbed in a new overwhelming sensation of life and strength that surged up suddenly within him. This sensation might be compared to that of a man condemned to death who has suddenly been pardoned. Halfway down the staircase he was overtaken by the priest on his way home. Raskolnikov let him pass, exchanging a silent greeting with him. He was just descending the last steps when he heard rapid footsteps behind him. Someone overtook him, it was Polenka. She was running after him, calling wait, wait. He turned round. She was at the bottom of the staircase and stopped short a step above him. A dim light came in from the yard. Raskolnikov could distinguish the child's thin but pretty little face, looking at him with a bright childish smile. She had run after him with a message which she was evidently glad to give. Tell me, what is your name? And where do you live? she said hurriedly in a breathless voice. He laid both hands on her shoulders and looked at her with a sort of rapture. It was such a joy to him to look at her, he could not have said why. Who sent you? Sister Sonia sent me, answered the girl, smiling still more brightly. I knew it was Sister Sonia sent you. Mama sent me, too. When Sister Sonia was sending me, Mama came up, too, and said, run fast, Polenka. Do you love Sister Sonia? I love her more than anyone, Polenka answered with a peculiar earnestness, and her smile became graver. And will you love me? By way of answer he saw the little girl's face approaching him, her full lips naively held out to kiss him. Suddenly her arms as thin as sticks held him tightly, her head rested on his shoulder and the little girl wept softly, pressing her face against him. I am sorry for father, she said a moment later, raising her tear-stained face and brushing away the tears with her hands. It's nothing but misfortunes now, she added suddenly with that peculiarly sedate air which children try hard to assume when they want to speak like grown-up people. Did your father love you? He loved Lida most, she went on very seriously without a smile, exactly like grown-up people, he loved her because she is little and because she is ill, too. And he always used to bring her presents. But he taught us to read and me grammar and scripture, too, she added with dignity. And mother never used to say anything, but we knew that she liked it and father knew it, too. And mother wants to teach me French, for it's time my education began. And do you know your prayers? Of course, we do. We knew them long ago. I say my prayers to myself as I am a big girl now, but Kolya and Lida say them aloud with mother. First they repeat the Ave Maria and then another prayer, Lord, forgive and bless Sister Sonia, and then another, Lord, forgive and bless our second father. For our elder father is dead and this is another one, but we do pray for the other as well. Polenka, my name is Rodion. Pray sometimes for me, too. And thy servant Rodion, nothing more. I'll pray for you all the rest of my life, the little girl declared hotly, and suddenly smiling again she rushed at him and hugged him warmly once more. Raskolnikov told her his name and address and promised to be sure to come next day. The child went away quite enchanted with him. It was past 10 when he came out into the street. In 5 minutes he was standing on the bridge at the spot where the woman had jumped in. Enough, he pronounced resolutely and triumphantly. I've done with fancies, imaginary terrors, and phantoms. Life is real. Haven't I lived just now? My life has not yet died with that old woman. The kingdom of heaven to her, and now enough, madam, leave me in peace. Now for the reign of reason and light, and of will, and of strength, and now we will see. We will try our strength, he added defiantly, as though challenging some power of darkness. And I was ready to consent to live in a square of space. I am very weak at this moment, but I believe my illness is all over. I knew it would be over when I went out. By the way, Pochinkov's house is only a few steps away. I certainly must go to Razumian even if it were not close by, let him win his bet. Let us give him some satisfaction, too, no matter. Strength is what one wants, you can get nothing without it, and strength must be won by strength, that's what they don't know, he added proudly and self-confidently and he walked with flagging footsteps from the bridge. Pride and self-confidence grew continually stronger in him, he was becoming a different man every moment. What was it had happened to work this revolution in him? He did not know himself, like a man catching at a straw, he suddenly felt that he, too, could live, that there was still life for him, that his life had not died with the old woman. Perhaps he was in too great a hurry with his conclusions, but he did not think of that. But I did ask her to remember thy servant Rodion in her prayers, the idea struck him. Well, that was, in case of emergency, he added and laughed himself at his boyish sally. He was in the best of spirits. He easily found Razumian, the new lodger was already known at Pochinkov's and the porter at once showed him the way. Halfway upstairs he could hear the noise and animated conversation of a big gathering of people. The door was wide open on the stairs, he could hear exclamations and discussion. Razumian's room was fairly large, the company consisted of 15 people. Raskolnikov stopped in the entry, where 2 of the landlady's servants were busy behind a screen with 2 samovars, bottles, plates and dishes of pie and savories, brought up from the landlady's kitchen. Raskolnikov sent in for Razumian. He ran out delighted. At the first glance it was apparent that he had had a great deal to drink and, though no amount of liquor made Razumian quite drunk, this time he was perceptibly affected by it. Listen, Raskolnikov hastened to say, I've only just come to tell you you've won your bet and that no one really knows what may not happen to him. I can't come in, I am so weak that I shall fall down directly. And so good evening and goodbye. Come and see me tomorrow. Do you know what? I'll see you home. If you say you're weak yourself, you must. And your visitors? Who is the curly-headed one who has just peeped out? He? Goodness only knows. Some friend of uncle's, I expect, or perhaps he has come without being invited. I'll leave uncle with them, he is an invaluable person, pity I can't introduce you to him now. But confound them all now. They won't notice me, and I need a little fresh air, for you've come just in the nick of time, another 2 minutes and I should have come to blows. They are talking such a lot of wild stuff, you simply can't imagine what men will say. Though why shouldn't you imagine? Don't we talk nonsense ourselves? And let them, that's the way to learn not to. Wait a minute, I'll fetch Zosimov. Zosimov pounced upon Raskolnikov almost greedily, he showed a special interest in him, soon his face brightened. You must go to bed at once, he pronounced, examining the patient as far as he could, and take something for the night. Will you take it? I got it ready some time ago, a powder. 2, if you like, answered Raskolnikov. The powder was taken at once. It's a good thing you are taking him home, observed Zosimov to Razumihin, we shall see how he is tomorrow, today he's not at all amiss, a considerable change since the afternoon. Live and learn. Do you know what Zosimov whispered to me when we were coming out? Razumihin blurted out, as soon as they were in the street. I won't tell you everything, brother, because they are such fools. Zosimov told me to talk freely to you on the way and get you to talk freely to me, and afterwards I am to tell him about it, for he's got a notion in his head that you are, mad or close on it. Only fancy. In the first place, you've 3 times the brains he has, in the second, if you are not mad, you needn't care a hang that he has got such a wild idea, and thirdly, that piece of beef whose specialty is surgery has gone mad on mental diseases, and what's brought him to this conclusion about you was your conversation today with Zametov. Zametov told you all about it. Yes, and he did well. Now I understand what it all means and so does Zametov. Well, the fact is, Rodia, the point is. I am a little drunk now. But that's, no matter, the point is that this idea, you understand? Was just being hatched in their brains, you understand? That is, no one ventured to say it aloud, because the idea is too absurd and especially since the arrest of that painter, that bubbles burst and gone forever. But why are they such fools? I gave Zametov a bit of a thrashing at the time, that's between ourselves, brother, please don't let out a hint that you know of it, I've noticed he is a ticklish subject, it was at Louise Ivanovna's. But today it's all cleared up. That Ilya Petrovich is at the bottom of it. He took advantage of your fainting at the police station, but he is ashamed of it himself now, I know that. Raskolnikov listened greedily. Razumihin was drunk enough to talk too freely. I fainted then because it was so close and the smell of paint, said Raskolnikov. No need to explain that. And it wasn't the paint only, the fever had been coming on for a month, Zosimov testifies to that. But how crushed that boy is now, you wouldn't believe. I am not worth his little finger, he says. Yours, he means. He has good feelings at times, brother. But the lesson you gave him today in the Palais de Cristal, that was too good for anything. You frightened him at first, you know, he nearly went into convulsions. You almost convinced him again of the truth of all that hideous nonsense, and then you suddenly, put out your tongue at him, there now, what do you make of it? It was perfect. He is crushed, annihilated now. It was masterly, by Jove, it's what they deserve. Ah, that I wasn't there. He was hoping to see you awfully. Porfiry, too, wants to make your acquaintance. Ah. He too, but why did they put me down as mad? Oh, not mad. I must have said too much, brother. What struck him, you see, was that only that subject seemed to interest you, now it's clear why it did interest you, knowing all the circumstances, and how that irritated you and worked in with your illness. I am a little drunk, brother, only, confound him, he has some idea of his own. I tell you, he's mad on mental diseases. But don't you mind him. For half a minute both were silent. Listen, Razumihin, began Raskolnikov, I want to tell you plainly, I've just been at a deathbed, a clerk who died. I gave them all my money, and besides I've just been kissed by someone who, if I had killed anyone, would just the same, in fact I saw someone else there, with a flame-colored feather, but I am talking nonsense, I am very weak, support me, we shall be at the stairs directly. What's the matter? What's the matter with you? Razumihin asked anxiously. I am a little giddy, but that's not the point, I am so sad, like a woman. Look, what's that? Look, look. What is it? Don't you see? A light in my room, you see? Through the crack. They were already at the foot of the last flight of stairs, at the level of the landlady's door, and they could, as a fact, see from below that there was a light in Raskolnikov's garret. Queer. Nastasia, perhaps, observed Razumihin. She is never in my room at this time and she must be in bed long ago, but... I don't care. Goodbye. What do you mean? I am coming with you, we'll come in together. I know we are going in together, but I want to shake hands here and say goodbye to you here. So give me your hand, goodbye. What's the matter with you, Rhodia? Nothing, come along, you shall be witness. They began mounting the stairs, and the idea struck Razumian that perhaps Zosimov might be right after all. Ah, I've upset him with my chatter, he muttered to himself. When they reached the door they heard voices in the room. What is it? Cried Razumian. Raskolnikov was the first to open the door, he flung it wide and stood still in the doorway, dumbfounded. His mother and sister were sitting on his sofa and had been waiting an hour and a half for him. Why had he never expected, never thought of them, though the news that they had started, were on their way and would arrive immediately, had been repeated to him only that day. They had spent that hour and a half plying Nastasia with questions. She was standing before them and had told them everything by now. They were beside themselves with alarm when they heard of his running away today, ill and, as they understood from her story, delirious. Good heavens, what had become of him? Both had been weeping, both had been in anguish for that hour and a half. A cry of joy, of ecstasy, greeted Raskolnikov's entrance. Both rushed to him. But he stood like one dead, a sudden intolerable sensation struck him like a thunderbolt. He did not lift his arms to embrace them, he could not. His mother and sister clasped him in their arms, kissed him, laughed and cried. He took a step, tottered and fell to the ground, fainting. Anxiety, cries of horror, moans. Razumian, who was standing in the doorway, flew into the room, seized the sick man in his strong arms and in a moment had him on the sofa. It's nothing, nothing, he cried to the mother and sister, it's only a faint, a mere trifle. Only just now the doctor said he was much better, that he is perfectly well. Water. See, he is coming to himself, he is all right again. And seizing Dounia by the arm so that he almost dislocated it, he made her bend down to see that he is all right again. The mother and sister looked on him with emotion and gratitude, as their providence. They had heard already from Nastasia all that had been done for their Rhodia during his illness, by this very competent young man, as Pulcheria Alexandrovna Raskolnikov called him that evening in conversation with Dounia. Part 3. Chapter 1. Raskolnikov got up, and sat down on the sofa. He waved his hand weakly to Razumian to cut short the flow of warm and incoherent consolations he was addressing to his mother and sister, took them both by the hand and for a minute or two gazed from one to the other without speaking. His mother was alarmed by his expression. It revealed an emotion agonizingly poignant, and at the same time something immovable, almost insane. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began to cry. Avdotia Romanovna was pale, her hand trembled in her brother's. Go home, with him, he said in a broken voice, pointing to Razumian, goodbye till tomorrow, tomorrow everything. Is it long since you arrived? This evening, Rhodia, answered Pulcheria Alexandrovna, the train was awfully late. But, Rhodia, nothing would induce me to leave you now. I will spend the night here, near you. Don't torture me, he said with a gesture of irritation. I will stay with him, cried Razumian, I won't leave him for a moment. Bother all my visitors. Let them rage to their heart's content. My uncle is presiding there. How can I thank you? Pulcheria Alexandrovna was beginning, once more pressing Razumian's hands, but Raskolnikov interrupted her again. I can't have it. I can't have it, he repeated irritably, don't worry me. Enough, go away. I can't stand it. Come, Mama, come out of the room at least for a minute, Dounia whispered in dismay, we are distressing him, that's evident. Mayn't I look at him after 3 years, wept Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Stay, he stopped them again, you keep interrupting me, and my ideas get muddled. Have you seen Luzhin? No, Rhodia, but he knows already of our arrival. We have heard, Rhodia, that Pyotr Petrovitch was so kind as to visit you today, Pulcheria Alexandrovna added somewhat timidly. Yes, he was so kind. Dounia, I promised Luzhin I'd throw him downstairs and told him to go to hell. Rhodia, what are you saying? Surely, you don't mean to tell us, Pulcheria Alexandrovna began in alarm, but she stopped, looking at Dounia. Avdotia Romanovna was looking attentively at her brother, waiting for what would come next. Both of them had heard of the quarrel from Nastasia, so far as she had succeeded in understanding and reporting it, and were in painful perplexity and suspense. Dounia, Raskolnikov continued with an effort, I don't want that marriage, so at the first opportunity tomorrow you must refuse Luzhin, so that we may never hear his name again. Good heavens, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Brother, think what you are saying. Avdotia Romanovna began impetuously, but immediately checked herself. You are not fit to talk now, perhaps, you are tired, she added gently. You think I am delirious? No. You are marrying Luzhin for my sake. But I won't accept the sacrifice. And so write a letter before tomorrow, to refuse him. Let me read it in the morning and that will be the end of it. That I can't do, the girl cried, offended, what right have you? Dounia, you are hasty, too, be quiet, tomorrow. Don't you see, the mother interposed in dismay. Better come away. He is raving, Razumihin cried tipsily, or how would he dare? Tomorrow all this nonsense will be over, today he certainly did drive him away. That was so. And Luzhin got angry, too. He made speeches here, wanted to show off his learning and he went out crestfallen. Then it's true, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Goodbye till tomorrow, brother, said Dounia compassionately, let us go, mother. Goodbye, Rodion. Do you hear, sister, he repeated after them, making a last effort, I am not delirious, this marriage is an infamy. Let me act like a scoundrel, but you mustn't, one is enough, and though I am a scoundrel, I wouldn't own such a sister. It's me or Luzhin. Go now. But you're out of your mind. Despot, roared Razumihin, but Raskolnikov did not and perhaps could not answer. He lay down on the sofa, and turned to the wall, utterly exhausted. Avdotya Romanovna looked with interest at Razumihin, her black eyes flashed, Razumihin positively started at her glance. Pulcheria Alexandrovna stood overwhelmed. Nothing would induce me to go, she whispered in despair to Razumihin. I will stay somewhere here, escort Dounia home. You'll spoil everything, Razumihin answered in the same whisper, losing patience, come out onto the stairs, anyway. Nastasia, show a light. I assure you, he went on in a half-whisper on the stairs, that he was almost beating the doctor and me this afternoon. Do you understand? The doctor himself. Even he gave way and left him, so as not to irritate him. I remained downstairs on guard, but he dressed at once and slipped off. And he will slip off again if you irritate him, at this time of night, and will do himself some mischief. What are you saying? And Avdotya Romanovna can't possibly be left in those lodgings without you. Just think where you are staying. That blackguard Pyotr Petrovich couldn't find you better lodgings. But you know I've had a little to drink, and that's what makes me swear, don't mind it. But I'll go to the landlady here, Pulcheria Alexandrovna insisted, I'll beseech her to find some corner for Dounia and me for the night. I can't leave him like that, I cannot. This conversation took place on the landing just before the landlady's door. Nastasia lighted them from a step below. Razumihin was in extraordinary excitement. Half an hour earlier, while he was bringing Raskolnikov home, he had indeed talked too freely, but he was aware of it himself, and his head was clear in spite of the vast quantities he had imbibed. Now he was in a state bordering on ecstasy, and all that he had drunk seemed to fly to his head with redoubled effect. He stood with the two ladies, seizing both by their hands, persuading them, and giving them reasons with astonishing plainness of speech, and at almost every word he uttered, probably to emphasize his arguments, he squeezed their hands painfully as in a vice. He stared at Avdotya Romanovna without the least regard for good manners. They sometimes pulled their hands out of his huge bony paws, but far from noticing what was the matter, he drew them all the closer to him. If they told him to jump head foremost from the staircase, he would have done it without thought or hesitation in their service. Though Pulcheria Alexandrovna felt that the young man was really too eccentric and pinched her hand too much, in her anxiety over Herodias she looked on his presence as providential, and was unwilling to notice all his peculiarities. But though Avdotya Romanovna shared her anxiety, and was not of timorous disposition, she could not see the glowing light in his eyes without wonder and almost alarm. It was only the unbounded confidence inspired by Nastasia's account of her brother's queer friend, which prevented her from trying to run away from him, and to persuade her mother to do the same. She realized, too, that even running away was perhaps impossible now. 10 minutes later, however, she was considerably reassured. It was characteristic of Razumihin that he showed his true nature at once, whatever mood he might be in, so that people quickly saw the sort of man they had to deal with. You can't go to the landlady, that's perfect nonsense, he cried. If you stay, though you are his mother, you'll drive him to a frenzy, and then goodness knows what will happen. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do, Nastasia will stay with him now, and I'll conduct you both home. You can't be in the streets alone, Petersburg is an awful place in that way. But no matter. Then I'll run straight back here and a quarter of an hour later, on my word of honor, I'll bring you news how he is, whether he is asleep, and all that. Then, listen. Then I'll run home in a twinkling, I've a lot of friends there, all drunk, I'll fetch Zosimov, that's the doctor who is looking after him, he is there, too, but he is not drunk, he is not drunk, he is never drunk. I'll drag him to Rodion, and then to you, so that you'll get 2 reports in the hour, from the doctor, you understand, from the doctor himself, that's a very different thing from my account of him. If there's anything wrong, I swear I'll bring you here myself, but, if it's all right, you go to bed. And I'll spend the night here, in the passage, he won't hear me, and I'll tell Zosimov to sleep at the landlady's, to be at hand. Which is better for him, you or the doctor? So come home then. But the landlady is out of the question, it's all right for me, but it's out of the question for you, she wouldn't take you, for she's a fool. She'd be jealous on my account of Avdotia Romanovna and of you, too, if you want to know, of Avdotia Romanovna certainly. She is an absolutely unaccountable character. But I am a fool, too. No matter. Come along. Do you trust me? Come, do you trust me or not? Let us go, mother, said Avdotia Romanovna, he will certainly do what he has promised. He has saved Rodia already, and if the doctor really will consent to spend the night here, what could be better? You see, you understand me, because you are an angel. Razumihin cried in ecstasy, let us go. Nastasia. Fly upstairs and sit with him with a light, I'll come in a quarter of an hour. Though Pulcheria Alexandrovna was not perfectly convinced, she made no further resistance. Razumihin gave an arm to each and drew them down the stairs. He still made her uneasy, as though he was competent and good-natured, was he capable of carrying out his promise? He seemed in such a condition. Ah, I see you think I am in such a condition. Razumihin broke in upon her thoughts, guessing them, as he strolled along the pavement with huge steps, so that the two ladies could hardly keep up with him, a fact he did not observe, however. Nonsense. That is. I am drunk like a fool, but that's not it, I am not drunk from wine. It's seeing you has turned my head. But don't mind me. Don't take any notice, I am talking nonsense, I am not worthy of you. I am utterly unworthy of you. The minute I've taken you home, I'll pour a couple of pailfuls of water over my head in the gutter here, and then I shall be all right. If only you knew how I love you both. Don't laugh, and don't be angry. You may be angry with anyone, but not with me. I am his friend, and therefore I am your friend, too, I want to be. I had a presentiment. Last year there was a moment, though it wasn't a presentiment really, for you seem to have fallen from heaven. And I expect I shan't sleep all night. Zosimov was afraid a little time ago that he would go mad, that's why he mustn't be irritated. What do you say? Cried the mother. Did the doctor really say that? Asked Avdotia Romanovna, alarmed. Yes, but it's not so, not a bit of it. He gave him some medicine, a powder, I saw it, and then you're coming here. Ah. It would have been better if you had come tomorrow. It's a good thing we went away. And in an hour Zosimov himself will report to you about everything. He is not drunk. And I shan't be drunk. And what made me get so tight? Because they got me into an argument, damn them. I've sworn never to argue. They talk such trash. I almost came to blows. I've left my uncle to preside. Would you believe, they insist on complete absence of individualism and that's just what they relish. Not to be themselves, to be as unlike themselves as they can. That's what they regard as the highest point of progress. If only their nonsense were their own, but as it is. Listen. Pulcheria Alexandrovna interrupted timidly, but it only added fuel to the flames. What do you think? Shouted Razumihin, louder than ever, you think I am attacking them for talking nonsense? Not a bit. I like them to talk nonsense. That's man's one privilege over all creation. Through error you come to the truth. I am a man because I err. You never reach any truth without making 14 mistakes and very likely 114. And a fine thing, too, in its way, but we can't even make mistakes on our own account. Talk nonsense, but talk your own nonsense, and I'll kiss you for it. To go wrong in one's own way is better than to go right in someone else's. In the first case you are a man, in the second you are no better than a bird. Truth won't escape you, but life can be cramped. There have been examples. And what are we doing now? In science, development, thought, invention, ideals, aims, liberalism, judgment, experience and everything, we are still in the preparatory class at school. We prefer to live on other people's ideas, it's what we are used to. Am I right, cried Razumihin, pressing and shaking the two ladies' hands. Oh, mercy, I do not know, cried poor Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Yes, though I don't agree with you in everything, added Avdotia Romanovna earnestly and at once uttered a cry, for he squeezed her hand so painfully. Yes, you say yes, well after that you, he cried in a transport, you are a fount of goodness, purity, sense and perfection. Give me your hand, you give me yours, too. I want to kiss your hands here at once, on my knees, and he fell on his knees on the pavement, fortunately at that time deserted. Leave off, I entreat you, what are you doing? Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried, greatly distressed. Get up, said Downia laughing, though she, too, was upset. Not for anything till you let me kiss your hands. That's it. Enough. I get up and will go on. I am a luckless fool, I am unworthy of you and drunk, and I am ashamed. I am not worthy to love you, but to do homage to you is the duty of every man who is not a perfect beast. And I've done homage. Here are your lodgings, and for that alone Rodia was right in driving your Pyotr Petrovitch away. How dare he? How dare he put you in such lodgings? It's a scandal. Do you know the sort of people they take in here? And you his betrothed? You are his betrothed? Yes? Well, then, I'll tell you, your fiancé is a scoundrel. Excuse me, Mr. Razumian, you are forgetting, Pulcheria Alexandrovna was beginning. Yes, yes, you are right, I did forget myself, I am ashamed of it, Razumian made haste to apologize. But you can't be angry with me for speaking so. For I speak sincerely and not because, that would be disgraceful, in fact not because I'm in, Well, anyway, I won't say why, I daren't. But we all saw today when he came in that man is not of our sort. Not because he had his hair curled at the barber's, not because he was in such a hurry to show his wit, but because he is a spy, a speculator, because he is a skinflint and a buffoon. That's evident. Do you think him clever? No, he is a fool, a fool. And is he a match for you? Good heavens! Do you see, ladies, he stopped suddenly on the way upstairs to their rooms, though all my friends there are drunk, yet they are all honest, and though we do talk a lot of trash, and I do, too, yet we shall talk our way to the truth at last, for we are on the right path, while Pyotr Petrovitch is not on the right path. Though I've been calling them all sorts of names just now, I do respect them all, though I don't respect Zametov, I like him, for he is a puppy, and that bullock Zosimov, because he is an honest man and knows his work. But enough, it's all said and forgiven. Is it forgiven? Well, then, let's go on. I know this corridor, I've been here, there was a scandal here at number 3. Where are you here? Which number? 8? Well, lock yourselves in for the night, then. Don't let anybody in. In a quarter of an hour I'll come back with news, and half an hour later I'll bring Zosimov, you'll see. Goodbye, I'll run. Good heavens, Dounia, what is going to happen, said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, addressing her daughter with anxiety and dismay. Don't worry yourself, mother, said Dounia, taking off her hat and cape. God has sent this gentleman to our aid, though he has come from a drinking party. We can depend on him, I assure you. And all that he has done for Rodia. Ah! Dounia, goodness knows whether he will come. How could I bring myself to leave Rodia? And how different I had fancied our meeting. How sullen he was, as though not pleased to see us. Tears came into her eyes. No, it's not that, mother. You didn't see, you were crying all the time. He is quite unhinged by serious illness, that's the reason. Ah, that illness. What will happen, what will happen? And how he talked to you, Dounia, said the mother, looking timidly at her daughter, trying to read her thoughts and, already half consoled by Dounia's standing up for her brother, which meant that she had already forgiven him. I am sure he will think better of it tomorrow, she added, probing her further. And I am sure that he will say the same tomorrow, about that, Avdotya Romanovna said finally. And, of course, there was no going beyond that, for this was a point which Pulcheria Alexandrovna was afraid to discuss. Dounia went up and kissed her mother. The latter warmly embraced her without speaking. Then she sat down to wait anxiously for Razumian's return, timidly watching her daughter who walked up and down the room with her arms folded, lost in thought. This walking up and down when she was thinking was a habit of Avdotya Romanovna's, and the mother was always afraid to break in on her daughter's mood at such moments. Razumian, of course, was ridiculous in his sudden drunken infatuation for Avdotya Romanovna. Yet apart from his eccentric condition, many people would have thought it justified if they had seen Avdotya Romanovna, especially at that moment when she was walking to and fro with folded arms, pensive and melancholy. Avdotya Romanovna was remarkably good-looking, she was tall, strikingly well-proportioned, strong, and self-reliant. The latter quality was apparent in every gesture, though it did not in the least detract from the grace and softness of her movements. In face she resembled her brother, but she might be described as really beautiful. Her hair was dark brown, a little lighter than her brother's, there was a proud light in her almost black eyes and yet at times a look of extraordinary kindness. She was pale, but it was a healthy pallor, her face was radiant with freshness and vigor. Her mouth was rather small, the full red lower lip projected a little as did her chin, it was the only irregularity in her beautiful face, but it gave it a peculiarly individual and almost haughty expression. Her face was always more serious and thoughtful than gay, but how well smiles, how well youthful, light-hearted, irresponsible, laughter suited her face. It was natural enough that a warm, open, simple-hearted, honest giant like Razumian, who had never seen anyone like her and was not quite sober at the time, should lose his head immediately. Besides, as chance would have it, he saw Dounia for the first time transfigured by her love for her brother and her joy at meeting him. Afterwards he saw her lower lip quiver with indignation at her brother's insolent, cruel, and ungrateful words, and his fate was sealed. He had spoken the truth, moreover, when he blurted out in his drunken talk on the stairs that Praskovya Pavlovna, Raskolnikov's eccentric landlady, would be jealous of Pulcheria Alexandrovna as well as of Avdotia Romanovna on his account. Although Pulcheria Alexandrovna was 43, her face still retained traces of her former beauty, she looked much younger than her age, indeed, which is almost always the case with women who retain serenity of spirit, sensitiveness and pure sincere warmth of heart to old age. We may add in parenthesis that to preserve all this is the only means of retaining beauty to old age. Her hair had begun to grow grey and thin, there had long been little crow's foot wrinkles round her eyes, her cheeks were hollow and sunken from anxiety and grief, and yet it was a handsome face. She was Downia over again, 20 years older, but without the projecting underlip. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was emotional, but not sentimental, timid and yielding, but only to a certain point. She could give way and accept a great deal even of what was contrary to her convictions, but there was a certain barrier fixed by honesty, principle and the deepest convictions which nothing would induce her to cross. Exactly 20 minutes after Razumian's departure, there came 2 subdued but hurried knocks at the door. He had come back. "I won't come in, I haven't time," he hastened to say when the door was opened. "He sleeps like a top, soundly, quietly, and God grant he may sleep 10 hours. Nastasia's with him, I told her not to leave till I came. Now I am fetching Zosimov, he will report to you and then you'd better turn in, I can see you are too tired to do anything." And he ran off down the corridor. "What a very competent and devoted young man," cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna exceedingly delighted. "He seems a splendid person." Avdotia Romanovna replied with some warmth, resuming her walk up and down the room. It was nearly an hour later when they heard footsteps in the corridor and another knock at the door. Both women waited this time completely relying on Razumian's promise. He actually had succeeded in bringing Zosimov. Zosimov had agreed at once to desert the drinking party to go to Raskolnikov's, but he came reluctantly and with the greatest suspicion to see the ladies, mistrusting Razumian in his exhilarated condition. But his vanity was at once reassured and flattered, he saw that they were really expecting him as an oracle. He stayed just 10 minutes and succeeded in completely convincing and comforting Pulcheria Alexandrovna. He spoke with marked sympathy, but with the reserve and extreme seriousness of a young doctor at an important consultation. He did not utter a word on any other subject and did not display the slightest desire to enter into more personal relations with the 2 ladies. Remarking at his first entrance the dazzling beauty of Avdotia Romanovna, he endeavored not to notice her at all during his visit and addressed himself solely to Pulcheria Alexandrovna. All this gave him extraordinary inward satisfaction. He declared that he thought the invalid at this moment going on very satisfactorily. According to his observations, the patient's illness was due partly to his unfortunate material surroundings during the last few months, but it had partly also a moral origin, was, so to speak, the product of several material and moral influences, anxieties, apprehensions, troubles, certain ideas, and so on. Noticing stealthily that Avdotia Romanovna was following his words with close attention, Zosimov allowed himself to enlarge on this theme. On Pulcheria Alexandrovna's anxiously and timidly inquiring as to some suspicion of insanity, he replied with a composed and candid smile that his words had been exaggerated, that certainly the patient had some fixed idea, something approaching a monomania. He, Zosimov, was now particularly studying this interesting branch of medicine, but that it must be recollected that until today the patient had been in delirium and that no doubt the presence of his family would have a favorable effect on his recovery and distract his mind, if only all fresh shocks can be avoided, he added significantly. Then he got up, took leave with an impressive and affable bow, while blessings, warm gratitude and entreaties were showered upon him, and Avdotia Romanovna spontaneously offered her hand to him. He went out exceedingly pleased with his visit and still more so with himself. "We'll talk tomorrow, go to bed at once," Razumian said in conclusion, following Zosimov out. "I'll be with you tomorrow morning as early as possible with my report." "That's a fetching little girl, Avdotia Romanovna," remarked Zosimov, almost licking his lips as they both came out into the street. "Fetching? You said fetching," roared Razumian, and he flew at Zosimov and seized him by the throat. "If you ever dare! Do you understand? Do you understand?" he shouted, shaking him by the collar and squeezing him against the wall. "Do you hear? Let me go, you drunken devil," said Zosimov, struggling, and when he had let him go, he stared at him and went off into a sudden guffaw. Razumian stood facing him in gloomy and earnest reflection. "Of course, I am an ass," he observed, somber as a storm cloud, "but still, you are another." "No, brother, not at all such another. I am not dreaming of any folly." They walked along in silence, and only when they were close to Raskolnikov's lodgings, Razumian broke the silence in considerable anxiety. "Listen," he said, "you're a first-rate fellow, but among your other failings, you're a loose fish, that I know, and a dirty one, too. You are a feeble, nervous wretch, and a mass of whims, you're getting fat and lazy and can't deny yourself anything, and I call that dirty because it leads one straight into the dirt. You've let yourself get so slack that I don't know how it is you are still a good, even a devoted doctor. You, a doctor, sleep on a feather bed and get up at night to your patients. In another 3 or 4 years you won't get up for your patients. But hang it all, that's not the point. You are going to spend tonight in the landlady's flat here. Hard work I've had to persuade her. And I'll be in the kitchen. So here's a chance for you to get to know her better. It's not as you think. There's not a trace of anything of the sort, brother. But I don't think. Here you have modesty, brother, silence, bashfulness, a savage virtue, and yet she's sighing and melting like wax, simply melting. Save me from her, by all that's unholy. She's most prepossessing. I'll repay you, I'll do anything. Zosimov laughed more violently than ever. Well, you are smitten. But what am I to do with her? It won't be much trouble, I assure you. Talk any rot you like to her, as long as you sit by her and talk. You're a doctor, too, try curing her of something. I swear you won't regret it. She has a piano, and you know, I strum a little. I have a song there, a genuine Russian one, I shed hot tears. She likes the genuine article, and well, it all began with that song. Now you're a regular performer, a maitre, a Rubinstein. I assure you, you won't regret it. But have you made her some promise? Something signed? A promise of marriage, perhaps? Nothing, nothing, absolutely nothing of the kind. Besides, she is not that sort at all. Chibarov tried that. Well then, drop her. But I can't drop her like that. Why can't you? Well, I can't, that's all about it. There's an element of attraction here, brother. Then why have you fascinated her? I haven't fascinated her, perhaps I was fascinated myself in my folly. But she won't care a straw whether it's you or I, so long as somebody sits beside her, sighing. I can't explain the position, brother, look here, you are good at mathematics, and working at it now, begin teaching her the integral calculus, upon my soul, I'm not joking, I'm in earnest, it'll be just the same to her. She will gaze at you and sigh for a whole year together. I talked to her once for 2 days at a time about the Prussian House of Lords, for one must talk of something, she just sighed and perspired. And you mustn't talk of love, she's bashful to hysterics, but just let her see you can't tear yourself away, that's enough. It's fearfully comfortable, you're quite at home, you can read, sit, lie about, write. You may even venture on a kiss, if you're careful. But what do I want with her? I can't make you understand. You see, you are made for each other. I have often been reminded of you. You'll come to it in the end. So does it matter whether it's sooner or later? There's the featherbed element here, brother, And not only that. There's an attraction here, here you have the end of the world, an anchorage, a quiet haven, the navel of the earth, the 3 fishes that are the foundation of the world, the essence of pancakes, of savory fish pies, of the evening samovar, of soft sighs and warm shawls, and hot stoves to sleep on, as snug as though you were dead, and yet you're alive, the advantages of both at once. Well, hang it, brother, what stuff I'm talking, it's bedtime. Listen. I sometimes wake up at night, so I'll go in and look at him. But there's no need, it's all right. Don't you worry yourself, yet if you like, you might just look in once, too. But if you notice anything, delirium or fever, wake me at once. But there can't be. Chapter 2. Razumian waked up next morning at 8 o'clock, troubled and serious. He found himself confronted with many new and unlooked-for perplexities. He had never expected that he would ever wake up feeling like that. He remembered every detail of the previous day and he knew that a perfectly novel experience had befallen him, that he had received an impression unlike anything he had known before. At the same time he recognized clearly that the dream which had fired his imagination was hopelessly unattainable, so unattainable that he felt positively ashamed of it, and he hastened to pass to the other more practical cares and difficulties bequeathed him by that thrice accursed yesterday. The most awful recollection of the previous day was the way he had shown himself base and mean, not only because he had been drunk, but because he had taken advantage of the young girl's position to abuse her fiancé in his stupid jealousy, knowing nothing of their mutual relations and obligations and next to nothing of the man himself. And what right had he to criticize him in that hasty and unguarded manner? Who had asked for his opinion? Was it thinkable that such a creature as Avdotia Romanovna would be marrying an unworthy man for money? So there must be something in him. The lodgings? But after all, how could he know the character of the lodgings? He was furnishing a flat. Phoo! How despicable it all was! And what justification was it that he was drunk? Such a stupid excuse was even more degrading. In wine is truth, and the truth had all come out, that is, all the uncleanness of his coarse and envious heart. And would such a dream ever be permissible to him, Razumian? What was he beside such a girl, he, the drunken noisy braggart of last night? Was it possible to imagine so absurd and cynical a juxtaposition? Razumihin blushed desperately at the very idea, and suddenly the recollection forced itself vividly upon him of how he had said last night on the stairs that the landlady would be jealous of Avdotia Romanovna. That was simply intolerable. He brought his fist down heavily on the kitchen stove, hurt his hand and sent one of the bricks flying. Of course, he muttered to himself a minute later with a feeling of self-abasement, of course, all these infamies can never be wiped out or smooth it over, and so it's useless even to think of it, and I must go to them in silence and do my duty, in silence, too, and not ask forgiveness, and say nothing, for all is lost now. And yet as he dressed he examined his attire more carefully than usual. He hadn't another suit. If he had had, perhaps he wouldn't have put it on. I would have made a point of not putting it on. But in any case he could not remain a cynic and a dirty sloven. He had no right to offend the feelings of others, especially when they were in need of his assistance and asking him to see them. He brushed his clothes carefully. His linen was always decent, in that respect he was especially clean. He washed that morning scrupulously, he got some soap from Nastasia, he washed his hair, his neck, and especially his hands. When it came to the question whether to shave his stubbly chin or not, Praskovya Pavlovna had capital razors that had been left by her late husband. The question was angrily answered in the negative. Let it stay as it is. What if they think that I shaved on purpose too? They certainly would think so. Not on any account. And the worst of it was he was so coarse, so dirty, he had the manners of a pothouse, and even admitting that he knew he had some of the essentials of a gentleman, what was there in that to be proud of? Everyone ought to be a gentleman and more than that, and all the same, he remembered, he, too, had done little things, not exactly dishonest, and yet. And what thoughts he sometimes had, And to set all that beside Avdotia Romanovna. Confound it! So be it. Well, he'd make a point then of being dirty, greasy, pothouse in his manners and he wouldn't care. He'd be worse. He was engaged in such monologues when Zosimov, who had spent the night in Praskovya Pavlovna's parlour, came in. He was going home and was in a hurry to look at the invalid first. Razumihin informed him that Raskolnikov was sleeping like a dormouse. Zosimov gave orders that they shouldn't wake him and promised to see him again about 11. If he is still at home, he added. Damn it all! If one can't control one's patients, how is one to cure them? Do you know whether he will go to them, or whether they are coming here? They are coming, I think, said Razumihin, understanding the object of the question, and they will discuss their family affairs, no doubt. I'll be off. You, as the doctor, have more right to be here than I. But I am not a father confessor, I shall come and go away, I've plenty to do besides looking after them. One thing worries me, interposed Razumihin, frowning. On the way home I talked a lot of drunken nonsense to him, all sorts of things, and amongst them that you were afraid that he might become insane. You told the ladies so, too. I know it was stupid. You may beat me if you like. Did you think so seriously? That's nonsense, I tell you, how could I think it seriously? You, yourself, described him as a monomaniac when you fetched me to him, and we added fuel to the fire yesterday, you did, that is, with your story about the painter. It was a nice conversation, when he was, perhaps, mad on that very point. If only I'd known what happened then at the police station and that some wretch had insulted him with this suspicion. I would not have allowed that conversation yesterday. These monomaniacs will make a mountain out of a molehill, and see their fancies as solid realities. As far as I remember, it was Zamitov's story that cleared up half the mystery, to my mind. Why, I know one case in which a hypochondriac, a man of 40, cut the throat of a little boy of 8, because he couldn't endure the jokes he made every day at table. And in this case his rags, the insolent police officer, the fever, and this suspicion. All that working upon a man half frantic with hypochondria, and with his morbid exceptional vanity. That may well have been the starting point of illness. Well, bother it all. And, by the way, that Zamitov certainly is a nice fellow, but he shouldn't have told all that last night. He is an awful chatterbox. But whom did he tell it to? You and me. And Porfiry. What does that matter? And, by the way, have you any influence on them, his mother and sister? Tell them to be more careful with him today. They'll get on all right. Razumihin answered reluctantly. Why is he so set against this Luzhin? A man with money and she doesn't seem to dislike him, and they haven't a farthing, I suppose? But what business is it of yours? Razumihin cried with annoyance. How can I tell whether they've a farthing? Ask them yourself and perhaps you'll find out. Phoo, what an ass you are sometimes. Last night's wine has not gone off yet. Goodbye, thank your Praskovya Pavlovna from me for my night's lodging. She locked herself in, made no reply to my bonjour through the door. She was up at 7 o'clock, the samovar was taken into her from the kitchen. I was not vouchsafed a personal interview. At 9 o'clock precisely Razumihin reached the lodgings at Bakayev's house. Both ladies were waiting for him with nervous impatience. They had risen at 7 o'clock or earlier. He entered looking as black as night, bowed awkwardly and was at once furious with himself for it. He had reckoned without his host. Pulcheria Alexandrovna fairly rushed at him, seized him by both hands and was almost kissing them. He glanced timidly at Avdotia Romanovna, but her proud countenance wore at that moment an expression of such gratitude and friendliness, such complete and unlooked-for respect, in place of the sneering looks and ill-disguised contempt he had expected, that it threw him into greater confusion than if he had been met with abuse. Fortunately there was a subject for conversation, and he made haste to snatch at it. Hearing that everything was going well and that Rodia had not yet waked, Pulcheria Alexandrovna declared that she was glad to hear it, because she had something which it was very, very necessary to talk over beforehand. Then followed an inquiry about breakfast and an invitation to have it with them. They had waited to have it with him. Avdotia Romanovna rang the bell, it was answered by a ragged dirty waiter, and they asked him to bring tea, which was served at last, but in such a dirty and disorderly way that the ladies were ashamed. Razumihin vigorously attacked the lodgings, but, remembering Luzhin, stopped in embarrassment and was greatly relieved by Pulcheria Alexandrovna's questions, which showered in a continual stream upon him. He talked for 3/4 of an hour, being constantly interrupted by their questions, and succeeded in describing to them all the most important facts he knew of the last year of Raskolnikov's life, concluding with a circumstantial account of his illness. He omitted, however, many things, which were better omitted, including the scene at the police station with all its consequences. They listened eagerly to his story, and, when he thought he had finished and satisfied his listeners, he found that they considered he had hardly begun. Tell me. What do you think? Excuse me, I still don't know your name. Pulcheria Alexandrovna put in hastily. Dmitri Prokofitch. I should like very, very much to know, Dmitri Prokofitch, how he looks, on things in general now, that is, how can I explain, what are his likes and dislikes? Is he always so irritable? Tell me, if you can, what are his hopes and, so to say, his dreams? Under what influences is he now? In a word, I should like. Ah, mother, how can he answer all that at once, observed Dounia. Good heavens, I had not expected to find him in the least like this, Dmitri Prokofitch. Naturally, answered Razumihin. I have no mother, but my uncle comes every year and almost every time he can scarcely recognize me, even in appearance, though he is a clever man, and your 3 years' separation means a great deal. What am I to tell you? I have known Rodion for a year and a half, he is morose, gloomy, proud and haughty, and of late, and perhaps for a long time before, he has been suspicious and fanciful. He has a noble nature and a kind heart. He does not like showing his feelings and would rather do a cruel thing than open his heart freely. Sometimes, though, he is not at all morbid, but simply cold and inhumanly callous, it's as though he were alternating between two characters. Sometimes he is fearfully reserved. He says he is so busy that everything is a hindrance, and yet he lies in bed doing nothing. He doesn't jeer at things, not because he hasn't the wit, but as though he hadn't time to waste on such trifles. He never listens to what is said to him. He is never interested in what interests other people at any given moment. He thinks very highly of himself and perhaps he is right. Well, what more? I think your arrival will have a most beneficial influence upon him. God grant it may, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, distressed by Razumihin's account of Herodia. And Razumihin ventured to look more boldly at Avdotia Romanovna at last. He glanced at her often while he was talking, but only for a moment and looked away again at once. Avdotia Romanovna sat at the table, listening attentively, then got up again and began walking to and fro with her arms folded and her lips compressed, occasionally putting in a question, without stopping her walk. She had the same habit of not listening to what was said. She was wearing a dress of thin dark stuff and she had a white transparent scarf round her neck. Razumihin soon detected signs of extreme poverty in their belongings. Had Avdotia Romanovna been dressed like a queen, he felt that he would not be afraid of her, but perhaps just because she was poorly dressed and that he noticed all the misery of her surroundings, his heart was filled with dread and he began to be afraid of every word he uttered, every gesture he made, which was very trying for a man who already felt diffident. You've told us a great deal that is interesting about my brother's character, and have told it impartially. I am glad. I thought that you were too uncritically devoted to him, observed Avdotia Romanovna with a smile. I think you are right that he needs a woman's care, she added thoughtfully. I didn't say so, but I dare say you are right, only. What? He loves no one and perhaps he never will, Razumihin declared decisively. You mean he is not capable of love? Do you know, Avdotia Romanovna, you are awfully like your brother, in everything, indeed, he blurted out suddenly to his own surprise, but remembering at once what he had just before said of her brother, he turned as red as a crab and was overcome with confusion. Avdotia Romanovna couldn't help laughing when she looked at him. You may both be mistaken about Rodia, Pulcheria Alexandrovna remarked, slightly piqued. I am not talking of our present difficulty, Dounia. What Pyotr Petrovitch writes in this letter and what you and I have supposed may be mistaken, but you can't imagine, Dmitri Prokofitch, how moody and, so to say, capricious he is. I never could depend on what he would do when he was only 15. And I am sure that he might do something now that nobody else would think of doing. Well, for instance, do you know how a year and a half ago he astounded me and gave me a shock that nearly killed me, when he had the idea of marrying that girl, what was her name, his landlady's daughter? Did you hear about that affair? Asked Avdotia Romanovna. Do you suppose, Pulcheria Alexandrovna continued warmly. Do you suppose that my tears, my entreaties, my illness, my possible death from grief, our poverty would have made him pause? No, he would calmly have disregarded all obstacles. And yet it isn't that he doesn't love us. He has never spoken a word of that affair to me, Razumihin answered cautiously. But I did hear something from Praskovya Pavlovna herself, though she is by no means a gossip. And what I heard certainly was rather strange. And what did you hear? Both the ladies asked at once. Well, nothing very special. I only learned that the marriage, which only failed to take place through the girl's death, was not at all to Praskovya Pavlovna's liking. They say, too, the girl was not at all pretty, in fact I am told positively ugly, and such an invalid, and queer. But she seems to have had some good qualities. She must have had some good qualities or it's quite inexplicable. She had no money either and he wouldn't have considered her money. But it's always difficult to judge in such matters. I am sure she was a good girl, Avdotia Romanovna observed briefly. God forgive me, I simply rejoiced at her death. Though I don't know which of them would have caused most misery to the other, he to her or she to him, Pulcheria Alexandrovna concluded. Then she began tentatively questioning him about the scene on the previous day with Luzhin, hesitating and continually glancing at Dounia, obviously to the latter's annoyance. This incident more than all the rest evidently caused her uneasiness, even consternation. Razumihin described it in detail again, but this time he added his own conclusions. He openly blamed Raskolnikov for intentionally insulting Pyotr Petrovitch, not seeking to excuse him on the score of his illness. He had planned it before his illness, he added. I think so, too, Pulcheria Alexandrovna agreed with a dejected air. But she was very much surprised at hearing Razumihin express himself so carefully and even with a certain respect about Pyotr Petrovitch. Avdotia Romanovna, too, was struck by it. So this is your opinion of Pyotr Petrovitch? Pulcheria Alexandrovna could not resist asking. I can have no other opinion of your daughter's future husband, Razumihin answered firmly and with warmth, and I don't say it simply from vulgar politeness, but simply because Avdotia Romanovna has of her own free will deigned to accept this man. If I spoke so rudely of him last night, it was because I was disgustingly drunk and mad besides, yes, mad, crazy, I lost my head completely, and this morning I am ashamed of it. He crimsoned and ceased speaking. Avdotia Romanovna flushed, but did not break the silence. She had not uttered a word from the moment they began to speak of Luzhin. Without her support Pulcheria Alexandrovna obviously did not know what to do. At last, faltering and continually glancing at her daughter, she confessed that she was exceedingly worried by one circumstance. You see, Dmitri Prokofitch, she began. I'll be perfectly open with Dmitri Prokofitch, Dounia. Of course, mother, said Avdotia Romanovna emphatically. This is what it is, she began in haste, as though the permission to speak of her trouble lifted a weight off her mind. Very early this morning we got a note from Pyotr Petrovitch in reply to our letter announcing our arrival. He promised to meet us at the station, you know, instead of that he sent a servant to bring us the address of these lodgings and to show us the way, and he sent a message that he would be here himself this morning. But this morning this note came from him. You'd better read it yourself, there is one point in it which worries me very much, you will soon see what that is, A&D. Tell me your candid opinion, Dmitri Prokofitch. You know Rodia's character better than anyone and no one can advise us better than you can. Dounia, I must tell you, made her decision at once, but I still don't feel sure how to act and I've been waiting for your opinion. Razumihin opened the note which was dated the previous evening and read as follows. Dear Madam, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, I have the honor to inform you that owing to unforeseen obstacles I was rendered unable to meet you at the railway station. I sent a very competent person with the same object in view. I likewise shall be deprived of the honor of an interview with you tomorrow morning by business in the Senate that does not admit of delay, and also that I may not intrude on your family circle while you are meeting your son, and Avdotia Romanovna her brother. I shall have the honor of visiting you and paying you my respects at your lodgings not later than tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock precisely, and herewith I venture to present my earnest and, I may add, imperative request that Rodion Romanovitch may not be present at our interview, as he offered me a gross and unprecedented affront on the occasion of my visit to him in his illness yesterday, and, moreover, since I desire from you personally an indispensable and circumstantial explanation upon a certain point, in regard to which I wish to learn your own interpretation. I have the honor to inform you, in anticipation, that if, in spite of my request, I meet Rodion Romanovich, I shall be compelled to withdraw immediately and then you have only yourself to blame. I write on the assumption that Rodion Romanovich, who appeared so ill at my visit, suddenly recovered 2 hours later and so, being able to leave the house, may visit you also. I was confirmed in that belief by the testimony of my own eyes in the lodging of a drunken man who was run over and has since died, to whose daughter, a young woman of notorious behavior, he gave 25 rubles on the pretext of the funeral, which gravely surprised me knowing what pains you were at to raise that sum. Herewith expressing my special respect to your estimable daughter, Avdotia Romanovna, I beg you to accept the respectful homage of your humble servant. P. Luzhin. What am I to do now, Dmitri Prokofitch? Began Pulcheria Alexandrovna, almost weeping. How can I ask Rodion not to come? Yesterday he insisted so earnestly on our refusing Pyotr Petrovitch and now we are ordered not to receive Rodion. He will come on purpose if he knows, and what will happen then? Act on Avdotia Romanovna's decision, Razumihin answered calmly at once. Oh, dear me. She says, goodness knows what she says, she doesn't explain her object. She says that it would be best, at least, not that it would be best, but that it's absolutely necessary that Rodion should make a point of being here at 8 o'clock and that they must meet. I didn't want even to show him the letter, but to prevent him from coming by some stratagem with your help, because he is so irritable. Besides, I don't understand about that drunkard who died and that daughter, and how he could have given the daughter all the money, which cost you such sacrifice, mother, put in Avdotia Romanovna. He was not himself yesterday, Razumihin said thoughtfully, if you only knew what he was up to in a restaurant yesterday, though there was sense in it too. He did say something, as we were going home yesterday evening, about a dead man and a girl, but I didn't understand a word. But last night, I myself. The best thing, mother, will be for us to go to him ourselves and there I assure you we shall see at once what's to be done. Besides, it's getting late, good heavens, it's past 10, she cried looking at a splendid gold enameled watch which hung round her neck on a thin Venetian chain, and looked entirely out of keeping with the rest of her dress. A present from her fiancé, thought Razumihin. We must start, Dounia, we must start, her mother cried in a flutter. He will be thinking we are still angry after yesterday, from our coming so late. Merciful heavens! While she said this she was hurriedly putting on her hat and mantle, Dounia, too, put on her things. Her gloves, as Razumihin noticed, were not merely shabby but had holes in them, and yet this evident poverty gave the two ladies an air of special dignity, which is always found in people who know how to wear poor clothes. Razumihin looked reverently at Dounia and felt proud of escorting her. The queen who mended her stockings in prison, he thought, must have looked then every inch a queen and even more a queen than at sumptuous banquets and levees. My God, exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna, little did I think that I should ever fear seeing my son, my darling, darling Rodion. I am afraid, Dmitri Prokofitch, she added, glancing at him timidly. Don't be afraid, mother, said Dounia, kissing her, better have faith in him. Oh, dear, I have faith in him, but I haven't slept all night, exclaimed the poor woman. They came out into the street. Do you know, Dounia, when I dozed a little this morning I dreamed of Marfa Petrovna, she was all in white, she came up to me, took my hand, and shook her head at me, but so sternly as though she were blaming me. Is that a good omen? Oh, dear me. You don't know, Dmitri Prokofitch, that Marfa Petrovna's dead. No, I didn't know, who is Marfa Petrovna? She died suddenly, and only fancy. Afterwards, Mama, put in Dounia. He doesn't know who Marfa Petrovna is. Ah, you don't know? And I was thinking that you knew all about us. Forgive me, Dmitri Prokofitch, I don't know what I am thinking about these last few days. I look upon you really as a providence for us, and so I took it for granted that you knew all about us. I look on you as a relation. Don't be angry with me for saying so. Dear me, what's the matter with your right hand? Have you knocked it? Yes, I bruised it, muttered Razumihin overjoyed. I sometimes speak too much from the heart, so that Dounia finds fault with me. But, dear me, what a cupboard he lives in. I wonder whether he is awake? Does this woman, his landlady, consider it a room? Listen, you say he does not like to show his feelings, so perhaps I shall annoy him with my weaknesses? Do advise me, Dmitri Prokofitch, how am I to treat him? I feel quite distracted, you know. Don't question him too much about anything if you see him frown, don't ask him too much about his health, he doesn't like that. Ah, Dmitri Prokofitch, how hard it is to be a mother. But here are the stairs. What an awful staircase. Mother, you are quite pale, don't distress yourself, darling, said Dounia caressing her, then with flashing eyes she added, he ought to be happy at seeing you, and you are tormenting yourself so. Wait, I'll peep in and see whether he has waked up. The ladies slowly followed Razumihin, who went on before, and when they reached the landlady's door on the 4th story, they noticed that her door was a tiny crack open and that 2 keen black eyes were watching them from the darkness within. When their eyes met, the door was suddenly shut with such a slam that Pulcheria Alexandrovna almost cried out. Chapter 3. He is well, quite well. Zosimov cried cheerfully as they entered. He had come in 10 minutes earlier and was sitting in the same place as before, on the sofa. Raskolnikov was sitting in the opposite corner, fully dressed and carefully washed and combed, as he had not been for some time past. The room was immediately crowded, yet Nastasia managed to follow the visitors in and stayed to listen. Raskolnikov really was almost well, as compared with his condition the day before, but he was still pale, listless, and somber. He looked like a wounded man or one who has undergone some terrible physical suffering. His brows were knitted, his lips compressed, his eyes feverish. He spoke little and reluctantly, as though performing a duty, and there was a restlessness in his movements. He only wanted a sling on his arm or a bandage on his finger to complete the impression of a man with a painful abscess or a broken arm. The pale, somber face lighted up for a moment when his mother and sister entered, but this only gave it a look of more intense suffering, in place of its listless dejection. The light soon died away, but the look of suffering remained, and Zosimov, watching and studying his patient with all the zest of a young doctor beginning to practice, noticed in him no joy at the arrival of his mother and sister, but a sort of bitter, hidden determination to bear another hour or two of inevitable torture. He saw later that almost every word of the following conversation seemed to touch on some sore place and irritate it. But at the same time he marveled at the power of controlling himself and hiding his feelings in a patient who the previous day had, like a monomaniac, fallen into a frenzy at the slightest word. Yes, I see myself now that I am almost well, said Raskolnikov, giving his mother and sister a kiss of welcome which made Pulcheria Alexandrovna radiant at once. And I don't say this as I did yesterday, he said, addressing Razumihin, with a friendly pressure of his hand. Yes, indeed, I am quite surprised at him today, began Zosimov, much delighted at the lady's entrance, for he had not succeeded in keeping up a conversation with his patient for 10 minutes. In another 3 or 4 days, if he goes on like this, he will be just as before, that is, as he was a month ago, or 2, or perhaps even 3. This has been coming on for a long while. Confess, now, that it has been perhaps your own fault, he added, with a tentative smile, as though still afraid of irritating him. It is very possible, answered Raskolnikov coldly. I should say, too, continued Zosimov with zest, that your complete recovery depends solely on yourself. Now that one can talk to you, I should like to impress upon you that it is essential to avoid the elementary, so to speak, fundamental causes tending to produce your morbid condition. In that case you will be cured, if not, it will go from bad to worse. These fundamental causes I don't know, but they must be known to you. You are an intelligent man, and must have observed yourself, of course. I fancy the first stage of your derangement coincides with your leaving the university. You must not be left without occupation, and so, work in a definite aim set before you might, I fancy, be very beneficial. Yes, yes, you are perfectly right. I will make haste and return to the university, and then everything will go smoothly. Zosimov, who had begun his sage advice partly to make an effect before the ladies, was certainly somewhat mystified, when, glancing at his patient, he observed unmistakable mockery on his face. This lasted an instant, however. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began at once thanking Zosimov, especially for his visit to their lodging the previous night. What, he saw you last night? Raskolnikov asked, as though startled. Then you have not slept either after your journey. Rodia, that was only till 2 o'clock. Dounia and I never go to bed before 2 at home. I don't know how to thank him either, Raskolnikov went on, suddenly frowning and looking down. Setting aside the question of payment, forgive me for referring to it, he turned to Zosimov, I really don't know what I have done to deserve such special attention from you. I simply don't understand it, and. It weighs upon me, indeed, because I don't understand it. I tell you so candidly. Don't be irritated. Zosimov forced himself to laugh. Assume that you are my first patient, well, we fellows just beginning to practice love our first patients as if they were our children, and some almost fall in love with them. And, of course, I am not rich in patients. I say nothing about him, added Raskolnikov, pointing to Razumihin, though he has had nothing from me either but insult and trouble. What nonsense he is talking. Why, you are in a sentimental mood today, are you? Shouted Razumihin. If he had had more penetration he would have seen that there was no trace of sentimentality in him, but something indeed quite the opposite. But Avdotia Romanovna noticed it. She was intently and uneasily watching her brother. As for you, mother, I don't dare to speak, he went on, as though repeating a lesson learned by heart. It is only today that I have been able to realize a little how distressed you must have been here yesterday, waiting for me to come back. When he had said this, he suddenly held out his hand to his sister, smiling without a word. But in this smile there was a flash of real unfeigned feeling. Downia caught it at once, and warmly pressed his hand, overjoyed and thankful. It was the first time he had addressed her since their dispute the previous day. The mother's face lighted up with ecstatic happiness at the sight of this conclusive unspoken reconciliation. Yes, that is what I love him for, Razumian, exaggerating it all, muttered to himself, with a vigorous turn in his chair. He has these movements. And how well he does it all, the mother was thinking to herself. What generous impulses he has, and how simply, how delicately he put an end to all the misunderstanding with his sister, simply by holding out his hand at the right minute and looking at her like that. And what fine eyes he has, and how fine his whole face is. He is even better looking than Downia. But, good heavens, what a suit, how terribly he's dressed. Vasia, the messenger boy in Afanasy Ivanich's shop, is better dressed. I could rush at him and hug him, weep over him, but I am afraid. Oh, dear, he's so strange. He's talking kindly, but I'm afraid. Why, what am I afraid of? Oh, Rhodia, you wouldn't believe, she began suddenly, in haste to answer his words to her, how unhappy Downia and I were yesterday. Now that it's all over and done with and we are quite happy again, I can tell you. Fancy, we ran here almost straight from the train to embrace you and that woman, ah, here she is. Good morning, Nastasia. She told us at once that you were lying in a high fever and had just run away from the doctor in delirium, and they were looking for you in the streets. You can't imagine how we felt. I couldn't help thinking of the tragic end of Lieutenant Patankikov, a friend of your father's, you can't remember him, Rhodia, who ran out in the same way in a high fever and fell into the well in the courtyard and they couldn't pull him out till next day. Of course, we exaggerated things. We were on the point of rushing to find Pyotr Petrovich to ask him to help. Because we were alone, utterly alone, she said plaintively and stopped short, suddenly, recollecting it was still somewhat dangerous to speak of Pyotr Petrovich, although we are quite happy again. Yes, yes. Of course it's very annoying, Raskolnikov muttered in reply, but with such a preoccupied and inattentive air that Downia gazed at him in perplexity. What else was it I wanted to say? He went on trying to recollect. Oh, yes, mother, and you too, Downia, please don't think that I didn't mean to come and see you today and was waiting for you to come first. What are you saying, Rhodia? Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. She, too, was surprised. Is he answering us as a duty? Downia wondered. Is he being reconciled and asking forgiveness as though he were performing a rite or repeating a lesson? I've only just waked up, and wanted to go to you, but was delayed owing to my clothes. I forgot yesterday to ask her. Nastasia, to wash out the blood. I've only just dressed. Blood? What blood? Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in alarm. Oh, nothing, don't be uneasy. It was when I was wandering about yesterday, rather delirious, I chanced upon a man who had been run over, a clerk. Delirious? But you remember everything. Razumian interrupted. That's true, Raskolnikov answered with special carefulness. I remember everything even to the slightest detail, and yet, why I did that and went there and said that, I can't clearly explain now. A familiar phenomenon, interposed Zosimov, actions are sometimes performed in a masterly and most cunning way, while the direction of the actions is deranged and dependent on various morbid impressions, it's like a dream. Perhaps it's a good thing really that he should think me almost a madman, thought Raskolnikov. Why, people in perfect health act in the same way too, observed Downia, looking uneasily at Zosimov. There is some truth in your observation, the latter replied. In that sense we are certainly all not infrequently like madmen, but with the slight difference that the deranged are somewhat madder, for we must draw a line. A normal man, it is true, hardly exists. Among dozens, perhaps hundreds of thousands, hardly one is to be met with. At the word madman, carelessly dropped by Zosimov in his chatter on his favorite subject, everyone frowned. Raskolnikov sat seeming not to pay attention, plunged in thought with a strange smile on his pale lips. He was still meditating on something. Well, what about the man who was run over? I interrupted you. Razumian cried hastily. What? Raskolnikov seemed to wake up. Oh. I got spattered with blood helping to carry him to his lodging. By the way, Mama, I did an unpardonable thing yesterday. I was literally out of my mind. I gave away all the money you sent me, to his wife for the funeral. She's a widow now, in consumption, a poor creature, 3 little children, starving, nothing in the house, there's a daughter, too, perhaps you'd have given it yourself if you'd seen them. But I had no right to do it I admit, especially as I knew how you needed the money yourself. To help others one must have the right to do it, or else creve, chiens, sivu and its pa contents. He laughed, that's right, isn't it, Downia? No, it's not, answered Downia firmly. Bah, you, too, have ideals, he muttered, looking at her almost with hatred, and smiling sarcastically. I ought to have considered that. Well, that's praiseworthy, and it's better for you, and if you reach a line you won't overstep, you will be unhappy, and if you overstep it, maybe you will be still unhappier. But all that's nonsense, he added irritably, vexed at being carried away. I only meant to say that I beg your forgiveness, mother, he concluded, shortly and abruptly. That's enough, Rhodia, I am sure that everything you do is very good, said his mother, delighted. Don't be too sure, he answered, twisting his mouth into a smile. A silence followed. There was a certain constraint in all this conversation, and in the silence, and in the reconciliation, and in the forgiveness, and all were feeling it. It is as though they were afraid of me, Raskolnikov was thinking to himself, looking askance at his mother and sister. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was indeed growing more timid the longer she kept silent. Yet in their absence I seemed to love them so much, flashed through his mind. Do you know, Rhodia, Marfa Petrovna is dead, Pulcheria Alexandrovna suddenly blurted out. What Marfa Petrovna? Oh, mercy on us, Marfa Petrovna Svidrigailov. I wrote you so much about her. Yes, I remember. So she's dead. Oh, really, he roused himself suddenly, as if waking up. What did she die of? Only imagine, quite suddenly, Pulcheria Alexandrovna answered hurriedly, encouraged by his curiosity. On the very day I was sending you that letter. Would you believe it, that awful man seems to have been the cause of her death. They say he beat her dreadfully. Why, were they on such bad terms, he asked, addressing his sister. Not at all. Quite the contrary indeed. With her, he was always very patient, considerate even. In fact, all those 7 years of their married life he gave way to her, too much so indeed, in many cases. All of a sudden he seems to have lost patience. Then he could not have been so awful if he controlled himself for 7 years? You seem to be defending him, Downia. No, no, he's an awful man. I can imagine nothing more awful. Downia answered, almost with a shudder, knitting her brows, and sinking into thought. That had happened in the morning, Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on hurriedly. And directly afterwards she ordered the horses to be harnessed to drive to the town immediately after dinner. She always used to drive to the town in such cases. She ate a very good dinner, I am told. After the beating. That was always her habit, and immediately after dinner, so as not to be late in starting, she went to the bath house. You see, she was undergoing some treatment with baths. They have a cold spring there, and she used to bathe in it regularly every day, and no sooner had she got into the water when she suddenly had a stroke. I should think so, said Zosimov. And did he beat her badly? What does that matter, put in Downia. But I don't know why you want to tell us such gossip, mother, said Raskolnikov irritably, as it were in spite of himself. Ah, my dear, I don't know what to talk about, broke from Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Why, are you all afraid of me, he asked, with a constrained smile. That's certainly true, said Downia, looking directly and sternly at her brother. Mother was crossing herself with terror as she came up the stairs. His face worked, as though in convulsion. What are you saying, Downia? Don't be angry, please, Rhodia. Why did you say that, Downia? Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, overwhelmed. You see, coming here, I was dreaming all the way, in the train, how we should meet, how we should talk over everything together. And I was so happy, I did not notice the journey. But what am I saying? I am happy now. You should not, Downia. I am happy now, simply in seeing you, Rhodia. Hush, mother, he muttered in confusion, not looking at her, but pressing her hand. We shall have time to speak freely of everything. As he said this, he was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion and turned pale. Again that awful sensation he had known of late passed with deadly chill over his soul. Again it became suddenly plain and perceptible to him that he had just told a fearful lie, that he would never now be able to speak freely of everything, that he would never again be able to speak of anything to anyone. The anguish of this thought was such that for a moment he almost forgot himself. He got up from his seat, and not looking at anyone walked towards the door. What are you about? Cried Razumihin, clutching him by the arm. He sat down again, and began looking about him, in silence. They were all looking at him in perplexity. But what are you all so dull for? He shouted, suddenly and quite unexpectedly. Do say something. What's the use of sitting like this? Come, do speak. Let us talk. We meet together and sit in silence. Come, anything. Thank God, I was afraid the same thing as yesterday was beginning again, said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself. What is the matter, Rhodia? Asked Avdotia Romanovna, distrustfully. Oh, Nothing. I remembered something, he answered, and suddenly laughed. Well, if you remembered something, that's all right. I was beginning to think, muttered Zosimov, getting up from the sofa. It is time for me to be off. I will look in again perhaps, if I can. He made his bows, and went out. What an excellent man, observed Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Yes, excellent, splendid, well-educated, intelligent, Raskolnikov began, suddenly speaking with surprising rapidity, and a liveliness he had not shown till then. I can't remember where I met him before my illness. I believe I have met him somewhere. And this is a good man, too, he nodded at Razumihin. Do you like him, Dounia? He asked her, and suddenly, for some unknown reason, laughed. Very much, answered Dounia. Pooh, what a pig you are! Razumihin protested, blushing in terrible confusion, and he got up from his chair. Pulcheria Alexandrovna smiled faintly, but Raskolnikov laughed aloud. Where are you off to? I must go. You need not at all. Stay. Zosimov has gone, so you must. Don't go. What's the time? Is it 12 o'clock? What a pretty watch you have got, Dounia. But why are you all silent again? I do all the talking. It was a present from Marfa Petrovna, answered Dounia. And a very expensive one, added Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Ah! What a big one! Hardly like a lady's. I like that sort, said Dounia. So it is not a present from her fiancé, thought Razumihin, and was unreasonably delighted. I thought it was Luzhin's present, observed Raskolnikov. No, he has not made Dounia any presents yet. Ah! And do you remember, mother, I was in love and wanted to get married, he said suddenly, looking at his mother, who was disconcerted by the sudden change of subject and the way he spoke of it. Oh, yes, my dear. Pulcheria Alexandrovna exchanged glances with Dounia and Razumihin. Yes. What shall I tell you? I don't remember much indeed. She was such a sickly girl, he went on, growing dreamy and looking down again. Quite an invalid. She was fond of giving alms to the poor, and was always dreaming of a nunnery, and once she burst into tears when she began talking to me about it. Yes, yes, I remember. I remember very well. She was an ugly little thing. I really don't know what drew me to her then, I think it was because she was always ill. If she had been lame or hunchback, I believe I should have liked her better still, he smiled dreamily. Yes, it was a sort of spring delirium. No, it was not only spring delirium, said Dounia, with warm feeling. He fixed a strained intent look on his sister, but did not hear or did not understand her words. Then, completely lost in thought, he got up, went up to his mother, kissed her, went back to his place and sat down. You love her even now, said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, touched. Her? Now? Oh, yes. You ask about her? No. That's all now, as it were, in another world, and so long ago. And indeed everything happening here seems somehow far away. He looked attentively at them. You, now. I seem to be looking at you from 1,000 miles away, but, goodness knows why we are talking of that. And what's the use of asking about it, he added with annoyance, and biting his nails, fell into dreamy silence again. What a wretched lodging you have, Rodia. It's like a tomb, said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, suddenly breaking the oppressive silence. I am sure it's quite half through your lodging you have become so melancholy. My lodging, he answered, listlessly. Yes, the lodging had a great deal to do with it. I thought that, too. If only you knew, though, what a strange thing you said just now, mother, he said, laughing strangely. A little more, and their companionship, this mother and this sister, with him after 3 years' absence, this intimate tone of conversation, in face of the utter impossibility of really speaking about anything, would have been beyond his power of endurance. But there was one urgent matter which must be settled one way or the other that day, so he had decided when he woke. Now he was glad to remember it, as a means of escape. Listen, Dounia, he began, gravely and drily, of course I beg your pardon for yesterday, but I consider it my duty to tell you again that I do not withdraw from my chief point. It is me or Luzhin. If I am a scoundrel, you must not be. One is enough. If you marry Luzhin, I cease at once to look on you as a sister. Rodia, Rodia. It is the same as yesterday again, Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried, mournfully. And why do you call yourself a scoundrel? I can't bear it. You said the same yesterday. Brother, Dounia answered firmly and with the same dryness. In all this there is a mistake on your part. I thought it over at night, and found out the mistake. It is all because you seem to fancy I am sacrificing myself to someone and for someone. That is not the case at all. I am simply marrying for my own sake, because things are hard for me. Though, of course, I shall be glad if I succeed in being useful to my family. But that is not the chief motive for my decision. She is lying, he thought to himself, biting his nails vindictively. Proud creature. She won't admit she wants to do it out of charity. Too haughty. Oh, base characters. They even love as though they hate. Oh, how I hate them all. In fact, continued Dounia, I am marrying Pyotr Petrovitch because of two evils I choose the less. I intend to do honestly all he expects of me, so I am not deceiving him. Why did you smile just now? She, too, flushed, and there was a gleam of anger in her eyes. All, he asked, with a malignant grin. Within certain limits. Both the manner and form of Pyotr Petrovitch's courtship showed me at once what he wanted. He may, of course, think too well of himself, but I hope he esteems me, too. Why are you laughing again? And why are you blushing again? You are lying, sister. You are intentionally lying, simply from feminine obstinacy, simply to hold your own against me. You cannot respect Luzhin. I have seen him and talked with him. So you are selling yourself for money, and so in any case you are acting basely, and I am glad at least that you can blush for it. It is not true. I am not lying, cried Dounia, losing her composure. I would not marry him if I were not convinced that he esteems me and thinks highly of me. I would not marry him if I were not firmly convinced that I can respect him. Fortunately, I can have convincing proof of it this very day, and such a marriage is not a vileness, as you say. And even if you were right, if I really had determined on a vile action, is it not merciless on your part to speak to me like that? Why do you demand of me a heroism that perhaps you have not either? It is despotism, it is tyranny. If I ruin anyone, it is only myself. I am not committing a murder. Why do you look at me like that? Why are you so pale? Rhodia, darling, what's the matter? Good heavens! You have made him faint, cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. No, no, nonsense. It's nothing. A little giddiness, not fainting. You have fainting on the brain. Yes, what was I saying? Oh, yes. In what way will you get convincing proof today that you can respect him, and that he esteems you, as you said? I think you said today. Mother, show Rhodia Pyotr Petrovitch's letter, said Dounia. With trembling hands, Pulcheria Alexandrovna gave him the letter. He took it with great interest, but, before opening it, he suddenly looked with a sort of wonder at Dounia. It is strange, he said, slowly, as though struck by a new idea. What am I making such a fuss for? What is it all about? Marry whom you like. He said this as though to himself, but said it aloud, and looked for some time at his sister, as though puzzled. He opened the letter at last, still with the same look of strange wonder on his face. Then, slowly and attentively, he began reading, and read it through twice. Pulcheria Alexandrovna showed marked anxiety, and all indeed expected something particular. What surprises me, he began, after a short pause, handing the letter to his mother, but not addressing anyone in particular, is that he is a businessman, a lawyer, and his conversation is pretentious indeed, and yet he writes such an uneducated letter. They all started. They had expected something quite different. But they all write like that, you know, Razumihin observed, abruptly. Have you read it? Yes. We showed him, Rhodia. We consulted him just now, Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, embarrassed. That's just the jargon of the courts, Razumihin put in. Legal documents are written like that to this day. Legal? Yes, it's just legal, business language, not so very uneducated, and not quite educated, business language. Pyotr Petrovitch makes no secret of the fact that he had a cheap education, he is proud indeed of having made his own way, Avdotia Romanovna observed, somewhat offended by her brother's tone. Well, if he's proud of it, he has reason, I don't deny it. You seem to be offended, sister, at my making only such a frivolous criticism on the letter, and to think that I speak of such trifling matters on purpose to annoy you. It is quite the contrary, an observation apropos of the style occurred to me that is by no means irrelevant as things stand. There is one expression, blame yourselves, put in very significantly and plainly, and there is besides a threat that he will go away at once if I am present. That threat to go away is equivalent to a threat to abandon you both if you are disobedient, and to abandon you now after summoning you to Petersburg. Well, what do you think? Can one resent such an expression from Luzhin, as we should if he pointed to Razumihin, had written it, or Zosimov, or one of us? And no, answered Dounia, with more animation. I saw clearly that it was too naively expressed, and that perhaps he simply has no skill in writing, that is a true criticism, brother. I did not expect, indeed. It is expressed in legal style, and sounds coarser than perhaps he intended. But I must disillusion you a little. There is one expression in the letter, one slander about me, and rather a contemptible one. I gave the money last night to the widow, a woman in consumption, crushed with trouble, and not on the pretext of the funeral, but simply to pay for the funeral, and not to the daughter, a young woman, as he writes, of notorious behavior, whom I saw last night for the first time in my life, but to the widow. In all this I see a too hasty desire to slander me and to raise dissension between us. It is expressed again in legal jargon, that is to say, with a too obvious display of the aim, and with a very naive eagerness. He is a man of intelligence, but to act sensibly, intelligence is not enough. It all shows the man and I don't think he has a great esteem for you. I tell you this simply to warn you, because I sincerely wish for your good. Dounia did not reply. Her resolution had been taken. She was only awaiting the evening. Then what is your decision, Rodia? Asked Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was more uneasy than ever at the sudden, new business-like tone of his talk. What decision? You see, Pyotr Petrovitch writes that you are not to be with us this evening, and that he will go away if you come. So will you, come? That, of course, is not for me to decide, but for you first, if you are not offended by such a request, and secondly, by Dounia, if she, too, is not offended. I will do what you think best, he added, drily. Dounia has already decided, and I fully agree with her, Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare. I decided to ask you, Rodia, to urge you not to fail to be with us at this interview, said Dounia. Will you come? Yes. I will ask you, too, to be with us at 8 o'clock, she said, addressing Razumian. Mother, I am inviting him, too. Quite right, Dounia. Well, since you have decided, added Pulcheria Alexandrovna, so be it. I shall feel easier myself. I do not like concealment and deception. Better let us have the whole truth. Pyotr Petrovitch may be angry or not, now. Chapter 4. At that moment the door was softly opened, and a young girl walked into the room, looking timidly about her. Everyone turned towards her with surprise and curiosity. At first sight, Raskolnikov did not recognize her. It was Sofia Semyonovna Marmeladov. He had seen her yesterday for the first time, but at such a moment, in such surroundings and in such a dress, that his memory retained a very different image of her. Now she was a modestly and poorly dressed young girl, very young, indeed, almost like a child, with a modest and refined manner, with a candid but somewhat frightened-looking face. She was wearing a very plain indoor dress, and had on a shabby old-fashioned hat, but she still carried a parasol. Unexpectedly finding the room full of people, she was not so much embarrassed as completely overwhelmed with shyness, like a little child. She was even about to retreat. Oh, it's you, said Raskolnikov, extremely astonished, and he, too, was confused. He at once recollected that his mother and sister knew through Luzhin's letter of some young woman of notorious behavior. He had only just been protesting against Luzhin's calumny and declaring that he had seen the girl last night for the first time, and suddenly she had walked in. He remembered, too, that he had not protested against the expression of notorious behavior. All this passed vaguely and fleetingly through his brain, but looking at her more intently, he saw that the humiliated creature was so humiliated that he felt suddenly sorry for her. When she made a movement to retreat in terror, it sent a pang to his heart. I did not expect you, he said, hurriedly, with a look that made her stop. Please sit down. You come, no doubt, from Katerina Ivanovna. Allow me, not there. Sit here. At Sonia's entrance, Razumian, who had been sitting on one of Raskolnikov's 3 chairs, close to the door, got up to allow her to enter. Raskolnikov had at first shown her the place on the sofa where Zosimov had been sitting, but feeling that the sofa which served him as a bed, was too familiar a place, he hurriedly motioned her to Razumian's chair. You sit here, he said to Razumian, putting him on the sofa. Sonia sat down, almost shaking with terror, and looked timidly at the 2 ladies. It was evidently almost inconceivable to herself that she could sit down beside them. At the thought of it, she was so frightened that she hurriedly got up again, and in utter confusion addressed Raskolnikov. I have come for 1 minute. Forgive me for disturbing you, she began falteringly. I come from Katerina Ivanovna, and she had no one to send. Katerina Ivanovna told me to beg you, to be at the service, in the morning, at my Trofanievsky, and then, to us, to her, to do her the honor, she told me to beg you, Sonia stammered and ceased speaking. I will try, certainly, most certainly, answered Raskolnikov. He, too, stood up, and he, too, faltered and could not finish his sentence. Please sit down, he said, suddenly. I want to talk to you. You are perhaps in a hurry, but please, be so kind, spare me 2 minutes, and he drew up a chair for her. Sonia sat down again, and again timidly she took a hurried, frightened look at the 2 ladies, and dropped her eyes. Raskolnikov's pale face flushed, a shudder passed over him, his eyes glowed. Mother, he said, firmly and insistently, this is Sofia Semyonovna Marmeladov, the daughter of that unfortunate Mr. Marmeladov, who was run over yesterday before my eyes, and of whom I was just telling you. Pulcheria Alexandrovna glanced at Sonia, and slightly screwed up her eyes. In spite of her embarrassment before Rodia's urgent and challenging look, she could not deny herself that satisfaction. Dounia gazed gravely and intently into the poor girl's face, and scrutinized her with perplexity. Sonia, hearing herself introduced, tried to raise her eyes again, but was more embarrassed than ever. I wanted to ask you, said Raskolnikov, hastily, how things were arranged yesterday. You were not worried by the police, for instance? No, that was all right, it was too evident, the cause of death, they did not worry us, only the lodgers are angry. Why? At the body's remaining so long. You see it is hot now. So that, today, they will carry it to the cemetery, into the chapel, until tomorrow. At first Katerina Ivanovna was unwilling, but now she sees herself that it's necessary. Today, then. She begs you to do us the honor to be in the church tomorrow for the service, and then to be present at the funeral lunch. She is giving a funeral lunch. Yes, just a little. She told me to thank you very much for helping us yesterday. But for you, we should have had nothing for the funeral. All at once her lips and chin began trembling, but, with an effort, she controlled herself, looking down again. During the conversation, Raskolnikov watched her carefully. She had a thin, very thin, pale little face, rather irregular and angular, with a sharp little nose and chin. She could not have been called pretty, but her blue eyes were so clear, and when they lighted up, there was such a kindliness and simplicity in her expression that one could not help being attracted. Her face, and her whole figure indeed, had another peculiar characteristic. In spite of her 18 years, she looked almost a little girl, almost a child. And in some of her gestures, this childishness seemed almost absurd. But has Katerina Ivanovna been able to manage with such small means? Does she even mean to have a funeral lunch? Raskolnikov asked, persistently keeping up the conversation. The coffin will be plain, of course, and everything will be plain, so it won't cost much. Katerina Ivanovna and I have reckoned it all out, so that there will be enough left, and Katerina Ivanovna was very anxious it should be so. You know one can't, it's a comfort to her, she is like that, you know. I understand, of course, why do you look at my room like that? My mother has just said it is like a tomb. You gave us everything yesterday, Sonia said suddenly, in reply, in a loud rapid whisper, and again she looked down in confusion. Her lips and chin were trembling once more. She had been struck at once by Raskolnikov's poor surroundings, and now these words broke out spontaneously. A silence followed. There was a light in Dounia's eyes, and even Pulcheria Alexandrovna looked kindly at Sonia. Rodia, she said, getting up, we shall have dinner together, of course. Come, Dounia. And you, Rodia, had better go for a little walk, and then rest and lie down before you come to see us. I am afraid we have exhausted you. Yes, I'll come, he answered, getting up fussily. But I have something to see to. But surely you will have dinner together, cried Razumihin, looking in surprise at Raskolnikov. What do you mean? Yes, I am coming, of course. And you stay a minute. You do not want him just now, do you, mother? Or perhaps I am taking him from you. Oh, no. And will you, Dmitri Prokofitch, do us the favor of dining with us? Please do, added Dounia. Razumihin bowed, positively radiant. For one moment, they were all strangely embarrassed. Goodbye, Rodia, that is till we meet. I do not like saying goodbye. Goodbye, Nastasia. Ah, I have said goodbye again. Pulcheria Alexandrovna meant to greet Sonia, too, but it somehow failed to come off, and she went in a flutter out of the room. But Avdotia Romanovna seemed to await her turn, and following her mother out, gave Sonia an attentive, courteous bow. Sonia, in confusion, gave a hurried, frightened curtsy. There was a look of poignant discomfort in her face, as though Avdotia Romanovna's courtesy and attention were oppressive and painful to her. Dounia, goodbye, called Raskolnikov, in the passage. Give me your hand. Why, I did give it to you. Have you forgotten, said Dounia, turning warmly and awkwardly to him. Never mind, give it to me again. And he squeezed her fingers warmly. Dounia smiled, flushed, pulled her hand away, and went off quite happy. Come, that's capital, he said to Sonia, going back and looking brightly at her. God give peace to the dead, the living have still to live. That is right, isn't it? Sonia looked surprised at the sudden brightness of his face. He looked at her for some moments in silence. The whole history of the dead father floated before his memory in those moments. Heavens, Dounia, Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, as soon as they were in the street, I really feel relieved myself at coming away, more at ease. How little did I think yesterday in the train that I could ever be glad of that. I tell you again, mother, he is still very ill. Don't you see it? Perhaps worrying about us upset him. We must be patient, and much can be forgiven. Well, you were not very patient. Pulcheria Alexandrovna caught her up, hotly and jealously. Do you know, Dounia, I was looking at you too. You are the very portrait of him, and not so much in face as in soul. You are both melancholy, both morose and hot-tempered, both haughty and both generous. Surely he can't be an egoist, Dounia. When I think of what is in store for us this evening, my heart sinks. Don't be uneasy, mother. What must be, will be. Dounia, only think what a position we are in. What if Pyotr Petrovitch breaks it off? Poor Pulcheria Alexandrovna blurted out, incautiously. He won't be worth much if he does, answered Dounia, sharply and contemptuously. We did well to come away, Pulcheria Alexandrovna hurriedly broke in. He was in a hurry about some business or other. If he gets out and has a breath of air, it is fearfully close in his room. But where is one to get a breath of air here? The very streets here feel like shut-up rooms. Good heavens! What a town! Stay, this side, they will crush you, carrying something. Why, it is a piano they have got, I declare, how they push. I am very much afraid of that young woman, too. What young woman, mother? Why, that's Sofia Semyonovna, who was there just now. Why? I have a presentiment, Dounia. Well, you may believe it or not, but as soon as she came in, that very minute, I felt that she was the chief cause of the trouble. Nothing of the sort, cried Dounia, in vexation. What nonsense, with your presentiments, mother. He only made her acquaintance the evening before, and he did not know her when she came in. Well, you will see. She worries me, but you will see, you will see. I was so frightened. She was gazing at me with those eyes. I could scarcely sit still in my chair when he began introducing her, do you remember? It seems so strange, but Pyotr Petrovitch writes like that about her, and he introduces her to us, to you. So he must think a great deal of her. People will write anything. We were talked about and written about, too. Have you forgotten? I am sure that she is a good girl, and that it is all nonsense. God grant it may be. And Pyotr Petrovitch is a contemptible slanderer, Dounia snapped out, suddenly. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was crushed, the conversation was not resumed. I will tell you what I want with you, said Raskolnikov, drawing Razumihin to the window. Then I will tell Katerina Ivanovna that you are coming, Sonia said hurriedly, preparing to depart. 1 minute, Sofia Semyonovna. We have no secrets. You are not in our way. I want to have another word or two with you. Listen, he turned suddenly to Razumihin again. You know that, what's his name? Porfiry Petrovitch. I should think so. He is a relation. Why, added the latter, with interest. Is not he managing that case, you know, about that murder? You were speaking about it yesterday. Yes, well. Razumihin's eyes opened wide. He was inquiring for people who had pawned things, and I have some pledges there, too, trifles, a ring my sister gave me as a keepsake when I left home, and my father's silver watch. They are only worth 5 or 6 rubles altogether, but I value them. So what am I to do now? I do not want to lose the things, especially the watch. I was quaking just now, for fear mother would ask to look at it, when we spoke of Dounia's watch. It is the only thing of father's left us. She would be ill if it were lost. You know what women are. So tell me what to do. I know I ought to have given notice at the police station, but would it not be better to go straight to Porfiry? What do you think? The matter might be settled more quickly. You see, mother may ask for it before dinner. Certainly not to the police station. Certainly to Porfiry, Razumihin shouted in extraordinary excitement. Well, how glad I am. Let us go at once. It is a couple of steps. We shall be sure to find him. Very well, let us go. And he will be very, very glad to make your acquaintance. I have often talked to him of you at different times. I was speaking of you yesterday. Let us go. So you knew the old woman? So that's it. It is all turning out splendidly. Oh, yes, Sofia Ivanovna. Sofia Semyonovna, corrected Raskolnikov. Sofia Semyonovna, this is my friend Razumihin, and he is a good man. If you have to go now, Sonia was beginning, not looking at Razumihin at all, and still more embarrassed. Let us go, decided Raskolnikov. I will come to you today, Sofia Semyonovna. Only tell me where you live. He was not exactly ill at ease, but seemed hurried, and avoided her eyes. Sonia gave her address, and flushed as she did so. They all went out together. Don't you lock up? Asked Razumihin, following him onto the stairs. Never, answered Raskolnikov. I have been meaning to buy a lock for these 2 years. People are happy who have no need of locks, he said, laughing, to Sonia. They stood still in the gateway. Do you go to the right, Sofia Semyonovna? How did you find me, by the way, he added, as though he wanted to say something quite different. He wanted to look at her soft clear eyes, but this was not easy. Why, you gave your address to Polenka yesterday. Polenka? Oh, yes, Polenka, that is the little girl. She is your sister? Did I give her the address? Why, had you forgotten? No, I remember. I had heard my father speak of you, only I did not know your name, and he did not know it. And now I came, and as I had learnt your name, I asked today, where does Mr. Raskolnikov live? I did not know you had only a room too. Goodbye, I will tell Katerina Ivanovna. She was extremely glad to escape at last. She went away looking down, hurrying to get out of sight as soon as possible, to walk the 20 steps to the turning on the right and to be at last alone, and then moving rapidly along, looking at no one, noticing nothing, to think, to remember, to meditate on every word, every detail. Never, never had she felt anything like this. Dimly and unconsciously a whole new world was opening before her. She remembered suddenly that Raskolnikov meant to come to her that day, perhaps at once. Only not today, please, not today, she kept muttering with a sinking heart, as though entreating someone, like a frightened child. Mercy, to me, to that room, he will see, oh, dear. She was not capable at that instant of noticing an unknown gentleman who was watching her and following at her heels. He had accompanied her from the gateway. At the moment when Razumihin, Raskolnikov and she stood still at parting on the pavement, this gentleman, who was just passing, started on hearing Sonia's words, and I asked where Mr. Raskolnikov lived. He turned a rapid but attentive look upon all three, especially upon Raskolnikov, to whom Sonia was speaking, then looked back and noted the house. All this was done in an instant as he passed, and trying not to betray his interest, he walked on more slowly as though waiting for something. He was waiting for Sonia. He saw that they were parting, and that Sonia was going home. Home? Where? I've seen that face somewhere, he thought. I must find out. At the turning he crossed over, looked round, and saw Sonia coming the same way, noticing nothing. She turned the corner. He followed her on the other side. After about 50 paces he crossed over again, overtook her and kept 2 or 3 yards behind her. He was a man about 50, rather tall and thickly set, with broad high shoulders which made him look as though he stooped a little. He wore good and fashionable clothes, and looked like a gentleman of position. He carried a handsome cane, which he tapped on the pavement at each step. His gloves were spotless. He had a broad, rather pleasant face with high cheekbones and a fresh color, not often seen in Petersburg. His flaxen hair was still abundant, and only touched here and there with grey, and his thick square beard was even lighter than his hair. His eyes were blue and had a cold and thoughtful look, his lips were crimson. He was a remarkably well-preserved man and looked much younger than his years. When Sonia came out on the canal bank, they were the only 2 persons on the pavement. He observed her dreaminess and preoccupation. On reaching the house where she lodged, Sonia turned in at the gate. He followed her, seeming rather surprised. In the courtyard she turned to the right corner. Bah, muttered the unknown gentleman, and mounted the stairs behind her. Only then Sonia noticed him. She reached the 3rd story, turned down the passage, and rang at number 9. On the door was inscribed in chalk, Kapernaumov, tailor. Bah, the stranger repeated again, wondering at the strange coincidence, and he rang next door, at number 8. The doors were 2 or 3 yards apart. You lodge at Kapernaumov's, he said, looking at Sonia and laughing. He altered a waistcoat for me yesterday. I am staying close here at Madame Reslich's. How odd. Sonia looked at him attentively. We are neighbors, he went on gaily. I only came to town the day before yesterday. Goodbye for the present. Sonia made no reply. The door opened and she slipped in. She felt for some reason ashamed and uneasy. On the way to Porfiry's, Razumihin was obviously excited. That's capital, brother, he repeated several times, and I am glad. I am glad. What are you glad about? Raskolnikov thought to himself. I didn't know that you pledged things at the old woman's, too. And was it long ago? I mean, was it long since you were there? What a simple-hearted fool he is. When was it? Raskolnikov stopped still to recollect. 2 or 3 days before her death it must have been. But I am not going to redeem the things now, he put in with a sort of hurried and conspicuous solicitude about the things. I've not more than a silver ruble left, after last night's accursed delirium. He laid special emphasis on the delirium. Yes, yes, Razumihin hastened to agree, with what was not clear. Then that's why you were stuck, partly, you know in your delirium you were continually mentioning some rings or chains. Yes, yes, that's clear, it's all clear now. Hello. How that idea must have got about among them. Here this man will go to the stake for me, and I find him delighted at having it cleared up why I spoke of rings in my delirium. What a hold the idea must have on all of them. Shall we find him? He asked suddenly. Oh, yes, Razumihin answered quickly. He is a nice fellow, you will see, brother. Rather clumsy, that is to say, he is a man of polished manners, but I mean clumsy in a different sense. He is an intelligent fellow, very much so indeed, but he has his own range of ideas. He is incredulous, skeptical, cynical, he likes to impose on people, or rather to make fun of them. His is the old, circumstantial method. But he understands his work, thoroughly. Last year he cleared up a case of murder in which the police had hardly a clue. He is very, very anxious to make your acquaintance. On what grounds is he so anxious? Oh, it's not exactly, you see, since you've been ill I happen to have mentioned you several times. So, when he heard about you, about your being a law student and not able to finish your studies, he said, what a pity. And so I concluded, from everything together, not only that, yesterday Zametov, you know, Rodia, I talked some nonsense on the way home to you yesterday, when I was drunk. I am afraid, brother, of your exaggerating it, you see. What? That they think I am a madman? Maybe they are right, he said with a constrained smile. Yes, yes. That is, pooh, no. But all that I said, and there was something else too, it was all nonsense, drunken nonsense. But why are you apologizing? I am so sick of it all. Raskolnikov cried with exaggerated irritability. It was partly assumed, however. I know, I understand. Believe me, I understand. One's ashamed to speak of it. If you are ashamed, then don't speak of it. Both were silent. Razumihin was more than ecstatic and Raskolnikov perceived it with repulsion. He was alarmed, too, by what Razumihin had just said about Porfiry. I shall have to pull a long face with him too, he thought, with a beating heart, and he turned white, and do it naturally, too. But the most natural thing would be to do nothing at all. Carefully do nothing at all. No, carefully would not be natural again. Oh, well, we shall see how it turns out. We shall see, directly. Is it a good thing to go or not? The butterfly flies to the light. My heart is beating, that's what's bad. In this grey house, said Razumihin. The most important thing, does Porfiry know that I was at the old hag's flat yesterday, and asked about the blood? I must find that out instantly, as soon as I go in, find out from his face, otherwise. I'll find out, if it's my ruin. I say, brother, he said suddenly, addressing Razumihin, with a sly smile, I have been noticing all day that you seem to be curiously excited. Isn't it so? Excited? Not a bit of it, said Razumihin, stung to the quick. Yes, brother, I assure you it's noticeable. Why, you sat on your chair in a way you never do sit, on the edge somehow, and you seemed to be writhing all the time. You kept jumping up for nothing. One moment you were angry, and the next your face looked like a sweetmeat. You even blushed, especially when you were invited to dinner, you blushed awfully. Nothing of the sort, nonsense. What do you mean? But why are you wriggling out of it, like a schoolboy? By Jove, there he's blushing again. What a pig you are. But why are you so shamefaced about it? Romeo. Stay, I'll tell of you today. Ha ha ha. I'll make mother laugh, and someone else, too. Listen, 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 this is serious. What next, you fiend? Razumihin was utterly overwhelmed, turning cold with horror. What will you tell them? Come, brother, foo. What a pig you are. You are like a summer rose. And if only you knew how it suits you, a Romeo over 6 foot high. And how you've washed today, you cleaned your nails, I declare. Eh? That's something unheard of. Why, I do believe you've got pomatum on your hair. Bent down. Pig. Raskolnikov laughed as though he could not restrain himself. So laughing, they entered Porfiry Petrovitch's flat. This is what Raskolnikov wanted, from within they could be heard laughing as they came in, still guffawing in the passage. Not a word here or I'll brain you. Razumihin whispered furiously, seizing Raskolnikov by the shoulder. Chapter 5. Raskolnikov was already entering the room. He came in looking as though he had the utmost difficulty not to burst out laughing again. Behind him Razumihin strode in gawky and awkward, shamefaced and red as a peony, with an utterly crestfallen and ferocious expression. His face and whole figure really were ridiculous at that moment and amply justified Raskolnikov's laughter. Raskolnikov, not waiting for an introduction, bowed to Porfiry Petrovitch, who stood in the middle of the room looking inquiringly at them. He held out his hand and shook hands, still apparently making desperate efforts to subdue his mirth and utter a few words to introduce himself. But he had no sooner succeeded in assuming a serious air and muttering something when he suddenly glanced again as though accidentally at Razumihin, and could no longer control himself. His stifled laughter broke out the more irresistibly the more he tried to restrain it. The extraordinary ferocity with which Razumihin received this spontaneous mirth gave the whole scene the appearance of most genuine fun and naturalness. Razumihin strengthened this impression as though on purpose. "Fool! You fiend!" he roared, waving his arm which at once struck a little round table with an empty tea glass on it. Everything was sent flying and crashing. "But why break chairs, gentlemen? You know it's a loss to the crown," Porfiry Petrovitch quoted gaily. Raskolnikov was still laughing, with his hand in Porfiry Petrovitch's, but anxious not to overdo it, awaited the right moment to put a natural end to it. Razumihin, completely put to confusion by upsetting the table and smashing the glass, gazed gloomily at the fragments, cursed and turned sharply to the window where he stood looking out with his back to the company with a fiercely scowling countenance, seeing nothing. Porfiry Petrovitch laughed and was ready to go on laughing, but obviously looked for explanations. Zametov had been sitting in the corner, but he rose at the visitor's entrance and was standing in expectation with a smile on his lips, though he looked with surprise and even it seemed incredulity at the whole scene and at Raskolnikov with a certain embarrassment. Zametov's unexpected presence struck Raskolnikov unpleasantly. "I've got to think of that," he thought. "Excuse me, please," he began, affecting extreme embarrassment. Raskolnikov. "Not at all, very pleasant to see you, and how pleasantly you've come in. Why, won't he even say good morning?" Porfiry Petrovitch nodded at Razumihin. "Upon my honor I don't know why he is in such a rage with me. I only told him as we came along that he was like Romeo, and proved it. And that was all, I think." "Pig," ejaculated Razumihin, without turning round. "There must have been very grave grounds for it, if he is so furious at the word," Porfiry laughed. "Oh, you sharp lawyer! Damn you all," snapped Razumihin, and suddenly bursting out laughing himself, he went up to Porfiry with a more cheerful face as though nothing had happened. "That'll do. We are all fools. To come to business. This is my friend Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov. In the first place he has heard of you and wants to make your acquaintance, and secondly, he has a little matter of business with you." "Bah! Zametov, what brought you here? Have you met before? Have you known each other long? What does this mean?" thought Raskolnikov uneasily. Zametov seemed taken aback, but not very much so. "Why, it was at your rooms we met yesterday," he said easily. "Then I have been spared the trouble. All last week he was begging me to introduce him to you. Porfiry and you have sniffed each other out without me. Where is your tobacco?" Porfiry Petrovitch was wearing a dressing gown, very clean linen, and trodden-down slippers. He was a man of about 35, short, stout even to corpulence, and clean-shaven. He wore his hair cut short and had a large round head, particularly prominent at the back. His soft, round, rather snub-nosed face was of a sickly yellowish color, but had a vigorous and rather ironical expression. It would have been good-natured except for a look in the eyes, which shone with a watery, mawkish light under almost white, blinking eyelashes. The expression of those eyes was strangely out of keeping with his somewhat womanish figure, and gave it something far more serious than could be guessed at first sight. As soon as Porfiry Petrovitch heard that his visitor had a little matter of business with him, he begged him to sit down on the sofa and sat down himself on the other end, waiting for him to explain his business, with that careful and over-serious attention which is at once oppressive and embarrassing, especially to a stranger, and especially if what you are discussing is in your opinion of far too little importance for such exceptional solemnity. But in brief and coherent phrases Raskolnikov explained his business clearly and exactly, and was so well satisfied with himself that he even succeeded in taking a good look at Porfiry. Porfiry Petrovitch did not once take his eyes off him. Razumihin, sitting opposite at the same table, listened warmly and impatiently, looking from one to the other every moment with rather excessive interest. "Fool," Raskolnikov swore to himself. "You have to give information to the police," Porfiry replied, with a most businesslike air, "that having learned of this incident, that is of the murder, you beg to inform the lawyer in charge of the case that such and such things belong to you, and that you desire to redeem them, but they will write to you." "That's just the point, that at the present moment," Raskolnikov tried his utmost to feign embarrassment, "I am not quite in funds, and even this trifling sum is beyond me. I only wanted, you see, for the present to declare that the things are mine, and that when I have money—" "That's no matter," answered Porfiry Petrovitch, receiving his explanation of his pecuniary position coldly, "but you can, if you prefer, write straight to me, to say, that having been informed of the matter, and claiming such and such as your property, you beg." "On an ordinary sheet of paper?" Raskolnikov interrupted eagerly, again interested in the financial side of the question. "Oh, the most ordinary," and suddenly Porfiry Petrovitch looked with obvious irony at him, screwing up his eyes and, as it were, winking at him. But perhaps it was Raskolnikov's fancy, for it all lasted but a moment. There was certainly something of the sort. Raskolnikov could have sworn he winked at him, goodness knows why. He knows, flashed through his mind like lightning. Forgive my troubling you about such trifles, he went on, a little disconcerted, the things are only worth 5 rubles, but I prize them particularly for the sake of those from whom they came to me, and I must confess that I was alarmed when I heard. That's why you were so much struck when I mentioned to Zosimov that Porfiry was inquiring for everyone who had pledges. Razumihin put in with obvious intention. This was really unbearable. Raskolnikov could not help glancing at him with a flash of vindictive anger in his black eyes, but immediately recollected himself. You seem to be jeering at me, brother, he said to him, with a well-feigned irritability. I dare say I do seem to you absurdly anxious about such trash, but you mustn't think me selfish or grasping for that, and these 2 things may be anything but trash in my eyes. I told you just now that the silver watch, though it's not worth a cent, is the only thing left us of my father's. You may laugh at me, but my mother is here. He turned suddenly to Porfiry, and if she knew, he turned again hurriedly to Razumihin, carefully making his voice tremble, that the watch was lost, she would be in despair. You know what women are. Not a bit of it. I didn't mean that at all. Quite the contrary, shouted Razumihin distressed. Was it right? Was it natural? Did I overdo it? Raskolnikov asked himself in a tremor. Why did I say that about women? Oh, your mother is with you? Porfiry Petrovitch inquired. Yes. When did she come? Last night. Porfiry paused as though reflecting. Your things would not in any case be lost, he went on calmly and coldly. I have been expecting you here for some time. And as though that was a matter of no importance, he carefully offered the ashtray to Razumihin, who was ruthlessly scattering cigarette ash over the carpet. Raskolnikov shuddered, but Porfiry did not seem to be looking at him, and was still concerned with Razumihin's cigarette. What? Expecting him? Why, did you know that he had pledges there? Cried Razumihin. Porfiry Petrovitch addressed himself to Raskolnikov. Your things, the ring and the watch, were wrapped up together, and on the paper your name was legibly written in pencil, together with the date on which you left them with her. How observant you are! Raskolnikov smiled awkwardly, doing his very utmost to look him straight in the face, but he failed, and suddenly added. I say that because I suppose there were a great many pledges, that it must be difficult to remember them all. But you remember them all so clearly, and. Stupid. Feeble, he thought. Why did I add that? But we know all who had pledges, and you are the only one who hasn't come forward, Porfiry answered with hardly perceptible irony. I haven't been quite well. I heard that too. I heard, indeed, that you were in great distress about something. You look pale still. I am not pale at all. No, I am quite well, Raskolnikov snapped out rudely and angrily, completely changing his tone. His anger was mounting, he could not repress it. And in my anger I shall betray myself, flashed through his mind again. Why are they torturing me? Not quite well. Razumihin caught him up. What next? He was unconscious and delirious all yesterday. Would you believe, Porfiry, as soon as our backs were turned, he dressed, though he could hardly stand, and gave us the slip and went off on a spree somewhere till midnight, delirious all the time. Would you believe it? Extraordinary. Really delirious? You don't say so. Porfiry shook his head in a womanish way. Nonsense. Don't you believe it? But you don't believe it anyway, Raskolnikov let slip in his anger. But Porfiry Petrovitch did not seem to catch those strange words. But how could you have gone out if you hadn't been delirious? Razumihin got hot suddenly. What did you go out for? What was the object of it? And why on the sly? Were you in your senses when you did it? Now that all danger is over I can speak plainly. I was awfully sick of them yesterday. Raskolnikov addressed Porfiry suddenly with a smile of insolent defiance. I ran away from them to take lodgings where they wouldn't find me, and took a lot of money with me. Mr. Zametov there saw it. I say, Mr. Zametov, was I sensible or delirious yesterday? Settle our dispute. He could have strangled Zametov at that moment, so hateful were his expression and his silence to him. In my opinion you talked sensibly and even artfully, but you were extremely irritable, Zametov pronounced dryly. And Nikodim Fomitch was telling me today, put in Porfiry Petrovitch, that he met you very late last night in the lodging of a man who had been run over. And there, said Razumihin, weren't you mad then? You gave your last penny to the widow for the funeral. If you wanted to help, give 15 or 20 even, but keep 3 rubles for yourself at least, but he flung away all the 25 at once. Maybe I found a treasure somewhere and you know nothing of it. So that's why I was liberal yesterday. Mr. Zametov knows I've found a treasure. Excuse us, please, for disturbing you for half an hour with such trivialities, he said, turning to Porfiry Petrovitch, with trembling lips. We are boring you, aren't we? Oh no, quite the contrary, quite the contrary. If only you knew how you interest me. It's interesting to look on and listen, and I am really glad you have come forward at last. But you might give us some tea. My throat's dry, cried Razumihin. Capital idea. Perhaps we will all keep you company. Wouldn't you like something more essential before tea? Get along with you. Porfiry Petrovitch went out to order tea. Raskolnikov's thoughts were in a whirl. He was in terrible exasperation. The worst of it is they don't disguise it, they don't care to stand on ceremony. And how if you didn't know me at all, did you come to talk to Nikodim Fomich about me? So they don't care to hide that they are tracking me like a pack of dogs. They simply spit in my face. He was shaking with rage. Come, strike me openly, don't play with me like a cat with a mouse. It's hardly civil, Porfiry Petrovitch, but perhaps I won't allow it. I shall get up and throw the whole truth in your ugly faces, and you'll see how I despise you. He could hardly breathe. And what if it's only my fancy? What if I am mistaken, and through inexperience I get angry and don't keep up my nasty part? Perhaps it's all unintentional. All their phrases are the usual ones, but there is something about them. It all might be said, but there is something. Why did he say bluntly, with her? Why did Zametov add that I spoke artfully? Why do they speak in that tone? Yes, the tone. Razumihin is sitting here, why does he see nothing? That innocent blockhead never does see anything. Feverish again. Did Porfiry wink at me just now? Of course it's nonsense. What could he wink for? Are they trying to upset my nerves or are they teasing me? Either it's ill fancy or they know. Even Zametov is rude. Is Zametov rude? Zametov has changed his mind. I foresaw he would change his mind. He is at home here, while it's my first visit. Porfiry does not consider him a visitor, sits with his back to him. They're as thick as thieves, no doubt, over me. Not a doubt they were talking about me before we came. Do they know about the flat? If only they'd make haste. When I said that I ran away to take a flat he let it pass. I put that in cleverly about a flat, it may be of use afterwards. Delirious, indeed, ha ha ha. He knows all about last night. He didn't know of my mother's arrival. The hag had written the date on in pencil. You are wrong, you won't catch me. There are no facts, it's all supposition. You produce facts. The flat even isn't a fact but delirium. I know what to say to them. Do they know about the flat? I won't go without finding out. What did I come for? But my being angry now, maybe is a fact. Fool, how irritable I am. Perhaps that's right, to play the invalid. He is feeling me. He will try to catch me. Why did I come? All this flashed like lightning through his mind. Porfiry Petrovitch returned quickly. He became suddenly more jovial. Your party yesterday, brother, has left my head rather. And I am out of sorts altogether, he began in quite a different tone, laughing to Razumihin. Was it interesting? I left you yesterday at the most interesting point. Who got the best of it? Oh, no one, of course. They got on to everlasting questions, floated off into space. Only fancy, Rodia, what we got on to yesterday. Whether there is such a thing as crime. I told you that we talked our heads off. What is there strange? It's an everyday social question, Raskolnikov answered casually. The question wasn't put quite like that, observed Porfiry. Not quite, that's true, Razumihin agreed at once, getting warm and hurried as usual. Listen, Rodion, and tell us your opinion, I want to hear it. I was fighting tooth and nail with them and wanted you to help me. I told them you were coming. It began with the socialist doctrine. You know their doctrine, crime is a protest against the abnormality of the social organization and nothing more, no other cause is admitted. You are wrong there, cried Porfiry Petrovitch. He was noticeably animated and kept laughing as he looked at Razumihin, which made him more excited than ever. Nothing is admitted, Razumihin interrupted with heat. I am not wrong. I'll show you their pamphlets. Everything with them is the influence of environment, and nothing else. Their favorite phrase. From which it follows that, if society is normally organized, all crime will cease at once, since there will be nothing to protest against and all men will become righteous in one instant. Human nature is not taken into account, it is excluded, it's not supposed to exist. They don't recognize that humanity, developing by a historical living process, will become at last a normal society, but they believe that a social system that has come out of some mathematical brain is going to organize all humanity at once and make it just and sinless in an instant, quicker than any living process. That's why they instinctively dislike history, nothing but ugliness and stupidity in it, and they explain it all as stupidity. That's why they so dislike the living process of life, they don't want a living soul. The living soul demands life, the soul won't obey the rules of mechanics, the soul is an object of suspicion, the soul is retrograde. But what they want, though it smells of death and can be made of India rubber, at least is not alive, has no will, is servile and won't revolt. And it comes in the end to their reducing everything to the building of walls and the planning of rooms and passages in a phalanstery. The phalanstery is ready, indeed, but your human nature is not ready for the phalanstery. It wants life, it hasn't completed its vital process, it's too soon for the graveyard. You can't skip over nature by logic. Logic presupposes 3 possibilities, but there are millions. Cut away a million, and reduce it all to the question of comfort. That's the easiest solution of the problem. It's seductively clear and you mustn't think about it. That's the great thing, you mustn't think. The whole secret of life in 2 pages of print. Now he is off, beating the drum. Catch hold of him, do, laughed Porfiry. Can you imagine, he turned to Raskolnikov, 6 people holding forth like that last night, in one room, with punch as a preliminary. No, brother, you are wrong, environment accounts for a great deal in crime, I can assure you of that. Oh, I know it does, but just tell me, a man of 40 violates a child of 10, was it environment drove him to it? Well, strictly speaking, it did, Porfiry observed with noteworthy gravity, a crime of that nature may be very well ascribed to the influence of environment. Razumihin was almost in a frenzy. Oh, if you like, he roared. I'll prove to you that your white eyelashes may very well be ascribed to the Church of Ivan the Great's being 250 feet high, and I will prove it clearly, exactly, progressively, and even with a liberal tendency. I undertake to. Will you bet on it? Done. Let's hear, please, how he will prove it. He is always humbugging, confound him, cried Razumihin, jumping up and gesticulating. What's the use of talking to you? He does all that on purpose, you don't know him, Rodion. He took their side yesterday, simply to make fools of them. And the things he said yesterday. And they were delighted. He can keep it up for a fortnight together. Last year he persuaded us that he was going into a monastery, he stuck to it for 2 months. Not long ago he took it into his head to declare he was going to get married, that he had everything ready for the wedding. He ordered new clothes indeed. We all began to congratulate him. There was no bride, nothing, all pure fantasy. Ah, you are wrong. I got the clothes before. It was the new clothes in fact that made me think of taking you in. Are you such a good dissembler? Raskolnikov asked carelessly. You wouldn't have supposed it, eh? Wait a bit, I shall take you in, too. Ha ha ha. No, I'll tell you the truth. All these questions about crime, environment, children, recall to my mind an article of yours which interested me at the time. On crime, or something of the sort, I forget the title, I read it with pleasure 2 months ago in the Periodical Review. My article? In the Periodical Review? Raskolnikov asked in astonishment. I certainly did write an article upon a book 6 months ago when I left the university, but I sent it to the Weekly Review. But it came out in the periodical. And the Weekly Review ceased to exist, so that's why it wasn't printed at the time. That's true, but when it ceased to exist, the Weekly Review was amalgamated with the periodical, and so your article appeared 2 months ago in the latter. Didn't you know? Raskolnikov had not known. Why, you might get some money out of them for the article. What a strange person you are. You lead such a solitary life that you know nothing of matters that concern you directly. It's a fact, I assure you. Bravo, Rodia. I knew nothing about it either, cried Razumihin. I'll run today to the reading room and ask for the number. 2 months ago? What was the date? It doesn't matter though, I will find it. Think of not telling us. How did you find out that the article was mine? It's only signed with an initial. I only learned it by chance, the other day. Through the editor, I know him. I was very much interested. I analyzed, if I remember, the psychology of a criminal before and after the crime. Yes, and you maintained that the perpetration of a crime is always accompanied by illness. Very, very original, but, it was not that part of your article that interested me so much, but an idea at the end of the article which I regret to say you merely suggested without working it out clearly. There is, if you recollect, a suggestion that there are certain persons who can, that is, not precisely are able to, but have a perfect right to commit breaches of morality and crimes, and that the law is not for them. Raskolnikov smiled at the exaggerated and intentional distortion of his idea. What? What do you mean? A right to crime? But not because of the influence of environment? Razumihin inquired with some alarm even. No, not exactly because of it, answered Porfiry. In his article all men are divided into ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary men have to live in submission, have no right to transgress the law, because, don't you see, they are ordinary. But extraordinary men have a right to commit any crime and to transgress the law in any way, just because they are extraordinary. That was your idea, if I am not mistaken. What do you mean? That can't be right. Razumihin muttered in bewilderment. Raskolnikov smiled again. He saw the point at once, and knew where they wanted to drive him. He decided to take up the challenge. That wasn't quite my contention, he began simply and modestly. Yet I admit that you have stated it almost correctly, perhaps, if you like, perfectly so. It almost gave him pleasure to admit this. The only difference is that I don't contend that extraordinary people are always bound to commit breaches of morals, as you call it. In fact, I doubt whether such an argument could be published. I simply hinted that an extraordinary man has the right, that is not an official right, but an inner right to decide in his own conscience to overstep certain obstacles, and only in case it is essential for the practical fulfillment of his idea, sometimes, perhaps, of benefit to the whole of humanity. You say that my article isn't definite, I am ready to make it as clear as I can. Perhaps I am right in thinking you want me to, very well. I maintain that if the discoveries of Kepler and Newton could not have been made known except by sacrificing the lives of one, a dozen, 100, or more men, Newton would have had the right, would indeed have been in duty bound, to eliminate the dozen or the 100 men for the sake of making his discoveries known to the whole of humanity. But it does not follow from that Newton had a right to murder people right and left and to steal every day in the market. Then, I remember, I maintain in my article that all, well, legislators and leaders of men, such as Lycurgus, Solon, Mahomet, Napoleon, and so on, were all without exception criminals, from the very fact that, making a new law, they transgressed the ancient one, handed down from their ancestors and held sacred by the people, and they did not stop short at bloodshed either, if that bloodshed, often of innocent persons fighting bravely in defense of ancient law, were of use to their cause. It's remarkable, in fact, that the majority, indeed, of these benefactors and leaders of humanity were guilty of terrible carnage. In short, I maintain that all great men or even men a little out of the common, that is to say capable of giving some new word, must from their very nature be criminals, more or less, of course. Otherwise it's hard for them to get out of the common rut, and to remain in the common rut is what they can't submit to, from their very nature again, and to my mind they ought not, indeed, to submit to it. You see that there is nothing particularly new in all that. The same thing has been printed and read 1,000 times before. As for my division of people into ordinary and extraordinary, I acknowledge that it's somewhat arbitrary, but I don't insist upon exact numbers. I only believe in my leading idea that men are in general divided by a law of nature into two categories, inferior, ordinary, that is, so to say, material that serves only to reproduce its kind, and men who have the gift or the talent to utter a new word. There are, of course, innumerable subdivisions, but the distinguishing features of both categories are fairly well marked. The first category, generally speaking, are men conservative in temperament and law-abiding, they live under control and love to be controlled. To my thinking it is their duty to be controlled, because that's their vocation, and there is nothing humiliating in it for them. The second category all transgress the law, they are destroyers or disposed to destruction according to their capacities. The crimes of these men are of course relative and varied, for the most part they seek in very varied ways the destruction of the present for the sake of the better. But if such a one is forced for the sake of his idea to step over a corpse or wade through blood, he can, I maintain, find within himself, in his conscience, a sanction for wading through blood, that depends on the idea and its dimensions. Note that. It's only in that sense I speak of their right to crime in my article, you remember it began with the legal question. There's no need for such anxiety, however, the masses will scarcely ever admit this right, they punish them or hang them, more or less, and in doing so fulfill quite justly their conservative vocation. But the same masses set these criminals on a pedestal in the next generation and worship them, more or less. The first category is always the man of the present, the second the man of the future. The first preserve the world and people it, the second move the world and lead it to its goal. Each class has an equal right to exist. In fact, all have equal rights with me, and vive la guerre éternelle, till the New Jerusalem, of course. Then you believe in the New Jerusalem, do you? I do, Raskolnikov answered firmly, as he said these words, and during the whole preceding tirade he kept his eyes on one spot on the carpet. And do you believe in God? Excuse my curiosity. I do, repeated Raskolnikov, raising his eyes to Porfiry. And do you believe in Lazarus rising from the dead? I do. Why do you ask all this? You believe it literally. Literally. You don't say so. I asked from curiosity. Excuse me. But let us go back to the question, they are not always executed. Some, on the contrary, triumph in their lifetime? Oh, yes, some attain their ends in this life, and then they begin executing other people. If it's necessary, indeed, for the most part they do. Your remark is very witty. Thank you. But tell me this, how do you distinguish those extraordinary people from the ordinary ones? Are there signs at their birth? I feel there ought to be more exactitude, more external definition. Excuse the natural anxiety of a practical law-abiding citizen, but couldn't they adopt a special uniform, for instance, couldn't they wear something, be branded in some way? For you know, if confusion arises and a member of one category imagines that he belongs to the other, begins to eliminate obstacles as you so happily expressed it, then... Oh, that very often happens. That remark is wittier than the other. Thank you. No reason to, but take note that the mistake can only arise in the first category, that is among the ordinary people, as I perhaps unfortunately called them. In spite of their predisposition to obedience, very many of them, through a playfulness of nature, sometimes vouchsafed even to the cow, like to imagine themselves advanced people, destroyers, and to push themselves into the new movement, and this quite sincerely. Meanwhile the really new people are very often unobserved by them, or even despised as reactionaries of groveling tendencies. But I don't think there is any considerable danger here, and you really need not be uneasy, for they never go very far. Of course, they might have a thrashing sometimes for letting their fancy run away with them and to teach them their place, but no more. In fact, even this isn't necessary, as they castigate themselves, for they are very conscientious. Some perform this service for one another and others chastise themselves with their own hands. They will impose various public acts of penitence upon themselves with a beautiful and edifying effect. In fact, you've nothing to be uneasy about. It's a law of nature. Well, you have certainly set my mind more at rest on that score, but there's another thing worries me. Tell me, please, are there many people who have the right to kill others, these extraordinary people? I am ready to bow down to them, of course, but you must admit it's alarming if there are a great many of them, Oh, you needn't worry about that either, Raskolnikov went on in the same tone. People with new ideas, people with the faintest capacity for saying something new, are extremely few in number, extraordinarily so in fact. One thing only is clear, that the appearance of all these grades and subdivisions of men must follow with unfailing regularity some law of nature. That law, of course, is unknown at present, but I am convinced that it exists, and one day may become known. The vast mass of mankind is mere material, and only exists in order by some great effort, by some mysterious process, by means of some crossing of races and stocks, to bring into the world at last perhaps 1 man out of 1,000 with a spark of independence. 1 in 10,000 perhaps, I speak roughly, approximately, is born with some independence, and with still greater independence 1 in 100,000. The man of genius is 1 of millions, and the great geniuses, the crown of humanity, appear on earth perhaps 1 in many thousand millions. In fact, I have not peeped into the retort in which all this takes place. But there certainly is and must be a definite law. It cannot be a matter of chance. Why, are you both joking? Razumihin cried at last. There you sit, making fun of one another. Are you serious, Rodya? Raskolnikov raised his pale and almost mournful face and made no reply. And the unconcealed, persistent, nervous, and discourteous sarcasm of Porfiry seemed strange to Razumihin beside that quiet and mournful face. Well, brother, if you are really serious. You are right, of course, in saying that it's not new, that it's like what we've read and heard 1,000 times already. But what is really original in all this, and is exclusively your own, to my horror, is that you sanction bloodshed in the name of conscience, and, excuse my saying so, with such fanaticism. That, I take it, is the point of your article. But that sanction of bloodshed by conscience is to my mind, more terrible than the official, legal sanction of bloodshed. You are quite right, it is more terrible, Porfiry agreed. Yes, you must have exaggerated. There is some mistake, I shall read it. You can't think that. I shall read it. All that is not in the article, there's only a hint of it, said Raskolnikov. Yes, yes. Porfiry couldn't sit still. Your attitude to crime is pretty clear to me now, but, excuse me for my impertinence, I am really ashamed to be worrying you like this. You see, you've removed my anxiety as to the 2 grades getting mixed, but, there are various practical possibilities that make me uneasy. What if some man or youth imagines that he is a Lycurgus or Mahomet, a future one of course, and suppose he begins to remove all obstacles. He has some great enterprise before him and needs money for it, and tries to get it, do you see? Zametov gave a sudden guffaw in his corner. Raskolnikov did not even raise his eyes to him. I must admit, he went on calmly, that such cases certainly must arise. The vain and foolish are particularly apt to fall into that snare, young people especially. Yes, you see. Well then. What then? Raskolnikov smiled in reply, that's not my fault. So it is and so it always will be. He said just now, he nodded at Razumihin, that I sanction bloodshed. Society is too well protected by prisons, banishment, criminal investigators, penal servitude. There's no need to be uneasy. You have but to catch the thief. And what if we do catch him? Then he gets what he deserves. You are certainly logical. But what of his conscience? Why do you care about that? Simply from humanity. If he has a conscience he will suffer for his mistake. That will be his punishment, as well as the prison. But the real geniuses, asked Razumihin frowning, those who have the right to murder? Oughtn't they to suffer at all even for the blood they've shed? Why the word ought? It's not a matter of permission or prohibition. He will suffer if he is sorry for his victim. Pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. The really great men must, I think, have great sadness on earth, he added dreamily, not in the tone of the conversation. He raised his eyes, looked earnestly at them all, smiled, and took his cap. He was too quiet by comparison with his manner at his entrance, and he felt this. Everyone got up. Well, you may abuse me, be angry with me if you like, Porfiry Petrovitch began again, but I can't resist. Allow me one little question, I know I am troubling you. There is just one little notion I want to express, simply that I may not forget it. Very good, tell me your little notion. Raskolnikov stood waiting, pale and grave before him. Well, you see. I really don't know how to express it properly. It's a playful, psychological idea. When you were writing your article, surely you couldn't have helped, fancying yourself, just a little, an extraordinary man, uttering a new word in your sense. That's so, isn't it? Quite possibly, Raskolnikov answered contemptuously. Razumihin made a movement. And, if so, could you bring yourself in case of worldly difficulties and hardship or for some service to humanity, to overstep obstacles? For instance, to rob and murder. And again he winked with his left eye, and laughed noiselessly just as before. If I did I certainly should not tell you, Raskolnikov answered with defiant and haughty contempt. No, I was only interested on account of your article, from a literary point of view. Phoo, how obvious and insolent that is. Raskolnikov thought with repulsion. Allow me to observe, he answered dryly, that I don't consider myself a Mahomet or a Napoleon, nor any personage of that kind, and not being one of them I cannot tell you how I should act. Oh, come, don't we all think ourselves Napoleons now in Russia? Porfiry Petrovitch said with alarming familiarity. Something peculiar betrayed itself in the very intonation of his voice. Perhaps it was one of these future Napoleons who did for Elena Ivanovna last week. Zametov blurted out from the corner. Raskolnikov did not speak, but looked firmly and intently at Porfiry. Razumihin was scowling gloomily. He seemed before this to be noticing something. He looked angrily around. There was a minute of gloomy silence. Raskolnikov turned to go. Are you going already? Porfiry said amiably, holding out his hand with excessive politeness. Very, very glad of your acquaintance. As for your request, have no uneasiness, write just as I told you, or, better still, come to me there yourself in a day or two, tomorrow, indeed. I shall be there at 11 o'clock for certain. We'll arrange it all, we'll have a talk. As one of the last to be there, you might perhaps be able to tell us something, he added with a most good-natured expression. You want to cross-examine me officially in due form? Raskolnikov asked sharply. Oh, why? That's not necessary for the present. You misunderstand me. I lose no opportunity, you see, and I've talked with all who had pledges. I obtained evidence from some of them, and you are the last. Yes, by the way, he cried, seemingly suddenly delighted, I just remember, what was I thinking of? He turned to Razumihin, you were talking my ears off about that Nikolai, of course, I know very well, he turned to Raskolnikov, that the fellow is innocent, but what is one to do? We had to trouble Dmitri too. This is the point, this is all, when you went up the stairs it was past 7, wasn't it? Yes, answered Raskolnikov, with an unpleasant sensation at the very moment he spoke that he need not have said it. Then when you went upstairs between 7 and 8, didn't you see in a flat that stood open on a second story, do you remember, 2 workmen or at least one of them? They were painting there, didn't you notice them? It's very, very important for them. Painters? No, I didn't see them, Raskolnikov answered slowly, as though ransacking his memory, while at the same instant he was racking every nerve, almost swooning with anxiety to conjecture as quickly as possible where the trap lay and not to overlook anything. No, I didn't see them, and I don't think I noticed a flat like that open. But on the 4th story, he had mastered the trap now and was triumphant. I remember now that someone was moving out of the flat opposite Elena Ivanovna's. I remember it clearly. Some porters were carrying out a sofa and they squeezed me against the wall. But painters, no, I don't remember that there were any painters, and I don't think that there was a flat open anywhere, no, there wasn't. What do you mean? Razumihin shouted suddenly, as though he had reflected and realized. Why, it was on the day of the murder the painters were at work, and he was there 3 days before. What are you asking? Phoo. I have muddled it. Porfiry slapped himself on the forehead. Deuce take it. This business is turning my brain, he addressed Raskolnikov somewhat apologetically. It would be such a great thing for us to find out whether anyone had seen them between 7 and 8 at the flat, so I fancied you could perhaps have told us something. I quite muddled it. Then you should be more careful, Razumihin observed grimly. The last words were uttered in the passage. Porfiry Petrovitch saw them to the door with excessive politeness. They went out into the street gloomy and sullen, and for some steps they did not say a word. Raskolnikov drew a deep breath. Chapter 6. I don't believe it, I can't believe it, repeated Razumihin, trying in perplexity to refute Raskolnikov's arguments. They were by now approaching Bakayev's lodgings, where Pulcheria Alexandrovna and Dounia had been expecting them a long while. Razumihin kept stopping on the way in the heat of discussion, confused and excited by the very fact that they were for the first time speaking openly about it. Don't believe it, then, answered Raskolnikov, with a cold, careless smile. You were noticing nothing as usual, but I was weighing every word. You are suspicious. That is why you weighed their words. Certainly, I agree. Porfiry's tone was rather strange, and still more that wretch Zametov. You are right, there was something about him, but why? Why? He has changed his mind since last night. Quite the contrary. If they had that brainless idea, they would do their utmost to hide it, and conceal their cards, so as to catch you afterwards. But it was all impudent and careless. If they had had facts, I mean, real facts, or at least grounds for suspicion, then they would certainly have tried to hide their game, in the hope of getting more. They would have made a search long ago besides. But they have no facts, not one. It is all mirage, all ambiguous. Simply a floating idea. So they try to throw me out by impudence. And perhaps, he was irritated at having no facts, and blurted it out in his vexation, or perhaps he has some plan. He seems an intelligent man. Perhaps he wanted to frighten me by pretending to know. They have a psychology of their own, brother. But it is loathsome explaining it all. Stop. And it's insulting, insulting. I understand you. But, since we have spoken openly now, and it is an excellent thing that we have at last, I am glad. I will own now frankly that I noticed it in them long ago, this idea. Of course the merest hint only, an insinuation, but why an insinuation even? How dare they? What foundation have they? If only you knew how furious I have been. Think only. Simply because a poor student, unhinged by poverty and hypochondria, on the eve of a severe delirious illness, note that, suspicious, vain, proud, who has not seen a soul to speak to for 6 months, in rags and in boots without soles, has to face some wretched policeman and put up with their insolence, and the unexpected death thrust under his nose, the IOU presented by Chibarav, the new paint, 30 degrees Réaumur and a stifling atmosphere, a crowd of people, the talk about the murder of a person where he had been just before, and all that on an empty stomach, he might well have a fainting fit. And that is what they found it all on. Damn them. I understand how annoying it is, but in your place, Rodia, I would laugh at them, or better still, spit in their ugly faces, and spit a dozen times in all directions. I'd hit out in all directions, neatly too, and so I'd put an end to it. Damn them. Don't be downhearted. It's a shame. He really has put it well, though, Raskolnikov thought. Damn them. But the cross-examination again, tomorrow, he said with bitterness. Must I really enter into explanations with them? I feel vexed as it is, that I condescended to speak to Zametov yesterday in the restaurant. Damn it. I will go myself to Porfiry. I will squeeze it out of him, as one of the family, he must let me know the ins and outs of it all. And as for Zametov. At last he sees through him, thought Raskolnikov. Stay, cried Razumihin, seizing him by the shoulder again. Stay, you were wrong. I have thought it out. You are wrong. How was that a trap? You say that the question about the workmen was a trap. But if you had done that, could you have said you had seen them painting the flat, and the workmen? On the contrary, you would have seen nothing, even if you had seen it. Who would own it against himself? If I had done that thing, I should certainly have said that I had seen the workmen and the flat, Raskolnikov answered, with reluctance and obvious disgust. But why speak against yourself? Because only peasants, or the most inexperienced novices deny everything flatly at examinations. If a man is ever so little developed and experienced, he will certainly try to admit all the external facts that can't be avoided, but will seek other explanations of them, will introduce some special, unexpected turn, that will give them another significance and put them in another light. Porfiry might well reckon that I should be sure to answer so, and say I had seen them to give an air of truth, and then make some explanation. But he would have told you at once that the workmen could not have been there 2 days before, and that therefore you must have been there on the day of the murder at 8 o'clock. And so he would have caught you over a detail. Yes, that is what he was reckoning on, that I should not have time to reflect, and should be in a hurry to make the most likely answer, and so would forget that the workmen could not have been there 2 days before. But how could you forget it? Nothing easier. It is in just such stupid things clever people are most easily caught. The more cunning a man is, the less he suspects that he will be caught in a simple thing. The more cunning a man is, the simpler the trap he must be caught in. Porfiry is not such a fool as you think. He is a knave then, if that is so. Raskolnikov could not help laughing. But at the very moment, he was struck by the strangeness of his own frankness, and the eagerness with which he had made this explanation, though he had kept up all the preceding conversation with gloomy repulsion, obviously with a motive, from necessity. I am getting a relish for certain aspects, he thought to himself. But almost at the same instant he became suddenly uneasy, as though an unexpected and alarming idea had occurred to him. His uneasiness kept on increasing. They had just reached the entrance to Bakhalayev's. Go in alone, said Raskolnikov suddenly. I will be back directly. Where are you going? Why, we are just here. I can't help it. I will come in half an hour. Tell them. Say what you like, I will come with you. You, too, want to torture me, he screamed, with such bitter irritation, such despair in his eyes that Razumian's hands dropped. He stood for some time on the steps, looking gloomily at Raskolnikov striding rapidly away in the direction of his lodging. At last, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, he swore he would squeeze Porfiry like a lemon that very day, and went up the stairs to reassure Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was by now alarmed at their long absence. When Raskolnikov got home, his hair was soaked with sweat and he was breathing heavily. He went rapidly up the stairs, walked into his unlocked room and at once fastened the latch. Then in senseless terror he rushed to the corner, to that hole under the paper where he had put the things, put his hand in, and for some minutes felt carefully in the hole, in every crack and fold of the paper. Finding nothing, he got up and drew a deep breath. As he was reaching the steps of Bakhalayev's, he suddenly fancied that something, a chain, a stud, or even a bit of paper in which they had been wrapped with the old woman's handwriting on it, might somehow have slipped out and been lost in some crack, and then might suddenly turn up as unexpected, conclusive evidence against him. He stood as though lost in thought, and a strange, humiliated, half-senseless smile strayed on his lips. He took his cap at last and went quietly out of the room. His ideas were all tangled. He went dreamily through the gateway. Here he is himself, shouted a loud voice. He raised his head. The porter was standing at the door of his little room and was pointing him out to a short man who looked like an artisan, wearing a long coat and a waistcoat, and looking at a distance remarkably like a woman. He stooped, and his head in a greasy cap hung forward. From his wrinkled flabby face he looked over 50, his little eyes were lost in fat and they looked out grimly, sternly and discontentedly. What is it? Raskolnikov asked, going up to the porter. The man stole a look at him from under his brows and he looked at him attentively, deliberately, then he turned slowly and went out of the gate into the street without saying a word. What is it? Cried Raskolnikov. Why, he there was asking whether a student lived here, mentioned your name and whom you lodged with. I saw you coming and pointed you out and he went away. It's funny. The porter too seemed rather puzzled, but not much so, and after wondering for a moment he turned and went back to his room. Raskolnikov ran after the stranger, and at once caught sight of him walking along the other side of the street with the same even, deliberate step with his eyes fixed on the ground, as though in meditation. He soon overtook him, but for some time walked behind him. At last, moving on to a level with him, he looked at his face. The man noticed him at once, looked at him quickly, but dropped his eyes again, and so they walked for a minute side by side without uttering a word. You were inquiring for me, of the porter. Raskolnikov said at last, but in a curiously quiet voice. The man made no answer, he didn't even look at him. Again they were both silent. Why do you, come and ask for me, and say nothing? What's the meaning of it? Raskolnikov's voice broke and he seemed unable to articulate the words clearly. The man raised his eyes this time and turned a gloomy sinister look at Raskolnikov. Murderer, he said suddenly in a quiet but clear and distinct voice. Raskolnikov went on walking beside him. His legs felt suddenly weak, a cold shiver ran down his spine, and his heart seemed to stand still for a moment, then suddenly began throbbing as though it were set free. So they walked for about 100 paces, side by side in silence. The man did not look at him. What do you mean, what is? Who is a murderer? Muttered Raskolnikov hardly audibly. You are a murderer, the man answered still more articulately and emphatically, with a smile of triumphant hatred, and again he looked straight into Raskolnikov's pale face and stricken eyes. They had just reached the crossroads. The man turned to the left without looking behind him. Raskolnikov remained standing, gazing after him. He saw him turn round 50 paces away and look back at him still standing there. Raskolnikov could not see clearly, but he fancied that he was again smiling the same smile of cold hatred and triumph. With slow faltering steps, with shaking knees, Raskolnikov made his way back to his little garret, feeling chilled all over. He took off his cap and put it on the table, and for 10 minutes he stood without moving. Then he sank exhausted on the sofa and with a weak moan of pain he stretched himself on it. So he lay for half an hour. He thought of nothing. Some thoughts or fragments of thoughts, Some images without order or coherence floated before his mind, faces of people he had seen in his childhood or met somewhere once, whom he would never have recalled, the belfry of the church at V, the billiard table in a restaurant and some officers playing billiards, the smell of cigars in some underground tobacco shop, a tavern room, a back staircase quite dark, all sloppy with dirty water and strewn with eggshells, and the Sunday bells floating in from somewhere. The images followed one another, whirling like a hurricane. Some of them he liked and tried to clutch at, but they faded, and all the while there was an oppression within him, but it was not overwhelming, sometimes it was even pleasant. The slight shivering still persisted, but that too was an almost pleasant sensation. He heard the hurried footsteps of Razumihin. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Razumihin opened the door and stood for some time in the doorway as though hesitating, then he stepped softly into the room and went cautiously to the sofa. Raskolnikov heard Nastasia's whisper. "Don't disturb him. Let him sleep. He can have his dinner later." "Quite so," answered Razumihin. Both withdrew carefully and closed the door. Another half-hour passed. Raskolnikov opened his eyes, turned on his back again, clasping his hands behind his head. Who is he? Who is that man who sprang out of the earth? Where was he? What did he see? He has seen it all, that's clear. Where was he then? And from where did he see? Why has he only now sprung out of the earth? And how could he see? Is it possible? Continued Raskolnikov, turning cold and shivering, and the jewel case Nikolai found behind the door, was that possible? A clue? You miss an infinitesimal line and you can build it into a pyramid of evidence. A fly flew by and saw it. Is it possible? He felt with sudden loathing how weak, how physically weak he had become. I ought to have known it, he thought with a bitter smile. And how dared I, knowing myself, knowing how I should be, take up an axe and shed blood? I ought to have known beforehand. Ah, but I did know, he whispered in despair. At times he came to a standstill at some thought.